Have you heard? Zhang Nian from senior year, the only 18-year-old postnatally awakened martial artist in the entire nation, actually signed up for the military's Golden Forbidden class, Hongjun's Secret Realm pioneering mission to throw his life away. Damn, has he lost his mind? With talent like his, he could clear a high-level martial instance, achieve the innate realm, and then come out to challenge a Xuanhuan cultivation instance. How could he even think of doing that? I heard Zhang Nian's stepmother tampered with his application. There are compensation quotas for those who die in action, and he's already been dragged off. TSK, the air struggle truly is like this. The roar of engines seeped into their ears while the stench of diesel mixed with the scorched tang of burning rubber drilled into their nostrils. Zhang Nian's eyes snapped open, his palm instinctively clenching the army green railing beside him. Lifting his gaze, he met more than a dozen strange probing looks from those around him. What is this? They? TSK. A sharp pain stabbed through his mind. Memories overlapped and fused. Only after a long while did he let out a faint, bitter chuckle and shake his head. So this was a world of nationwide exploration of secret realms. The state imposed a mandatory requirement: every student who enjoyed 12 years of compulsory education had to enter a secret realm for unified assessment upon completing their studies. Within the secret realms, one's body was frozen in age, and all fortuitous encounters gained inside could be brought back to reality, allowing many to completely change their fate. According to difficulty, the realms were divided into 5 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, and gold, corresponding to low-level martial, mid-level martial, high-level martial, Xuanhuan mythology, and Hongjun primordial. In recent years, due to unstable teleportation arrays, secret realms had begun reverse transporting demonic beasts into cities across the Dragon Nation, causing havoc. This latent threat forced the authorities to begin developing the sole golden, forbidden secret realm. Zhang Nian rapidly sorted through the current situation. He was the eldest grandson of the Zhang clan, one of the Dragon Nation's top 10 heritage families. At 9, he advanced to third-rate martial artist. At 12 to second-rate. At 15, he stepped into first-rate, and at 18, he reached the postnatal realm. Yet at the height of his glory, he was forced to walk a road that led only to certain death. Hessian Rushuang, you altered my application wanting me to die in the Hongjun secret realm so you could use my death compensation quota to pave the way for your son Zhang Zido. What a brilliant little scheme. Piecing together the memories of his former self, Zhang Nian could only find it laughable. Shen Rushuang's calculations were destined to fail. The reason no one had ever returned alive from the Hongjun secret realm was that this world's culture had a complete rupture. There were absolutely no written records of wuxia Xuanhuan or Shenhua, martial chivalry, fantasy, or myth. Their understanding of these realms came entirely from the pieced-together experience and strategies recounted by the few lucky survivors. Naturally, no one believed Zhang Nian could come back alive. But that was no longer true. Now Zhang Nian knew very clearly what kinds of opportunities lay hidden within the Hongjun secret realm. Knowledge surged through his mind like a tidal wave: the great calamity of creation, the beast calamity of mass extinction, the early Dragonhan calamity, the struggle between the demonic and orthodox paths, Hongjun's creation of the Xian, the mystic, the great war between witches and demons, the investiture of the gods, the journey to the west. Every temporal node, every causal thread behind each great tribulation. He understood them all as clearly as if they lay in the palm of his hand. Only one doubt remained. The coordinates where adventurers entered the instance were random. According to official records, none of them had survived longer than 10 seconds. That absolutely was no coincidence. To achieve such precise targeting within such a brief span. Looking across the entire Hongjun. Bang bang bang. The harsh clang of metal shattered Zhang Nian's train of thought. The army green curtain was yanked aside, and every body inside the truck shuddered. Outside, the vehicle, armed soldiers craned their heads and their gazes sweeping over each bloodless face before one of them shouted loudly, "Everyone disembark." 3 minutes later, 2 horizontal ranks stood neatly in the plaza. A middle-aged officer strode quickly to the front of the formation, his eyes carrying a mix of solemnity and regret as he addressed them. "You are all heroes. The authorities will remember you. But, unfortunately, we can offer you no assistance." He paused, then continued, "From this moment, you have 5 minutes. Say farewell to your families as best you can." As his words fell, 14 youths in the ranks broke into a mad dash toward the rear. Only Zhang Nian remained where he stood. Moments earlier, he had already noticed the cordons set up beyond the edge of the plaza. It was just that neither the former Zhang Nian nor the present one believed he still had a family. "Isn't this our Zhang clan's most dazzling genius martial artist, Zhang Nian? Your dear little brother has come in person to collect your corpse." The arrogant voice rang out from the rear. Zhang Nian turned, his pupils narrowing slightly. "Zhang Zido." On the stone tiles of the plaza, a long white scar had been ground into the surface. Behind him, 2 martial artists were dragging a coffin in his wake. "If it were up to me, a bastard like you should have ended up just like that sheep, once you call a mother. Without even a complete, but my mother is soft-hearted." She says you still count as Zhang blood. At this point Zhang Zidong's lips curved in a faint smirk. He raised his hand to pat the coffin, his tone dripping with mockery. So this is a bargain for you. In fact, I really ought to thank you. Saying this, Zhang Zidong sauntered up to stand directly before Zhang Nian, leaned in close to his ear, and lowered his voice. Once you're dead, I'll naturally be accepted as a personal disciple under the Shushan, sword immortally Chongshin. Heh. Zhang Nian let out a low derisive sound, his face expressionless as he lifted his hand to brush the dust from his clothes. Once, twice. Each movement steady and forceful. Zhang Zidong failed to notice any change in him. He sized Zhang Nian up from head to toe, his face spread into a playful mocking grin. You've trained yourself to the bone, nearly breaking yourself to pieces, and in the end you're nothing but a stepping stone. This is all you're worth. The instant his words fell, the back of Zhang Nian's hand whipped up. Smack. Zhang Zidong clutched his face, eyes bulging in outrage, his gaze filled with utter disbelief. The next second his face flushed crimson as he roared at the martial artists behind him. Kill. Before Zhang Zidong could finish, Zhang Nian's icy voice cut in. If I die in there, then you get the quota. If I die here, you're still a useless waste. You. Zhang Zidong felt his throat choke up, his complexion growing even darker. All personnel assemble. The officer's command rang out from afar. Without looking back, Zhang Nian strode toward the assembly point. Behind him, Zhang Zidong's eyes turned venomous, his teeth grinding. No one can come out alive from the Hongjun Secret Realm. Zhang Nian, I'll watch you die. 3 minutes later, the formation was complete. The same officer did not rush them. He simply waited until everyone had gathered, then pulled a list from his pocket. You will now enter the secret realm one by one. First, Lu Kun. The young man whose name was called trembled violently, drawing a deep breath before glancing back at his parents beyond the cordon. Then he stiffened his neck and shouted, present. With that, he walked toward the golden pillar of light that soared into the sky ahead. Swish! The radiance swallowed his figure. Everyone held their breath. In the vast plaza, only the rustle of fallen leaves stirred by the wind could be heard. Report, life signs have vanished. Duration 7 seconds. The soldier monitoring the device stared at the instrument before pausing, then continued loudly, confirmed dead. Second, Shin Yulan. Life signs vanished. Duration 6 seconds. Confirmed dead. Third. Fourth. 10 minutes passed. Only Zhang Nian remained in the ranks. Beyond the plaza, the air was thick with wails and sobbing. In the crowd, Zhang Zidong waved excitedly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. A mongrel who lost his mother and blocked my path deserves only one outcome, death. Last, Zhang Nian. As the words fell, Zhang Nian drew in a deep breath and strode toward the teleportation array. Light flared, and his figure vanished in an instant. Zhang Zidong stared fixedly at the soldier by the instrument, shouting in excitement, report. Hurry up and report. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. 1 minute, 3 minutes. The soldier's eyes were locked on the device in front of him. During those 3 minutes, he checked for malfunctions 3 separate times and confirmed that the machine had not erred. Life signs remained stable. Explorer number 15 Zhang Nian, confirmed alive. What the? Quick, place an emergency call to the commander. The soldiers burst into commotion. Outside the plaza, Zhang Zidong's face turned as cold and pale as frost, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? They all died. What right does he have to live? With a swoosh, the light dissipated. A fragrant aroma rushed straight into his nostrils, and Zhang Nian instantly felt his mind clear and spirit bright. But the next second, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up one by one, and cold sweat densely oozed from his back. It was the ultimate instinctive reaction of a living being to danger. He glanced at the black clouds rolling with lightning above his head. Greatly alarmed, he thought, so it has come. Just now on the square, Zhang Nian had already formed his own speculation. The only one who could exert such control over the primordial wilderness could only be Dao ancestor Hongjun. And the one who most rejects outsiders like them was also Hongjun. Hongjun sought to steal the heavenly Dao, taking disciples in the Zhixiao Palace, the 3 pure ones Nuwa, Jane, and Junti. The 3 pure ones represented Pangus, while Nuwa represented the human way, and Jane and Junti represented the West. Only when the 6 saints emerged could Hongjun act on behalf of heaven, surpassing the sage realm and stepping into the quasi-heavenly Dao period. During the clash between Demon and Wei, Hongjun detonated the spiritual veins of the Western lands, causing widespread suffering and accruing immense karmic debt. To completely seize the heavenly Dao, Hongjun began to weave his scheme. The war between witches and demons weakened Pangus' will and highlighted the heavenly Dao's authority. The apotheosis tribulation was a triple kill. It shattered the bond among the 3 pure ones, broke the backbone of the human way, and allowed the West and the heavenly court to absorb the top combatants of the primordial wilderness, unprecedented in power. As for the journey to the West, it was a play orchestrated by Hongjun to repay the Western karma. So in Hongjun's eyes, outsiders like Zhang Nian were all variables outside the heavenly Dao's deduction nails stuck in the fabric. and Zhang Nian planned to be the nail driven deepest. The oppressive pressure of heaven and earth weighed on his shoulders like 10,000 mountains. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Nian propped himself up with his hands on the ground, gritting his teeth and exerting all his strength to lift a finger and write on the ground stroke by stroke. Heaven, earth, Xian. As his finger reached this point, Zhang Nian's face flushed crimson, sweat poured like rain, and his heart palpitated with numbness. No time left. 3 characters were enough. Having made up his mind, Zhang Nian was about to speak. But his throat convulsed up and down, yet he could not utter a single word. In the unseen, an invisible hand seemed to tightly clamp his throat. His gaze gradually grew distant. Zhang Nian vaguely saw a bolt of lightning nearly 100 meters thick strike down from the black clouds overhead. The lightning blotted out the sky as if intending to erase this entire space. At the moment closest to death, Zhang Nian activated the Explorer device inside his body. According to official introductions, the Explorer device had 3 functions. Establish coordinates communication and one-click return. One-click return can quickly open a spatial teleportation array. But correspondingly, the cost was that an adventurer could only use it once, and after use could not enter the copy for 3 months. In the current situation, living was more important than anything else. However, the moment the blue panel appeared, Zhang Nian froze. There was no one-click return option. Crimson blood vessels spread across his eyeballs. In an instant, past events flashed through his mind like passing smoke. Past life, present life. Meeting again, Zhang Nian's gaze gained a measure of calmness. His heart, which had been pounding wildly with fear, suddenly steadied. Zhang Nian slowly closed his eyes and silently uttered in the depth of his heart the words long contemplated but never spoken above: the human way. I, Zhang Nian of the human race, hereby create human script in the primordial wilderness for the purpose of human records, passing down the flame of civilization generation after generation without end. The harsh electric light illuminated Zhang Nian's face, turning it pale. Was he going to die? Would he time travel again? After a long while, Zhang Nian felt no pain, only thinking that the might of heaven and earth's laws was terrifyingly overwhelming. But every organ in his body told him that he seemed to still be alive. Zhang Nian opened his eyes, filled with absurdity and bewilderment. His pupils contracted sharply. What met his eyes was a landscape covered in golden lotuses as far as the eye could see, and the endless black clouds had been replaced by golden, auspicious clouds. The 3 large characters he had just inscribed at his feet now shone brilliantly. A voice echoed between heaven and earth precisely the words Zhang Nian had confessed in his heart earlier: above, the human way. Zhang Nian, creating human script, for the purpose of passing down the flame. Suddenly, with a loud boom, the countless auspicious clouds instantly condensed, drifting like a wisp of smoke toward the top of Zhang Nian's head. Zhang Nian felt as though his entire being was sublimated. His body was rapidly undergoing transformation. Meridian stored qi, the dantian liquefied liquid qi, condensed and solidified, forming a pill. The pill gestated an infant. Soul and body unified. A residence formed in his mind, and a wisp of milky white gas swiftly swam like a fish dragon to his limbs and bones, constantly solidifying and strengthening. Until the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys each responded, sending red, green, gold, blue, and white gases through the meridians to the top of the head. At this moment, Zhang Nian seemed to become his own universe, transcendent to external things. Merit pouring down, 5 qi converging to the origin. I've achieved Tai. Haha, Zhang family, Shun Ru Huang, Zhang Zidong, wait for me. His words paused abruptly, and Zhang Nian suddenly froze. Now he felt like a human radar. In his perception, he could clearly sense 5 auras. 2 of them were incredibly vast, and even now, as a Tai cultivator, Zhang Nian felt like a mayfly looking up at a giant tree. The other 3 were relatively much weaker, and Zhang Nian felt they were not far behind him. Except for one that remained motionless, all the others were rapidly approaching his direction. Who was it? Umph. A cold snort came from the horizon, and Zhang Nian looked up. On the clouds, a woman with a human upper body and a serpentine lower body draped in a red robe was scrutinizing him, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of reproach and disgust. Behind her, a red embroidery ball radiated the power of the law, and as her aura churned, the surrounding void became blurred. Nua. Zhang Nian quickly bowed in greeting. Greetings, Saint Nua. Despicable little one, how dare you steal the human way's luck? Today I will surely slay you. The furious rebuke carried the pressure of a saint sweeping toward him. Zhang Nian's body trembled, and great shock filled his heart. Earlier he had only thought to use Human Way's merits to resist the heavenly Dao's pressure, but had forgotten a far more important matter. The origin of writing. Fuxi created the 8 trigrams of the earlier heaven and later derived the written script, earning the title ancestor of human civilization. And Fuxi and Nua were siblings born from the same original spirit. He, an illegal immigrant, had stolen the opportunity of her elder brother. A few drops of cold sweat silently slipped from his forehead. In the primordial wilderness, a saint held absolute authority. Before Zhang Nian could think, a sound of air being torn came to his ears. He hurriedly looked up to see the innate spiritual treasure, Hongjun, imbued with supreme law bearing down upon him. In a flash, a Taiji diagram bloomed in front of Zhang Nian, and the red embroidery ball rebounded upon contact. Nuwa's beautiful eyes narrowed, gazing at the empty space nearby. After a moment, two figures gradually solidified, and a hearty old man's laugh rang out. Junior sister Nuwa, long time no see. Why make such a big fuss? Brother Laozi also wants to wade in this murky water. Are you not afraid of Master's wrath? Nuwa faced him with cold brows, and showed no courtesy at all. Upon hearing this, Laozi did not take up the thread. He smiled and glanced at Zhang Nian on the ground, gently swaying his whisk. A few strands of whisk hair silently drifted down. As if recalling something, he spoke. Junior sister, have you ever heard of the Jie sect? After hearing this, Nuwa pursed her lips, seemingly displeased, and uttered 4 words: a motley crew. Laozi nodded slightly, acknowledging Nuwa's assessment, then shifted his tone. Yet the doctrine of the Jie sect, I believe, has much to recommend it. Doctrine? Nuwa furrowed her brows, her eyes lost in thought. Laozi smiled lightly. The Great Way has 50 heavens workings derived fortinin, and the one that escapes. Is that one? As he spoke, Laozi's wrist trembled slightly, and his whisk seemed to point inadvertently at Zhang Nian on the ground. But Nuwa was about to retort, but Laozi shook his head and raised a finger, pointing into the distance. His destiny has arrived. In the distance, a rough-looking man in animal skins and grass skirts ran swiftly toward them, his hair disheveled. Swirenshi of the human race pays respects to Saint Laozi, Saint Nuwa, and immortal Xiandu. On the clouds, the 2 saints and 1 immortal nodded. After finishing the courtesy, Swirenshi reached out and slung his arm around Zhang Nian's shoulder, laughing heartily. You're a sharp one, lad. Which tribe are you from? You've got brains. Come back with me. Our race needs smart kids like you. With that, Swirenshi tugged Zhang Nian and bowed together toward the sky. Saints, this kid is smart. I'm taking him back to the tribe. Nuwa reluctantly gave a good face, while Laozi was all smiles, waving his hand affably. Go on. Then, with a meaningful gaze toward Zhang Nian, he slowly spoke. The human way has sworn an oath witnessed by 2 saints, passed down the flame generation after generation. Remember, man proposes, heaven disposes. Zhang Nian's heart surged with emotion. At that moment, he understood. Surviving was only the first step. Every step from now on would likely be perilously dangerous. And Zhang Nian did not notice that the 3 whisk strands that had fallen earlier had silently entered the top of his head and dissipated into nothingness in an instant. As one acts, the heavens observe. Did Laozi the sage intend to remind me that Hongjun has always been watching over me? But am I not a disciple of Hongjun? Why did he choose to help me? Lost in thought, I reflected. Brother Zhang Nian, the words you spoke to the human realm still invigorate me even now. What a wonderful legacy of the human race, endlessly thriving. Beside me, Swearin continued to chatter, his gaze occasionally sizing up Zhang Nian's standardized clothing. Brother Zhang Nian, what is this you are wearing? Zhang Nian was taken aback, quickly deflecting. I don't know. After receiving the merits of the human realm, this attire simply appeared on me. I see now. Swiren's expression shifted to one of realization, followed by a hint of sorrow in his eyes. What a pity. If only everyone in the tribe could wear such clothing, perhaps fewer would perish in the cold days. With that, Zhang Nian finally noticed Swiren's attire. His animal hide barely covered his body, while grass leaves wrapped around his lower half, resembling the primitive humans described in books. However, Zhang Nian quickly realized. No clothes. This meant that the human race was still at the stage of building nests and making fire with Swearin. The making of cloth had not yet appeared. Considering the furious demeanor of the holy lady Nuwa just moments ago, the timeline of the Hongjun Secret Realm likely falls around the time of the first war between the witches and the demons. Or perhaps before the second war against the demons. Wait, the witch-slaying sword. Zhang Nian suddenly recalled that the feud between the witch and demon clans had been ongoing for ages. The demon clan feared the witch clan's formidable physique and dared not engage in large-scale warfare. Before the second war against the demons, somehow, it was rumored that using the bloodline of the human race could break through the physical form of the witch clan. Thus they began to capture humans in droves to refine treasures. The holy lady Nuwa, concerned for her brother Fushi still serving the demon clan, tacitly accepted the actions of the demons, leading to immense suffering for the human race. In an instant, Zhang Nian's heart surged with the profound words Laozi had spoken to him before embarking on this journey. The oath of the human realm witnessed by the 2 saints, the legacy of fire endlessly thriving. As one acts, the heavens observe. Until now, Zhang Nian had not pondered deeply on this, but suddenly awakened, feeling his hands and feet grow cold. It was the protection of the human realm that allowed him to escape from the hands of the Dao and Hongjun, granting him a sliver of life. If the human race were to decline, would the human realm still protect me? Hongjun does not wish to kill me, but is simply unable to. Hiss. In a moment of clarity, Zhang Nian gasped in shock, a cold sweat soaking through his back. Brother Zhang Nian, brother Zhang Nian, we are almost at the tribe. The shout broke Zhang Nian's train of thought as Sueren excitedly called out. Zhang Nian quickly asked, Brother Sueren, has anyone in the tribe been taken by the beast recently? Upon hearing this, Sueren first froze, then a shadow of gloom appeared at the corner of his eyes as he sighed softly. This happens often. Our human race is weak, not like other beings. Beasts frequently invade the tribe to hunt humans. Moreover, it has become even more rampant recently. My father, the Nest Builder, was injured by 3 great demons of the true immortal realm. Hearing this, Zhang Nian's heart sank, and he cautiously asked, Did you not seek justice from the Holy Lady? Sueren looked at Zhang Nian in surprise, waved his hand, and chuckled. All beings in the Honghuang are like this. How could I disturb the saints' quiet cultivation over such matters? After saying this, he reached out with a big hand, pulling Zhang Nian's shoulder filled with hope. Brother Zhang Nian, you are a clever child. With your addition, I believe the human race will become better and better. It seemed he worried that Zhang Nian might not believe him, so Sueren hurriedly added, Did you not see how much the 2 saints care for you? They definitely have high hopes for you. Zhang Nian forced a smile, his expression more painful than tears, secretly lamenting, The saints must wish for my death. However, what mattered most now was to resolve the deadlock before him. After receiving the merits of the human realm, he sensed several auras that corresponded to Nuwa, Laozi, Xuandu, Sueren, and the Nest Builder. Zhang Nian's own aura was the weakest, yet there wasn't a vast difference compared to Sueren and the Nest Builder. From this, he inferred that Sueren and the Nest Builder's cultivation was likely at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm or the true Immortal Realm. With just himself and Sueren dragging the injured Nest Builder, it was impossible to protect the human race. He must seek protection stronger than the demons. Almost immediately, 2 words sprang to mind: the saints. However, searching through his thoughts, Zhang Nian could not find a reason why the saints would wish to protect the human race. Wait, willingness is one thing. Capability is another. There is a term called being volunteered. A glint of cunning sparkled in Zhang Nian's eyes as he slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Turning to Sueren, he excitedly said, Brother Sueren, once we reach the tribe, please gather the people of the human race. I want to teach everyone to play with mud. Playing with mud. Sueren scratched his head, confused. But seeing Zhang Nian's excited expression, he pondered that the other person seemed smarter than himself and readily agreed. All right. I told you, Brother Zhang Nian, you are a clever child. Even before reaching the tribe, you are already thinking of bringing something new to the human race. Zhang Nian smiled and remained silent as they sped along. The ancient trees towered, and the flowers and grass thrived. In the forest, Zhang Nian looked up at the towering Mount Buzhou in the distance, his resolve to pursue his earlier thoughts deepening. Without the protection of the saints during the war between the witches and demons, the human race would surely face immense suffering. Everyone in the tribe, come here. With Sueren's call, a rustling sound echoed through the woods. Countless figures emerged from all directions, some descending from trees, others from caves and the cliffs. They wore similar attire, covered in animal hides and grass skirts, their hair disheveled. Each one hunched their body, eyes vigilant, as if a ferocious beast might leap from the forest at any moment. For some reason, Zhang Nian's heart suddenly tightened. In books, one could see how great the ancestors were. But now, as Zhang Nian scanned the gaunt cheekbones of those who had long endured hunger, he truly felt the struggle and suffering of the human race as they fought for survival in this vast, chaotic world. Everyone, Brother Zhang Nian, has invented our own writing for the human race. He, like me, has contributed to the human race. Awoo, awoo, awoo. With Sueren's enthusiastic call, all the humans present raised their hands, and Zhang Nian raised his hand to calm them, smiling back at each one. Once the cheering subsided, he clearly explained, Everyone, I heard from Brother Sueren that the human race has long suffered at the hands of the demon clan, and it pains my heart. The demon clan is powerful, while the human race is weak. Fortunately, we, the human race, are not the pitiful children without a mother, nor are we the lost beings without a teacher. I propose, from now on, the human race shall honor the Holy Lady Nuwa as the mother of the human race, Laozi as the teacher of the human race, and honor the Dao ancestor Hongjun as the ancestral teacher of the human race. Create mud statues. All human children shall worship daily, to demonstrate our sincere hearts, to seek the protection of the saints. What do you all think? Wow. As the words fell, there was an uproar. Even Sueren beside him was astonished, his mouth agape. His eyes filled with surprise, he kept glancing at Zhang Nian's head, as if to say, my goodness, Holy Lady Nuwa, did you add something when you molded this? How could I not think of such a brilliant idea? At that moment, Zhang Nian's restless heart calmed slightly. This move was called leading the guest into the urn. Whether Hongjun cares about the human race is beside the point, but Nuwa and Laozi being worshipped by the human race are entangled in karma. If the mud statue is molded and you still pretend to be deaf and mute, the backlash will be on your Dao foundation. After all, when the sky falls, someone must bear the burden. It's done. It's done. The humans responsible for shaping the clay by the lake raised their hands in cheers, and in an instant heads bobbed like waves of wheat. Zhang Nian watched this unfold, unable to help but marvel at the simplicity of humanity in the primordial world. Brother Zhang Nian, can we really shape clay statues for the saints? Suerin, with his hands tangled beneath him, hesitated before finally speaking up. Zhang Nian smiled gently and pointed to a mother and child under a nearby tree, saying, "Look, Brother Suerin, that mother always keeps her child protected behind her, doesn't she? The Saint Nuwa created humanity, we are her beloved children. Tell me what mother does not love her own." Seeing Suerin nodding thoughtfully, Zhang Nian continued to explain, "I believe that the hardships humanity has endured may be due to the saints being unaware of them. As of now, this is what I think." Saying this, Zhang Nian picked up a branch and drew two intersecting X's on the ground, pointing to the center point. This is the location of the Suerin tribe, extending outward from here. Zhang Nian drew a circle around the entire figure before explaining, "This encompasses the area south of Buzhou Mountain, where we will erect the clay statues of Saint Nuwa and Saint Laozi at the ends of these 8 directions. Even the demon race would have to think twice before attempting to do evil here." Hearing these words, Suerin gazed intently at the circle drawn on the ground. He seemed to envision humanity gradually moving toward a bright future of strength. His body trembled slightly. Zhang Nian glanced at the tearful Suerin beside him, sighing inwardly. Humanity has suffered too much. Days passed, and Zhang Nian took charge of leading the tribe to shape the clay statues, while Suerin gathered the human tribes. Until 18 clay statues rose from the ground. Countless humans looked on with eager anticipation. On the high platform, Haochi, Suerin, and Zhang Nian stood side by side. The three exchanged glances and simultaneously bowed to the clay statues before them, saying, "With humanity above today, we the human race honor Saint Nuwa as the mother of humanity and Saint Laozi as the teacher of humanity, erecting 18 clay statues south of Buzhou Mountain. Wherever the sacred statues are enshrined, it shall be the dwelling place of humanity. All human children must offer daily worship. The human children pledge with heaven and earth as witnesses." As their voices fell, the void trembled. Zhang Nian felt his heart surge, as if the milky white energy in his sea of consciousness was being drawn by something restless and agitated. Boom! A dazzling golden light burst forth from the clay statue in front of him, splitting into 2 beams in the 33 heavens. One shot towards the Nuwa Palace, while the other sped toward Kunlun Mountain. In the next moment, the entire primordial world echoed with the voices of Zhang Nian and others pledging. In the 33 heavens, the demon court was stunned. Humanity actually sought the protection of the saints to evade the demon race's pursuit. The demon emperor Dijuan exchanged glances with Dongwang Tai, then both turned to look at Fushi. Fushi immediately understood, and twisting his snake-like form stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, I shall go to the Wuhuang Palace now." As Fushi departed, the discussions among the demons in the hall began. Is humanity seeking the protection of the saints? The Dao ancestor has said that the saints must not interfere in the struggles between the races of the primordial world. Erecting a few clay statues is enough to gain the saints' protection. Then wouldn't we be the true descendants of Pangu if we erected statues of our father? On the upper seat, Dijuan could no longer sit still upon hearing this. The war between the Wu and the demons was merely about pride. The Wu tribe believed they were the true descendants of Pangu, thinking they should surpass all races in the primordial world. The demon race, on the other hand, was decreed by the Dao ancestor as the heavenly beings. Neither side yielded to the other, resulting in endless battles. Especially during the last war between the Wu and the demons, the 12 ancestral shamans united to summon the Father God's phantom, defeating the demon race and leaving them in tatters. Had it not been for the Dao ancestor Hongjun intervening, the demon race would not have survived to this day. This was also why Dijuan would rather risk offending Saint Nuwa than use the souls and flesh of humanity to forge the demon slayer's sword. The demon race cannot afford to lose. Humph! A cold snort echoed in the hall, and the once noisy hall became so quiet that a needle drop could be heard. Dijuan nodded slightly, his voice slow and steady. The demon slayer's sword must be forged, and statues of the Father God can also be erected. We the demon race are the true descendants of the Father God. As for humanity, they are but ants. If they can aid the demon race in defeating the Wu tribe, that is their fortune. With a decisive tone, the hall was filled with flattery. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fushi arrived at the Nuwa Palace. A fierce aura raged around, causing the entire Nuwa Palace to tremble. Taking a deep breath, Fushi finally called out, "Fushi pays respects to Saint Nuwa." The moment the words fell, the void trembled violently, and a red figure emerged, chastising him lightly. Brother, there is no need for such formalities. Nuwa gently raised her hand, and an aura flew out from her palm, lifting Fushi. Sister, Fushi nodded and smiled, his lips moving for a long time before he finally said, humanity is erecting statues to recognize their mother. What about the demon emperor? Upon hearing this, Nuwa's expression turned cold. She had never liked the demon emperor's slaughter of humanity. Had it not been for her brothers still being among the demon race, she would not have turned a blind eye multiple times. This time humanity's erection of statues was merely to seek self-preservation. If she remained indifferent, her foundation would likely suffer. She waved her hand and firmly refused, saying, Brother, this matter cannot be discussed. As she spoke, a glint of brilliance flickered in Nuwa's beautiful eyes, and she changed her tone, saying, However, it is not impossible to be flexible. Fushi originally held no hope, but unexpectedly found a glimmer of light. He immediately asked, Please, sister, clarify. Previously, there was an outsider whom the Heavenly Dao wished to eliminate, but that person was cunning and escaped the Heavenly Dao's punishment by leveraging humanity's merits. All that has occurred here is due to that person. If left unchecked, the future will be fraught with issues. As she spoke, Nuwa bit her lip, her eyes revealing a hint of coldness. That person's name is Zhang Nian. If the demon race can eliminate him, they may be able to break this situation. Brother understands. Fushi cupped his fist slightly and turned to leave. In a matter of moments, Fushi flew into the demon court of the 33 heavens, bowing to Dijuan at the upper seat, saying, Your Majesty, Saint Nuwa has stated that humanity seeks the saint's protection. She will not remain indifferent. Hiss! The demons gasped in shock. If the saints intervened, the nature of the matter would change. Dijuan's expression visibly darkened, his hands gripping the chair's armrests tightly, his gaze fierce. Fushi shivered and hurriedly explained, But there is still room for maneuver. Previously, an outsider named Zhang Nian appeared in the primordial world. All that has happened here is his doing. If we can eliminate him, we can break this situation. An outsider. Dijuan suddenly recalled the scene of the Heavenly Dao's fury a few days prior, followed by the news of humanity inventing writing. Initially, he thought it was some earthly being undergoing tribulation, but now it seemed to correspond with Fux's mention of an outsider. He immediately sneered and casually waved his hand, saying, Just a small tie, immortal. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the demons in the hall, ultimately settling on a large demon with dark skin and a pair of horns, saying, But how you go take care of this, make sure to kill him. Yes. Tai transformed into a shadow and vanished into the clouds. The demons burst into laughter, saying, They are but a group of ants thinking they can intimidate our demon race by invoking the saint's name. Ha ha ha. Just as the demons roared with laughter in the forest, Haoqi Suren and Zhang Nian led the others, still waiting for the saint's response. The human children held their heads high, filled with reverence for the saints, their eyes clear and earnest, until a shadow enveloped and thunder descended. The earth cracked open, spiderweb-like fissures appearing as blue arcs of electricity danced through them. Smoke filled the air, carrying a burnt smell. Zhang Nian's eyes widened as he solemnly gazed at the black shadow about 4 or 5 meters tall and sporting a pair of horns, slowly approaching. The voice called out, Humanity's Zhang Nian, prepare to die. This roar reverberated through the mountains and forests. Countless humans fled. Almost immediately, Zhang Nian recognized the towering demon before him, wielding dual axes. One of the top 10 demon saints, Tai. The iron chains of the axe handles clanked against the ground, echoing like heavy hammers, striking Zhang Nian's heart. A few drops of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Zhang Nian's throat moved as he stood frozen in place. A massive wave of demonic energy surged from all directions, rushing toward him. Beside him, Yu Chao and Sui Ren exchanged glances and positioned themselves in front of Zhang Nian. Yu Chao cupped a treasure that glimmered like a bird's nest in his hands, while Sui Ren conjured a torch with a wave of his hand. Bold demon clan, how dare you act ferociously before the saint? Do you not fear the saint's wrath? Tai grinned, dark brown demonic energy spewing from his gaping maw. The Dao ancestor once said saints should not intervene in the struggles of the primordial beings. He raised both axes, pointing them at the three. Which do you say is greater, the saint or the Dao ancestor? Yu Chao and Sui Ren were momentarily speechless, unsure how to retort. Naturally, in their understanding, the Dao ancestor was greater, but they were reluctant to watch their humankind suffer. Before the two could react, Tai swung his axes horizontally, tearing through the void, and coldly snorted, Today this demon shall only slay Zhang Nian. Those who do not wish to die should roll far away. The demonic energy rampaged, and the pressure unleashed by the peak of the great Luo golden immortal rendered the three breathless. Zhang Nian, we will hold him off for a moment. You must escape. Sui Ren shouted, brandishing the torch and preparing to charge forward, but suddenly froze in his tracks. A large hand appeared on his shoulder, belonging to none other than Zhang Nian. Zhang Nian, you. Before Sui Ren could finish his question, Zhang Nian shook his head, took a few steps forward, and looked directly at Xiaotai earlier. When you asked who is greater, the saint or the Dao ancestor, I must agree, the Dao ancestor is indeed the master of the saint, thus holds a higher position. Hearing this, Xiaotai was taken aback for a moment, a smirk appearing on his face, his gaze turning more playful, as he crossed his arms, seemingly amused, waiting for Zhang Nian's final words. In the 33 heavens, the demon court was filled with raucous laughter, incessantly mocking. Is this human genius all he has? What insights can a mere ant possess? Is he preparing to die? He's just a Tai golden immortal, a being we can crush with ease. In the Nuwa palace, the Saint Nuwa was also paying attention to the situation in the forest. Seeing Zhang Nian's calm expression, she couldn't help but furrow her brow, murmuring softly, facing death, how can he remain so composed? In the Zixiao palace, Hongjun squinted slightly, as if sensing something. Then he shook his head gently and closed his eyes again. In the forest, Zhang Nian noticed that Xiaotai was not in a hurry to kill him. His lips almost couldn't hold back a smile. Gathering all his strength, he shouted, his voice echoing for miles. The Dao ancestor once said the demon clan governs the heavens, the witch clan controls the land. Since the dawn of humanity, we have walked on 2 feet. May I ask why the demon clan which governs the heavens would slaughter the human clan on the ground? Or is it that the demon clan has grown so powerful that they no longer regard the Dao ancestor or the witch clan? Xiaotai's eyes widened in shock, sensing the peril, as he snorted, angrily presumptuous. Today I will definitely kill you. As he spoke, Xiaotai exerted tremendous force with his arms, swinging the 2 giant axes that traced a tragic arc in the air, heading straight for Zhang Nian's head. Zhang Nian, be careful! Sui Ren and Yu Chao exclaimed in alarm. They quickly activated their powers, summoning their treasures, forming 2 beams of golden light to shield Zhang Nian in between. But Xiaotai laughed heartily. He put forth all his strength into this strike. Not to mention 2 Tai golden immortal peaks, even a great Luo golden immortal would not dare to take it heeding. He seemed to have already envisioned that sharp-toothed human being sliced into 3 pieces by him. The next moment he bellowed, what thing dares to act ferociously and kill in the territory governed by my witch clan? Zhang Nian instantly felt at ease, knowing that reinforcements had arrived. He saw 2 fissures appear in the void, perfectly capturing the 2 giant axes. In the blink of an eye, the axes landed at Xiaotai's feet. Jiang. Xiaotai's eyes turned crimson, his muscles bulging, and the already restless bull nose now exuded steam, continuously releasing heat. With a soft thud, a figure lightly landed before Zhang Nian. Good heavens! Zhang Nian looked up at the stocky man, nearly 4 to 5 meters tall, secretly astonished. The witch clan was indeed imposing, and their appearance was certainly hard to look at. Why do you demons not stay in the heavens, but come to my witch clan's territory to act ferociously and kill? Jiang's tone grew colder. The swirling smoke and restless wind seemed to come to a halt at this moment. Only his icy gaze pierced through the void, directly confronting Xiaotai. Or is it that the demon clan is ready to accept death? Jiang's tone was light, but it carried an indescribable pressure and killing intent. Even Zhang Nian, standing behind him, couldn't help but shrink his neck, feeling cold sweat trickle down his back. You. As Xiaotai was about to retort, his throat bobbed, and the words he was about to say vanished. Those in the know understood their own affairs. He vividly remembered the 12 celestial gods, great array of the witch clan. The shadow of the father god obscuring the sky rendered one unable to muster any thought of resistance with just a glance. The demon emperor's plan had been laid for a long time and must not be disrupted by this matter. With this thought, Xiaotai raised his hand to pick up the dual axes from the ground, his eyes bulging wide as he fiercely glared at Zhang Nian behind Jiang, before transforming into a wisp of black smoke and vanishing into the horizon. Huff! Watching the demon saint Xiaotai leave, the 3 let out a collective sigh of relief. But the next moment, an even more terrifying pressure surged forth. Zhang Nian displayed a smile that was more painful than crying as he looked at Jiang. Yet he found the latter staring at him with a half-smirk. Just a glance made Zhang Nian feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. This feeling was reminiscent of the time he had just descended into the primordial world when the heavenly path had locked onto him. Thank you, Jiang Ancestor Witch, for your rescue. Zhang Nian didn't want to stutter, but the pressure was too heavy and too swift. You are quite interesting. Jiang's gaze roamed over Zhang Nian, then he spoke. This statue method my witch clan has employed. This voice was flat, not sounding like an inquiry, but rather a declaration of a fact. No problem. Zhang Nian hurriedly cupped his hands. Little did he know the curiosity in Jiang's eyes intensified, mimicking Zhang Nian's gesture, mumbling, no problem. Interesting, very interesting. You humans are indeed different from others. Your way of speaking is also intriguing. As his voice fell, the pressure on the 3 completely dissipated. Zhang Nian, however, felt a sense of vigilance. It seemed he had just spoken some words not belonging to this world. Before Zhang Nian could explain, Di Jiang's voice came again. My little sister has been acting strangely lately, always saying we don't understand her. As he spoke, Di Jiang's gaze swept over to Zhang Nian. Perhaps you, a human, can solve her doubts. This is not good. Feeling Di Jiang's burning gaze, Zhang Nian knew exactly who the little sister he referred to was. He also understood what the so-called strange behavior implied. But he had no intention of getting involved in this matter. However, Di Jun would not consult Zhang Nian. He simply raised his hand, and in the next second Zhang Nian felt as if he were imprisoned. In the blink of an eye, he was brought to Di Jun's side. Just as Zhang Nian thought he was doomed, the sky suddenly underwent a dramatic change. The clouds stirred uncontrollably. Di Jiang too looked on guard, lifting his gaze to stare intently at the cloud layer. On the distant Kunlun mountain at the Ta Qing Palace, Laozi sat cross-legged on a mat, a faint smile gracing his lips as his wrinkled right hand lifted slightly, pointing into the void. In the next moment, the dualities of black and white energy surged through the air, heading straight towards the Buzhou mountain. In the human clan's territory, the black and white energies roiled restlessly. After a while, they coalesced into a vast taiji diagram. Looking out, it seemed to engulf the entirety of the human clan's territory. With a thunderous boom, a scroll gracefully descended from the clouds, landing directly in the hands of Swearin. The voice of the sage Laozi echoed throughout heaven and earth. Since the human clan has taken me as their master, I shall lay down the taiji diagram to stabilize the human clan's territory and bestow the golden cord Dao for their cultivation. Zhang Nian was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that the sage Laozi had intervened. His gaze towards Di Jiang became more composed. The ancestral shaman was indeed powerful, but still not enough compared to a sage, especially the mysterious sage Laozi among the three pure ones. Since the latter had acted, he would certainly not allow Di Jiang to act recklessly before the sage's statue. In his imagination, Di Jiang backing down and abandoning his own plans did not materialize. Just as Zhang Nian was about to remind him, a thunderous voice echoed in his ears. Sage Laozi, I am Di Jiang. Can this little brother of the human clan borrow me for a moment? Recently my little sister has been saying some strange things. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nian disdainfully curled his lips. Among the sages, Sage Laozi was the most sly. It was evident that the entire human teaching, having endured countless years, relied solely on Laozi's cunning ways. From beginning to end, the human teaching had only two disciples, including Qing Niu. Thus, whether during the Fengshan calamity or the journey to the West calamity, the human teaching remained steadfast. Now, if they were to get involved with the Wu clan, wouldn't it mean entangling with the calamity of the Wu and Yao? Laozi would absolutely not agree. Zhang Nian pursed his lips, confidently shaking his head, until a sound came from the horizon. Granted. You see, I knew the sage would never. What the heck? Zhang Nian's neck suddenly stiffened, reaching up to scratch his ear, looking towards Swearin with a pleading expression. As if to say, brother, tell me this isn't real. However, Swearin silently nodded, even putting away his magical artifact. After all, today the human clan indeed presented the sentiments of the Wu clan. Moreover, the sage had already agreed to Di Jiang's request to take Zhang Nian away. Something feels off. This feels very wrong. Whoosh! Zhang Nian felt as if the world suddenly went dark, and upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in an ancient hall. The entire hall was enveloped in a blood-red aura, especially the blood pool at its center, which made Zhang Nian feel extremely uncomfortable with just a glance. Big brother, what is this? A strong man covered in blue patterns approached, his gaze fixed on Zhang Nian, full of confusion. Gong Gong, remove your hand. This is a guest I've invited from the human clan. Let me tell you, this little human is not like those simple-minded beings of the human race. Zhang Nian couldn't help but chuckle, given the Wu clan's mindset. How could they speak of others as simple-minded? By the way, Di Jiang clapped his hands excitedly. That statue of the sage from the human clan was arranged by this guy. I think, as the true descendants of Pangu, our Wu clan should erect a statue of our father god on Buzhou mountain for all clans to pay homage. This is a great idea. Big brother, you are still sharp-witted, unlike that silly brute, Zhu Rong, who only knows how to burn himself and is never bothered by the heat. Hearing Gong Gong's complaints, Di Jiang rolled his eyes, waved his hand, and impatiently urged, go discuss this matter with the other brothers and sisters. I will take this person to the sister of Hudu. All right. Gong Gong was about to leave, but upon hearing it concerned the sister of Hudu, he couldn't help but turn back for another glance, muttering softly, this little human looks rather simple-minded. I fear he might struggle to resolve the issues with Sister Hudu. He shook his head, sighed, and said seriously, indeed, in terms of wisdom, my big brother and I are worlds apart. After saying this, Gong Gong seemed to think of something, nodding with a serious expression. Without me, Gong Gong, the Wu clan would really struggle. Meanwhile, in another part of the hall, Zhang Nian followed Di Jiang into a secluded stone chamber. The room was very simple with nothing but a stone bed. On the stone bed, the ancestral shaman, Hutu, sat upright, her red lips moving as if she were talking to herself. Her brows occasionally knitted together, and her delicate face was filled with worry. Zhang Nian, take a look. Ever since the last time she finished her closed-door training, Hutu said her understanding of the laws has improved, and she has been like this ever since. Saying this, Di Jiang nudged Zhang Nian forward, indicating him to come closer. This? Zhang Nian internally groaned. He knew about Hutu's reincarnation, but he didn't dare to speak up. The most terrifying thing in the Hongjun world was not the sages, but the law of cause and effect. Once involved, it was exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself. With the impending battle between the Wu and Yao clans, Hutu's reincarnation was a done deal. If he meddled, wouldn't he just be asking for trouble? But looking at Di Jiang's expression, if he could not solve the problem, he might very well become the one who gets resolved. For a moment, Zhang Nian felt overwhelmed. It's all the fault of Sage Laozi. If he hadn't agreed, wouldn't everything be fine? Didn't he realize what Di Jiang was up to? Isn't he clearly setting himself up for a fall? Amidst his chaotic thoughts, Zhang Nian couldn't help but denounce Laozi. Yet as he lamented, his eyes suddenly froze. Yes, how could Sage Laozi not know? But he agreed. That's right. Zhang Nian's mind drifted back to when he had just arrived in the Hongjun world. Reflecting on everything, it all felt off. First, Sage Laozi reminded him of the impending calamity between the Wu and Yao clans that would befall the human race. This led to Zhang Nian crafting the sage's statue to seek protection. Subsequently, while the sage Niuhua had yet to respond, Laozi bestowed the Taiji diagram to protect the human race and also gave the golden cord Dao for their cultivation. However, in Zhang Nian's memory, human cultivation did not begin until after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This meant that everything had already changed. Moreover, it was under the influence of Sage Laozi. Thinking of this, a bitter smile crept onto Zhang Nian's lips, realizing he seemed to have been plotted against. However, whether it was a scheme or a manipulation, at present the most important thing for Zhang Nian was to survive. Suddenly he understood. From the moment he set foot on this land, it was destined to be intolerable by the heavenly Dao. Every step he wanted to take to survive would have to go against the heavens. Since he was already defying the heavens, there was no need to avoid any cause and effect. Even if Zhang Nian wished to hide, the heavenly Dao, or rather Hongjun, would find ways to trap him in a dead end. Resolute, Zhang Nian no longer hesitated and stepped towards Hutu. A voice came through. They are crying. Like rootless duckweed with nowhere to belong. What can I do? Is there truly no place in this world for them? The voice was intermittent. Zhang Nian heard it clearly, understanding that the they Hutu spoke of were the souls of beings that had perished in the Hongjun world since the beginning of the Longhan calamity. Having made the decision, he might as well create an uproar. Hongjun, I will never let you find a handle on me. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Nian leaned down, sitting on the edge of the stone bed, his gaze fixed on the dome of the stone house, as if reminiscing about something. When I was young, I often loved the spiritual flowers by the ancient tree near Lin. In warm weather they bloom especially beautifully, but when it gets cold they wither. However, when the next year warms up, that spot by the ancient tree will still bloom with spiritual flowers. I know it is not the original flower, yet it seems unchanged. My mother said it is the earth that gives them the power to bloom again. As Zhang Nian spoke methodically, the voice of Hutu gradually diminished, and the confusion in her beautiful eyes cleared slowly, revealing a glimmer of light. Yet those red lips still murmured, is it the earth that gives them the power to bloom again? Watching the light in Hutu's eyes brighten, Zhang Nian slowly retreated to the door of the room. What you just said is incorrect. Hearing the voice, Zhang Nian froze for a second, then raised his head to meet the wise gaze of Emperor Jiang. Emperor Jiang pondered for a while, then spoke earnestly. It is not the earth that gives them the power to bloom again, but the power granted by the Father God. Zhang Nian felt embarrassed and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, you are right. Just as the words fell, a sound of breaking air entered his ears, and Zhang Nian looked up to find that Hutu had somehow appeared before him. You just said it is the earth that gives them power. Then why can it be so for spiritual flowers, but not for those souls? Zhang Nian's pupils constricted as he stared at Hutu before him. Their eyes met. Zhang Nian's heart raced. Despite being a Tai golden immortal under the protection of humanity, facing those eyes still gave him a sense of layered peril. Perhaps sensing Zhang Nian's unease, Hutu frowned slightly, her gaze filled with more confusion. Little sister, you just said something wrong. How can the earth grant power? This is all. Before Emperor Jiang could finish, Hutu directly shouted back, Elder brother, shut up. The voice shook the dome, and Zhang Nian instinctively shrank his neck. He was genuinely afraid that this 4 or 5 maternal sister might accidentally kill him. It must be remembered that the 12 ancestor witches are not only known for their exclusive laws, but also for their formidable physical strength. You, Hutu pointed at Zhang Nian, her gaze piercing, answer me. Zhang Nian's throat bobbed as he swallowed, quickly replying, I don't know either, but I think the reason why spiritual flowers can grow is due to many other factors in addition to the earth. Zhang Nian's explanation was quite implicit. He dared not say it outright. Although it was against the heavens if he directly told Hudu to set up a realm of the underworld, it would be best to establish the 10 Yama kings and the 6 paths of reincarnation. He feared that in the next moment he would be hung up for research by the 12 ancestor witches. Clearly Hutu understood. He could see the shifting glimmer in her beautiful eyes as she kept murmuring other factors. Time passed by second. Emperor Zhang Nian glancing over, clearly accustomed to Hutu's current state. But Zhang Nian knew that Hutu was on the verge of a great awakening. She could transform into the true Hutu at any moment. This was precisely what Zhang Nian was eager to see. Based on the recent situation, he had also participated in the awakening of the true Hutu. As long as Hutu achieved enlightenment, Zhang Nian would surely be recorded in the annals of her achievements. In the future, if those demon clans wanted to harm him, they would have to think twice about the consequences of this overwhelming merit backlash. I want merit. A lot of merit. Brother Zhang Nian, it seems that little sister won't be coming back to her senses today. Hearing this, Zhang Nian's face lit up with joy. Did Emperor Zhang mean to let him go back? Unexpectedly, in the next second, Emperor Zhang shifted his tone. I think what you just said was quite effective. Why don't you stay a bit longer at Buzhou Mountain? What? Zhang Nian's heart tightened. The situation for humanity was very dangerous. The demons' determination to eliminate him was evident from their actions. If he stayed at Buzhou Mountain, and one day humanity encountered trouble, the heavenly path would surely punish him. At that time it would truly be a case of losing more than gaining. Emperor. Boom. Just as Zhang Nian was about to speak, the space in the room suddenly trembled violently. A wave of energy rushed out from Hutu's direction like a mountain wave. Emperor Zhang's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the layer of law power, gradually solidifying outside Hutu. Go! With a wave of his hand, countless spatial cracks appeared around him. In the next second, Zhang Nian, along with the 11 ancestor witches of Buzhou Mountain, suddenly appeared high in the clouds. Elder brother, what is going on? What happened to little sister? The energy feels off, this extremely strong law power. Has little sister broken through again? Wasn't she just a bit insane the other day? Several voices erupted, overlapping in a cacophony that made Zhang Nian's eardrums ache. Emperor Zhang waved his hand to interrupt everyone, glancing at the small figure beneath the ancestor witches, explaining, previously when the demons caused chaos in the human realm, it was this little one who spoke for our witch clan. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Nian felt the kind gazes of more than a dozen ancestor witches upon him. You, this human, are not bad. Indeed. He is a good person. Thank you. Zhang Nian forced a smile, responding one by one. I noticed this little one is not like ordinary people. The way he speaks is as strange as little sister's, so I brought him back. Emperor Zhang detailed everything that had just happened. Elder brother, are you saying that this little one made little sister break through again in just a few words? Zhu Jiuyin's expression was solemn as he glanced at Zhang Nian, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Emperor Zhang nodded slightly, shaking his head at Zhu Jiuyin. Among the 12 ancestor witches, in terms of understanding the laws, Emperor Zhang and Zhu Jiuyin were the best. Naturally, they noticed Zhang Nian's unusualness. However, Zhang Nian possessed the merit of humanity, and Emperor Zhang sensed the aura of a sage in him. This was why Emperor Zhang had previously sought the sage's opinion. The ancestor witches were straightforward, but not foolish. Yet in the next moment, a clear voice spread from Buzhou Mountain to the vast wilderness. Today, ancestor witch Hutu, feeling the suffering of the true spirits of heaven and earth, is willing to use herself as a guide to open the 9 nether underworld, creating the 6 paths of reincarnation. All living beings after death shall enter the 6 paths using their merits and karmic forces to be reborn. As the voice fell, all beings in the wilderness were stunned and shocked. In the purple sky palace, Hongjun frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. On Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones in the Yushu Palace changed color upon hearing this. The Jade Pure and Supreme Pure immediately sat down to analyze, while only Laozi wore a slight smile, as if he had anticipated it. At the Western Spirit Mountain, Jian and Zhuanti displayed bitter expressions. To say that the 6 paths of reincarnation coincided with their Western teachings was true. Yet they had not anticipated that they would watch the overwhelming merit fall into the hands of ancestor witch Hutu. Truly, it was too late for regrets. At the same time, in the 33 Heavens Demon Court, the previously deflated atmosphere, due to the anger of Zidi, was swept away. The demons all clapped in delight. What did it mean for Hutu to use herself as a guide to create the 6 paths of reincarnation? Their witch clan's 12 heavenly gods and fiends formation was gone. Emperor Jun waved his hand. Once the Slaughter Witch sword is successfully refined, it will be the day the witch clan is destroyed. However, Zhang Nian was not having a good time. Cough, cough. Zhang Nian coughed twice, trying to mask his embarrassment. He didn't even dare to lift his head, knowing full well how terrifying the 11 ancestors looked, as if they were about to devour a person. Boom. Accompanied by a loud explosion, a surge of golden lotuses erupted from the center of Buzhou Mountain. Golden beams of light shot into the sky, as if they were free of charge, forcefully tearing open the heavens. Zhang Nian didn't dare to breathe, sensing something in the air. He looked down, and a thick golden beam of light was rapidly rushing toward him. The golden light enveloped his body, warm and comforting. It was even more refreshing than the 998 spa he visited in his past life. In that moment, Zhang Nian felt as if something was about to grow out from the top of his head. In the next second, under the collective witness of the 11 ancestors, a small flower, crystal clear and green, like beautiful jade, climbed atop Zhang Nian's head. Is this the human flower from the 3 flowers gathering at the crown? It should be. It seems this little fellow has already reached the realm of Deluo, true immortal. The ancestors spoke with a calm tone, as if it were nothing new. However, Zhang Nian was utterly shocked. Not because of the breakthrough in cultivation, but because another orange-yellow aura had appeared in his sea of consciousness. Just like the previous milky white one, it was full of vitality. At that moment, it swam around like a fish, tumbling up and down in the sea of consciousness. What on earth was this thing? After pondering for a long time, Zhang Nian couldn't find an answer and could only hope to ask Laozi or Hutu if given the chance. Big brother, could this human child be sent by the demon clan? Zhu Jiuyin cast a cold glance, his words sharp as blades. As of now, Hutu has transformed into reincarnation, which is a great merit, but the 12 Capitals divine array is also falling apart, without needing to be attacked. Big brother, could it be that the demon clan has joined forces with the human race to plot against us ancestors? As soon as the words fell, Zhang Nian's heart hung in suspense. The ancestors had simple minds, while only Zhu Jiuyin liked to scheme, yet what the latter said, from the conclusion, it had no flaws. Even Di Jiang remained silent. Zhang Nian couldn't stand firm any longer. If the ancestors turned hostile toward him, they wouldn't care whether he possessed merits. Hadn't Coiling Dragon once collapsed Buzhou Mountain in a fit of rage? He then bowed repeatedly to the ancestors and cried out mournfully, esteemed ancestors, the demon clan is slaughtering our human race's children, treating us like ants. I, Zhang Nian, swear today before the Tao of humanity that I will never ally with the demon clan. If I do, may the 5 thunders strike me down and my body perish. As soon as he uttered these words, the expressions of the 11 ancestors shifted. They believed Zhang Nian's words to be 7 or 8 parts true. The primordial chaos is not like the later generations. In this world, swearing an oath truly has consequences. As a member of the human race, Zhang Nian dared to swear before the Tao, which indirectly proved his pure intentions. Even if Zhu Jiuyin was about to speak, but was halted by a glance from Di Jiang. This is Hutu's blessing. As her brothers, we should celebrate. Among the 11 ancestors, Di Jiang was the most powerful. He understood better than the others what level Hutu had reached. But Zhu Jiuyin's words were like a thorn piercing the hearts of the other 10 ancestors. Without the 12 Capitals divine array, could their Wu clans still dominate over the demon clan? A chilling wind whipped through rustling garments and creating a whoosh sound. Zhang Nian was surrounded, unable to move or stay still. His eyes darted around, afraid that in the next moment one of the ancestors would not be able to hold back and throw a punch at him. Previously, Zhang Nian had also analyzed this. The Wu clan, especially the 12 ancestors, were supposed to be a privileged existence. With their robust physical bodies, they had a natural understanding of the laws. This was a privilege that countless beings in the primordial chaos had never experienced. Why could they not become saints? Could the path that Pangu took by breaking the laws with strength not be traversed? After analyzing everything, Zhang Nian came to his own understanding. It was not that the path was impassable, but rather that someone had blocked it. Under the heavenly Dao, no existence apart from the heavenly Dao, saint was permitted. What about the earth Dao? What about the human Dao? From subsequent events, the heavenly Dao had always suppressed the other 2 paths. But now it was different. In the midst of this, Zhang Nian slowly raised his hand and tentatively spoke, esteemed ancestors, Hutu has transformed into reincarnation, which is indeed a blessing for all beings in the primordial chaos. However, from ancient times to the present, how many true spirits have had their places? I fear Hutu ancestors' power alone is limited. As esteemed ancestors of Hutu, why not lend a helping hand? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Rong erupted with blazing flames, clapping his chest loudly, full of bravado. This sounds agreeable. We, the 12 ancestors, are branches of the same tree. If our sister Hutu is in trouble as her brothers, we should help. But what about Buzhou Mountain? Without us watching over it, how can we ensure the demon clan won't take the opportunity to create chaos? Gong Gong retorted with disdain, shifting aside and throwing out 2 water balls to cool himself down. After speaking, the ancestors, who had been somewhat moved, hesitated. Buzhou Mountain was transformed from the spine of their father god, and was also the place of their birth. Just as the ancestors were at a loss in a corner, nobody was paying attention to Zhang Nian's eyes rolled, evidently having thought of something to say. I believe that the father god, having transformed into the primordial chaos, naturally hopes that countless beings can live better. As the genuine descendants of the father god, the 12 ancestors must also possess the same benevolent heart as him. If it is for the countless true spirits of the primordial chaos, even if we lose Buzhou Mountain, I believe the father god would understand and would be proud of his children. Phew. Zhang Nian's words were like a divine revelation, igniting the passion of the ancestors. Their disputes with the demon clan were about nothing more than being the true descendants of the father god. Now Zhang Nian's words struck at the hearts of the ancestors. Figures such as Zhu Manggong and Zhu Rong could no longer contain their excitement and looked to their big brother Dijiang. Only Zhu Jiuyin, with his gaze lowered, had an aura of mystery swirling around him, the profound power of the laws stirring the surroundings continuously. After a while he looked confusedly at Dijiang and shook his head. Dijiang's expression tightened. Zhu Jiuyin was naturally attuned to the laws of time. He could predict good and bad fortune, and when Huda's laws advanced, he sensed a crisis for the Wu clan. Now shaking his head truly gave Dijiang a headache. Not knowing whether it was good or bad, it was all chaos. Zhang Nian knew that the moment for the 11 ancestors to enter the underworld was just a step away. Just as he was about to speak, he felt an aura locking onto him from the heavens and earth, as if a dagger was pressed. The threat was unmistakable. In the next moment, the ancestor Wu Hutu, transforming herself into the 6 paths, is indeed a blessing for the primordial chaos, a blessing for the great Tao, a blessing for the heavenly Tao. As the words fell upon the heavenly Tao, the articulation was especially clear. Soon an old man in a gray robe appeared silently in the void. Upon seeing this, the 11 ancestors all bowed respectfully. Greetings, Tao ancestor. This was Hongjun. Zhang Nian had envisioned countless times what it would be like to meet him. However, he never expected it would come so quickly and so unexpectedly. Feeling that almost imperceptible gaze, Zhang Nian wisely closed his mouth. No worries, no worries. Hongjun's old face was filled with smiles as he waved his hand, and then became serious. The Wu clan truly deserves to be the true descendants of Pangu. The ancestors earlier guarded the primordial chaos for the father god Pangu. Now, with the ancestor Hutu transforming into the 6 paths, providing comfort to the true spirits of the primordial chaos, my heart is greatly comforted. Oh no, this is going to ruin my chances. Moreover, the method is the same as mine, flattering and killing. Indeed, we stand as guardians of the Honghuang at father god's behest. Exactly, we must not leave Buzhou Mountain. Alas, our little sister Hutu must bear this grievance. With just a single glance, the ancestor was changed their minds. Zhang Nian hung his head in silence. He trusted that Hongjun would not act rashly before so many eyes. Yet through this incident, Zhang Nian grasped how deeply Hongjun dominated the Honghuang. To foment open conflict was virtually impossible. Today my little sister attains the Tao. Oh, I thank Daozu for coming to offer congratulations. Dijiang bowed respectfully to Hongjun, pressing his lips together, hesitating a moment before sighing. Before Dijiang could finish, the earth trembled. A pale yellow current of the laws coiled upward, gathering before the ancestor was, until it took the shape of a faint apparition. Big brother. The voice was ethereal, devoid of emotion. Yet when Hutu appeared and looked upon the ancestor, was Zhang Nian noticed a fleeting trace of reluctance in her beautiful eyes. Little sister, Hutu. At the sight of her, the ancestor was surged forward, grinning broadly. My brothers, from now on there is no longer an ancestor Hutu. As she spoke, an orange-yellow current of law flickered across Hutu's eyes. Her expression turned abruptly cold, and her voice, even there is only the earthly Hutu. Little sister, you. Zhurong, quick to fury, opened his mouth to scold, but Dijiang raised a hand to stop him. Enough. We, the ancestor, was pay homage to the earthly Hutu. Dijiang led the salute. Trained in the laws of space, he keenly perceived a change in Hutu's being. One cannot peer through everything, but the essence of a sentient being does not shift with cultivation. Yet now Hutu seemed utterly transformed. Big brother, you. Seeing Dijiang bow, the ancestor wore looks of confusion and more strongly indignation. In their understanding, the 12 ancestor shared one root. And yet Hutu, upon enlightening, had first severed the bond with the Wu clan with her own hands. How could they not be enraged? Unseen by the others, Zhang Nian felt a rising puzzlement. A moment ago, Hutu had not seemed bereft of feeling. A heartbeat later, she was like a different person, until Zhang Nian inadvertently caught the faint, ambiguous smile at Hongjun's lips. In an instant, everything fell into place. Hutu had only just attained the Tao. Her foundation was unstable. Hongjun must have used a hidden hand. The present Hutu was indeed the earthly Hutu, but the ancestor Hutu was not truly gone. Perhaps she was being suppressed. But simple-minded ancestor was like Zhurong and Gonggong would not suspect such subtlety. They would only see that Hutu, having attained the Tao, had forsaken the kinship of countless years. Pride would ensure the ancestor would never bow and seek Hutu's shelter in the Geo Nether realm. No wonder in the Second Wu Demon War the Wu clan would not retreat to the underworld, but fought the demons to the death. It became clear that from that moment Hongjun had cut off the Wu clan's retreat, and it was a brazen open scheme. Hutu's words are not empty. Compared with the ancestral Hutu, the myriad beings of the Honghuang need the earthly Hutu more. Hongjun's calm pronouncement settled the matter. He then shifted his tone with this settled, I hope the ancestor will remember the spirit of Father God and continue to guard the Honghuang. As his words fell, Hongjun's figure wavered and dissolved. Before vanishing, he cast a long piercing glance at Zhang Nian that made Zhang Nian's scalp prickle. When Hongjun departed, Hutu's light likewise faded into the earth, the orange-yellow glow sinking away. From now on, our Wu tribe has no ancestor Hutu. Zhurong's muscles tensed, the flame atop his head leapt upward, and small jets of fire hissed from his nostrils. Gonggong's face grew cold, though unexpectedly, he did not contradict Zhurong. Nearby Rushu Gomong, Tianhao Xianming, all fell silent, their expressions grim. Zhu Jiuyin twisted the corner of his mouth into a wry smile, opened his mouth, and then closed it, finally sighing. Di Jiang spoke little, his deep eyes betrayed little light, as he beckoned Zhang Nian with an empty hand. The silvery law of space wrapped around Zhang Nian in an instant. Darkness fell before his eyes. The next second there was a heavy thud. Zhang Nian's feet struck the ground, and he looked up to see two clay statues. Already back. Behind him came hurried footsteps. As he turned, he glimpsed a blurring figure. Firelight revealed Swearenshire drenched in sweat. Brother Zhang Nian, there's trouble. The demon emperor Dijun stands before the sage statue and demands you come out. Dijun. Understanding flashed in Zhang Nian's mind, yet he remained untroubled. With the Taiji diagram suppressing the human settlement, even Dijun would not act recklessly. Zhang Nian waved a hand and informed the nearby people, do not step beyond the sanctuary of the sage statue. With the sage's Taiji diagram, here those demons will not dare behave wantonly. Swearenshire's face faltered, the sentence died on his lips, as his eyes nervously darted over the ground. Sensing something amiss, Zhang Nian frowned, and asked what is it. Swearenshire slapped his thigh in sudden regret. Brother Zhang Nian, you do not know. Since the sage bestowed the Taiji diagram to protect the humans. Overnight within the human settlement, every demon beast had vanished. Swearenshire fidgeted like a chastened child, his hands trembling beneath him as he stammered, you told us not to let our people leave the statue, but the adults can endure hunger. The children cannot go without food. So, his chest thudded fiercely and cold sweat beaded. Zhang Nian felt his limbs grow numb. For some reason, the faint, ambiguous smile Hongjun had worn at Buzhou Mountain surged into Zhang Nian's mind. Another open plot, he realized. Zhang Nian drew a long breath, his fists clenching. Quiet and low, he said, let us go. Right. Two figures flashed and were gone. Led by Swearenshire, they soon reached the edge of the human settlement. Chief Swearen, Chief Zhang Nian. Behind the sage statue, dozens of humans cried out at their approach. Zhang Nian looked toward the sound. In the firelight, the elders huddled, their bodies bent, and their faces drained of blood. The women clutched their children, close eyes rimmed red. The children cowered, regarding Zhang Nian with desperate. Zhang Nian stared at those ashen faces, a reproach lodged in his throat, and would not form. In the end, they were merely pitiful folk trying to survive. Beyond them lay the true hand behind this. Zhang Nian's gaze drifted to the distant plain where a dozen figures lay prostrate. A warm wind came carrying the scent of scorched vegetation. The air held the faint singed smell of grass and would burn to ash. Zhang Nian's forward step faltered as his mind raced through possibilities. Who now could come to their aid? The Wu tribe had just suffered upheaval and would likely not intervene. Nua, he chuckled bitterly to himself. Perhaps the sage who bestowed the Taiji diagram was the most likely ally. But Hongjun would not stand idly by. It truly felt as if every path had been exhausted. Zhang Nian longed selfishly to turn away. There were so many things he had yet to accomplish. Unseen, Zhang Nian felt the celestial blade of heaven's Tao already pressed against his throat. If he stood idly by while these humans perished before his eyes, Hongjun would surely seize upon it as grounds for condemnation. Yet if he intervened, stepping beyond the reach of the Taiji diagram, his cultivation at the great Luo true immortal realm would stand no chance against Emperor Jun. 10 deaths awaited him with not a single path to survival. This misfortune stems entirely from the negligence of my Swearen clan. I shall personally escort every clansman home. A voice rang out suddenly. Zhang Nian turned his head. Swearen held his head high, gaze unflinching and resolute, his voice ringing with unwavering strength, utterly devoid of fear. With those words, he strode forward without hesitation. As if guided by some unseen force, Zhang Nian reached out and seized his arm. Feeling the resistance in his arm, Suiren whirled around abruptly, lips curling into a broad, unburdened smile. Brother Zhang Nian, fear not. If the Emperor unleashes his blade, he must first step across my corpse. Hear me now, all of you. Should I fall to the Ye clan's hands, Brother Zhang Nian shall become the leader of humanity. His voice pierced through the forest, riding the wind, as though destined to reach every human ear. Having spoken, Suiren gently patted Zhang Nian's hand, still gripping his arm, his eyes gleaming with quiet brilliance. Brother Zhang Nian, your mind is sharp. Unlike mine, which has done nothing for humanity, save kindling its first flame. I bear guilt toward our people. He tilted his face upward, gazing at the Taiji diagram suspended in the heavens, his expression suffused with yearning, a legacy of embers passed from hand to hand. Eternal renewal. What a vision that would be. Zhang Nian's grip on Suiren's arm trembled violently. Deep within his heart, something tender and fragile was fiercely stirred by nothing more than the simple truth that my life holds greater meaning for humanity. Suiren's act had utterly shattered Zhang Nian's understanding across 2 lifetimes. Suddenly Zhang Nian felt his regret dissolve. A newfound resolve settled in his chest. Elder brother Suiren, if Emperor Jun demands my presence by name, then I shall meet him face to face. Do not follow. I cannot afford to lose even one more of our people. His voice rang with ironclad conviction. Before Suiren could utter a word, Zhang Nian surged forward, channeling his spiritual energy to soar skyward. Within moments, upon the vast plain, Emperor Jun sat cross-legged in meditation, brows lowered, eyes flicking toward a dark speck rapidly approaching, his lips twisting into a cruel, predatory grin. In the next instant, a voice thundered forth, resonant and commanding. Zhang Nian of humanity, paying homage to the Emperor of the Yao. Leader Zhang Nian, return at once. Indeed, Leader Zhang Nian, it was our own carelessness. Young men sprawled on the ground shouted in ragged chorus, voices rising and falling like waves. Zhang Nian pressed his lips together, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. Complex, heavy, sorrowful. Silence. A cold snort escaped him, followed by a scorching wave that erupted outward, reducing all grass and trees in its path to ash. Yet, remarkably, the blast spared Zhang Nian and the humans behind him. Was this the display of dominance? Zhang Nian furrowed his brow and bowed deeply toward Emperor Jun. Your Majesty, since I have come, these people. Emperor Jun offered no reply, merely waved a dismissive hand. Zhang Nian exhaled in profound relief and turned sharply to urge the others, return, now. Leader Zhang Nian, go now. Before the young man could speak again, Zhang Nian roared. His eyes never left Emperor Jun. Even as the youth opened his mouth, the Emperor's expression darkened with unmistakable impatience. And this, even beneath the watchful gaze of the sage's effigy. Zhang Nian harbored not the slightest doubt about the Emperor's intent to kill. After a dozen breaths, the field stood empty. Only Zhang Nian remained standing, motionless, fists clenched, chest heaving with suppressed fury. You are afraid. Emperor Jun toyed idly with a flicker of flame between his fingers, his gaze upon Zhang Nian now laced with mockery. Softly he added, if I wished you dead, I would not need to come myself. His tone was light, laced with disdain, yet it steadied Zhang Nian's heart. Yet almost instantly doubt flickered anew. If not to kill him, why had Emperor Jun deliberately threatened humanity to force his appearance? Merely to see him. Before Zhang Nian could dwell further, Emperor Jun lowered his eyes, contempt shimmering in his voice. Shall we strike a bargain? A bargain? Zhang Nian racked his mind in vain. What possible bargain could exist between himself, a mere human, and Emperor Jun, sovereign of the Yao and the primordial world of Hongjun? Moreover, only recently had he sworn before 11 ancestral earth gods, upon the human Dao itself, that he would never ally with the Yao. Zhang Nian had no wish to be struck down by heavenly lightning, his cultivation shattered, his soul extinguished. Still, such phrasing seemed uncharacteristic of Emperor Jun. After a brief, tense calculation, just before the Emperor's patience snapped, Zhang Nian hurriedly replied, Your Majesty honors me far beyond my station. I am but a humble human who unworthy of bargaining with you. Emperor Jun paused, then gave a slow, deliberate nod, as if genuinely affirming Zhang Nian's words. Zhang Nian could only stare speechless. Indeed, you are unworthy. But no matter. With a casual flick of his wrist, Emperor Jun continued, this concerns the Yao. So propriety must yield. Humans require sustenance. The Yao require human flesh, blood, and spiritual essence. One Yao beast for one human. You suffer no loss. His voice remained flat, emotionless, as though reciting an axiom both trivial and inevitable. Across the cracked, scorched earth, heat still shimmered faintly. Zhang Nian's fists clenched until his knuckles blanched white, thick tendons stood out starkly along his neck. Why? Moi. A murmur escaped him. Emperor Jun's brow furrowed instantly. He shook his head, disdainful, unwilling even to raise a hand, and spoke with revulsion. Very well, 2 Yao beasts for 1 human. That should suffice for your accounting to all humanity. The words fell silent. Zhang Nian slowly lifted his head, eyes wide, veins webbing crimson across their whites, while in his heart flashed faces lean yet alight with hope. He could accept humanity's survival in abject humility. He could endure the gaze of all celestial beings, cold and different regarding humans as mere insects. So long as it did not violate his most fundamental will, to live, he would even stoop to flattery, bowing low, groveling without shame, not even sparing himself. But he could never allow these arrogant primordials to treat human lives as commodities, bought, sold, trampled without thought. They asked for so little. They did not even dare dream of full bellies or warm clothes. They simply wished to live. What a greedy Emperor Jun sneered, flipping his palm upward. Crimson flames burst forth, their edges searing the very fabric of space into oblivion. His voice rang clear and unyielding, charged with the resolve of one prepared to meet death. His voice rang clear and unyielding, charged with the resolve of one prepared to meet death. Dare you? Huh? Emperor Jun glanced at Zhang Nian, confusion flickering across his face, before fury swiftly eclipsed it. His countenance hardened, and the flame in his palm roared skyward, bathing the night in blinding, incandescent light. I shall grant you. But before he could finish, Zhang Nian cut in unhesitating, I reject it. Truly, you fear no deaths. Emperor Jun's face contorted in rage, his voice a guttural roar. Yet Zhang Nian met his glare without flinching, neck rigid, eyes burning, each word carved like stone. I fear it, but I do not yield. And what of you, Emperor? Have you truly considered the consequences of slaying me? What do you mean? Di Jun wore a grave expression, his gaze cold, as if Zhang Nian were already a lifeless thing. The cycle of cause and effect is unbroken, a retribution is inexorable. Zhang Nian bared a sardonic smile and spoke boldly, karma binds me. Even if I forge the 2 Wu sword without your Yao Qin, Di Jun, can you stand against the 11 ancestral Zhu? Di Jun's pupils narrowed subtly. Then he feigned indifference and shook his head with a light chuckle. Baze was not wrong. Your human race is indeed intriguing. But you forget Saint Nuwa herself sprang from my Yao race. He snorted. Zhang Nian scoffed, shaking his head and casting a disdainful glance at Di Jun. Saint Nuwa's creation of humankind is a deed beyond reproach, yet she cannot stand for the entire human path. Zhang Nian shifted his tone into mockery. The Yao Emperor's cultivation towers above mine. His Dao techniques are profound. Look more closely if you doubt it. Zhang Nian slowly spread his hands as if offering himself to be plucked. Di Jun frowned, a fierce flame kindled in his eyes, and a single glance made his breathing grow heavier. He perceived boundless merit upon Zhang Nian. Yet that was not the crux. The merit concealed 2 gossamer strands of fortune. 1 streak, white, 1 streak, yellow, human path fortune and earth path fortune. Merits and karmic debt can be borne with cultivation, but the backlash of fortune. Even Di Jun, standing at the pinnacle of a quasi-saint, felt a prickle of dread. The human path might be untangled. Saint Nuwa perhaps could help, but the earth path. In Di Jun's eyes, Zhang Nian had become a conspicuous, nauseating lump of filth, untouchable, yet not to be discarded. I shall see how long you wretched ants can hold out. Leaving a bitter bar behind, Di Jun's figure flared into a scarlet streak and vanished into the heavens. Staring at the crimson trail, Zhang Nian froze for a few seconds. Did Di Jun spare me out of fear of karmic entanglement? He exhaled a long, slow breath and slumped to the ground, not even noticing the sting where his seat had been. Zhang Nian, brother, Zhang Nian. Sui Renqi's voice came from behind, growing louder. A gust cut through, and Zhang Nian felt his shoulder gripped with fierce force. The world spun wildly. Thunderous sounds exploded in his ears. Wonderful. I knew you'd be all right. What did Yao Emperor Di Jun want with you? No matter. I will see the saint and lay bare the Yao race's crimes. Stop. Zhang Nian hurriedly steadied the eager Sui Renshi and explained. The Yao seek to seize our human souls and flesh to forge their treasures. The earlier disappearance of demonic beasts in our lands was the Yao's scheme. The immediate priority now is survival. Zhang Nian rattled off his words, but Sui Renshi bristled with outrage, springing to his feet and bellowing into the sky. Bah! Such innate beings bring shame to the Father God. No, this must be reported to Saint Nuwa. Let the saint decide. I refuse to believe the saint will ignore our human race. Zhang Nian rubbed his brow. Had Nuwa truly wished to intervene, she would have stopped the Yao when they began forging the 2 Wu sword. One can only say that the created are never as cherished as those born in kinship. Had Fuxi not fallen, the Yao could have preyed on Nuwa forever. As for these self-styled saints, Zhang Nian still could not fathom such logic. Brother Sui, the most pressing matter is solving our food shortage. There are no birds, fish, or insects left within human settlements. If this continues, even without Yao hunts, we will starve. In truth, Zhang Nian already had a plan. Agriculture and animal husbandry. Livestock would not be an immediate hope, but planting had precedence. Shinnong taught the 5 grains, teaching humans to cultivate and lifting them from a life of mere subsistence. The same could be done now. But distant water does not quench near thirst. What Zhang Nian needed most were supplies he could use at once. Sigh. Meet force with force, cover with earth. If all else fails, go try the sea. As Zhang Nian mused where to procure food, a frantic call suddenly rang in his mind. This is the official command center. Zhang Nian, if received, please respond. The 123655th call, no response. The voice persisted. At first Zhang Nian thought it a hallucination, but the relentless signal exploding in his mind forced him to face the reality. The world beyond the copy seemed to have made contact. After escaping the heavenly Dao's pursuit, Zhang Nian had kept watch over the internal communication system. It had never answered, until now. Suddenly an idea struck, his eyes brightened as he focused his speech. This is the OFFI, I am Zhang Nian. When he spoke, the line fell silent for a beat. 1 second. 2 seconds. Moments later, an excited cry burst forth. Zhang. Comrade Zhang Nian, we've finally reached you. The voice was noisy, punctuated by frantic shouts and cheers from behind. Can you report your encounters within the Hongjun copy world? Zhang Nian paused. He understood the authorities sought to replicate the miracle of his survival. But Zhang Nian did not welcome interference. Nor could he predict the consequences of overexploiting the human path, so he concealed the truth of his merits. He stressed the despair of being erased by an unseen force, and contrived a tale of inexplicable good fortune that had kept him alive. Is your current environment safe? Can you establish a teleport coordinate? Establishing such a coordinate is a right granted to explorers. The Hongjun copy had always killed its arrivals, hence random teleportation was the only approach. Now that Zhang Nian stood as a first case, the authorities would not squander the opportunity. Even a sliver of increased survivability would benefit future pioneers. Zhang Nian also needed the authorities to relay food to the agreed coordinate. Whether they would send people in afterwards, he left to others' destinies. He answered decisively, you may establish a spatial coordinate, but I cannot guarantee safety. Also, I do not know when you will next reach me. I will need a substantial supply of food. Outside the copy, the communications room brimmed with instruments and clustered figures. Upon hearing Zhang Nian's words, a contact instinctively glanced toward the commander, listening with headphones. The commander gave a slight nod, removed his headset, his wrinkled face heavy with concern. Commander, shall we teleport a squad of soldiers to accompany him? The elder was silent for a long moment before replying slowly, no. The data do not lie. After more than 10,000 teleports, only this lone seed has emerged. We must protect him, another voice said. Prepare food immediately. Once the spatial coordinate is set, send it at once. And seal the information. Classify it top secret. Understood. As the elder issued his orders, a slip of paper slid silently from a folder across the communications room. Zhang family. Bang. Glass shards fell to the ground, reflecting Shun Rushwang's grim face. That wild child is still alive. The sharp, scolding voice nearly overturned the beams of the house. The words on the mobile screen on the mahogany table were clear. The authorities have contacted the 15th pioneer Zhang Nian and confirmed his survival. Currently, the authorities are arranging food supplies, preparing to transport them into the space. Creak. The door was suddenly pushed open. A figure rushed in quickly, voice urgent. Mom, we must not let that wild child come out alive from the Primordial Secret Realm. Zhang Zidong tightly gripped Shen Rushwang's arm, shaking it vigorously. What are you panicking about? Shen Rushwang shot a glance at the restless Zhang Zidong, feeling exasperated. You're grown up, now can't you be more composed when doing things? As she spoke, Shen Rushwang reached into the drawer, pulled out a letter, and handed it to Zhang Zidong. Mom, what is this? Zhang Zidong stared blankly, his voice trembling. Seemingly unable to believe what he saw, his gaze swept towards the cloud-patterned long sword illustration on the envelope. Wasn't it said that one needs to have a martyr's identity to receive this, eh? Before Zhang Zidong could finish, Shen Rushwang rolled her eyes and interrupted. If that were the case, how could that old bastard agree to let that wild child enter the Primordial Secret Realm? As she spoke, Shen Rushwang waved her hand, instructing Zhang Zidong. You take the recommendation letter to Qingyun Sword Pavilion tomorrow. With the Shen family's influence, it will be enough. Mom, I love you to death. Zhang Zidong eagerly took the envelope, clutching it tightly in his palm, and heavily kissed Shen Rushwang's cheek. As if recalling something, he said fiercely, Humph, with sword immortal Li Changxing teaching me the immortal arts, what right does that wild child Zhang Nian have to compare with me? Had better die in the primordial realm, or I will make him understand what a true genius is. Alright, if you have nothing else to do, go check on that old immortal more, and act a bit filial. As she spoke, Shen Rushwang's beautiful eyes darkened. That old fellow harbors secrets. As long as that wild child doesn't come back, all of this will belong to you. Zhang Zidong was delighted to hear this, nodding in agreement. Don't worry, Mom, if he doesn't give it to me, who else? Shen Rushuang slightly nodded, waving her jade hand towards Zhang Zidong, who immediately understood and exited the room. Once outside, there was no more noise. Shen Rushuang then pulled out another mobile phone from the drawer. Opening the contact list, there were only a few lines. She dialed. Beep beep. A few seconds later, a deliberately lowered, muffled voice came through. Why are you calling at this time? The voice carried a hint of impatience, and Shen Rushuang's face changed immediately, her red lips slightly parted. What? Is Commander Sun planning to climb up and turn against us now, eh? The voice abruptly stopped, leaving only the sound of the man's hurried breathing. What is it? Hearing the response, Shen Rushuang's lips curled up, her gaze venomous. I heard that the authorities are arranging life-saving food for that wild child. Add something extra. I do not want to see him come out alive from the Primordial Secret Realm. You must be crazy. On the other end of the line, Commander Sun's hysterical, yet deliberately lowered shout came through. The task is being monitored by the commander 24 hours a day. Who dares to intervene? You can forget about it. Upon hearing this, Shen Rushuang smiled faintly, her jade hand slightly raised, bringing the phone closer to her mouth. Commander Sun, you wouldn't want the general staff to find out that you embezzled billions in training funds from the frontline soldiers, would you? Currently, the soldiers in the Northwest still believe it is their lack of talent gritting their teeth through training. If it weren't for your Shen family. The middle-aged man paused, sighed, and spoke in a resigned tone. Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Shen Rushuang's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of pride. On the other side, Primordial World. After contacting the authorities, Zhang Nian casually found an excuse to brush off Sui Ren. Turning around, he channeled his power towards the north of Buzhou Mountain, where the demon race was active. The unspoken rules of the Primordial World are not difficult to trigger, especially for those from later generations. Taking out a few casually could yield merits of humanity, rather than believing that the heavenly Dao would equally wipe out every outsider. Zhang Nian was more inclined to trust himself. He simply set the coordinates at the location of the demon race, a sort of double insurance for himself. Even if Hongjun lost his mind and allowed adventurers to enter the Primordial Realm, the demons north of Buzhou Mountain would certainly not give up these Hartocumbi materials. After a long time, in the valley between two mountain depressions, Zhang Nian flew in. Looking at the barren stone faces on both sides worn by wind and sand for years, Zhang Nian nodded in satisfaction. This place is no threat to demon beasts, but for ordinary people it is a dead end. After some reflection, Zhang Nian sat cross-legged, his mind focused. Create spatial coordinates. Buzz. The surrounding space trembled slightly as blue spatial ripples expanded outward from Zhang Nian for about 10 meters. After approximately 3 seconds, the light suddenly vanished, leaving a shallow imprint on the ground. Immediately after, a voice came to his mind. Calling Zhang Nian, this is the official headquarters. Spatial coordinates have been retrieved and supplies are about to be transported. Received. Zhang Nian quickly channeled his power, swiftly moving to the cliff's edge, looking down. He was uncertain whether the authorities would bring in any contraband. If a small team came along with the supplies, should he kill or not? If the heavenly Dao intervened to wipe them out, should he save them or not? Rather than having a headache, it was better to pretend not to see. Soon waves of rippling sounds came from the valley. Zhang Nian quietly activated his divine sense to scan. In an instant, he grasped the general situation. At the bottom of the valley, there were approximately 1,000 boxes of compressed biscuits stacked. If only Zhang Nian were to use them, it would indeed last a long time. This was also because Zhang Nian mentioned that the flow of time in the instance was very strange, prompting the authorities to drop so many at once. However, in comparison to the vast number of humanity, 1,000 boxes might not even be enough for one meal. Fortunately, in addition to the compressed biscuits, the authorities also sent several boxes of crop seeds, which Zhang Nian specifically requested. At this moment, it solved an urgent need. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Nian arrived at the valley bottom. Adhering to the principle that even a mosquito's leg is meat, he was just about to raise his hand to collect this batch of supplies into his sea of consciousness. But his hand suddenly froze. Previously, Zhang Nian had not retracted his divine sense. Just then, as his divine sense passed through the cardboard boxes, he discovered subtle differences. Among the more than 1,000 boxes of compressed biscuits, several boxes had been tampered with. Even though it was only a small point and had been handled, it still could not escape Zhang Nian's divine sense scanning. The authorities definitely want me alive. Those who wish for my death. Thinking this, Zhang Nian smiled faintly. I fear it is only those two. Zhang Nian gently waved his hand, removing all the problematic items and placing them separately. After confirming that those seeds were safe, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing else mattered, only these few boxes were the real killing tools. After collecting everything into his sea of consciousness, Zhang Nian planned to visit the East Sea. Currently, there is no hope in relying on those walking on the ground or flying in the sky. The only remaining source of food is those swimming in the sea. Dragon Clan. Swish. The figure soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. In the sky, Zhang Nian evenly scattered seeds throughout the forest as he passed by the human settlement. Along the way, he was deep in thought. Indeed, if these seeds grow, they are likely to yield immense merit for humanity. However, Zhang Nian, these high-yield crops from the future appeared in the primordial world. What reaction would humanity have if we likened the primordial world to an old computer in operation? Then Zhang Nian would be a supercode far ahead of its time. This is why Hongjun would equally eliminate every explorer attempting to enter the primordial world. The existence of explorers would turn the entire primordial world upside down. Among living beings there might be talk of deception, but when faced with the Tao, it is utterly impossible. Thus Zhang Nian abandoned this readily available merit, or rather, he evenly distributed a portion to every human who was good at discovering and daring to try. After completing all this, Zhang Nian continued to race towards the East Sea. At that moment in the 33 heavens, Emperor Jun sat at the head, his gaze sweeping over the assembly of demons, finally resting on Bai Zhe. Strategist, the battle between the witches and demons is inevitable. If the witch-slaying sword fails, how much chance do we demons have? Hearing this, Bai Zhe immediately stepped forward, stroking his goat beard, his eyes slightly narrowed, reporting to the demon emperor, since the ancestral, which Hutu transformed and reincarnated. Anything related to the witch and demon clans is beyond our sight. After saying this, Bai Zhe deeply bowed, paying his respects to Emperor Jun. How can this be? Even strategist Bai Zhe cannot foresee. What should we do then? Did we not say before that we could see some things? In an instant, the assembly of demons in the grand hall was left speechless. Yet everyone's expression was grim. Regardless of the type of being, when faced with the unknown, they instinctively imagined the worst outcomes. At present, the demons in the grand hall were just like that. Bang! The table was suddenly slammed, and Emperor Jun cast a cold glance at the demons secretly plotting. Dong Huang Tai, send the little golden crows out. I want the human race to be barren for thousands of miles with not a blade of grass growing. Pass down the order, all demons keep a close watch. As soon as the humans leave their settlement, leave none alive. Understood. The demons descended, and soon the demon emperor's command spread throughout the demon race. Meanwhile, Zhang Nian, far off in the East Sea, was still using his divine sense to search for traces of the dragon clan in the ocean. How strange, the dragon clan is an ancient great clan, they can't possibly have no trace at all. Looking at the vast blue ocean, Zhang Nian smiled wryly and shook his head. Logically, his current cultivation level had reached the great Luo true immortal. It shouldn't be impossible to find traces of the dragon clan, unless the entire East Sea has no dragons. In a daze, a dark shadow flew in from afar. Zhang Nian's heart trembled. He instinctively swept his divine sense over, but it recoiled suddenly. The dark shadow was heading straight for him. Before long, a round figure riding on a rainbow-colored cloud appeared before Zhang Nian in the blink of an eye. I am Duobao from the Jie sect. It is a pleasure to meet a fellow Taoist. I wonder if I have offended you by gasp. Zhang Nian's pupils constricted, and he took a sharp breath. This person is the master brother of the Jie sect. Their strength is not to be underestimated. With this in mind, Zhang Nian hurriedly clasped his hands and spoke sincerely. I am Zhang Nian of the human race. I have come because our people have recently suffered from a shortage of food, and I wish to see if I may obtain some sea creatures with the dragon clan's permission to alleviate our plight. However, I have searched the surrounding seas and found not a single trace of the dragon clan. I undoubtedly offended you, and I hope you do not take it to heart. As he spoke, Zhang Nian bowed repeatedly with a sincere attitude. However, upon hearing this, Duobao actually covered his belly and chuckled lightly. When he noticed Zhang Nian looking at him, he quickly closed his mouth, standing on the rainbow cloud with a subtle chuckle. Is he laughing at me? Zhang Nian was taken aback and cautiously asked, why does Taoist friend? Duobao waved his hand to deny it, then adjusted his Tao robe with a serious expression. If it's just some sea creatures, feel free to take them, Taoist friend. As he spoke, Duobao looked around, covering his mouth with one hand, and leaned closer, whispering, since the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era, the Dragon Clan has filled the seas and dwells deep in the ocean. To this day, they have yet to cleanse the karma within their clan. I see. Zhang Nian suddenly understood. He was indeed not well acquainted with the Dragon Clan of the primordial period. The most vivid impression he had was that among the 12 golden immortals under the primordial heavenly sovereign, there was a Dragon Clan member named Huang Long. It seemed that due to his origins, he was not very prominent among the 12 golden immortals. This was the root of the issue. No wonder there had been no notable Dragon Clan sightings throughout the primordial world. Most appearances were in the form of divine weapons and artifacts. It seems that humans are still in the process of filling the seas. Thank you, Duobao, for informing me. Now my human race has hope. With a hint of joy in his tone, Zhang Nian knew that the demon race would never easily give up on refining the witch-slaying sword. Resolving the food crisis sooner would mean one less source of worry. No worries, you just. Duobao waved his hand, just about to cast a spell to leave on his cloud, when his expression suddenly changed. Duobao, what are you? Zhang Nian's voice trembled, and his body stiffened, not daring to move. Because Duobao was now pursing his lips, one hand stroking his chin, occasionally nodding toward Zhang Nian, his gaze wandering across his body, making Zhang Nian feel uneasy. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wonderful, truly wonderful. No. He is a rat, what is he meowing about? Instinctively, Zhang Nian covered his chest, feeling that he was at a disadvantage and had to be on guard. Duobao, please speak directly. All right. Duobao replied cheerfully, then continued, not to hide from you, my name is Duobao, the first Duobao mouse of the primordial world. My master, the saint of the upper clear, praises my deep fortune, and I wholeheartedly agree. Today I came riding the clouds because I sensed fortune while cultivating, which prompted me to go out and search. Coincidentally, just now I sensed it on Taoist Zhang Nian. Saying this, Duobao pointed his chin at Zhang Nian and winked. I believe this fortune must have been bestowed upon you, Taoist friend. Not. Zhang Nian wanted to say that he sensed it wrong. But he knew a little about Duobao. The master brother of the GS sect, blessed with great fortune, and this title is not just for show. It is indeed a true treasure. However, Zhang Nian was unwilling to be entangled with the GS sect. The next calamity of heaven and earth would involve the GS sect. If he got involved in the causality, he could not predict what consequences might arise. Right now, Zhang Nian only wanted to focus on his own matters and avoid being found by the heavenly Tao during the great calamity of the human race. Duobao, I truly. You saw it too, I came out to catch sea creatures. If this is also considered fortune, then please. As he said this, Zhang Nian put on an attitude of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water and immediately used his powers against the sea. Duobao also furrowed his brows. Since his birth, he had never felt wrong. He simply stayed and watched Zhang Nian. However, the next moment the sea water began to bizarrely boil. Zhang Nian looked up again and saw 10 suns hanging high in the sky and the clouds rapidly dissipating. This is bad. Alas, friend Zhang Nian. Under Duobao's watchful gaze, the figures swiftly sped toward Mount Buzhou, not even bothering to gather the sea creatures recently drawn upward by spiritual energy into his divine sense. In an instant, Duobao sealed his hands into arcane mudras. Beneath his feet, a 7-colored auspicious cloud stirred at his command. 2 figures traveled day and night, 15 cycles of sun and moon, until Zhang Nian finally returned to the human settlement. What met his eyes was desolation, cracked earth, withered flora, dried up rivers, and the faint sickening stench of rotting flesh lingering in the air. Zhang Nian's heart sank. Ever since humanity had secured the protection of the sage, the Yaoguai clans had raged in fury, and every bird and beast within the settlement had fled overnight. Where then could such a stench possibly originate? This grim realization left no time for hesitation. Without pause, Zhang Nian shot forth like an arrow toward the Swearin tribe's ancestral lands. Whoosh! 2 figures descended. Silence reigned in the forest, absolute suffocating stillness. Ash carpeted the ground, and Zhang Nian twitched his nose, catching even the acrid tang of charred vegetation. Brother Zhang Nian. A voice rang out from afar. In the blink of an eye, Swearin sure stood before him, his aged face glistening with sweat, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he wiped his brow again and again. Brother Swearin, how fare the other tribes? Even as Zhang Nian posed the question, he already read the answer in Swearin Shi's expression. The elder's eyes were dull and lifeless, his arms hanging limply at his sides. When Swearin Shi remained silent, Zhang Nian pressed on. Have you sought Lady Nuwa or Lord Laozi? At those words, Swearin Shi suddenly lifted his head, his gaze locking onto Zhang Nian with fierce intensity, then sighed deeply. Ah. What do you mean by that? Did you seek them or not? Zhang Nian's voice tightened with urgency. 10 suns blazing simultaneously. What did that portend? Even now, as a great Luo immortal, he felt the scorching weight of flame-based Tao principles pressing down from above. Surface temperatures had soared to a terrifying threshold. Under such conditions, not only humans, but no living being could survive. Should mass casualties befall humanity, heaven's Tao would inevitably exact retribution upon Zhang Nian himself. Lord Laozi declared, I have already bestowed the Taiji diagram in acknowledgement of our shared reverence for the sage. Lady Nuwa stated plainly, the primordial lord decreed that sages must not interfere in mortal affairs. Damn it! Zhang Nian cursed inwardly. Laozi's stance was reasonable. The Taiji diagram had already ensured humanity's safety within their settlement. To intervene repeatedly risked provoking Hongjun's displeasure. But Nuwa's refusal, was it truly impartial? Humanity revered her as mother, Yet she watched unmoved as Yaoguai trampled their lives beneath claw and fang. Was this deliberate, or had she been coerced? Zhang Nian dismissed the question. His mind raced seeking solutions. The 10 suns rising together was indeed prophesied, but not now. Hou Yi's sun shooting occurred during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in Emperor Yao's reign. The great Wu Hou Yi reincarnated as a human receiving the sun shooting bow and sky-mending arrows, and loosed 9 arrows to save humanity from annihilation. Yet now the Wu Yao War had yet to begin, the great Wu Hou Yi had not yet reincarnated, and both the sun shooting bow and sky-mending arrows remained lost, their whereabouts unknown. What do we do? Even if we journey to the Wu tribe, it would be futile. The timing is wrong, and the one who wields it is wrong. Everything is unraveling, utterly chaotic. The sun-shooting bow and sky-mending arrows are pivotal. Where then shall we find a soul capable of shooting down the suns? Zhang Nian paced back and forth, fine beads of sweat glistening on his brow, muttering under his breath. Duobao stood quietly nearby, glancing at him now and then, curious deep in thought about the nature of this so-called blessed affinity. After all, since his birth, Duobao had never failed. And in his eyes, Zhang Nian was unlike any other human, truly extraordinary. That conviction only deepened his anticipation, until faintly a whisper reached his ears. Sun shooting. Bow arrows. Duobao's eyes flared with sudden brilliance. With a resounding clap of his palms, he exclaimed sincerely, "Friend Zhang Nian, you truly are extraordinary. How splendidly ingenious, to conceive of sun shooting itself." The moment Duobao's words faded, Swearenshire lifted his head, eyes alight, with desperate hope, gazing intently at Zhang Nian, awaiting affirmation. Zhang Nian's expression darkened, but meeting Swearenshire's pleading gaze, he nodded honestly. Yes, shooting down the suns is no simple feat. Humanity is but a minor clan of the primordial chaos, lacking both heritage and opportunity. With what then shall we shoot them down? As he spoke, Zhang Nian spread his hands wide in helpless gesture, and Swearenshire's face fell shadowed with despair. Duobao stroked his chin, eyes narrowing as if struck by sudden recollection. "I believe I possess precisely what you seek." Huh. At those words, Zhang Nian's astonished stare and Swearenshire's elated gaze converged instantly upon Duobao. The latter tilted his head slightly, then flipped his right palm upward, revealing a small pagoda radiating golden, auspicious light. Wait, just a moment. Duobao grinned sheepishly, then began adjusting the pagoda with both massive hands. This one? No, not quite. This doesn't seem right either. Let me think, Bao. Don't rush. Let me see. By now Zhang Nian and Swearenshire stared dumbfounded at the array of spirit pills, divine weapons, and artifacts scattered haphazardly around Duobao. They drew sharp breaths in unison. HSSSS. And Zhang Nian couldn't help but whistle low in awe. I've seen wealth before, but never this kind of wealth. Others' artifacts served offense or defense, but Duobao's artifact held artifacts. Zhang Nian finally grasped with crystalline clarity the staggering weight behind the saying, "Heaven itself chases him, bestowing sustenance." No wonder Duobao thrived through the Fengshan cataclysm and scathed in the primordial chaos. Such boundless fortune rendered him untouchable. Clack! Found it! With a delighted cry, Duobao brandished the bow in his left hand and the arrow in his right, blinking playfully at Zhang Nian. "Friend Zhang Nian, does this match what you seek?" I'm honestly not certain." Zhang Nian rubbed his forehead. He'd only heard tales of Hou Yi's sun shooting, not witnessed it firsthand. He vaguely recalled the sun-shooting bow's body was carved from millennium-old Kunlun cypress, its string forged from the sinew of an ancient celestial dragon, its shaft wrought from meteoric iron fallen from beyond heaven, its tip tempered in the essence of the moon's energies. But what did it look like? Who could say? While Zhang Nian pondered alternatives, Duobao puffed his chest proudly. Coincidence truly. On that day I cultivated atop Kunlun Mountain when I sensed blessed affinity drawing near. Just stepping out of the Shangqing Palace, I saw a towering ancient tree struck down by heavenly thunder, its entire trunk charred black save for this single fragment. Upon closer inspection, I discovered hidden beneath it a dragon's sinew pulsing with nascent spirit, a very reason the lightning descended upon it. Unbeknownst to me, thunder's raw power fused the two into one. Sensing profound resonance, I enshrined it within my pagoda. Hearing this astonishing tale, Zhang Nian and Swearenshirt exchanged glances, both eyes brimming with envy and resignation, as if silently uttering, "This is actually possible." After all, Zhang Nian owned 0 artifacts, Swearenshirt carried nothing but a broken fire-tending stick. Meanwhile, Duobao, holding a gleaming silver bow and arrow, his round face utterly earnest, continued. "As for these, the story is equally serendipitous. I'll tell you." No, please spare us." "Thank you, we'd rather not hear it." Zhang Nian muttered, bewildered. "Why does everyone chase after killing me? In the end, Zhang Nian and Suiren both listened with a face of discomfort as they finished Duobao's treasure-seeking tales. The key word throughout the process was cleverness. As Zhang Nian put it, for ordinary people, obtaining treasures is a matter of life and death, facing countless hardships without ever achieving their desires. Duobao. Even on the road, one might encounter treasures appearing in the world. Some even flew over to seek refuge. Suppressing the envy in his heart, Zhang Nian managed to maintain it. He gripped the bow and arrow tightly, his expression serious. Right now, we still need to find the Wu clan for... Suiren was taken aback, but Duobao shook his head slightly. Zhang Nian, as practitioners, we should be open-hearted. How can we engage in such despicable acts? Me? Despicable? Before Zhang Nian could explain, Duobao raised his hand and took back the sun-shooting bow and the sky-mending arrow, his face stern. How can you impose the grievances of the human race onto the Wu clan just because of the conflict between the two clans? I am willing to assist you because of what I feel in my heart. If you act this way, then I, Duobao, shall not accept this blessing. Hearing this, Zhang Nian knew that Duobao had misunderstood him. He smiled as he took the sun-shooting bow and the sky-mending arrow, thinking of a way to explain, raising his hand to place an arrow on the bowstring. Duobao, you are mistaken. Knowing that I need a bow and arrow to solve my problems, I must also know the power of this sun-shooting bow and sky-mending arrow. However, this bow and arrow can only be drawn by someone fated with them. As he spoke, Zhang Nian noticed the skeptical expressions on Suiren and Duobao's faces, and he didn't rush to defend himself. There's an old saying, teaching someone a skill may not work, but teaching them once will make them capable. Look, I am fully channeling my magical power, and the bowstring will not budge in the slightest. Isn't that right? Zhang Nian felt no resistance from the bowstring. He marveled at how terrifying this magical artifact was. With his own great immortal realm cultivation, his magical power was completely dissipated by the sun-shooting bow. Suiren pursed his lips, unable to hold back, and pointed at Zhang Nian's hands. Brother Zhang Nian, although what you say sounds plausible. Suiren hesitated and turned his head away, feeling a bit embarrassed. Forget it, you should see for yourself. Zhang Nian slowly lowered his head, his pupils dilating suddenly, as the top bowstring was drawn fully. The arrow tip, infused with the essence of the Taiyin, shimmered with a cold light, resembling a blade drawn from its sheath. This can't be right. As Duobao's gaze gradually turned unfriendly, Zhang Nian immediately handed over the bow and arrow. Duobao, Suiren, you both try it. I can't be mistaken. If this truly is the sun-shooting bow, only someone fated can draw it. Seeing Zhang Nian's serious expression and calm tone, Duobao and Suiren said nothing more and took turns to try. A few moments later, Zhang Nian leaned against a tree, ignoring the intense burning sensation on his back. He kept murmuring, it shouldn't be. It's not the bow that Ho-E used to shoot the sun. The bow is correct, and the arrow is also correct. The materials and origins all match up. But why is it me? Zhang Nian scratched his head frantically, feeling like his brain was about to explode. The Golden Crows were born from the Demon Emperor Dijun, and and there were 10 of them. After the battle between the Wu and the demons, the Heavenly Sovereign issued the decree to rebuild the Heavenly Court, recognizing the 10 Golden Crows as the sons of heaven, bringing light to the mortal realm. After that, the Golden Crows became mischievous, causing great suffering for humanity, which led to Ho-E shooting the sun. But Dijun is still around. The demon race still exists. Shooting the sun. Zhang Nian is not afraid. For the sake of humanity and survival, he must do this. What Zhang Nian fears is the unseen cause and effect. At this moment, Zhang Nian could clearly feel as if there were a pair of invisible hands controlling him. Taking a step back leads to a bottomless abyss. Taking a step forward leads to shattering into pieces. Since he arrived in the primordial era, every step he took was incredibly cautious. Yet he still stepped into this pit of no return. But it seems Zhang Nian has no choice left. Humanity is in grave danger, and the human way is dwindling. Zhang Nian's thoughts seemed to travel back to that night, when he faced the Demon Emperor. Suiren's impassioned speech about sacrificing himself, and the determination of the prairie humans to never allow him to fall into danger. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on the bow and arrow. Fate plays tricks on people. Zhang Nian's face was cold as he stared at the sky, his gaze seemingly piercing through the clouds straight into the eyes peering from the palace of the purple sky beyond the 33 heavens. If you want me to follow the script you've set, then let me show you what it means for humanity to triumph over heaven. Just as Duobao and Suiren were still watching intently, Zhang Nian suddenly stood up, drawing the bow and knocking the arrow in one motion, proclaiming the human way is supreme. I, Zhang Nian of the human race, see the demons acting tyrannically, 10 suns in the sky, causing the earth to be scorched for thousands of miles, and all beings suffer unbearably. Today I draw my bow to shoot the sun, not for revenge, but to return clarity to the world. In the palace of the 33 heavens, Dijun's smile seemed to stretch to his ears, and the entire hall tilted dangerously. Huh. A mere human child thinking that by relying on some merit he gained a bit of cultivation dares to think of shooting the sun. Indeed, the sons of the Demon Emperor are all at the great immortal realm. Just him. However, the next moment a whoosh was heard. A chilling wail echoed across the sky. The entire hall fell silent. A pin drop could be heard, and the previously boisterous laughter still reverberated in the air. Dijun stood up, just about to fly out of the hall. Then came a series of piercing sounds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was so fast that even he, Aquasa Saint, couldn't react in time. The once bright and scorching sky suddenly darkened. At this moment, only one lonely sun hung high in the sky. The little golden crow flapped its wings, fearing that if it flew too slowly, it would meet the same fate as its fallen brothers. On the ground, Zhang Nian picked up the last bough, an arrow knocking it on the string. Between his palms, a milky white aura swirled like a dragon in flight. That was the power bestowed by humanity. It was true that Zhang Nian could draw the sun-shooting bow, but with his current cultivation, he could not shoot down the golden crow. Not to mention completing this feat amidst a sky full of Aquasa Saints and great immortals. Therefore, he needed to draw upon an even greater power. This is why Zhang Nian had to make a great vow before shooting the sun. With a just cause, he would not be entangled in cause and effect. At least on this level of the Dao, Zhang Nian would not be entangled. Wait. Two voices floated in leisurely. Zhang Nian looked up. A cloud descended from the heavens draped in rainbow light, stopping directly above Zhang Nian. On the cloud, a man and a woman stood side by side, glancing down at Zhang Nian, their voices unhurried. I am Hongjun, a disciple of the Dao ancestor. 9 of the 10 golden crows are gone. This last one shall remain to bring some light to the primordial era. Shall we say this is a punishment for it? The voice resonated throughout heaven and earth. The little golden crow, seeing the noble identities of the newcomers, flapped its wings and hid behind them. Hongjun saw Zhang Nian silent, and thought his status was lowly, having never seen an immortal from the heavens, and he couldn't be bothered to waste words glancing at the Yaoqi beside him. The two looked at each other, and were just about to channel their power to take the little golden crow away when they heard a whoosh. Accompanied by a wailing sound, the entire sky went completely dark. Hongjun immediately turned around, his eyes red, raising his hand to scold. Do you know you have committed a heinous crime? If the primordial earth loses its light, you will be unable to escape responsibility, even if you die 1,000 deaths. Hearing this, Zhang Nian casually slung the sun-shooting bow over his shoulder, curling his lips, and smiled nonchalantly. You can save that line for the Demon Emperor. I am mere leader of the human race. Do not dare to meddle in heavenly affairs. You. Hao Tian raised his trembling hand, his voice resonating across heaven and earth with cultivated power. How dare you defy? His words cut off abruptly as Hao Tian suddenly recalled the Dao Patriarch's solemn injunction before departure, never to invoke the name of the Zixiao Palace. He choked mid-sentence. Gritting his teeth, he stubbornly retorted, You, a human, harbor such murderous intent. You shall surely be cast out by heaven itself. Zhang Nian let out a derisive laugh, rolling his eyes skyward with icy disdain. Truly absurd. I, Zhang Nian, shoot down the suns, not out of slaughter, but by mandate of humanity's highest virtue, and born of the collective yearning of 10,000 living beings. My heart holds only benevolence to save the creatures of the primordial chaos. Where then is this so-called murderous intent? As he spoke, Zhang Nian narrowed his eyes toward the vault of heaven, his gaze heavy with implication. Rather, it is those golden crows who flout celestial law, playing recklessly in unison across the skies, plunging all life into calamity. You lofty celestial acolyte have dwelt too long among the clouds, your eyes long blinded by mist. You cannot even see the mountains of white bones strewn across this primordial chaos. Laws of existence swirled about Hao Tian's form, his aura bristling with imminent violence, ready to tear open the veil of propriety and execute Zhang Nian on the spot. In the next instant, a golden pagoda streaked across the void, enveloping Zhang Nian entirely. Senior Uncle Hao Tian, I Duobao witnessed this entire affair firsthand. Zhang Nian bears no guilt. On the contrary, he has rendered great merit to humanity and profound grace to the myriad sentient beings of the primordial chaos. With that single sentence, Duobao sealed the verdict, forcibly silencing Hao Tian's reprimand before it could leave his lips. Seeing Duobao intervene, Hao Tian's expression hardened further, his eyes narrowed. A disciple of the GS sect dares disregard hierarchy, daring to confront his senior uncle openly. Is this how senior brother Tong Tian instructs his disciples? My master often teaches us the great Dao numbers 50, heaven manifests 49, leaving one path concealed. Our sect's very name, Jia, signifies seizing that one hidden thread of salvation for the 10,000 living beings. Coincidentally, this junior nephew believes Zhang Nian's actions today embody precisely that principle. Hao Tian scoffed, his lip curling in disdain as his gaze swept upward, scanning the heavens, as if confirming something unseen. 2 breaths later, you all deem this a virtue, but heaven's justice is absolute. I hereby pronounce Zhang Nian shall suffer divine retribution. Boom! Lightning rent the firmament, a blinding flash illuminating Hao Tian's brooding countenance. Zhang Nian stiffened, his face darkening as he stared intently at the roiling black clouds gathering overhead. A deep, visceral dread coiled within his chest, an alto familiar sensation, the crushing weight of heaven's sovereign will. Impossible. Could it truly be the 9-9 divine thunder? Duo Bao tilted his head skyward, his gaze grave and fathomless eyes clouded with disbelief. Esteemed Dao friend Duo Bao, what is this 9-9 divine thunder? Swearenshire, torch in hand, drew near at once, startled that even a cultivator of Duo Bao's stature stood awestruck before the thunder above. It ranks second only to the Zixiao divine thunder. Legend says. Here Duo Bao turned his gaze toward Zhang Nian, sorrow flickering deep within his eyes. Then he sighed heavily, alas. The 9-9 divine thunder may not be endured lightly by any below the rank of quasi-sage. This heaven, that final word, unjust, remained unspoken. Duo Bao lowered his head, humbled by his own limitations. Though a peerless Deluo immortal at the apex of his cultivation, he had yet to master the 3-soul severance art, taught by his master sage Tongtian. Each time he entered seclusion, fortune weighed upon him like chains. Progress remained elusive. Since his emergence into the world, this was the first time Duo Bao felt his efforts fell short. Heh! Zhang Nian smiled faintly, calm, unshaken, his heart brimming with contempt for Hongjun. So, it had indeed come to pass. That wretched Hongjun had seized this pretext. Yet Hongjun acted far too hastily. Had slaying 10 young golden crows already shattered Hongjun's grand design? Precisely. Zhang Nian's decisive strike against the last young golden crow was no impulse. It was a deliberate rupture of fate's script. When Hui shot the suns, he spared the final crow because it was in truth the last. But in this altered primordial chaos, 2 elder golden crows yet remain, purer in bloodline, mightier in cultivation. Thus arises the question. Should the war of gods and demons erupt, and Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai fall in battle, the realm would plunge into eternal darkness. Perhaps the Fusang tree of the sun star might birth a new golden crow anew. Yet such a primordial being would require eons to gestate. Would Hongjun's meticulous calculations still hold, even preserving one survivor? Given the ancient enmity between the Wu and Yao clans, would the sole surviving golden crow willingly serve as the sun? After all, neither of the remaining 2 is remotely docile. Heh! At that thought, Zhang Nian's lips curved upward. He called out beside him, esteemed Dao friend Duo Bao. Brother Swearin, retreat now. Thunder clouds writhed, jagged lightning bathed the dim land in deeper gloom. Dao friend Zhang Nian. Brother Zhang Nian. Duo Bao and Swearenshire exchanged troubled glances. They knew Zhang Nian had performed an act of supreme merit, yet also understood that slaying the final young golden crow had sown calamity upon the primordial chaos. Yet in their hearts they could not accept that such a punishment was just. High above the clouds, Hao Tian wore a satisfied smile as he murmured softly to Yaoqi beside him. Junior sister, remember, well, cultivators must align with heaven's will. Those who rebel against it shall inevitably face divine retribution. That is their fate. Yes, I thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Yaoqi bowed respectfully, only for golden light to suddenly suffuse the heavens. Before she could discern what had occurred, a colossal black thunderbolt plummeted with terrifying speed. Its overwhelming celestial authority sent birds fleeing from the skies. Even 10,000 li away, they tumbled helplessly to earth. Wang, the bolt halted abruptly 3 chi above Zhang Nian's head, its radiance scattering like water striking an invisible barrier. Instantly, lightning exploded outward, igniting dozens of mountain fires. Boom! Another divine thunderclap crashed down, as if heaven itself vented its wrath. Impossible! Hao Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon Zhang Nian he sensed nothing. No artifact, no cultivation technique, no law or principle. Yet the 9-9 divine thunder, feared even by Deluo immortals and quasi-sages alike, froze rigidly 3 chi before him, utterly unable to advance a single inch. Zhang Nian himself stood stunned. Within his spiritual sea, 2 distinct streams of chi, each glowing with different hues, had swelled markedly, pulsing with unusual vitality. Yet even this could not explain the miracle before him, until Duo Bao squinted downward, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Dao friend Zhang Nian, your fortune has arrived. Fortune? Following Duo Bao's gaze, Zhang Nian slowly looked down, and his jaw dropped. Behold, the earth beneath his feet shimmered with golden radiance. Golden virtue flowed like rivers across the ground, then bloomed into lotus flowers rising from its currents. Foremost among them was the lotus beneath Zhang Nian's feet, lush, radiant, vast enough to enfold him completely. A serene, ethereal voice echoed across the primordial chaos. The golden crows of the Yao clan defied heavenly order and disregarded sentient life, causing countless deaths. They are condemned to the Avicii hell to atone for their karmic debts before rebirth. Zhang Nian of humanity, having shot down the suns to save millions from conflagration, shall be rewarded. As the proclamation faded, a cool breeze stirred across the land. Then 10 gleaming chains erupted from the earth. Zhang Nian lifted his gaze and saw a familiar figure racing toward him. Whoa, so Dad's come to rescue his son. I beseech the Sage of Earth to forgive my unfortunate child. With that, Emperor Jun leaped to the ground, bowing deeply in the direction of the earth, honoring it with 3 bows, before speaking. Our demon clan shall be eternally grateful. Emperor Jun appeared almost against his will. Who is the Sage of Earth? Before the cycle of reincarnation, she was known as the ancestor witch of the earth. Let alone the relationship between the witch and the demon clans. Just the crimes committed by the 10 golden crows during this time alone make Zhang Nian feel that a place in the abyss of no return is quite fitting. Of course, how to judge ultimately depends solely on the Sage of Earth. After all, in the current underworld, only the Sage of Earth holds sway. After a moment of silence, the chains suddenly moved, making a sound of metal clashing. Emperor Jun was horrified, quickly exclaiming, "I implore the Sage of Earth to show mercy." In contrast to Emperor Jun's distress, a different scene was unfolding not far away in the woods. On the golden merit pool stood Sui Ren Duo Bao and Zhang Nian side by side. They craned their necks, fearing they might miss the rare sight of the demon emperor's embarrassing demeanor. "Brother Zhang, Nian, do you think the Sage of Earth will agree?" As soon as Sui Ren asked, he was met with 2 disdainful glances. Zhang Nian looked at Sui Ren as if he were a fool, then helplessly shook his head. He couldn't help but think letting this thing lead the human race surviving all these years has not been easy. Duo Bao patiently explained. Emperor Jun's plea is born from paternal love. It is a personal sentiment. The Sage of Earth triggering the little golden crows is for the sake of the myriad beings of the wilderness. It is both the Tao and public morality. How can a sage uphold the principles of the Tao, yet abandon the public for personal reasons? Sui Ren slapped his forehead, realizing something. In the next moment, the chains rapidly contracted, and they could see the souls of the 10 little golden crows about to be pulled back to the underworld. Emperor Jun could no longer care about anything else. Flames erupted from his body, and soon a great bird cloaked in fiery feathers with 3 legs soared into the sky. Caw! With a sharp cry, the golden crow opened its beak and spewed forth blazing flames at the chains. The scorching heat instantly enveloped the surrounding earth. Seeing Emperor Jun reveal his true form and feeling the flame laws that seemed ready to incinerate everything, Haotian and Yaoqi hastily formed seals and fled into the 33 heavens. In the woods, Duo Bao quickly summoned the Duo Bao Tower, enveloping the 3 of them within. Even so, Zhang Nian could still feel the oppressive heat. Then, as if struck by a thought, Zhang Nian's eyes darted, and a spark of brilliance erupted within him. He straightened his neck and shouted into the distant Sage of Earth, "Zhang Nian has a method that may work for both sides." As soon as the voice echoed, the only sound left in the world was the cracking of the earth from its fissures. Emperor Jun straightened his neck, lowering his massive head, his eyes filled with confusion and wariness. He did not believe that Zhang Nian would speak kindly on behalf of his demon clan. But after just one confrontation, Emperor Jun had already realized that his solar true fire could not shake those chains in the slightest. The scant hope left in his heart forced Emperor Jun to halt his actions. The iron chains, which had been continuously contracting towards the ground, also came to a stop. In the merit pool, points of golden light surged continuously, gathering towards the void. In just a few breaths, they coalesced into a beautiful figure. "What method do you have?" The voice carried the pressure of a sage, penetrating to the depths of his heart. Suppressing the turmoil within, Zhang Nian lowered his head and clasped his hands. "I report to the Sage of Earth, disregarding the principle of a child repaying a parent's debt, the wilderness has already suffered due to the golden crow's misdeeds, yet the revival of all things cannot be separated from the sun. Now that all 10 golden crows have been punished, is there not still 2 left in the world?" His words were abruptly cut off as Zhang Nian's gaze shifted to Emperor Jun. The implication was clear. Here was a ready-made son. It couldn't be better. Moreover, it was sturdy and durable. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Ho Tu, Emperor Jun, Duo Bao, and Sui Ren all fell silent. At this moment, in the 33 heavens before the gate of the Purple Cloud Palace, a furious roar from Haotian echoed. "That damn guy, no wonder he shot the last arrow. It turns out he had this in mind. No, I must ask Master for a decree. If this person is not eradicated, there will be endless troubles." Haotian, a calm voice resonated within him, and Haotian was momentarily shaken, his originally crimson eyes suddenly clearing. He hurriedly bowed to the void. Disciple was momentarily angry and offended. "Master, please punish me. Though Hao Yin said this the moment he lowered his head, there was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Hongjun had once hinted that a battle between the witch and demon clans was inevitable, and that the Dao could not be chaotic. If any changes occurred in the future, it would fall upon Hao Yin to bear the burden. Knowing that Master intended to cultivate him, Hao Yin had been longing for the two clans to start a fight sooner so that he could inherit the great treasure. But if everything truly went according to Zhang Nian's proposal, the demon clan would be without Emperor Jun, and what would they fight for? Do not rush, all things have their fated laws. Master, do you mean to say? Hao Yin hurriedly raised his head only to find that there was no trace of Master in the void. Yet the excitement in his eyes lingered. On the other side, after hearing what Zhang Nian said, Ho, too, turned to look at Emperor Jun. Currently, as the earthly sage, her actions were all bound. If Emperor Jun was willing to illuminate the wilderness, that would be in accordance with heaven and earth. Thus, it would be permissible to return the souls of the 10 little golden crows. Moreover, with the demon clan losing Emperor Jun, the demon court naturally could not provoke a dispute. Perhaps her brothers. Suppressing the little thoughts in her heart, Ho Tu's beautiful eyes turned back to Emperor Jun. At this moment, Emperor Jun had already retracted his divine form, yet his face was marked by a stark dichotomy. One half was irreplaceable paternal love, and the other half was an attachment to power. He deeply regretted. Why hadn't he thought to keep one? This was akin to lifting a rock to smash his own foot. Before Emperor Jun could respond, a situation arose on Zhang Nian's side. Golden lotuses bloomed everywhere, golden pollen drifting with the wind, gradually gathering towards Zhang Nian and Duo Bao. Then with a buzzing sound, the space trembled once again. A golden light beam as thick as a well descended from the sky, pouring directly into Zhang Nian's body. Another beam flowed into Duo Bao's body. Zhang Nian felt as if his body had undergone a tremendous transformation. And on his forehead, which he could not see, a small golden flower had actually sprouted under the irrigation of merit, shimmering brilliantly alongside the nearby jade flower. At this moment, Duo Bao looked at Zhang Nian with bright and varied expressions. In just a brief encounter, he had followed Zhang Nian to continuously gain human merit and earth merit. It should be noted that beings of the wilderness seek good fortune and avoid calamities, suffering from the cycle of cause and effect. In contrast, Zhang Nian, my friend, is quite a remarkable person. Knowing that the witch and demon clans are irreconcilable, he still dove right in. This fearless acceptance of cause and effect genuinely inspired respect in Duo Bao. Zhang Nian, thank you. By the way, if possible, could you keep your distance? I'm afraid the blood of the Jia Jiao immortals might splatter on my face. Why? Why does Zhang Nian have this right? Di Jun's gaze was as dark as water, fixed on the direction where Zhang Nian was. A surge of violent energy erupted from Di Jun's body, but before it could take form, it shattered into nothingness. This was due to distant cries calling out, "Father, save me! Father, save us!" The piercing wails echoed incessantly, leaving Di Jun frozen in place, his face shifting between shades of gloom and anger. His left hand held his biological son, and his right hand grasped his imperial ambitions. Demon Emperor, Heavenly Emperor, Father. These three identities rapidly switched back and forth in his mind. As time ticked away, the energy surrounding Di Jun became momentarily vague, but it quickly returned. Gradually, Di Jun's gaze became resolute. Why should he, the Demon Emperor Di Jun, bear the burden of all this? If Zhang Nian hadn't shot that last arrow, would there have been all these subsequent troubles? As for his son, as long as Di Jun was still alive, how could he fear having no son? Immediately after Di Jun turned to glance at Zhang Nian, his eyes sharp as blades, the human race has indeed allied with the witch race. Zhang Nian was left in a daze by those words. Before he could react, he heard Di Jun's righteous shout echoing through heaven and earth. Today I, Demon Emperor Di Jun, for my own selfish desires, shamelessly plead for mercy for the guilty who have wronged countless living beings in the primordial world. I am truly ashamed of the Heavenly Emperor title granted to me by the Dao ancestor. Now, realizing my mistakes, I beseech the Holy One of the Earth to cast these 10 guilty crows into the abyss. As his words fell, all beings in the primordial world sighed in admiration for the fairness of the Demon Emperor. Even for his own son, he showed no mercy for mistakes. However, Zhang Nian sensed something unusual. Di Jun's previous affection for the 10 little golden crows did not seem fake. So how could he make such a decisive choice in an instant and deliver such a high-quality speech? The answer was about to reveal itself. Looking up towards the sky, Zhang Nian smiled. It turned out this one could also feel fear. Just as he feared death, Hongjun feared the characters in the script slipping out of control. Crack. Seeing Di Jun's attitude clear, the Holy One of the Earth slightly raised her delicate hand, and 10 chains swiftly shrank towards the ground. The little golden crows, tightly bound by chains, desperately clawed at the earth. Yet they forgot that their physical bodies had long been destroyed. Father, don't abandon us. Father, save us. Father, I don't want to go to the abyss. Seeing their father indifferent, the little golden crows were filled with despair. One by one they were dragged into the ground, their cries and wails echoing in this realm, until the last golden crow desperately flapping its wings hoping that its father could save it. However, Jun turned away with an expressionless face. The little golden crow's eyes widened. It could not believe what it was seeing. How much its father had loved it in the past. Despite having 10 brothers, every time there was a heavenly treasure its father would always think of it first. But it seemed everything changed in that moment of their deaths. Everything was a lie. Caught. Accompanied by a cry, the little golden crow soared into the sky, surrounded by the true flames of the crimson sun. The firelight nearly illuminated the entire primordial world anew. Duo Bao's eyes narrowed in confusion as he spoke. This little golden crow is releasing the true flames of the sun in its true spirit form. Is it not afraid of its soul scattering? One reaps what one sows. Zhang Nian shook his head, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. Only he knew how much harm these little golden crows had brought to the human race. Even for a long time to come they would be affected. Moreover, those seeds he had buried in the ground. Just as everyone thought the little golden crow wanted to resist the underworld. They heard, I Jin Wu Bo Zhang, know my sins are heavy, yet I hope the heavens and earth will see my plight, for Jun is dissatisfied with the human race. Duo Bao Sui Run and Zhang Nian's pupils trembled. Goodness! This little golden crow knew it was hopeless and intended to drag its father down with it. How filial! Too filial! Enough, shut up! Boom! Accompanied by a roar, Jun's figure instantly vanished from the spot. In the next moment, flames engulfed half the sky, wrapping the little golden crow's true spirit within. The true flames of the sun inherently counter true spirits. Moreover, this was the true flames of the sun unleashed by Jun with all his strength. In an instant, it burned Bo Zhang's true spirit to nothingness. This is... Before Zhang Nian could finish his sentence about erasing the evidence, he was stopped by Duo Bao raising his hand. Seeing the latter's grave expression, Zhang Nian could only nod in understanding. However, in the next second, the Holy One of the Earth gently waved her arm, and golden light swept over. The space that had been boiling with flames instantly calmed down. In the void, a faint shadow began to coalesce. Before long, the true spirit of little golden crow Bo Zhang reappeared in the same spot. Jun's eyes widened. Then he turned to look at the Holy One of the Earth, his gaze filled with both disbelief and a hint of vigilance. He understood very well that once Bo Zhang revealed the truth, even though he was the heavenly emperor personally bestowed by the Dao ancestor, it would be of no use. At that time, he might not even be able to secure his position as the demon emperor. Damn it! Jun gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with intense hatred. He knew the Holy One of the Earth was doing this on purpose, but he had no way to counter it. The Dao is higher than the demon. The Holy One of the Earth's Dao was far beyond his reach. At that moment, he plastered a smile on his face and bowed to the Holy One of the Earth. Holy One of the Earth, kind and compassionate, this crow is guilty of grave sins. I intended to eliminate it to restore clarity to the primordial world. Since the Holy One has made a move, please swiftly cast it into the abyss, lest it taints the primordial world. His words were flawlessly calculated. But who among the beings present did not know Jun's little thoughts? The Holy One of the Earth merely smiled lightly, shook her head, and softly replied, no hurry. In the forest, Zhang Nian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Immediately after, Duo Bao and Sui Run were deeply affected. Ha ha ha! The harsh laughter rang out, and Jun's face darkened, yet he didn't dare to erupt in anger. He turned with a forced smile, gritting his teeth and responding, what the Holy One said is indeed true. Zhang Nian's gaze turned to the void, the true spirit of the little golden crow becoming increasingly solid. It seemed it would take just a few more breaths to restore. And judging from the Holy One of the Earth's recent display, that remark about the underworld would not be made without intention. Therefore, the Holy One of the Earth, representing the underworld, likely also sensed the outcome between the witch and demon races. And what the other party was doing now was to bring about Jun's disgrace. It might be feasible, but Zhang Nian always felt that things wouldn't be so simple. In the next second, a rainbow of 7 colors descended from the 33 heavens. Before long, it fell from the sky, and the figure of an old man appeared amidst the rainbow light. Zhang Nian's eyes bulged, revealing an expression of realization. As expected, he had come. Soon after, he heard, Dao, friend of the Holy One of the Earth, I trust you have been well. The crimes of the little golden crows of the demon race are too numerous to mention. Yet the myriad beings of the primordial world cannot be without the sun. The demon emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai both bear important responsibilities and may struggle to maintain order. I have come to ask for some face. How about leaving the handling of this last little golden crow's true spirit to me? Jun let out a long breath, a surge of joy swelling in his heart, as if he had survived a disaster. The Holy One of the Earth wore a face as cold as frost. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the elderly figure in the void, who wore a gentle smile. Her delicate hands clasped behind her back tightened. After 3 breaths, she slowly relaxed. Just as the Holy One of the Earth was about to agree, a voice caused Hongjun's old face to completely lose its composure. The words of the Dao Ancestor I cannot agree with. Today the Dao Ancestor seeks face, tomorrow the 2 saints of the West will too, and in the future will the 3 pure ones seek it. Will the Saint Nuwa seek it? As he spoke, Zhang Nian turned to look at Hongjun, his gaze fierce and unyielding, the wilderness of the saints. Is this order the order of countless beings, or the order of the saints? Duo Bao and Sui Ren were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe, their expressions filled with fear as they looked at Zhang Nian, who was debating with a stiff neck. Sui Ren murmured in confusion, "This is strange, as Zhang Nian should be a clever child. How dare he offend the Dao Ancestor's dignity?" Unlike Sui Ren's astonishment, Duo Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he boldly declared, "What Zhang Nian said is correct." Sui Ren turned his head, looking at Duo Bao as if he had seen a ghost. The wilderness belongs to countless beings, the order belongs to countless beings. Although saints are not within the 5 elements transcending the 6 realms, they still exist within the wilderness. In the wilderness, one should abide by the order rather than demanding special treatment based on so-called face. Indeed. It should be so. How could it not be so? Duo Bao laughed excitedly, each laugh more intense than the last, resonating in the void and drawing the attention of Hongjun and the Saint of Hutu. Hongjun's eyes flashed with displeasure for a moment. He forced a smile, narrowing his eyes as he nodded towards Zhang Nian. "I deeply agree with what was said earlier. The Golden Crow must be punished. I want to suspend Bo Zhuang for eternity, bringing light to the countless beings of the wilderness to repay today's karma." What does the Saint of Hutu think, young friend Zhang Nian? What a shameless old fellow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nian understood immediately. Hongjun was changing the concept. On what basis does he have the right to punish? Even if he represents the heavenly Dao, why does he have the authority over the earthly path? Yet Hongjun is indeed dominating the narrative. His punishment of the Golden Crow was not for any other reason, but for the countless beings in the wilderness. Zhang Nian couldn't help but secretly marvel at how high the old fellow's cultivation was. Indeed, he was worthy of living from ancient times to the present, and living the best among all. Just this level of cunning could outplay all beings in the wilderness. If Zhang Nian were not knowledgeable about the development of the wilderness, he might also have been played around by this old fellow. But could he just accept it like this? Previously, Zhang Nian had already taken a great risk to speak up. Logically, with his status, he could have spoken reasonably in front of Hongjun for the first time. But again, is it really that the righteous saints have no temper? To put it bluntly, even if Hongjun risked everything and wiped Zhang Nian out, perhaps the human path and the earthly path would remember. But they couldn't do anything. This is the so-called backlash of merit and karma. Hongjun had already taken on the whole West. What difference would it make to take on Zhang Nian? It was precisely because he understood this principle that Zhang Nian had always adhered to the approach of boldly guessing and cautiously acting. If successful, then great. If not, he would think of another way. Even if he couldn't escape, in one go opportunities would always arise. But once a person is gone, everything is over. Thus Zhang Nian now did not know how to argue, but could not and dared not. The same goes for Hutu. She had just transformed into reincarnation and had not yet completely merged with the earthly path. Not only could she not unleash her full strength, but the heavenly Dao had existed for a long time. How could it be matched by an earthly path that had just awakened? As the two remained silent, with Hongjun feeling secure, suddenly a voice that was extremely discordant for Hongjun echoed in the arena. "Disciple Duo Bao, what the Dao Ancestor just said seems to have some omissions. I am concerned it may affect the honor of the Ancestral Master. Thus I speak up to remind. I hope the Ancestral Master does not mind." Duo Bao hunched over, his entire body tense, beads of sweat seeping from his chubby cheeks, yet his mouth did not stop. "The Ancestral Master said that the small Golden Crow should be punished to hang for eternity. I think that is very good." As soon as he finished speaking, Hongjun's mouth curved up, raising his hand to stroke his long beard, and his gaze towards Duo Bao softened quite a bit. He thought, this disciple is indeed good. Look how well he speaks. Even the help is in the form of oppositional praise. Next, he will likely find some small issue and set the tone for the entire matter. Not bad, not bad. Tong Tian is indeed very dedicated to teaching his disciples. The next moment, however, all true spirits of the wilderness are under the jurisdiction of the underworld, esteemed as the Dao Ancestor, admired by countless beings of the wilderness. I believe he would not act arbitrarily. His words came to an abrupt halt. The air froze for a second. Zhang Nian's mouth twitched more than anyone could suppress. He knew that Duo Bao was definitely not the type to flatter by stepping on others. However, the art of speaking was incredibly high. On the surface, every sentence was praise, but in reality, every sentence was criticism. Zhang Nian, I said there are still many good people in the wilderness. In the void, Hongjun narrowed his eyes, unable to discern his emotions, yet anyone could feel the pressure from the heavenly Dao. Boom. Suddenly a bolt of lightning split the sky. Zhang Nian, Duo Bao, and even Sui Run, who had been hiding behind and dared not speak, all shrank their necks. However, Hutu merely chuckled lightly, raising her hand towards Hongjun. What you all said is not wrong, but the Dao ancestor is the teacher of countless beings in the wilderness. His thoughts and considerations are beyond our comparison. Today, based on the Dao ancestor's words, let the true spirit of this small golden crow be entrusted to my friend Hongjun. Zhang Nian and Duo Bao both looked at Hutu with wide eyes. Zhang Nian even cast a suspicious glance at Hongjun, exclaiming, "It can't be that this old fellow wants to control it again." Zhang Nian had seen Hongjun use the authority of the heavenly Dao to control people. However, logically speaking, having experienced it once, Hutu should not. Everything went as Zhang Nian expected. Hutu's eyes were clear and discerning. But why? Today's matter, even if it is overly explained, they have their reasons. With the Demon Clan and the Golden Crow, it should be left to Dong Huang Tai Yi or Dijun to handle. This not only weakens the strength of the Demon Clan, but also indirectly changes the outcome of the battle between the witches and demons. If the Demon Clan loses these two Golden Crows, they would absolutely not dare to go to war with the Witch Clan. Then there would be no function or journey to the west. Hongjun would never be able to achieve the Dao. This is a great benefit for both the human path and the earthly path, as well as for the Witch Clan. If that is the case, then I shall take the true spirit of this small golden crow with me. Hongjun's mouth raised slightly, his voice gentle, and his eyes narrowed. Although he did not know why Hutu agreed, the outcome appeared to be in his favor. After speaking, Hongjun waved his hand. In an instant, he took the true spirit of the small golden crow and left. Dijun's small golden crow was taken away, and he let out a sigh of relief, performing a perfunctory bow to Hutu before flying away. Seeing this, Zhang Nian raised his head and clasped his hands. I report to the saint of Hutu. Just as he started, his body was enveloped by a force, and his waist involuntarily straightened. Looking up at the saint of Hutu again, she appeared solemn and majestic, silently shaking her head at Zhang Nian. In an instant, she transformed into specks of golden light, dissipating between heaven and earth. Only in Zhang Nian's sea of consciousness did that golden energy seem to be attracted by something wandering on its own. When Zhang Nian finally saw it clearly, he understood. Hutu left behind 4 words. Waiting for the right moment. Zhang Nian repeated several times. Ultimately, he could not comprehend the profound meaning behind it. Hongjun embodies the Dao, so what is the significance of waiting for the right time? In the end, are they not still under the control of the Dao? However, upon reflection, Zhang Nian sighed in relief. The demonic tribe's actions had caused immense suffering to countless beings in the wilderness. The human race was equally affected. Yet Zhang Nian had fortuitously escaped the calamity. His achievement of shooting down the sun was sufficient to counter all the negative impacts brought about by the potential extinction of the human race. Thinking of this, a hint of gratitude appeared in Zhang Nian's gaze directed at Duo Bao. Unbeknownst to him, the latter felt the same way. After all, for Duo Bao, this journey was merely a means to sense the approaching fortune. Little did he expect to meet someone as extraordinary as Zhang Nian. Moreover, he gained merits in both the human and earthly realms. Such gains were indeed considerable. Zhang Nian, my friend, I have gained much from this journey. We part ways here, and may we meet again another day. As he spoke, Duo Bao clasped his hands in salutation. Before Zhang Nian could respond, he exerted force and clouds rose beneath his feet, soaring into the sky and disappearing into the horizon. Watching Duo Bao's retreating figure, Zhang Nian remained silent, tightening his grip on the sun-shooting bow. The conditions in the land of the human race could only be described as horrific. Yet the most critical issue was the complete enmity with the demonic tribe. Zhang Nian understood this was inevitable, but after this, the human race had thoroughly positioned itself against the demonic tribe, resulting in a situation of no return. He believed that Emperor Jun thought the same way. Brother Zhang Nian, in the tribe, you mentioned going out to seek. Swearin hesitated, but Zhang Nian understood the meaning he wished to express. In 10 days, the sun evaporated nearly all the living resources in the forest. There was no water source, no food. The crisis facing the human race had not yet passed. Zhang Nian smiled faintly, yet within his spiritual sea remained a batch of edible sea fish. He had hastily stored them in his spiritual sea. Now they could be used to relieve the urgent need. He turned to Swearin with a reassuring smile and said, Brother Soren, do not panic. I have found some food from the vast sea. As he spoke, Zhang Nian formed hand seals and opened a deep pit in the barren land. As torrents of seawater poured in, a multitude of sea fish tumbled down. In an instant, water splashed everywhere. Excellent, Brother Zhang Nian. Swearin shouted in excitement, lifting seawater with both hands ready to drink, but a large hand stopped him. Brother Suiren, the fish can be eaten, but the water. Looking at the panic flashing in Suiren's eyes, Zhang Nian felt a pang of reluctance, yet his tone remained resolute. It cannot be drunk. As soon as he finished speaking, it felt like a sharp arrow striking Suiren's heart. Currently, every member of the human tribe had cracked skin, their lives hanging by a thread. Without water, they might not survive even today. Yet obviously this pit contained it. Zhang Nian insisted it could not be used. Zhang Nian's heart was equally in turmoil. He realized that the human race had reached a dead end. At this moment, if he could not come up with a solution, it would be a devastating blow for the entire human race. Thinking this, Zhang Nian turned his gaze to the seawater in the pit. His mind raced with common methods to process seawater. Distillation, collecting the steam formed by boiling seawater, could purify it. Although this method could not last long, it was a good way to get through the crisis. However, upon realizing this, Zhang Nian glanced at the desolate surroundings. At this moment, he was in the wilderness where the human race possessed nothing. Creating devices would take time. And what the human race needed most right now was time. What other method? Wait. Clap. Zhang Nian suddenly clapped his hands. He extracted a key term from his previous thoughts. He was in the wilderness. Then why use ordinary methods to solve the current predicament? In an instant, Zhang Nian lamented his own lack of clarity. Clearly not far away, there was the best solution at Buzhou Mountain. Zhang Nian's lips curled up as he gazed far into the distance, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes. Brother Suiren informed all tribes to gather as much firewood as possible. Before Suiren could react, Zhang Nian shot into the sky, leaving behind a sentence, "It's going to rain soon." Rain. Suiren looked puzzled at the sky. At that moment, the red sun slowly rose from the east, clearly a result of Hongjun's intervention. But after days of drought, there were not even a few clouds in the sky, so where would the rain come from? Never mind. Suiren stomped his foot, hesitating for a moment. Brother Zhang Nian is the smartest of the human race. Surely, he has a plan. On the other side at Buzhou Mountain in the Pangu Temple, 11 ancestral witches gathered by the blood pool. Elder brother, the demonic tribe clearly does not regard our witch clan as significant. Yes, elder brother, I think we should take advantage of the demonic tribe's numerous crimes to attack. Right? Currently, all the tribes in the wilderness do not have a good view of the demonic tribe. The clamorous voices rose and fell, but their meaning was unprecedentedly united. The ancestral witches were eager to overturn the demon court and take their place. Emperor Jun sat at the head, his expression fluctuating. Since his sister Hutu transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, the unease in his heart had only grown heavier. Listening to the shouts of his brothers, he felt increasingly vexed. Also feeling this way was Zujium's silence at the stone table. His unease stemmed more from the human Zhang Nian who had appeared earlier. Unlike Emperor Jiang, he felt uneasy about the unpredictable, mysterious power within Zhang Nian. Just as the ancestral witches were arguing incessantly, a voice came from outside Buzhou Mountain. Human Zhang Nian requests to meet the ancestral witches. Upon hearing this, Zujium's eyes darkened and a flicker of killing intent flashed. The ancestral witches stopped their quarrels and looked at their elder brother Emperor Jiang. They saw Emperor Jiang's expression was impassive, making it hard to discern his emotions, and he simply stated, "This matter needs further discussion. I will inquire about the human's purpose." His figure quickly faded into the formless. Outside Buzhou Mountain, as soon as Zhang Nian finished speaking, he felt the space before him tremble. In the next second, a tall figure suddenly appeared, and it was none other than the leading ancestral witch, Emperor Jiang. "I have met Emperor Jiang." Zhang Nian immediately cupped his hands in greeting, speaking respectfully. Emperor Jiang said nothing more, raising a hand to release the power of the laws, directly lifting Zhang Nian. "What brings the human race here?" Zhang Nian comes solely for the witch clan. "For the witch clan?" Emperor Jiang narrowed his eyes, his gaze penetrating the void to pierce Zhang Nian's heart, seemingly wanting to see through this human inside and out. In contrast, Zhang Nian maintained a calm demeanor throughout. However, in the next second, he cupped his hands and bowed to the ground. "I asked the Saint Hutu to take action." Zhang Nian's words concern the lives of countless beings in the wilderness, and fear there may be ears on the other side of the wall. In the next instant, the ground trembled, and a faint golden light rose from the earth. Before long, it enveloped the two of them. With another blink, Emperor Jiang and Zhang Nian found themselves in a dim space. Emperor Jiang's expression was solemn as he stared intently at Zhang Nian, his aura swirling, clearly displeased with Zhang Nian's actions. In contrast, Zhang Nian appeared as if he had anticipated this all along. In the next second, he slowly spoke. Emperor Jiang's pupils gradually widened, stunned into silence. The ancestral witch is endowed with the heavens, born with the laws, and is the only choice for the Pangu Father God to manifest in the primordial chaos. Yet no witch has ever relied on their own laws to attain sanctification. Does Emperor Jiang know why? As soon as the words were spoken, Emperor Jiang's pupils constricted. He questioned himself, believing he had cultivated the laws of space to perfection. Yet every time he was about to take that step, he felt the path ahead shrouded in chaos. Initially, he thought it was due to his insufficient strength. Now upon hearing Zhang Nian's words, Emperor Jiang did not doubt himself at first. Instead, he was curious as to how this person before him knew so much. Seeing Emperor Jiang in such a state, Zhang Nian smiled gently about to elaborate, but then heard a voice from the void urging him speak quickly. The voice was swift, tinged with a sense of exhaustion. Zhang Nian knew this was the limit of what Hutu could do. He then stopped being enigmatic and poured out all his analyses. Hongjun seeks to act on behalf of the heavens to dominate the primordial chaos, but he cannot surpass the towering mountain, that is the Pangu Father God. Thus arose the conflict between witches and demons, and the teachings of the Purple Cloud Palace have already severed the foundation for countless beings to attain sanctification. Now in the primordial chaos, it is impossible for there to be a saint outside of the heavenly path. The ancestral witches are naturally included in that. If one wishes to inherit the Father Gods, one must first step beyond the heavenly path to have a glimmer of hope. Zhang Nian spoke rapidly, and as his words fell, a beam of light pierced through the darkness. In an instant, the two returned to the void above Buzhou Mountain. Zhang Nian seemed to have transformed, completely disregarding the still astonished Emperor Jiang. Clasping his hands in salute, I, the human Zhang Nian, request the ancestral, which to show mercy, and send the ancestral, which shall be sure to bring down the nourishing rain upon the myriad realms of the primordial chaos to alleviate the suffering of countless beings. Though Emperor Jiang was in a state of confusion, he understood Zhang Nian's thoughts and concerns. He waved his hand at Zhang Nian and said seriously, this witch is already aware of this matter. The witch clan has been granted authority by the Dao ancestor to govern the primordial lands, and we must alleviate the suffering of all beings. Shall be sure we'll set out soon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nian breathed a sigh of relief, but his face showed immense gratitude as he hurriedly bowed. In that case, the human Zhang Nian thanks you. After saying this, Zhang Nian turned and swiftly departed. Emperor Jiang also flashed back to the Panga Shrine. As soon as he appeared, a group of ancestral witches surrounded him. Elder brother, what does that human want here? Yeah, I heard he wants to send Shebi Shur out. Voices rose and fell, but Emperor Jiang remained oblivious, swiftly returning to his own Dao platform, his gaze deep, thoughts echoing the words Zhang Nian had just spoken. That human youth had a special identity. He was kindly reminding me about the witch clan. Could it be that what he said was not false? Stepping beyond the heavenly path. Was there truly a glimmer of life beyond this? Emperor Jiang did not even dare to voice it, merely repeating it in his heart. Beyond the heavenly path. Suddenly, Emperor Jiang's thoughts returned to the day when the ancestral, which Hutu transformed into reincarnation. At the moment Hutu appeared, she spoke a phrase. From now on there will be no ancestral witch Hutu, only the earth path Hutu. The words that once felt like a thorn in his back, now tasted sweet. It turned out that my sister had already left a way out for the entire witch clan. It was just that they did not understand the deeper meaning behind it. But Emperor Jiang understood. Oh, how could the other 10 brothers comprehend the profound implications? In an instant, Emperor Jiang frowned, his heart filled with hesitation. He could not speak plainly. Previously, in the void space, the information revealed behind his sister's urging was also immense. It indicated that someone did not want the witch clan to have too much contact with Zhang Nian. The answer was also about to surface. When the ancestral witch Hutu attained sanctification, Zhang Nian was present. At that time, a major figure who should not have appeared showed up. Combining that with Zhang Nian's words, everything, the Dao ancestor Hongjun had been watching over the witch clan. With this thought, Emperor Jiang sighed, deeply feeling both the responsibility of inheriting the Pangu Father God's will and the concern for the future of the witch clan. Knowing the answer is one thing, being able to avoid disaster is another. The witch clan is already deeply mired in it. Wanting to extricate themselves is not something Emperor Jiang can achieve with just a few words. While pondering, a figure suddenly appeared in Emperor Jiang's mind, the human Zhang Nian, that young man who could see through everything. There is still time, for now I must accomplish what I promised. Resolving himself, Emperor Jiang's figure vanished from the room and appeared the next second in the stone house where Shebi Shur was. If you ask me, why should our ancestral witches fear the demon clan? With my mastery of the fire laws, I could make that Emperor Jun retreat 3 steps. As soon as he appeared, Emperor Jiang's face darkened. Ancestral witch Zhuhong was currently boasting in the stone house, striking his chest loudly, seemingly believing he understood the fire laws deeply. Elder brother. Shebi Shur responded with a smile, his eyes suddenly darting to the back as he stood up with a whoosh. In front of him, Zhuhong, upon hearing this call, looked startled and then turned around with a grin. Elder brother. Ignoring Zhuhong, Emperor Jiang turned his gaze to Shebi Shur and instructed in a deep voice, you younger brother, go to the myriad realms of the primordial chaos and bring down some rain. Remember, do not cause disasters, understand? Oh. Shebi Shur was taken aback, his face filled with reluctance. But upon seeing elder brother Emperor Jiang's fiery gaze, he gritted his teeth and nodded, "Rest assured, elder brother, I will set off right away." Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain at Qinghuan, Duobao had just returned to the mountain gate when he saw three graceful figures approaching. "Yunxiao, Bixiao, Qiongxiao, I greet senior brother Duobao." Duobao nodded slightly, his plump face shaking, thinking to himself, now the disciples under the master have increased, and their talents are extraordinary. Just like the three Xiaos before him, they were disciples picked up by the master on the way to Golden Ao Island, also innate beings with great fortune. As the eldest senior brother, he still needed to diligently practice his spells and not be surpassed by his junior sisters. Having thought this, Duobao noticed that Zhao Gongming, who usually accompanied the three Xiaos, was absent, and asked in confusion, "Where is Gongming?" Upon hearing this, the three Xiaos paused, and the youngest Qiongxiao stuck out her tongue, her face full of reproach. "Isn't it because senior brother Duobao left the mountain gate without permission? Master scolded brother Gongming for not reporting it, and he is currently being punished in the Dao platform. Qiongxiao, do not be rude." The eldest sister Yunxiao glared at Qiongxiao, then inclined her body to explain to Duobao, "Senior brother, do not blame her." Qiongxiao was just worried about her brother, which is why she spoke out of turn. Seeing this, Duobao smiled and waved his hand. He had gained a lot from this trip and was in a good mood, not wanting to bicker with Qiongxiao. Instead, he leaned forward and peeked into the Dao platform. "Since this matter was caused by me, I will handle it myself. You junior sisters wait outside for a moment." As he spoke, Duobao twisted his body and walked toward the Dao platform. Just as he reached the door, he heard it. At the moment the door opened, a stern voice came from within. "Rebellious disciple, why are you still standing outside and not coming in?" Duobao's face froze, and he cautiously shrank back his neck, only to see Zhao Gongming kneeling on a cushion inside, grinning foolishly at him, as if to say, "Senior brother, you brought this upon yourself. I did not betray you." Duobao was unafraid, stepping forward as his hearty laughter echoed in the Dao platform. "Master, you do not know, but this time I encountered a marvelous person." Before Duobao could continue, a sinister voice came from behind the human Zhang Nian. "Right. A marvelous person, is it? You did not listen when I told you to stay on the mountain to cultivate." Just then a stern voice rang out from the Dao platform, "Qingping sword, come." Master. Oh no." For a long time Duobao lay on the stone slab of the dojo, the lingering sandalwood fragrance filling his nostrils, sharpening his mind, and clearing his vision. In the past, this was the ultimate remedy for cultivation. At this moment, however, it made him acutely aware of the pain emanating from his body. The supreme sage sat solemnly at the head, his expression grave. "Duobao, do you know who Zhang Nian is?" The voice echoed through the great hall. Upon hearing his master's question, Duobao instinctively sat up, his mouth twitching as he replied, "Reporting to master, I believe this person is exceptionally intelligent and possesses great fortune, just like me." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian was momentarily speechless. He did not mind Duobao engaging with the mortal world. However, with the calamities of the primordial era rising, the heavens and earth had already formed a formidable force, and thunder would soon strike. Intervening in the causal flow at this moment was indeed unwise. Otherwise, considering Tong Tian's original intention for founding the Jie sect, how could he unleash such anger? Ultimately, it was merely the anxiousness for his beloved disciple. But from Duobao's candid demeanor, it seemed this endeavor was in vain. This left Tong Tian as a master feeling both love and hate. Especially previously, this rebellious disciple dared to question in front of his master Hongjun. At that time, Tong Tian almost rushed to the scene to argue a bit. Especially previously, this rebellious disciple dared to question in front of his master Hongjun. At that time, Tong Tian almost rushed to the scene. Faced with his beloved disciple, those harsh words ultimately remained unspoken. Yet all of this did not convey the same meaning in Duobao's eyes. He thought his master had acknowledged what he said. With a relaxed expression, he hurriedly explained, "Master, I have gained much from this journey, especially regarding the human named Zhang Nian." Then Duobao recounted everything he had seen and heard along the way, raising his voice slightly by the end. "Master, you often say that the Tao has 50 aspects. The heavenly transformation has 14, and one must evade one aspect, which represents life. The foundation of our Jie sect is to intercept that thread of life for countless beings in the primordial era." Zhang Nian shooting the sun, in Duobao's view, was precisely fulfilling this aspect. Moreover, Zhang Nian possesses deep fortune and embodies the merits of humanity and the earth. Master, why not accept him? Hearing this, Tong Tian quickly interrupted Duobao. "Stop." Seeing Duobao's puzzled expression, Tong Tian shook his head. "The human race reveres your master Uncle Laozi as their teacher. No matter how good Zhang Nian is, he has no connection with our Jie sect." However, Duobao did not understand that Tong Tian was not unwilling to accept him, but rather unable to. Long ago, when Zhang Nian first descended into the primordial world, Tong Tian had sensed it. He further felt that this child was destined to have ties with his Jie sect. Yet at that time Master Laozi had already hinted that Zhang Nian could only be Zhang Nian of the human race. This completely severed Tong Tian's ambitions. Previously he had not felt this, but given the events of this period, Tong Tian genuinely believed that Master Laozi's calculations were indeed profound. Someone like Zhang Nian he could not grasp within his Jia sect. Yet his beloved disciple was muddled together with that human race. Now he was further entangled with the causal connections of the witch and demon races. Tong Tian privately calculated a fortune, but could deduce nothing. Logically, a sage should have a connection to the heavens and earth, yet every time Tong Tian tried to calculate Zhang Nian, the answers were consistently vague and indistinct. It was as if this person's existence had thrown the entire primordial realm into chaos. Only from that moment on did Tong Tian understand why Master Hongjun would go to such lengths to eradicate Zhang Nian. Why Master Laozi would remind him that Zhang Nian could only be the human Zhang Nian. Just as Duo Bao had just said, if Zhang Nian was indeed that aspect, doesn't it prove that the Tao still exists and life persists? Then why should he be entangled? He only needs to persist in his own Tao. With this realization, Tong Tian's gaze towards Duo Bao softened significantly. Zhang Nian has his own path to walk, and so do the immortals of our Jia sect. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao immediately concealed his look of regret, standing up to bow to Tong Tian, his face serious. Disciple will remember. Meanwhile, Zhang Nian returned to the Sui Rin tribe after departing from the Buzhou mountain. As soon as he landed, he heard a group of humans praying to the two statues of saints. We beseech the Saint Nuwa and Saint Laozi to protect our human race through this calamity. May the two saints show their divine presence. Watching this scene, Zhang Nian fell silent. He knew well that Laozi would no longer intervene in human affairs as for Nuwa. If it were not for the latter's merit in the creation of humanity, Zhang Nian would not even wish to erect a statue for Nuwa. Yet Zhang Nian understood one thing better. Humans only seek help from the divine when they reach the last moment of desperation. And Zhang Nian was even clearer about one thing. Neither the saints nor the immortals could be relied upon. If the human race wanted to survive and thrive, they had to rely on themselves. Zhang Nian could stand up time and again in times of crisis, but he was destined not to belong here. He would also have a day of departure. The instance world has a time limit, it's just that no one has survived in the primordial instance, so Zhang Nian himself was unclear about how long it would be. At this moment, Zhang Nian felt he should do something. With this thought, he stepped towards the high platform. Everyone, his voice enhanced by his magical power, quickly spread throughout the human habitat, causing all humans to halt their actions. The notion that humans are weak seems to have been passed down for a long time. Zhang Nian's voice was soft, revealing a hint of bitterness, as well as a sense of helplessness in having to bow to reality. Woo! A faint sound of sobbing emerged from below the stage. Perhaps it was in memory of those relatives devoured by beasts, or the tragic fate of kin scorched by the blazing sun. Many humans nodded, tears flowing. In the next moment, Zhang Nian's powerful voice struck at the heart of every human. But I want to say, I never think humans are weak. Swish! The instant his words fell, hundreds of gazes converged upon the high platform, filled with confusion, misunderstanding, but more so bewilderment. The perception of weakness seemed to accompany every human from the moment of birth. And the various races in the primordial era used reality to tell them that humans were indeed weak. Natural disasters, calamities, and even an insignificant insect could take their lives. Yet now one of their most revered leaders actually told them that humans were not weak. Before the crowd could comprehend, Zhang Nian's high-pitched voice resonated again. Before the nest leader imitated birds and beasts to build nests, we humans only knew we could build houses and trees. Before the Sui Ren leader discovered fire by friction, we humans only knew that we could have flames without magical power. Before I created written characters, we humans only knew we could convey information through writing and drawing. As he spoke, Zhang Nian raised both hands, the veins in his neck bulging passionately, exclaiming, "So what if the human race's destiny is shallow? From ancient times to the present, everything we possess has been created by our own hands. We can create fire, we can create water, and we can create so much more. And all of you can be the hope for the future of the human race." Buzz! As his words fell, Zhang Nian felt a tremor in his mind. A wisp of white energy was visibly increasing in speed. Zhang Nian was shocked. What on earth is this? It was at this very moment in the invisible realm, unnoticed by the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, that a monumental event occurred. Inside the red drapes of the Nuwa palace, Nuwa sat up in shock. During this period, she had closed her doors to avoid getting involved in the affairs of the witch and demon clans and the human race. As the mother of humanity, she was bound by their fate. Remaining aloof was the limit of what she could do. However, this did not mean that Nuwa could find peace of mind. The 9 clay statues in the human dwelling had already established a connection with her mind through the human path. As long as someone from the human race prayed, she would be able to hear them. On one side was the bond of kinship, and on the other was the suffering of humanity. Nuwa found herself in a dilemma. But just now Nuwa distinctly sensed that the long silent human path had indeed awakened. How could this not startle her? Previously, after creating humanity, Nuwa was well aware of the fate of the human path. Under the heavenly Tao, no other paths were permitted to overreach. It was from that moment on that Nuwa understood Hongjun's scheme. Unfortunately, her status as a master and disciple had been established, and she was powerless to change it. Subsequently, Laozi's senior brother established the human teaching, taking away the fortune of the human path from her. Nuwa realized that the human path had no chance of rising again. Both saints were disciples of Hongjun, and having been tainted by this destiny, the human path could only remain beneath the heavenly Tao. According to Nuwa's saintly calculations, the awakening of the human path would require the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This was the last retreat she left for her brother Fuxi. But the appearance of Zhang Nian snatched away Fux's opportunity. Now that the human path had awakened ahead of time, it would undoubtedly attract suppression from the heavenly Tao. How could Nuwa not be enraged? Damn it, what has Zhang Nian done again? With a fierce curse, Nuwa formed hand seals, and the milky white fortune of the human path surged forth, enveloping her entirely, as if she were a butterfly waiting to break free from its cocoon. On the other side, at the Taqing Palace of Kunlun Mountain, Laozi, sitting cross-legged on a mat, suddenly felt a tremor in his brows, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Before long, Xuandu flew to his side. "Master, I feel something." Without waiting for Xuandu to finish, Laozi waved his hand, and a calm voice echoed in the hall. "Xuandu, I command you to act as my representative in accepting disciples among the human race. The connection between us shall be of the number 9 and 9. This treasure is entrusted to you." Looking at the gleaming golden light of the Xianhuang ruler in front of him, Xuandu was momentarily stunned, a hint of confusion rising in his heart. "Master only asked me to accept disciples among the human race. Why then did he give me this postnatal treasure?" The Xianhuang ruler. Could it be that this trip involves danger? Despite the many doubts in his heart, Xuandu still accepted the Xianhuang ruler, bowing respectfully. "Disciple will diligently obey your command." After saying this, he flew out of Kunlun Mountain. Once Xuandu had left, Laozi's figure transformed into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the Dao Hall of the Shangqing Palace of Tongtian Saint. Tongtian greets senior brother. Tongtian was the first to greet him, but his gaze inadvertently swept toward the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Clearly, he had also sensed the anomalies in the world. No need for such formalities. Laozi lightly waved his whisk and slowly walked forward. Tongtian retracted his gaze and saw his senior brother Laozi smiling warmly at him. Naturally straightforward in character, he immediately inquired, "What brings you here today, senior brother?" Laozi did not respond, shaking his whisk as a hint of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. "Tongtian, I recall that at Buzhou Mountain we discovered that the innate gourd vine bore 7 colored gourds. The purple gourd belongs to me and yours is." At these words, Tongtian was first taken aback, not understanding why his senior brother suddenly mentioned this. However, he still replied, "Could it be that senior brother has forgotten? On that day the 3 of us were united and forced the demon race to dare not act recklessly, which is why we divided the 3 gourds. The purple one belongs to senior brother, the blue gourd to me, and the green gourd was given to Yuan. Sure, senior brother." "All right." Laozi's murky eyes sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance, then he appeared to suddenly realize, "Speaking of which, I have nearly refined that purple gourd. How about yours, junior brother?" As he spoke, Laozi waved his hand, and a purple gourd adorned with golden cloud patterns appeared above his palm. In response to Laozi's gaze, Tongshan's lips twitched. He was not adept at refining artifacts in the first place, and he had only taken that innate gourd because he saw it was extraordinary. Though feeling a bit embarrassed at this moment, he still gritted his teeth and cupped his hands. "Senior brother, I am not skilled in artifact refining, so this gourd is still stored in my sea of consciousness." "What a pity that is." Laozi feigned a look of regret, making Tongtian grit his teeth in frustration. Unexpectedly the next moment, "Junior brother, since you are not skilled in artifact refining, why not gift me this blue gourd?" Tongtian was momentarily stunned, not expecting his senior brother Laozi to speak so openly. In his impression, his senior brother had always been mysterious and unpredictable. Why has he now become like this? "Senior brother, this." Though Tongtian was not skilled in artifact refining, he was no longer alone. The disciples of the Jie sect were few and far between, but in the future they would surely grow prosperous. As a master, one should have some handy items to reward disciples, shouldn't they? However, Laozi seemed to have seen through Tongshan's hesitation and waved his robe, accompanied by a wave of spatial fluctuation. On the stone table before them lay 2 jade bottles. "Is this the 9-turn golden core?" Tongtian glanced at it and immediately recognized that the jade bottles contained the 9-turn golden core refined by his senior brother Laozi. Only Laozi in the entire primordial chaos could refine this supreme elixir. It is known that the 7 returns of the elixir are called jade liquid and the 9 turns are called golden core. This must have cost a fortune. Seeing this, Tong Tian no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he placed the innate blue gourd on the table. Senior brother, I will not ask what you want this gourd for. Take this 9-turn golden core, junior brother. Saying this, Tong Tian stored the 9-turn golden core in his sea of consciousness. He had an inkling. Senior brother Laozi was about to make a significant move, and it was related to the awakening of the human path. Feeling a hint of unease in his heart, he also pondered that recently his senior disciple Duobao had connections with the human race. Could it be? Master. Just as he was about to inquire, he found that Laozi had already vanished from sight. The words he was about to say were swallowed back down. Yet Tongshan's heart grew increasingly tense. As a saint, he had his own sense of the world. Previously, the conflict between the witch and demon clans had created a dense calamity in the world, which was still traceable. But now, the calamity was not only not increasing, but actually decreasing, which was already abnormal. At this critical moment, the awakening of the human path would only add to the chaos. At this moment, even Tong Tian as a saint could not see through this disaster. Logically, it should have been focused on the witch and demon clans. TSK. In contemplation, Tong Tian calculated once more. Indeed, still no results. Tong Tian suddenly thought of a key figure. He immediately calmed his mind. After a while, he opened his eyes, his gaze filled with shock. That young man from the human race has indeed done something extraordinary. The human path is actually on the rise. Or at a time of calamity in the world. Everything is in chaos, everything is in chaos. The 33rd heaven. Demon court. Damn those human beings for killing my beloved son, and almost making me lose face before countless beings of the primordial world. The entire hall fell silent. The 10 great demon saints Fushi and Dongwang Tai all shrank their necks. In the air, one could almost feel the scorching temperature radiating from the true fire of the sun. Strategist. Where's the strategist? Baize's body trembled as he looked around. Seeing that the group of demon brothers had a watching-to-show attitude, he steeled himself and stepped forward. Baize is here, not knowing what the demon emperor wants. Before Baize could finish speaking, a massive wave of sound surged in, piercing Baize's eardrums painfully. I want to see the destruction of the human race, no matter what method you use. With a jolt, Baize felt his heart suddenly stop. His pupils widened in shock. Realizing he had lost his composure, Baize hurriedly lowered his head, while his mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. The human race. Although the demon race currently had Fushi to balance against the Saint Nuwa's interference. However, there was still that lingering sentiment established a year ago. If the demon race truly disregarded face and slaughtered recklessly, at that time it would likely backfire. Of course, Baize did not mind burning all the demons present, but he feared that the flames of the saints might reach him. With this thought, let alone making suggestions, Baize was even reluctant to stand in the demon court hall. After all, with Di Jun's current state of rage, if anything were to happen to the human race, everyone present would be held accountable by the saints, right? After all, he was the strategist of the demon race. Baize's eyes shifted, and he quickly thought of a point that would not harm himself. He immediately cupped his hands. Your Majesty, why should our demon race take action? The human race won't last long on their own. Oh. Di Jun raised an eyebrow, looking at Baize with interest. Baize lightly stroked his beard, feeling relaxed. The human race is weak, their survival is already a challenge. The demon emperor has lost a beloved son, we are also deeply pained. However, although the 10 little golden crows have perished, they have also brought disaster upon the human race. The rivers are drying up, the vegetation is withering, our demon race only needs to watch from the sidelines. The words echoed in the hall, and the demons nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Di Jun's eyes slightly brightened. Indeed, without food and water, the human race would only face a dead end. Zhang Nian dared to offend the Dao ancestor simply by relying on the protection of humanity. If the human race had no members left, wouldn't the doctrine of humanity collapse, allowing Zhang Nian to be at his mercy? In a daze, Di Jun seemed to have already visualized roasting Zhang Nian with the true fire of the sun, while the latter begged for his life, and he remained indifferent. Right, those humans shouldn't be wasted, they could be used to forge the Slaughter Witch sword. This realm ultimately belongs to us, the demon race. Little did he know that Zhang Nian was in the atmosphere. On the other side, Zhang Nian had just returned to the human race's dwelling when he found that the weather ancestor Wu had arrived before him. At this moment, torrential rain poured down, and the dry riverbed rushed with flowing water under the rain soaking. The earth regained a hint of vitality. However, Zhang Nian knew that this could only alleviate immediate troubles. Under such scorching sun, the vegetation had almost withered away, and only 1/10 of the seeds could survive on the surface. That was a true extinction of species. Even the human race suffered over half casualties in this disaster. If it weren't for the achievement of shooting the sun, Zhang Nian might have perished in the heavenly tribulation laid by Hongjun. Sigh. He sighed deeply. The revival of all things requires time. Relying solely on the 2 boxes of seeds left in his sea of consciousness, there was absolutely no way to save the current human race. Unless there were extraordinary heavenly materials that could make crops grow rapidly. The first item that came to Zhang Nian's mind was the 9 heavens rest soil. That was the divine earth capable of nurturing the innate 7-colored gourd. It was also one of the main materials used to forge the human race. Wouldn't it make ordinary crops grow rapidly? With this thought, Zhang Nian's gaze became profound. He was also calculating how to obtain this 9 heavens rest soil from the Saint Nuwa. What to do? Zhang Nian, my friend. As he pondered, a strange call suddenly came from afar. Following the voice, he saw a young man dressed in a dark Dao robe descending from the clouds. Zhang Nian felt a sense of familiarity. Humanity, Xian Du. I have met Zhang Nian, my friend. Xian Du. Only when Xian Du introduced himself did Zhang Nian recall that this person was the top disciple of the 3 teachings, the only disciple of humanity. However, why was Xian Du here in the human race? Could it be that the Saint Laozi wants to intervene and protect the human race? It doesn't seem likely. Zhang Nian remembered that since the establishment of humanity until the journey to the West, humanity had maintained an attitude of being uninvolved. Perhaps to those unfamiliar with the developments of the primordial world, Laozi's non-action seemed lazy. But in Zhang Nian's eyes it was great wisdom. What happened to the 2 teachings of Chan and Jie that recruited numerous disciples? The disciples of the Jie sect were all included in the Fengshen list, their souls trapped within it, becoming workers for eternity. The Chan sect produced many traitors, increasing the prestige of the West. Yet only Laozi's humanity was preserved. Even if there was only one disciple, one could say that humanity remained strong. To put it in modern terms, Laozi's mindset is, hey, I don't compete for anything, so no calamity can find me. Therefore today Zhang Nian intervened as the leader of the human race amidst the calamity of the witch and the demon. When Xian Du came to the human race's domain for Zhang Nian, it was like ordering takeout and opening the door to find that the delivery person was a star like Reba. Has Xian Du come with any instructions from the saint? Xian Du nodded slightly, which surprised Zhang Nian. After all, Laozi, who stood behind him, was the most mysterious being among all saints in Zhang Nian's knowledge. If this person had any instructions, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Perhaps seeing Zhang Nian's confusion, Xian Du laughed lightly and waved his hand. Zhang Nian, my friend, there is no need for concern. My master sent me to the human race to select disciples for humanity. I hope Zhang Nian, my friend, will cooperate a bit. Selecting disciples for humanity. How could that be possible? Zhang Nian blinked, his expression dazed, and his heart trembled like an earthquake. How could Laozi possibly recruit disciples? Did he read a fake version of the primordial world? Or is it that because of his arrival the original trajectory of the primordial world has shifted? But why would the saint's thoughts change? The Laozi who advocated for non-action actually took the initiative to recruit disciples. Coincidentally, this was after the human race had suffered a calamity. Wait, right? After pondering, he suddenly understood Laozi's intention. Xian Du's arrival might not be as simple as just recruiting disciples. It is feared that this clever saint has already caught a glimpse of some heavenly secrets. Thinking of this, Zhang Nian showed a trace of disappointment. Xian Du, my friend, is that all? Are there no other instructions from the saint? Looking at Zhang Nian's disappointed face, Xian Du frowned, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. My master entrusted this treasure to me before leaving, but there was nothing else. Saying this, Xian Du flipped his right hand, and a ruler wrapped in the golden light of virtue appeared out of thin air. Zhang Nian's eyes nearly bulged out. A treasure of virtue from the postnatal realm. A weapon for the killing of humanity. The Xianhuang ruler. Upon seeing this magical treasure, a hint of fervor flashed in Zhang Nian's eyes. He knew his guess was correct. What kind of place sends disciples with such a weapon? This is clearly not just about recruiting disciples. This is obviously a hitman sent by Saint Laozi. With this thought, Zhang Nian inconspicuously glanced towards the sky. Dijun, the demon race. The situation has turned from offense to defense. Senior fellow Xian, do I truly wish to cooperate with you? But Zhang Nian feigned deep reluctance, his eyes flickering repeatedly toward the depths of the forest. Upon hearing this, Xian Du paused, then followed Zhang Nian's gaze. Before him stretched only desolation. Muddy, foul wasteland, the vast forest bore not a single trace of green. Between skeletal trees, emaciated human youths lay prostrate on the ground, mouths agape, straining to catch raindrops from the heavens. At this sight, Xian Du instinctively furrowed his brow. He too was of the human race. When the Yao clan had once conjured 10 suns in the sky, an act of monstrous absurdity, he had petitioned repeatedly to descend the mountain and intervene. Yet his master Laozi remained sealed in seclusion. Without explicit command, Xian Du dared not act unilaterally, only gazed upon the suffering and sighed in helpless sorrow. Now witnessing such devastation among his own kind, how could his heart not wrench with anguish? The human race has fallen into such wretchedness. This is my unforgivable failure. Had I intervened sooner, our people would never have sunk to this despair. As he spoke, 2 clear tears traced silent paths down his cheeks. Watching this, Zhang Nian suddenly realized before him stood Xian Du, not as legend portrayed him, but as one profoundly sincere, deeply feeling. After all, in Zhang Nian's memory of the primordial chaos, Xian Du, like his master Laozi, had scarcely appeared beyond the title of eldest senior brother of the 3 teachings. In that instant, a plan crystallized in Zhang Nian's mind. Alas, senior fellow Xian Du, do not blame yourself. Our leaders bear the true responsibility for misgovernance. His voice choked with grief as he struck his chest and stamped his feet. I have secured seeds for cultivation, but all life obeys immutable cosmic law. By the time blossoms yield fruit, perhaps only 1 in 10 of our people shall remain. If only. Here Zhang Nian stole a glance at Xian Du. Xian Du leaned forward, eyes shimmering, breath quickening. When Zhang Nian hesitated, he burst out urgently, Senior fellow Zhang Nian, why conceal your thoughts? Speak plainly if you face difficulty. Seeing Xian Du's neck flush, crimson jaw clenched in wounded pride, as if silence itself were an insult, Zhang Nian's resolve solidified. He declared without delay, I have heard that holy sage Niuhua possesses a divine artifact, the 9 heavens living soil, capable of. No sooner had the name 9 heavens living soil left his lips than Xian Du's eyes blazed with incandescent light. Instantly he formed a mystic seal. Beneath his feet auspicious clouds coalesced with startling speed. Before Zhang Nian could react, a gale roared past his ears, stinging his eardrums. Then a voice echoed across the realm, Senior fellow Zhang Nian, tend to our people. I shall return ere long. After Xian Du departed, Zhang Nian immediately sought Yu Chao Shi and Swearin Shi, apprising them of all that transpired. Brother Zhang Nian, do you mean holy sage Laozi intends to accept disciples among the human race? Swearin Shi pounded Zhang Nian's shoulders with both hands, mouth stretched wide in unrestrained joy, utterly forgetting their people had barely survived drought, now facing imminent famine. Brother Swearin, that is not the crux. Our utmost priority now is securing the 9 heavens living soil from holy sage Niuhua. At these words, Yu Chao Shi and Swearin Shi bowed their heads lower still. Esteemed leaders, this pilgrimage to the palace of Niuhua concerns nothing less than the survival of our entire race. Just as reprimand rose to his tongue, Zhang Nian noticed both men's faces flushed crimson and swallowed his words. Instead, he asked gently, why do neither of you speak? Brother Zhang Nian, Swearin Shi forced a strained smile, voice thick with humility. We have already received immeasurable grace from holy sage Niuhua. We dare not ask for more. Zhang Nian's eyes widened. He had foreseen countless contingencies, yet never imagined this answer. Yet upon reflection, it held undeniable weight. Niuhua had granted humanity its very existence. But passive endurance without striving was not Zhang Nian's way. This was precisely why, when he had earlier crafted statues of the sages, even knowing Niuhua's aloof stance toward humanity, he had reserved her a place of honor, not merely to bind her with incense devotion, but above all for principle. Simply put, whether Niuhua ignored or observed humanity, the human Dao would scarcely stir. So long as she committed no act harmful to humankind, she would forever receive the foremost incense offering. This privilege even holy sage Laozi could not match. Yet the reverse held stark asymmetry. Niuhua might neglect humanity, but should humanity show her disrespect, it would defy heaven's justice itself. Consider King Zhou of Shang, a living testament. Though layered with scheming, the outcome spoke unequivocally. Such, however, was the logic of the primordial chaos. It held no sway over Zhang Nian. Slowly he reached out, taking each leader's hand in his own, and spoke with solemn urgency, the fate of our people rests solely upon your shoulders. Across the vast primordial chaos, conditions are dire everywhere, but ordinary beings may yet hunt for sustenance. Our people, however, suffer under the Yao clan's curse. For 10 million li in every direction, not a single living creature remains. His voice trembled, tears welling. I know what weighs upon your hearts. I feel it too. Yet we face a choice, and only one path leads onward. The torch must pass, life must endure. I have never forsaken my vow. I beg you both, lend me your full strength. Swearin Shi and Yu Chao Shi staggered backward, bodies locking rigid. In that moment, Yu Chao Shi recalled the day he first devised shelter, vowing to lift humanity higher. Swearin Shi remembered himself beneath the ancient trees, sweat-drenched, rubbing twigs relentlessly until fire bloomed for his people. Thought broke free from its chains. Brother Zhang Nian, have no fear. We will bring back the 9 heavens living soil. Seeing their unwavering resolve, Zhang Nian finally exhaled in quiet relief. Nua's partiality toward humanity demanded immense resolve, yet its root lay in just two characters, Fuxi. Zhang Nian watched the two figures vanish into the horizon, his gaze deep and resolute. He had made his decision. Nua would be drawn irrevocably onto humanity's side. Meanwhile, atop the 33rd heaven within the Lingxiao Hall of the Yao Court, golden cloud-patterned wooden desks lay splintered, shards scattered across the floor. Baizhe hunched his shoulders, eyes darting warily toward Dijun wreathed in scorching solar flame upon the high throne. His mind raced for solutions. Baizhe. A wave of searing heat engulfed the hall. With a silent sigh, Baizhe soared forward, present. As Dijun's fury threatened to erupt, Baize's eyes flashed. Then he bowed again. Your Majesty, the Wu clan's rainfall is in fact a blessing. Dijun's eyes blazed as if about to ignite. He burned with hatred for humanity. To witness the ancestral Wu shaman Shebi sure summon rain to save them. How could he not rage? Yet Baize bowed once more. Your Majesty, do not fret. Dao ancestor decreed the Yao govern heaven, the Wu rule earth. Rainfall timing and intensity fall under heaven's dominion. Your Majesty may thus journey to Zixiao Palace. The Wu have trespassed first. Our adherence to celestial law is thereby void. Dijun's eyes narrowed, murderous intent flaring. Then he laughed. A sharp, triumphant peal. Should this succeed, General, Baize shall claim first merit. And with that he shot upward toward Zixiao Palace on the 33rd heaven. Meanwhile, outside the palace of Nuwa, Xiandu stood, holding the Xianhuang ruler, striking the bronze gates rhythmically. Bang, 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 bang. Senior uncle, are you in seclusion? Bang, 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 bang. Senior uncle, humanity needs you. Each strike of the Xianhuang ruler sent violent tremors through the palace of Nuwa, as if another blow would shatter its foundations. Had Zhang Nian witnessed this, he surely would have muttered, Xiandu appears simple, but beneath that earnestness lies a strategist's cunning. Inside the Nuwa palace, Nuwa bit her red lips lightly, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain. Although she was unaware of the true intentions of Xandu's arrival, she could still glean the general idea from a few scattered words. Despite the slight reduction in the heavenly tribulation's intensity, she could sense the killing intent embedded within the heavenly Dao. Evidently, the awakening of humanity had not altered the formation of the great calamity. In fact, it even played a role in exacerbating the situation. At such a critical moment, how could Nuwa possibly intervene easily? Not to mention that Dao ancestor Hongjun had already issued a decree forbidding the saints of the wilderness from interfering in the affairs of the clans. Simply considering that her elder brother Fuxi was still among the demon tribe, she could not take action. With these thoughts in mind, the disdain Nuwa felt towards Zhang Nian deepened. Originally, she had arranged a very promising future for the human race. Once the battle between the witch and demon tribes concluded, regardless of which tribe became the main force in the heavenly realm, she would intervene in human affairs. Thus the rise of humanity seemed to Nuwa a certain outcome. However, Zhang Nian's emergence had stirred the calm waters into chaos. Even Nuwa could not foresee what the future held for humanity. At present, she could only brace herself for the worst. Regardless of human affairs, she would not bolster the demon tribe's might. Should humanity face destruction, she would not stand idly by. Therefore, Nuwa resolved not to open the doors of the Nuwa palace. No matter how stingy Xuandu was, she remained steadfast. Yet Nuwa underestimated Zhang Nian's schemes, and also the determination of humanity. The knocking at the door abruptly ceased. Just when Nuwa thought Xuandu was about to leave due to her prolonged silence, two voices suddenly rang out. The human tribes of Chao and Sui have come to pay their respects to the Saint Nuwa. We beseech the Saint Nuwa to bestow the 9 heavens Shirong to relieve the plight of humanity. 9 heavens Shirong. They want this. In an instant, Nuwa understood the connection. Not long ago, she had sensed the sudden emergence of something in the world. Though it was not a supreme treasure, it could evoke the fortune of humanity within her body. Then she recalled that Zhang Nian had scattered something in the air while passing by the human settlement. That strange feeling grew more intense. It only disappeared when Emperor Jun of the demon tribe commanded the 10 golden crows to hover in the sky. But at this moment, when the Sui and Chao tribes appeared before the Nuwa palace demanding the 9 heavens, Shirong Nuwa seemed to understand everything. Her beautiful eyes swept deeply in the direction of humanity. Her gaze was profound, as if piercing through the 33 heavens, directly targeting Zhang Nian. It seems that little fellow from the human race has left some means. Nuwa sighed deeply, her heart in turmoil. She could, however, choose to turn a blind eye. Yet regardless of how much Zhang Nian had done since his appearance, ultimately all of it was for humanity. As the creator of the human race, she was worshipped by countless people. But she repeatedly chose to be a bystander. Perhaps Zhang Nian had different intentions. Yet those who sincerely worshipped her were so devout. For the first time, Nuwa felt her heart waver. A thought that had never crossed her mind before took root in her mind. After all, it was just the 9 heavens Shirang, or it had little use for her, so why not? As soon as the thought emerged, the figure of her elder brother Fushi appeared in her mind. Flames engulfed the sky, blood stained the mountains. Her brother gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, as the Fushi chain above him shattered piece by piece, ultimately devoured by the flames. With a scream, Yua felt a chill run down her back. Ever since she became a saint, each time she wished to help humanity, this image would involuntarily flash in her mind. It was as if once she took that step, her brother would be doomed to eternal suffering. Outside the Nuwa Palace, Xuandu Sui and Chao knelt without rising. They had the air of being willing to kneel until death, if necessary. Meanwhile, in front of the Zixiao Palace, Hao Yin and Yao Dai were diligently sweeping the impurities in front of the Dao. Though white clouds drifted around, the mundane world did not intrude at all. The two figures remained busy. Swish, accompanied by a sound of breaking air, the two bowed. We pay our respects to the Demon Emperor. Emperor Jun slightly nodded, glancing toward the palace door, and quietly asked, "Has Dao Ancestor entered seclusion?" Upon hearing this, Hao Yin and Yao Tai exchanged glances. Soon Hao Yin stepped forward, his demeanor respectful. "Please wait a moment, Demon Emperor, I will inquire." Without waiting for Emperor Jun's response, Hao Yin turned and flew into the Zixiao Palace. In front of the Dao platform, just as Hao Yin was about to knock, a voice floated from within the room. "Open the palace doors wide and invite the Demon Emperor in." "Yes." In response, Hao Yin habitually bent down, taking 9 steps back, then turned and flew toward the palace door. 3 breaths later, "Demon Emperor, please." As Haoshin's voice rang out, the Zixiao Palace doors swung wide open. Emperor Jun gave a slight nod to the two, his expression solemn, and then strode into the Zixiao Palace. Outside the palace, Yao Tai and Hao Yin both showed astonished expressions. Since the establishment of the Xuandu by Dao Ancestor, the times the doors of Zixiao Palace opened wide were few and far between. Yet each instance was accompanied by great momentum in the world. The last time was when Saint Nuwa sought an audience with Dao Ancestor, which led to the emergence of humanity. "Yao Tai, our moment is approaching." Hao Yin grinned, his gaze toward Yao Tai, filled with deep meaning. The latter was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she shot Hao Yin an annoyed glare, subtly glancing at the plaque of the Zixiao Palace within, and softly said, "Hao Yin, the master has not yet issued a decree, do not speak rashly." Hearing this, Hao Yin merely pouted, indifferent, and shrugged. "The master made it clear to me long ago, isn't it, just as the master spoke, since the Demon Emperor, Emperor Jun, has come to us." "You mean?" Yao Tai raised her hand to cover her mouth, her brows knitting together. "Exactly." Hao Yin nodded emphatically, his smile nearly reaching his ears. He had awaited this day for far too long. So long that even Hao Yin himself did not realize that his mindset had changed since Master Hongjun informed him of the desire for him to replace the demon tribe as the next ruler of the heavens. He had already regarded himself as the heavenly emperor. It's better to be cautious. Yao Tai still felt some unease, her red lips gently parted to advise. "As long as there is no decree from the master, we are merely young attendants of the Zixiao Palace." "Humph." Hao Yin puffed up like a fox whose tail had been stepped on, his face flushed with indignation, and shouted, "Are the young attendants of the Zixiao Palace comparable to ordinary innate beings? The demon emperor of the demon tribe, his status is noble right. Upon seeing me, isn't he still courteous?" Seeing her companion, whom she spent every day with, acting like this, Yao Tai couldn't help but roll her eyes, dramatically turned around, and ignored Hao Yin, focusing on cleaning her designated area. Hao Yin remained in his usual pompous demeanor. His thoughts had already drifted to the Lingxiao treasure hall in the 33 heavens. Below, one person, above all beings. That feeling must be wonderful. Swish. As he thought, a sound of breaking air suddenly reached his ears. When Hao Yin looked over, he only saw Emperor Jun's figure swiftly pass by him. Gone was the earlier respect, as if he and Yao Tai were non-existent in front of the Zixiao Palace. Angered, Hao Yin shouted a string of curses. Beside him, Yao Tai's beautiful eyes remained calm. Even in that fleeting moment, she caught a glimpse of the barely noticeable confident smile on Emperor Jun's face. A sense of unease surged within her. Something big is about to happen. A sudden guest arrived at the Buzhou Mountain. Yao Emperor Di Jun proclaimed the decree of the Dao Ancestor. As soon as the words fell, 11 figures abruptly grew taller. The ancestral witches surrounded Di Jun, glaring at him with anger. "Di Jun, prepare to pay with your life. My brothers and I have wanted to beat you for a long time." Listening to the ancestral witches' tepid insults, Di Jun chuckled lightly, inwardly cursing, just a group of brainless fools. With that thought, Di Jun raised the jade slip in his palm high. "Today I come here under the decree of the Dao Ancestor. Are you witches planning to rebel against the heavens?" This statement was heavy, yet it subtly struck at the underlying thoughts of Di Jiang at this moment. Ever since that previous exchange with Zhang Nian, Di Jiang's sense of crisis deepened. During this time, he had been contemplating how to lead the witch clan to survive this calamity. Zhang Nian's words about stepping outside the heavenly path echoed constantly in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled the suggestion Zhang Nian had made when the Earth Mother achieved her Dao. Indeed, the witch clan could completely rely on the Earth Dao, and aiding the sister in establishing the underworld was indeed a rather good excuse. Thus, upon hearing Di Jun's remarks, Di Jiang's first thought was actually to comply. Before Di Jiang could speak, Zhu Rong stepped forward, flames rising atop his head. Just one movement caused the air around Di Jun to boil, as if he were in a furnace. If you're going to issue orders, then issue them. Stop using the Dao ancestor to intimidate us. Or are you saying that you, Di Jun, the Yao Emperor, are cowardly? Saying this, Zhu Rong shot a glance at the other ancestral witches wrapping his arms, and looking down at Di Jun in the void with a mocking smile. Don't say we ancestral witches are bullying you. Dare to take us on unknown. Di Jun scratched his ear, not even turning to look at Zhu Rong, his gaze fixed firmly on Di Jiang. Seeing the latter remain silent, he felt bored, and immediately spread open the jade slip, and in an instant golden light soared, forming one symbol after another. Di Jun called out loudly, "The Yao clan governs the heavens while the witch clan governs the earth as decreed by my position." This time the witch clan's unauthorized use of the laws to bring rain upon the primordial world has already overstepped the boundaries. Considering the witch clan's eagerness to save the lives of primordial beings, I shall not pursue this matter further. However, the cycle of heavenly principles is immutable. Saying this, Di Jun's cold gaze swept over the 11 ancestral witches present, finally resting on Di Jiang, revealing a meaningful smile, before continuing, "If this happens again in the future, the heavenly principles will not tolerate it." Upon hearing this, Di Jiang frowned, vaguely sensing that this decree was not aimed at the witch clan. After all, the previous rain brought down by Shi Baishe was merely an illusion conjured by Zhang Nian and Di Jiang's tacit collaboration. According to common sense, the ancestral witches would not be idle enough to bring rain to the primordial world. Yet the Dao ancestor had brought this matter into the open in such a formal manner. In just an instant, Di Jiang caught a whiff of a conspiracy. In the past, he would have accepted the decree with a clasped hand. After all, Hongjun was acknowledged by all living beings as the Dao ancestor and had a master-disciple relationship with countless innate beings in the primordial world. However, ever since he gained a clear understanding of this Dao ancestor from Zhang Nian last time, Di Jiang's perception changed significantly. Now he was calculating the purpose behind the Dao ancestor's actions. What heavenly principle cannot be tolerated? My 11th brother, Shi Baishe, bringing rain is a great act of virtue. Exactly. You Yao clan govern the heavens, yet you caused 10 suns to rise together, wreaking havoc on the lives of primordial beings. Oh, I almost forgot this matter was created by you, the Yao Emperor himself. You Yao clan are simply unworthy of governing the heavens. Faced with the consecutive mockery from Zhu Rong, Zhu Meng, and Gong Gong, Di Jun's face visibly turned red. Enough. Are you witches planning to disregard the Dao ancestor's decree? With that, Di Jun forced out a cold smile. Humph, just right, I will report to the Zixiao Palace, so that my Yao clan can revoke your witch clan's governing rights. As soon as these words came out, they drew the wrath of the crowd. The ancestral witches viewed the rights to govern this land as paramount. Now to say they would revoke it, and that it was said by their mortal enemy, the Yao Emperor Di Jun. Almost as soon as the words fell, the 9 ancestral witches erupted with immense power of the laws. The air rippled, displaying every color from red to orange, yellow, and green. As the laws intertwined and clashed, it actually caused the space to crumble inch by inch, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading everywhere, reflecting a dazzling rainbow of light from afar. If you want to report, then report. My witch clan guards the heavens and earth, inheriting the will of Father God Pangu. Exactly, stop trying to scare us with the Dao ancestor. In the heat of the moment, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and Zhu Meng, the most impulsive ancestral witches, were the first to retaliate. However, as soon as the words were spoken, a few witches sensed that it was inappropriate and instinctively looked towards their elder brother Di Jiang. Surrounded in the middle, Di Jun chuckled lightly, a look of having achieved a cunning plan, speaking darkly. Very well, if the witch clan is unwilling to manage the primordial land, my Yao clan is naturally willing to take on more responsibilities. Di Jiang, what do you think? The other 10 ancestral witches all turned to Di Jiang. Unexpectedly, after pondering for a moment with a furrowed brow, Di Jiang actually nodded in agreement. Very well, my witch clan relinquishes this governing right today. Elder brother. Elder brother. The 10 ancestral witches all called out in unison, their tones urgent, with Zhu Rong even anxiously scratching his head, not noticing that the hair on his arms had been completely burned away. Di Jun's eyes widened, further suppressing the excitement within his voice, trembling slightly. You. The witch clan truly. Nonsense. My witch clan absolutely does not. Gong Gong, shut up. Gong Gong was about to retort, but was silenced by Di Jiang's words, immediately showing displeasure on his face. Pouting, he turned to glance at Di Jiang, swinging his right arm forcefully, letting out a heavy sigh, alas. Then returned to his position, turning his head to the side, snorting loudly, resembling a jet. Seeing the other brothers all displaying faces of discontent, Di Jiang understood that if he failed to provide a reason, today's matter would be difficult to accomplish. He then raised his voice, the power of the spatial laws carrying his words throughout the primordial realms. The ancestral, which she by sure bringing rain to the primordial world, is an act of kindness. My witch clan inherits the will of Father God, though we do not seek the merits of heaven and earth, yet the Dao ancestors' actions have chilled the hearts of my brothers. The Yao clan governs the heavens, causing 10 suns to rise together, harming countless primordial beings. The witch clan governs the earth, bringing rain to save countless lives. I, Di Jiang, cannot understand why my witch clan has to bear the title of being intolerable by the heavenly principles. If this is the heavenly principle, then I, the witch clan, shall not abide by it. As the words fell, the 10 ancestral witches clenched their fists, straining their necks, their faces turning red. The ancestral witch Zhu Jiuyin's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he shouted loudly in agreement. What the elder brother said is right. My witch clan is indeed the true inheritor of Father God Pangus. Well, why should we care about the Dao ancestors' expressions? This statement instantly ignited the tempers of Zhu Rong Gong Gong and others who followed with shouts. Exactly, for virtuous deeds we are still scolded. This is utter nonsense of heavenly principles. We, the witch clan, will not abide by it. The witch clan, being straightforward by nature, was even more incensed. Taking the opportunity, Di Jiang knelt towards Buzhou Mountain, his voice resounding throughout the primordial realm. Father God Pangu above, I, Di Jiang the ancestral, which vow here, the witch clan inherits the will of Father God, bestowing kindness upon the primordial world. However, if heavenly principles do not allow it, we have no choice but to enter the earth Dao, protecting the final journey of countless true spirits. I hope Father God grants permission. As soon as these words were spoken, countless beings in the primordial world were astonished. The witch clan actually dared to go against the heavens? In the human race's territory, Zhang Nian, hearing the voice, stood up with a whoosh. Gazing into the distance, towards Buzhou Mountain, his eyes nearly falling to the ground. Damn! Have the ancestral witches finally gained wisdom? They've finally grown brains. The moment Di Jiang's voice fell, the Zhixiao Palace shook violently. How dare the witch clan? Outside the palace gates, Heotian's neck was strained, his face flushed, and his eyes fixed on the image of Buzhou Mountain, just conjured by the heavenly eye. Beside him, Yaoqi paid no heed to Haotian, instead silently, turning her gaze towards the back of the Zhixiao Palace. Yaoqi was well aware of who the witch clan was truly defying. At that moment, within the Taoist temple, the incense burning atop the precious artifact snapped, and fragrant ash swirled through the air, dusting the somber face of Hongjun. The Dao ancestor, once untainted by dust, seemed utterly unconcerned. Hongjun's lips curled upwards, returning to his usual calm demeanor. Pangu has long transformed into the myriad of the wilderness, or what will remain of his will. Since merging with the Dao, Hongjun had kept a close watch on this killing god, who personally ended the era of the 3,000 deities and demons. Under the cover of the heavenly Dao, every corner of the wilderness was laid bare. Hongjun was confident that there were no traces of Pangu left in this world. As for the so-called Pangus, well, it was merely the delusion of these innate beings. Therefore, in Hongjun's eyes, Di Jiang's vow was as good as unmade, because there would be no response. With this thought, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Hongjun's mouth. If the witch clan insists on defying heaven, they will surely face divine retribution. On the other side, in the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa's beautiful eyes were stunned for 2 seconds. Yet her mind raced with calculations. Was the witch clan no longer contesting? What about the calamity? Nuwa suddenly felt something was amiss. If at this moment the witch clan truly entered the underground path, the calamities born between heaven and earth would have nowhere to dissipate. What would happen, then, even she, a saint, could not foresee. Realizing the connection, Nuwa quickly formed Hansi. Yet this time's divination was more terrifying than before. Previously, the fortunes of the witch and demon clans were evenly matched, even with Zhang Nian's intervention. It merely cast a thin shadow over the outcome. But now, the witch clan, the demon clan, and even the human clan, they had completely shielded the heavenly secrets. It was as if the 3 clans had been entirely removed from the wilderness. Yet the calamities contained within heaven and earth had not dissipated. Instead, they were becoming increasingly intense. How could this be? A sudden sharp pain surged in Nuwa's chest, and she instinctively raised her hand, her pupils constricting, realizing suddenly that the saintly body had long transcended what was there to fear. It is the fate of humanity that is trembling. No way. In the next moment, without a shred of hesitation, Nuwa flew out of the Nuwa Palace. Xiandu immediately rose, followed closely by Sui Ren and Yu Chao. The three of them bowed to Nuwa. We greet the Saintess Nuwa. No need for formalities. Nuwa's expression remained calm, showing no signs of panic as she fixed her gaze on the three below her, red lips gently parting. The plight of humanity weighs on my heart. Saying this, Nuwa flipped her delicate hand, and a piece of shimmering black soil appeared in the air. This is the Nine Heavens essence soil. As her words fell, a trace of imperceptible hesitation flashed across Nuwa's exquisite face, but it was quickly drowned out by the unease in her heart. Today, I bestow it upon humanity. Sui Ren and Yu Chao exchanged glances, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. They immediately bowed deeply. Despite there being no floor, they knelt forcefully, nearly burying themselves in the clouds. We thank the Saintess Nuwa for the gift of life. Nuwa slightly nodded, her jade hand raised lightly. The Nine Heavens essence soil fell into the clouds, enveloped by her magical power, as it flew directly towards the human race. Having completed all this, Nuwa silently turned back to the Nuwa palace. Watching her master leave, Xian Du's eyes flickered and his brows knitted tightly. He had nearly demolished the Nuwa palace with the Xian Huang ruler, yet this master had not emerged. Now, just after Di Jiang made his proclamation intending to lead the witch clan into the underground path, the palace door opened. Xian Du's mind suddenly stirred. He felt there must be some connection he had yet to perceive, but now was not the time to discuss such matters. There were countless humans waiting for them in the lower realms. Suddenly, a faint white force of law surged from within the Nuwa palace. It twirled around the three like ribbons. The three felt the world spinning, and in the next moment the white light dissipated, and they found themselves back in the human settlement. Brother Zhang Nian, the Saintess Nuwa has bestowed the Nine Heavens essence soil. Oh, our human race is saved. As soon as Sui Ren landed, he saw Zhang Nian staring excitedly towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain, shouting loudly. Xian Du raised his mouth in a smile, his face filled with joy as the three hurried towards Zhang Nian. As they approached, they heard Zhang Nian's intermittent murmuring. This Di Jiang is really too serious. Just swear to the underground path, and you let Pangu Father God approve it. How could he approve? I am truly at my wit's end. At this moment, Zhang Nian felt something blocking his chest in intense discomfort. After scheming for so long, he had lost for this reason. How could Zhang Nian accept that? Brother Zhang Nian, Sui Ren laughed as he stepped forward, slapping Zhang Nian's shoulder hard with a bang, his hearty voice ringing in Zhang Nian's ears. Moreover, why couldn't Pangu Father God approve? Although he has become the myriad of the wilderness, he is still a supreme being. Perhaps he is watching us right now. Listening to Sui Ren's presumptuous words, Zhang Nian's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not say much. Turning to look at the three behind him, he suddenly realized that they had actually returned from the Nuwa palace, and he exclaimed in surprise, "The Saintess Nuwa has relented." The three nodded in unison. The Nine Heavens essence soil was given. Zhang Nian still found it hard to believe and confirmed again. Yes. Xian Du flipped his palm, a rainbow-colored light piercing Zhang Nian's eyes. Hiss. Drawing a sharp breath, Zhang Nian slowly moved his hand away from his eyes, glancing at the black soil in Xian Du's palm, his pupils dilating rapidly, inwardly exclaiming, "This isn't right." Nuwa had no reason to help humanity. I hadn't even proposed a bargaining chip, and Nuwa agreed. Originally, Zhang Nian was well aware that Nuwa would not aid humanity. After the three of Xian Du, Sui Ren, and Yu Chao ascended to the heavens, having made up his mind. Once he finished the compressed biscuits in his consciousness, if it still did not work, he would personally go to the Nuwa palace and promise to Nuwa that under humanity there would be a human emperor named Fuxi, and he would find a way to offer Fuxi a chance. This matter was undoubtedly difficult for the beings of the wilderness, but from Zhang Nian's perspective as a person of later generations, it was a piece of cake. Yet he never expected that he wouldn't even have the chance to intervene. Before he could act, Nuwa had already bestowed the Nine Heavens essence soil upon humanity. Could it be that Di Jiang's words had taken effect? But Zhang Nian glanced at the direction of the sky with some embarrassment. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that everything was as he had guessed. But Zhang Nian was clearer. With Di Jiang's excuse, the witch clan's attempt to escape the control of the heavenly Dao would be difficult. Moreover, after this incident, Hongjun had become wary. The witch clan had only one path left to tread. Xian Du, my friend, please use your magical power to activate the Nine Heavens essence soil. I need this treasure to cover every corner of the human settlement as much as possible. As soon as Zhang Nian finished speaking, his brow suddenly raised. It was too quiet. Looking up, he saw that both Sui Ren and Yu Chao, as well as Xian Du, were all gazing towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Each of their expressions was as resolute as if they were about to plunge into the depths. What is there at Buzhou Mountain? Saying this, Zhang Nian disdainfully turned aside, and in the next second his mouth opened wide enough to swallow a light bulb. I am going. Just a few moments ago at Buzhou Mountain, Dijun found it amusing to see the 11 ancestors of the witch clan kneeling before Buzhou Mountain in reverence despite claiming to be the authentic deity. Yet they could never achieve the same as Dijun and the others. Even the 3 pure ones before attaining sainthood had once competed for the title of the true legacy of Pangu. If one were to speak honestly, if the Father God truly had any remnants of will, there should be some traces of it in the development of Honglong until now. Therefore Dijun was well aware. The Father God Pangu had completely become the land, mountains, and rivers of Honglong, with no will left to speak of. Alright Dijiao, stop pretending. With a slight curl of his lip, Dijun spoke with irritation. If you truly wish to enter the earth path, there's no need for the Father God's approval. You all can simply take the witch clan down yourselves. Dijun with great interest gazed at the 11 ancestors of the witch clan. After all, the entire underworld now belongs to your sister. No, I remember that your dear sister severed all ties with the witch clan as soon as she entered the Dao. Dijun laughed heartily. From now on there will be no ancestor witch Hutu in Honglong, only the earth path Hu. In the void, Dijun mimicked while laughing heartily. The 11 ancestors of the witch clan clenched their fists tightly. The words of Hutu after entering the Dao pierced deeply into the hearts of the 11 ancestors. Dijun in front of all the witches forcibly pulled out this thorn. At this moment, even Hao Yan standing at the gate of Zixiao Palace believed that the words just spoken by the witch clan were mere bluster. With a proud look he glanced at Yao Tai beside him. See, I told you master wouldn't be wrong. If the witch clan truly wanted to descend into the earth path, why would they utter such unrealistic claims requiring the Father God's approval? You just overthink things. Yao Tai upon hearing this puffed up her cheeks, stamped her foot in anger, grabbed the jade broom beside her, turned, and walked away, leaving behind a remark. You just keep dreaming of being the Heavenly Emperor. Once I become the Heavenly Emperor, don't come begging me. Hao Yan continued to scrutinize the image of Buzhou Mountain being depicted by the spell, anticipating the scene where the witch clan would seek forgiveness from the Heavenly Dao, looking defeated, and however in the next moment Haoshan's pupils suddenly constricted. Instinctively he raised his hand to rub his eyes, pointing at the scene before him, wanting to call out to Yao Tai, but he was so nervous that he couldn't make a sound. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes, fixating his gaze ahead. How is this possible? Before Buzhou Mountain, Dijun was still mocking the witch clan's embarrassing situation, only to discover that all 11 ancestors of the witch clan had simultaneously knelt on the ground, their movements synchronized, as if they were one. This strange feeling stirred up unsettling memories within Dijun. He clearly recalled that during the last battle between the witch and demon clans, on the battlefield the 12 ancestors of the witch clan were spirited and vigorous. The same actions, the same synchronization. Except for one less person now, there was not much difference. Humph. Spitting disdainfully, Dijun observed coldly, the 12 capital heavenly gods, great formation ha. With the number of ancestors of the witch clan reduced from 12, how long do you intend to keep pretending? What Dijun did not know was that the 11 ancestors of the witch clan were not pretending. They truly could not move. An unseen force compelled them to act this way. In the next moment, the 11 ancestors lifted their heads together. Drops of bright red blood flowed from their foreheads, converging into the void. Gazing at the blood droplets floating in the air, Dijun shook his head. Since this formation was called the 12 capital heavenly gods great formation, naturally 12 ancestors were essential. With Hutu gone from the witch clan, it was impossible to summon the phantom of the Father God again. Although Dijun had once suspected this, his heart remained uncertain. Seeing it with his own eyes today clarified a doubt in his mind. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the ground shook violently, opening a crack. A drop of bright red blood surged from the crack and rushed toward the floating blood droplets. 12 drops of the ancestors' essence blood gathered together into an oval shape. Rising and falling, it resembled a beating heart. Before Dijun could react to what was happening, as that heart pulsed, it unexpectedly erupted with 12 strands of the power of laws. Red, orange, yellow, green, and various forces twisted like swimming dragons winding around. Piece by piece they came together. With a thud, Dijun, who had been flying in midair, suddenly fell from the sky, the entire golden crow bowing down to the ground. With dazed eyes he looked up at the shadow that obscured the sky and sun, his mouth agape. Father! The phantom radiating splendid light was indeed the Father God Pangu. However, this time the phantom was even more shocking to Dijun than the last. Not for any other reason. Just because when Dijun fell from the sky, that phantom cast a glance at him. Just that one glance. It terrified Dijun to the core. This phantom actually had consciousness. It should be noted that during the previous battle between the witch and demon clans, the 12 ancestors had summoned the phantom of Pangu using the Great Formation, but at that time, it was controlled by the 12 ancestors, not by the will of the Father God, so the phantom had remained in a dazed state, like a marionette. Yet just now it seemed that Dijuan truly saw the Father God. That overwhelming aura of opening up the heavens and earth aside from the Father God Dijuan could find no other. Everything happening at Buzhou Mountain drew the attention of countless innate beings, and even saints. After all, at this moment, although the Tao ancestor was creating the mysterious, numerous innate beings of Hongjun still referred to themselves by the bloodline of the Father God Pangu. At Kunlun Mountain, Laozi Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu gathered at the mountain peak, gazing southward. Elder brother, since the phantom of the Father God has descended, we three brothers should go pay our respects. Yuan Shi Tianzuan spoke expressionlessly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Laozi merely smiled, then threw the question to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Tongtian, what do you think? Tongtian, with a face full of helplessness, also felt it was appropriate to pay respects. However, since attaining sainthood, he had restrained some of his temperament, gaining more composure and steadiness. He was very aware of the situation of the three brothers. The three pure ones were originally 3 strands of pure qi from the body of the Father God, thus claiming to be the true legacy of Pangu was rightfully so. However, in order to attain sainthood, the three brothers had taken Hongjun as their master. This relationship naturally added a layer of estrangement. Of course they knew this in their hearts. Tongtian Jiaozhu was too lazy to be the bad guy, so he clasped his hands. 2 elder brothers. Tongtian still has to return to the Taoist temple to teach disciples. Forgive me for not accompanying you. After saying this, he vanished without a trace. Yuan Shi Tianzuan glanced disdainfully at the direction Tongtian had left. No manners, even the disciples he takes in are wild and uncouth, truly unpleasant to the eye. As his words fell, Yuan Shi Tianzuan turned to Laozi, forcing a smile. The disdain on his face completely retracted. Elder brother, what do you say? Hearing this, Laozi chuckled softly, glancing meaningfully at Yuan Shi Tianzuan, then stepped forward, his figure becoming ethereal, leaving behind a single sentence. The 3 pure ones are one body, so we will retreat together. Since Tongtian does not go, I naturally will not go either. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's disdain for Tongtian Jiaozhu deepened further. He blamed all the responsibility for not being able to pay respects to the Father God's phantom on Tongtian, muttering, truly a case of failing to achieve anything and causing trouble instead. The question of the primordial age is destined to remain unanswered. It is not only the ancestral witches of Buzhou Mountain who do not know, but even Hongjun, the one hailed as the Tao ancestor of the Zixiao Palace, wears a bewildered expression. Inside the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun was originally peering into the situation of Buzhou Mountain through the heavenly Tao. In that instant, when a figure resembling a mountain suddenly looked up, his entire back was drenched in sweat. That gaze seemed to remind him of the era of the 3,000 gods and demons. One which with one axe split open the primordial Pangu. Hongjun's throat tightened. He attempted to explain several times, but swallowed the words back down. He was no longer the weak being who had to look up to Pangu. Buzhou Mountain Pangu's illusory form gazed at the sky for 2 seconds, then nodded, and turned his eyes back to the kneeling ancestral witches, returning his focus to the leader Dijiang. He left behind no words. He merely nodded lightly. Then that great figure trembled, and spiderweb-like cracks quickly spread across its body. In the next moment, boom, it suddenly shattered into countless starlights, returning to the earth. The entire process happened in an instant, yet it stirred an unreal excitement among countless primordial beings. Though it lasted only a few breaths of time, the Pangu Father God they had called out for countless ages actually existed. Dijiang was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Looking up at the starry sky, he gently cradled his hands. When a wisp of faint light was about to fall into his palm, he instinctively withdrew his hand, repeatedly murmuring, Father God has acknowledged me. His voice trembled slightly, yet conveyed a hint of determination. As all the light vanished into the ground, Dijiang suddenly raised his head, regaining the imposing presence of a leader of the witch tribe, and shouted loudly, From this day forth our witch tribe shall enter the underworld and guard the netherworld. The 10 ancestral witches raised their heads defiantly, shouting in unison, yes. The most excited of all was the demon emperor Dijuan. The conflict between the 2 races had lasted so many years. His demon race was finally going to unify heaven and earth, becoming the supreme ruler of the primordial world. Without further ado, he could not care about anything else. Filled with the excitement of dominating the primordial world, his figure vanished, heading towards the demon court of the 33 heavens. At the moment Dijiang's words fell, the earth trembled. A chasm of 10,000 zhang suddenly opened in the plains north of Buzhou Mountain. The ground before the chasm followed in succession, forming a staircase leading downward. Dijiang waved his hand. The other ancestral witches stepped down one after another. Behind them was a vast sea of the witch tribe stretching endlessly. At the same time the witch tribe was heading towards the underworld, the hearts of the 2 saints of the west, the 3 pure ones, and Nuwa, echoed with a voice, 6 saints hurry to Zixiao Palace. Nua's heart jolted. A strong sense of unease arose within her. She understood what it meant for the witch tribe to enter the underworld, yet still held onto a sliver of hope. Who? After taking a deep breath, Nua's aura surged, and the power of the laws spread wildly, ripping apart the surrounding void. In the next moment, Nua's figure appeared before the gates of Zhixiao Palace. At that time, 5 pairs of eyes turned to look at her. Nua greeted each one. I have met several senior brothers. The 5 saints nodded slightly. Zhuanti squeezed out a smile, glancing at the 3 pure ones in front of him, and teasingly remarked, I remember the 3 pure ones have always claimed to be the true disciples of the Father God. Why is it that when the Father Gods will manifest, none of you come to pay your respects? You. Tongshan's eyes widened, his aura suddenly surged, resembling a sharp sword pointing directly at Zhuanti. Beside him, Yuan Shi was also staring intently. Though restrained, he could still sense the murderous intent brewing in the air. Nua's red lips parted slightly, looking unexpectedly at the tense atmosphere among her senior brothers. Glancing at the 3 large characters, Zhixiao Palace. On the palace gate, though she did not understand why the 5 saints were in such a tense standoff, she said nothing more and stepped back to the side. In the crowd, Laozi squinted his eyes, a smile breaking out on his wrinkled face, the whisk in his hand swaying as he moved forward. The Father God is the father of countless beings in the primordial world. My brothers and I certainly hold deep respect in our hearts. As he spoke, Laozi shifted his tone, first sweeping his murky eyes towards Jiejing beside Zhuanti, who was smiling without speaking, then directly looking at Zhuanti. Or should I say, have you, Zhuanti, having attained the fruits of sainthood, cut off your origins beyond the 6 paths? Upon hearing this, fine beads of sweat covered the bald head of Zhuanti. Laozi had undoubtedly thrown back the bait he had set. He simply did not dare to respond. Among the many innate beings of the primordial world, who does not owe their life to the Father God Pangu? Who would dare to claim that they have no connection to the Father God? However, the 6 saints have apprenticed under Hongjun and entered the heavenly Dao, and some matters must be avoided. Zuni's intention was to make the 3 pure ones uncomfortable, while also subtly poisoning Hongjun's mind. His intent was to inform Hongjun in a roundabout way the 3 pure ones are indeed the true disciples of Pangu, while we, the 2 saints of the West, are your most loyal disciples. After all, every time there is a discussion in Zhixiao Palace, there must be some opportunities. The 6 saints attaining the Dao was one thing, and the rise of the witch and demon clans was another. The West is too barren, with a long history of scattered traditions, unlike the 3 pure ones who occupy Kunlun Mountain and have countless innate beings flocking to their gates. He could only find a way to make a side profit. But now, this pit cannot be thrown back at me. Zhuanti remained silent. If he did not acknowledge Pangu, it would be tantamount to forgetting his ancestors, not to mention the face of a saint. If Hongjun heard this, he might earn the reputation of a petty person who could betray Pangu today, fearing he would be judged by his sect tomorrow. Acknowledging it would mean telling Hongjun, like the 3 pure ones and countless beings of the primordial world, that he is a child of Pangu. Seeing this, Jiejing, who had been silent, stepped forward, radiating a warm Buddhist light. With his hands together, he respectfully greeted the 3 pure ones. Brothers, do not blame Zhuanti, he spoke out of turn. As he spoke, Jiejing turned to respectfully bow towards the Zhixiao Palace. Today is the day of our master's invitation. We should wait quietly for the master's decree and not disrupt the purification of the Dao field. His words smoothed things over. Laozi smiled upon hearing this, no longer mentioning it, silently returning to the ranks of the 3 pure ones, closing his eyes and standing still as if nothing had happened. Tong Tian glared fiercely at Zhuanti before withdrawing his aura. Yuan Shi quietly retracted his gaze, standing still with his eyes closed, just like Laozi. After an unknown amount of time, the archway trembled and 2 figures appeared, one on the left and one on the right, respectfully greeting the 6 saints. They were Hao Yin and Yao Qi. They announced, brothers, the master has summoned you. The 6 saints collectively bowed towards the Zhixiao Palace, yet ignored Hao Yin and Yao Qi on either side. Laozi was the first to step into the Dao field, followed closely by Yuan Shi. However, as they passed by Hao Yin, Laozi disdainfully glanced at him and said, when did the master accept you as disciples? Hao Yin was caught off guard by this question, but did not dare to retort. He saw Yuan Shi retract his gaze, quickly catching up to his senior brother Laozi, his voice floating over. You are merely a child. You do not know anything. Haoshan's face turned red, his hands clenched tightly beneath him, and his eyes erupted with resentment as he deeply etched Yuan Shi's words into his mind. After that, Tong Tian swept past, and Jiejing did the same. When it came to Zhuanti, however, he quietly reminded, the cycle of the heavenly Dao must not be approached with impatience. Looking at Zhuanti's figure entering the Dao field, Hao Yin murmured, we can wait. The position of the heavenly emperor must be mine. Within the Zhixiao Palace, fragrant smoke rose, gently swirling around the slightly uneasy faces of the saints. The eyes of the saints scrutinized the face of the elders seated on the futon before them. Yet in their hearts they were well aware that something monumental was about to transpire in the primordial world. The Wu clan has slipped into the underworld, yet the calamity of heaven and earth still lingers. Hongjun's voice echoed within the temple as the 6 saints sat in silence waiting for this primordial Dao ancestor to reveal more. To protect the living beings of the primordial world, I intend to reopen the heavenly gate. What are your thoughts? Reopening the heavenly gate. The 6 saints felt a tremor in their hearts. The heavenly gate was a taboo in the primordial world known only to the 6 saints and Hongjun. At the same time a name surfaced in the minds of the 6 saints. Zhang Nian. This so-called heavenly gate was a portal connecting 2 worlds. It had always been controlled by the Tao of heaven. Anyone who entered through the heavenly gate was destined to perish. The only exception was Zhang Nian. Originally Niuhua believed that Zhang Nian, nourished by the virtues of humanity, could be considered a living being of the primordial world. Little did she expect that the Wu clan's incursion into the underworld would prompt Hongjun to make such a significant decision. Niuhua pursed her red lips, a flicker of hesitation passing over her fair face, as she cleared her throat several times before finally speaking. Master, reopening the heavenly gate means there will be more chaos, which is not good for the primordial world. Before Niuhua could finish, she was interrupted by Jian, who shook his head slightly and took over the conversation. Sister Niuhua, while reopening the heavenly gate may impact humanity, it will allow the myriad living beings of the primordial world to escape the calamity, which is indeed a benevolent act. Jian then clasped his hands together, turned to Hongjun, and bowed. Master's kindness is a blessing for the billions of living beings in the primordial world. Niuhua was both anxious and angry. The reopening of the heavenly gate would only affect humanity while leaving other Dao systems untouched. How could she easily relent? Just one Zhang Nian had already caused her a great deal of trouble. If a few more appeared, she feared it would impact the foundation of the Dao. She quickly turned her gaze towards her senior brother Laozi. The 2 saints shared the fortune of humanity. The reopening of the heavenly gate would not only affect Niuhua, but would also impact the leader of humanity, Laozi. However, things did not unfold as Niuhua had anticipated. Laozi showed little emotional fluctuation, his eyes cast low, revealing no hint of joy or anger. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian observed Laozi, sitting in silence, equally focused. The 3 pure ones were originally one, moreover reopening the heavenly gate had little effect on them, so they simply waited in stillness. For a time, only the gentle fragrance of smoke lingered in the room. After a long pause, Laozi slowly spoke in a respectful tone. Since this is for the sake of billions of living beings, we shall certainly be willing to sacrifice. Senior brother. Niuhua exclaimed in shock, hurriedly calling out to Laozi, only to be met with a sharp rebuke from him. Sister, having attained the fruit of sagehood, we must prioritize the billions of living beings in the primordial world. How can we harbor selfish ambitions? His words left Niuhua speechless, her face flushed with shame as she lowered her head in silence. Seeing this, Hongjun nodded in satisfaction. If that is the case, this matter is settled. The calamity will commence, and you may choose those who shall face it. With that, Hongjun waved his hand, signaling the 6 saints to disperse, returning to his ancient and unperturbed demeanor, clearly unwilling to speak further. Outside the Zhixiao Palace, as Niuhua was about to approach, Laozi led the 3 pure ones away. Leaving Niuhua standing there, her face flushed, she hurriedly employed her magic to catch up. Jian and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances, both sensing the schemes in each other's hearts. Senior brother, during this calamity, might the West rise in power? Zhuan Ti, unable to hide his excitement, immediately spoke, but to his surprise, Jian shook his head slightly. You just reminded Haoyan. How can you now be confused? Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti paused, and with a moment of thought, a look of realization crossed his face. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. After this brief exchange, the 2 saints did not linger and left the Zhixiao Palace one after another. At Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones had just returned to their temple when Niuhua chased after them. Senior, in the Taiji Palace, upon hearing Niuhua's call, Laozi seemed to have anticipated it, swiftly rising into Sister Niuhua, the calamity is about to begin. Why have you come to Kunlun Mountain instead of your Huahuang Palace? Niuhua was angry but maintained her decorum. After a slight bow, she opened her red lips. Senior brother, just now. Before Niuhua could finish, Laozi raised his hand to stop her. Sister, there is no need to say more. A master's actions are for the sake of billions of living beings in the primordial world, and we must comply. Again, with such grandiose words. Niuhua was both anxious and angry, yet she could find no fault. With a furrowed brow, she performed a bow to Laozi, and then employed her magic to slip into the void, returning to her Huahuang Palace. After Niuhua left, Laozi's lips curled slightly, as he shook his head, and returned to the Taiji Palace. Meanwhile, at the dwelling of the human race in the Swearin tribe, after witnessing the Phantom of Pangu, the 4 finally regained their composure, and began to address the affairs of humanity. Xiandu, do you know how to use the nine heavens breath soil? Zhang Nian slightly bowed and clasped his fists towards Xiandu. Though he knew the nine heavens breath soil was an invaluable treasure, he was unaware of how to utilize it. Yes, Xiandu, I am unaware as well. The Suiren and Yuchao clans chimed in. Xiandu pondered for a moment, as if searching for something in his mind. After a long while he finally spoke. I have indeed heard Master mention it. The nine heavens breath soil is a treasure of innate merit, swelling with the wind, changing, endlessly resilient and dense, possessing remarkable defensive capabilities, but Xiandu did not continue as he only knew this much. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nian understood. This nine heavens breath soil was a defensive treasure, but whether it could be used to nurture vegetation, Xiandu was uncertain. Zhang Nian, however, thought of another layer. Niwa the saint must surely know the use of the nine heavens breath soil. She also understood the intentions of the Suiren and Yuchao clans in coming to the Huahuang Palace. Since she granted this treasure, it must be of use. With this thought in mind, Zhang Nian cupped the shimmering golden nine heavens breath soil in his hands and knelt down on both knees. Resolving in his heart, since he could not use this treasure on a physical level, he would have to rely on faith. He then spoke sincerely. With humanity above, Zhang Nian of the human race wishes to use the nine heavens breath soil to improve the dwelling of mankind. I hope the way of humanity will bless us and ensure everything goes smoothly. As soon as his voice fell, the nine heavens breath soil in his palm trembled violently, the golden light it emitted growing ever more radiant. Beside him, the Suiren and Yuchao clans shouted excitedly, Brother Zhang Nian, the way of humanity has responded to you. Even Xiandu, who often listened to Laozi's teachings, could not help but breathe rapidly, his chest heaving violently. Seeing this, Zhang Nian disregarded everything and pressed his hands down. He pressed the nine heavens breath soil into the ground. When Zhang Nian lifted his hands, there was no trace of the nine heavens breath soil to be seen. The four exchanged glances, holding their breath as they awaited a response. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Zhang Nian couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be wrong? He looked up to find disappointment etched on the faces of the Suiren and Yuchao clans. Even Xiandu, the eldest disciple of the three teachings, was equally confused. Just when everyone thought it was a failure, a wave of golden light spread from Zhang Nian, rippling outward like a wave. Layer upon layer, it directly covered the entire dwelling of the human race. Wherever the golden light passed, vegetation sprouted, tender shoots, and trees regained their vitality. Wonderful, wonderful, the human race is saved. The Suiren and Yuchao clans shouted with excitement. Xiandu also wore a smile on his face. Zhang Nian, headquarters has received your transmission. The activation of the Primordial Chaos Trial will equip Longwa with means to confront the unknown. We shall remember your sacrifice. You shall no longer fight alone. The Primordial Chaos Trial activated. They received my message. What does that mean? Zhang Nian's eyes widened, vacant and hollow, as his mind convulsed in a cataclysmic tremor. He was certain ever since receiving provisions and seeds from the authorities last time, he had severed all contact under the pretext of unstable communications and vanished entirely. So how had this message reached them? HSS. The Celestial Dao, or rather Hongjun. Zhang Nian had always assumed the trial's gateway transcended all laws of the primordial chaos. Even the Celestial Dao could merely detect an outsider's intrusion and seek annihilation, not obliterate the gateway itself. Yet this sudden official communique stirred within him an unsettling alternative possibility. Not inability, but disdain, or perhaps another purpose altogether. Following this thread of thought, everything fell into place. But, with so many mortals soon flooding into the primordial chaos, could Niwa truly bear it? Had Laozi consented as well? Zhang Nian felt compelled to journey immediately to the palace of Niwa, urgently, without delay. At that very thought, he summoned seeds from his spiritual sea and scattered them upon the earth before him. 2 small mounds swelled left and right, leaving Suiren Sure and his companions utterly spellbound. These are seeds. I chanced upon them while gathering marine creatures along the coast. Seeing their continued bewilderment, Zhang Nian turned apologetically toward Xuandu and offered a respectful bow. Esteemed Taoist Xuandu, cultivating these resembles tending divine flowers and immortal herbs. Yet these are humble, mere clear water suffices for growth. His voice faltered, lips pressed tight, then resolved with quiet firmness, I must depart for the palace of Niwa to seek the Holy One. My reasons are unavoidable. I beg your understanding, senior brother Xuandu. Xuandu froze at these words. To seek the Holy One, Niwa. Had they not just returned from her palace? He glanced up at Zhang Nian, whose earnest expression betrayed no trace of jest. His master had specified no precise timeline, moreover his heart remained steadfastly with humanity. After careful deliberation, he gave a slight nod and waved gently toward Zhang Nian, Rest assured, Taoist Zhang Nian. This place is in my care. That single phrase, in my care, spoke volumes of unshakable confidence. Zhang Nian bowed deeply in heartfelt gratitude. Many thanks, Taoist Xuandu. With that he leapt skyward, soaring toward the heavens. Though he had never formally studied arcane arts, his cultivation at the great Luo mysterious immortal realm rendered his form far beyond mortal frailty. At the mere turn of thought, clouds gathered beneath his feet, swift and obedient as limbs. As for the palace of Niua's location, it was etched indelibly into Zhang Nian's spiritual sea. He needed only sense the largest human Dao radiance to find his way. Before the palace gates, Shua, his figure materialized in an instant. Gazing up at the ancient weathered plaque above, Zhang Nian's throat tightened. Hands clasped in reverence, he prepared to offer formal salutation. A sharp creak echoed. Then the massive gate swung wide open. A rush of air roared past his ears. Zhang Nian paused briefly, then stepped resolutely across the threshold. Ascending the stone steps, he beheld a crystal dais, upon which rested an array of peerless artifacts: the demon-subduing sail, the demon-refining cauldron, the crimson embroidered ball. Sensing an alien presence, each primordial divine treasure trembled violently. Qi surged from the dais, rushing toward Zhang Nian like a tidal wave, an unmistakable warning. His gaze sharpened, palms spread wide, golden spiritual energy erupted from his body, coalescing into a radiant barrier before him. Yet, even so, divine treasures of a holy one possessed unparalleled might. Within moments, beads of sweat glistened across Zhang Nian's brow. Jaw clenched, his eyes locked onto the languid, silhouetted figure reclining behind crimson curtains. Flickering firelight pierced the veil, illuminating a slender arm delicately caressing a long, iridescent tail, the interplay of light and shadow revealing glimpses of porcelain skin. Zhang Nian swallowed hard, then summoned all his strength to cry out, "Honorable Holy One Niua, I come to repay the karmic debt." The words hung in silence. Then within, the curtain movement ceased for a breath. A mellifluous voice drifted forth, calm and unhurried. "Karmic debt." Zhang Nian's heart lurched. He knew her wrath still smoldered. Forcing a smile, he said, "I understand your holiness's concerns. Yet humanity, though not born of primordial essence, possesses its own origin, and maternal affection runs deep. How could we ever forget? Maternal affection runs deep." Haha. Niua's soft chuckle carried a gentler tone. "What?" The abrupt shift caught Zhang Nian off guard. Seeing she wished no further inquiry, he quickly composed himself and spoke plainly. "The human Dao teeters on chaos. I know not how to respond. I humbly seek your holiness's guidance." Unbeknownst to him, behind the crimson veil, Niua's exquisite eyes narrowed as she turned her gaze fully upon him. She knew his true nature. To utter such words now meant he already knew something. The details of the Purple Cloud Palace assembly were known only to the 6 holy ones, and her senior brother Laozi would never risk grave transgression by revealing them. Then it must have come from beyond the celestial gates. In an instant, Niua pieced together the truth. She sighed softly, inwardly lamenting. Even a holy one like herself could do nothing in the face of such inevitability. At the last Purple Cloud Palace assembly, Hongjun had declared, "The celestial tribulation shall arise from the Wu and Yao clans." Niua had lived in dread for countless eons thereafter. Now the Wu clan had descended underground, escaping the great tribulation. But what of the Yao clan? Hongjun had uttered not a word about them, leaving Niua with chilling suspicions. All that remained now was profound anxiety, and her gaze upon Zhang Nian hardened with sharp reproach. Were it not for this man repeatedly disrupting the order of the primordial chaos, none of this would have occurred. Everything had unfolded precisely as she foresaw, until suddenly Niua recalled the seemingly casual remark her senior brother Laozi made upon first meeting Zhang Nian. The profound doctrine of the Jie sect resonated deeply within her. The Tao numbers 50. Heaven calculates 49, leaving one concealed. Niua naturally understood that concealed one represented vitality. Yet, that hidden one now rested squarely upon the Wu clan. The Wu and Yao clans were fated to clash in mutual annihilation. Yet because of Zhang Nian, the Wu clan had already evaded celestial retribution. Then, for a fleeting moment, Niua wavered. Her master's indifference toward the human Dao chilled her to the core, and revealed with brutal clarity the utter heartlessness of the celestial Dao. Just as Niua wrestled with inner turmoil, a searing pain lanced through her spiritual sea. HSS. Eyes widening in shock, she instantly perceived it. The vast oceanic tide of human Dao fortune, once flowing like living currents, had congealed into stagnant, lifeless water. How could this be? Instinctively, Niua turned her gaze toward Zhang Nian, whose furrowed brow confirmed he too sensed the cataclysmic shift. Her fingers blurred, pale white laws of Dao swirling around them. Swiftly her vision locked onto the region north of Buzhou Mountain. There lay the spatial coordinates Zhang Nian had once established. And there, hundreds of young men clad in olive green camouflage stood in immaculate formation. The outsiders from beyond heaven had arrived. The price. The complete dormancy of the human Dao. The tripartite balance, heaven, earth, and humanity, had shattered. Henceforth only the celestial Dao and earthly Dao remained. From Nua's vantage as the outsiders entered tribulation, qi dispersed evenly, seeping into each one's being. The thickest, most potent stream, coinciding with the human Dao's collapse, rushed violently toward the palace of Nua. No, toward Zhang Nian himself. Zhang Nian endured his discomfort, his gaze fixed intensely on Nua's red curtain. Yet a trace of doubt arose in his heart. The two streams of qi, white and yellow, which had always swum like fish in his sea of consciousness, had undergone a change. The white stream of qi lay there abruptly, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Just as Zhang Nian was at a loss, a voice echoed in his mind, sending a chill down Zhang Nian's spine. Calling Zhang Nian, the advance team has reached the designated coordinates. Please respond, please respond. Official personnel have arrived. Damn it. At the moment the voice sounded, Zhang Nian's eyes instinctively darted towards the direction of Nua. Seeing that she did not move, he let out a long breath. However, in the next moment, you've sensed it, haven't you? The voice was as cold as ice, and the moment it entered his ears, Zhang Nian felt a bone-chilling coldness. Steeling himself, he spoke. I report to Saint Nua it is. Yet in his heart he had already made a judgment. As expected, Nua knew everything. Thus his deductions were not wrong. The one orchestrating all of this was the Dao of Heaven, Hongjun. Only Hongjun possessed such immense power. However, the next moment Nua's words left Zhang Nian in shock. Humanity has completely fallen silent. The calamity is arising again with the Taiji diagram, and the bustling of the 9 heavens, the habitat of humankind, should remain unharmed. As for you outsiders, pray for your own blessings. As she spoke, Nua cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Nian. She saw another possibility in him. But she could not speak of it, nor would she. Zhang Nian wanted to say more, but he saw Nua's delicate hands slightly raise, the power of the laws sweeping through the void and heading straight towards him. In an instant the world before him became a blur. When he opened his eyes again, Zhang Nian found himself above the clouds, gazing at the rolling clouds. He swallowed hard, his heart in turmoil. The phrase humanity has fallen silent echoed repeatedly in his mind. Could it be that the official had sent more people into the instance, causing humanity to go into hiding? In other words, the current primordial world was left with only the Dao of heaven and the Earth Dao. The Earth Dao Ho too had just accepted the entire Wu clan, so it probably wouldn't intervene in the matters of the primordial world. Now the primordial world could be considered as Hongjun's absolute word. Wait, that trace of white qi in the sea of consciousness. It must be related to humanity. What is it? Merit, cultivation, fortune, or something else? And what does the phrase the calamity is arising again mean? With the Wu clan retreating into the Earth Dao, the calamity of the Wu and Yao should no longer exist. What calamity could there be? Zhang Nian felt an intense sense of crisis suddenly surge from the depths, as if in some unseen way he was pulled back to a certain abyss. Previously he had thought that with the merits of humanity, he had managed to preserve his life. Now it seemed that was not the case. The Dao of Heaven had no intention of sparing him. Zhang Nian recalled Nua's last words in his mind. His problem was that humanity was about to be thrown into chaos, and he did not know how to respond. Nua's answer seemed to not address this question, yet it was filled with details. The silence of humanity was the result of something that had already occurred. The calamity arising again was a macro-level warning indicating that danger was imminent. The habitat of humanity having the Taiji diagram, and the bustling of the 9 heavens indicated that Nua and Laozi would not allow the humanity of the primordial world to face calamities. The last sentence. Outsiders pray for your own blessings. Nua had clearly pointed to him. It was evident that there was a causal relationship between praying for blessings and the calamity arising again. So was Hongjun's target himself, or was it everyone outside the portal? Zhang Nian instinctively activated the Explorer device within his body. A tech-inspired blue panel suddenly popped up, establishing spatial coordinates communication, one-click return. What? The one-click return button was unlocked. Zhang Nian's eyes widened, his finger instinctively poised to click, then hesitated just 2 millimeters from the panel. The one-click return was a life-saving function granted by the instance world. It could only be used once. Moreover, according to official records, after using it, one could not re-enter the instance for 3 months. How long did 3 months in the outside world correspond to in the primordial world? Zhang Nian could not know. But there was only one life. With his current cultivation of the Grand Luo Xian, immortal returning to the real world would mean he would be an overwhelming presence. Even if Shun Rushuang's Shun family held immense power before Zhang Nian's absolute strength, they were nothing more than chickens and dogs. With this thought, Zhang Nian decided to retreat bravely. The situation in the primordial world was unclear. It would be better to return with everything he currently had. His finger pressed down firmly on the one-click return button on the screen. The imagined scene of spatial transfer did not appear. How could this be? Zhang Nian's finger pressed the screen again. Still nothing happened. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Nian tried 10 more times. With hollow eyes, he stared at the white clouds floating beside him and muttered, "I can't go back." Or was it that someone did not wish for him to return? Or perhaps all those who entered the primordial instance cannot return. Zhang Nian silently raised his head, casting a distant glance towards the 33 heavens. Then he opened the communication. Fortunately, this function could still be used. Although Zhang Nian had already guessed that Hongjun was likely watching his every move, he also needed to verify the conjecture in his heart. I am Zhang Nian. Previously, my one-click return function was lost, but it suddenly appeared just now and cannot be used. Please confirm, awaiting feedback. In the valley, the middle-aged man leading the team wore a solemn expression, scanning his surroundings. Captain Lishan. In the distance, a soldier came running, drenched in sweat. Huff, huff. Seeing the soldier panting heavily, Lishan frowned, confirming that there was no danger around before quietly asking, "What happened?" "Captain, I just contacted Zhang Nian, and according to his intel, it seems the one-click return function has failed." With each sentence the soldier spoke, Lishan's brow furrowed tighter. After hearing the full report, he immediately ordered a young soldier from the escort team beside him, Lu Dali, here. Now immediately use the one-click return function. Lu Dali, upon hearing the command, was filled with confusion. "But Captain, my task is to protect." Before Lu Dali could finish, he was loudly interrupted by Lishan. "This is an order." "Yes." Lu Dali immediately stood straight, and under the gaze of Lishan and the others activated the Explorer device and pressed the one-click return function. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, azure spatial ripples formed beneath Lu Dali's feet. Under everyone's gaze, he vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Lishan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the one-click return function was usable, all adventurers entering the primordial instance would have basic safety guarantees. Report the situation back to Zhang Nian and try to extract more intelligence as much as possible. The communication soldier froze for a moment upon hearing the phrase extract intelligence, but seeing Captain Lishan's serious expression, he quickly nodded, understood. On the other side, after Zhang Nian learned that the officials could use the one-click return function, he immediately felt uneasy, especially as the communication soldier kept probing for information about him in the primordial world. Zhang Nian realized that he had imagined everything too simply. The Tao of Heaven, represented by Hongjun, still wielded supreme authority. Not only could it control the portal, but it could even manipulate the one-click return function of the Explorer device. He had already fallen into Hongjun's meticulously designed trap. The trust crisis between him and the officials had already arisen. In the western spiritual mountain, Zhuan Ti swiftly arrived at the sanctum of Jieyin. "Senior brother, our opportunity in the west has come." "Junior brother, we sages do not reveal our emotions openly." "You." Seeing Zhuan Ti's smiling face, Jieyin shook his head and offered a reminder. Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti toned down his enthusiasm, clasping his hands together in respect towards Jieyin, and then spoke. "Senior brother, the heavenly gate has opened, our western blessings have arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, Jieyin did not respond, but slowly closed his eyes, golden light continuously surging from the 8 treasure merit pool beneath him. After a while, Jieyin slowly opened his eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he glanced at Zhuan Ti and nodded slightly. "The human realm is silent. The witch clan has gone underground. The 3 pure ones likely disdain those outsiders. My western purity, however, may allow us to harness this calamity." Hearing this, Zhuan Ti nodded repeatedly. "What senior brother says is true. What do the 3 pure ones know? These outsiders are treasures." As he spoke, Zhuan Ti also began to smile, a hint of greed gleaming in his eyes. "Once the calamity passes, we in the West can also use this to seek benefits from our master. Such schemes are beyond the comprehension of the 3 pure ones." Jieyin remained silent, merely nodding in agreement as he continuously twisted the Buddhist beads in his hands. After a moment, his voice broke the silence. "Junior brother, this journey requires you to go personally." Zhuan Ti was taken aback. After all, he was the second leader of the Western Church and one of the 6 saints of the primordial era. To personally recruit would seem to demean those outsiders too much. It made Zhuan Ti feel as if he were lowering his own status. However, since senior brother Jieyin had spoken, he could not easily refute it and quietly awaited further instructions. Those outsiders, after all, are still part of humanity. Now that the human realm is silent, it is the best opportunity for us in the West to integrate into the human race. Junior brother, what do you think? After the calamity, if all of humanity recites our Western scriptures, worshipping the Western saints, how would that be? Zhuan Ti inhaled sharply, realizing that he had only thought of using these outsiders to help the Western Church survive the calamity. He had not anticipated that these outsiders could serve such a purpose. Just as Jie had foreseen, those outsiders were after all still part of humanity. Since they were human, why couldn't they be mingled with the primordial humans? Senior brother, I will set off immediately. Almost as soon as he understood the implications, Zhuan activated the laws, and a faint golden light enveloped him as he tore through space. Whoosh! North of the unruly mountain in the mountain gorge where Zhang Nian had previously set the spatial coordinates. The team leader Li Shan was yelling at the blue panel in front of him. The air composition within the primordial instance differs from all previous worlds. We have tried operating our true qi according to high martial arts techniques. The effect is over 1,000 times stronger than before. But the meridians cannot bear it. This has clearly surpassed the level of martial arts. Indeed, we need to mobilize that group of people. Zhang Nian. He provided us with false intelligence, I suspect his loyalty to the authorities. Li Shan spoke rapidly. If it weren't for the fact that the instance world did not allow any weapons or equipment, he would have really wanted to bring in a batch of helicopters. Even the martial artist in their team, who had perfected the Wu Dang technique, could not scale the cliff top at the position set by Zhang Nian. Here surrounded by mountains, if the information Zhang Nian provided was true, how did the latter get out? And why did he set the spatial coordinates in such a dead end? All of this forced Li Shan to think in the worst, yet most likely direction. After all, apart from the sliver of sunlight above them, there seemed to be no hope. Li Shan knew very well that for a short time there might not be any problems. But staying in a confined environment for long periods would certainly affect one's mental state. Thus, this is why he applied to the authorities to mobilize cultivators into the primordial instance during such strict control in the Dragon Country. They must leave this gorge. And to leave they must be able to fly. This was also one of Li Shan's reasons for believing Zhang Nian had betrayed the authorities. Zhang Nian certainly could not be as hopeless as he reported to the authorities on previous occasions. Otherwise he would not have been able to leave here, even a postnatal martial artist could not. Li Shan looked up at the natural opening formed by the surrounding cliff walls. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but that sliver of sunlight seemed to shine even brighter, even dazzling. What's going on? This was Li Shan's first time entering the primordial instance, and his understanding of the inside was nearly zero. However, he also knew that a secret realm more advanced than the mythical instance of the immortal sword and Shu Mountain could not be judged by common sense. The next moment a voice almost like a roar echoed throughout the valley. Everyone stay alert. Communications officer, report quickly. Captain, communications are down. Unable to contact headquarters. Upon hearing this news, Li Shan's pupils constricted, and without hesitation he commanded, everyone activate the one-button return function. Saying this, Li Shan activated the adventurer device within him, and at the moment the panel opened, his fingers swiftly struck the one-button return. Huff. Having completed all of this, Li Shan let out a sigh of relief. Although the mission had failed, he and his team were still alive. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, dozens of people exchanged glances. The expected spatial ripple did not appear. They were still in the gorge, and the strange spectacle radiating scorching light above them had not dissipated either. We can't go back. Just a moment ago Lu Dali was still working fine. What's going on? The discussion suppressed, the atmosphere in the valley slowly dropping to freezing point. Everyone fell silent. They all recognized a reality. It seemed they really might die here. The scorching temperature dispelled the dampness and cold of the gorge. The originally moist cliff walls instantly became dry, faintly emitting heat. Surveying everything before him, Li Shan pinched his thigh hard. In an unknown situation, the best he could do was lead the team to survive for as long as possible. Count supplies, water, and all resources. Yes. Just as a chorus of soldiers replied loudly, Li Shan's gaze dimmed slightly as he murmured in a voice only he could hear, I hope we can last a few more days. As he spoke, Li Shan cast a complex glance at the soldiers around him, who were filled with hope, and subtly sighed. On the mountain peak, Zhuan sat on a cloud, a slight smile gracing his lips as he looked down. All the happenings in the gorge were orchestrated by him. He could clearly sense that this group of outsiders possessed a very unique spirit. This was not conducive to the Western Church's absorption, and he finally understood why senior brother asked him to come here personally. It required him to shatter the faith of these outsiders and reshape for them an entirely new primordial world. What Zhuan did not know was that while he was doing all of this, a gaze from above was closely observing him, revealing a satisfied smile. On the other side, Zhang Nian, returning from the palace of Nuwa, plunged into the human tribe's habitat. As soon as he arrived at the clan, he was astonished by the scene before him. Pumpkins as large as truck tires and corns as thick as an adult man's arm. Oh my goodness. At this moment, the soul within Zhang Nian, which came from a later era, once again witnessed the sheer power of the primordial world. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, it hadn't been long since he visited the palace of Nuwa. Brother Zhang Nian. A voice called from a distance, and soon 3 figures appeared before Zhang Nian. Swearin stepped forward with excitement, placing a hand on Zhang Nian's shoulder, his voice booming like thunder in Zhang Nian's ears. Brother Zhang Nian, you are truly the savior of our human tribe. As he spoke, Swearin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he gazed at the fruitful land before him. I have already tested these fruits with Youqiao, and they are edible. Moreover, the tribe members have discovered that these things are exactly the same as what you initially provided us. With that, Swearin flipped his palm, revealing pumpkin seeds and corn kernels. Zhang Nian's heart skipped a beat, and a look of relief spread across his face. Clearly what he said under the saint statue had made an impact. The human tribe had already learned the ability to observe. But upon reflection, he was still an outsider. At least in the eyes of Nuwa, the mother of humanity, that was the case. His mood inevitably dipped, and he unconsciously blurted out, Brother Surin, I hadn't even mentioned it, yet the tribe members have already discovered it. It seems I can finally rest easy. Brother Zhang Nian, what are you talking about? You must continue to watch over our tribe. Perhaps sensing the dissonance in his words, Youqiao stepped forward and comforted Zhang Nian with a pat on the shoulder. That's right, Brother Zhang Nian. The tribe members all call you Leader Zhang Nian. Why does it sound like you're planning? Swearin grinned and continued to tease. You're a clever lad. If the saint takes you as a disciple, we would naturally agree, but don't forget about us tribe members once you've learned. Zhang Nian smiled awkwardly. He dared not even dream of being a disciple of the saint. After all, his purpose in coming to the human tribe was simply to survive. Currently, the human realm was silent, and the one-click return function of the adventurer's device was unusable. The best place he could think of was the underworld. Presumably the Saint of Earth would remember the favor of revealing the heavenly secrets back then. Moreover, the ancestor witches would also recall this kindness. Besides, the underworld was not inferior to the human realm. Zhang Nian had at least read Journey to the West. The system in the underworld during that period was comprehensive, utterly incomparable to the makeshift setup the Saint of Earth currently had. He believed that as long as he operated properly, Zhang Nian would surely achieve something. Just as Zhang Nian was pondering how to reach the underworld and seek a chance for survival, he suddenly recalled Swearin's words, and his eyes brightened. Indeed, the master had instructed him to accept 9 disciples on behalf of his teacher. Although at present there were no exceptionally gifted candidates among the human tribe. But Zhang Nian in front of him was quite remarkable. Despite some issues with his background, Zhang Nian's intelligence was undeniable. At the very least, Xian Du had never seen any innate beings who could attract the favor of both the human realm and the underworld simultaneously. Zhang Nian must be a great fortune bearer. Xian Du thought to himself, while also imagining the scene at Ta Qing Palace in the future. Given the master's temperament, even if he took disciples, it would most likely be entrusted to me. If Zhang Nian, this second disciple, could assist. Thinking this, Xian Du revealed a sly smile, his gaze unintentionally sweeping towards Zhang Nian. From head to toe, from the inside out, he then nodded in satisfaction. However, Zhang Nian also noticed the strange gaze from Xian Du amidst Swearin and Youqiao's teasing. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, and an image of another rounded figure surfaced in his mind. Brother Xian Du. Before things developed to an irreversible state, Zhang Nian felt it necessary to interject. I don't possess any heavenly or earthly treasures either. Hearing this, Xian Du raised the corner of his mouth and shook his head slightly. His movements were fluid, but Zhang Nian felt a shiver run down his spine. Unexpectedly, the next words from Xian Du left Zhang Nian completely stunned. Zhang Nian, my friend, I have come down the mountain on the master's orders to accept disciples on his behalf. We all know that. That's right. Swearin and Youqiao both nodded in unison, somewhat confused as to why Xian Du mentioned it again. However, Zhang Nian vaguely felt that this wave seemed directed at him. Although the situation of the human tribe has improved, I am, after all, accepting disciples on behalf of the master. The standards cannot be too low. As he spoke, Xian Du rubbed his hands together, glancing at Swearin and Youqiao with a hint of embarrassment. But if the time drags on, I fear the master will scold me. So, as he reached this point, Xian Du's eyes darted back and forth on Zhang Nian. Having been in the human tribe for so long, Xian Du was well aware of Zhang Nian's importance to the tribe. However, just as the conversation flowed seamlessly, Xian Du also took the opportunity to bring it up. Only then did Swearin and Youqiao realize. Xian Du, the celestial immortal, was going to take Zhang Nian as a disciple on behalf of the saint. A disciple of the saint. Just thinking of these 4 words made Swearin and Youqiao's breaths quicken. The two of them supported each other, breathing heavily. Seeing this, Zhang Nian pouted and cupped his hands towards Xian Du. Friend Xian Du, I understand that you are giving me an immense opportunity, but... Before Zhang Nian could finish speaking, Swearin and Youqiao realized that Zhang Nian was planning to refuse. Instantly, their eyes brimmed with tears. Brother Zhang Nian is truly wonderful. For the sake of the human tribe, he even refused to become a disciple of the saint. At the same time, both of them resolved in their hearts. Zhang Nian had done enough for the human tribe. How could they let him miss such a great opportunity because of them? In a flash of lightning, the two exchanged glances several times and very tacitly chose to collaborate. One would block Zhang Nian while the other would help agree. "Oh, brother Zhang Nian, what are you talking about?" The voice was deafening as Swearin showcased his naturally good voice to the fullest. At the same time, one hand silently covered Zhang Nian's mouth. "You forgot that it was you who suggested to the saint to sculpt the statue and take him as your master." On the other side, Yu Chao immediately stepped forward, eyes filled with expectation. "Celestial immortal Xian Du, brother Zhang Nian is only worried about the human tribe and does not wish to refuse you. I beg you to keep this opportunity for him, considering his sincere heart." As he spoke, Yu Chao turned to glance at Swearin, biting his lip, as if hesitating, then clenched his fists, speaking firmly. "As the leader of the human tribe, I have agreed on behalf of Zhang Nian. What do you think, Swearin?" "Ugh. Wah." Zhang Nian waved his hands frantically, his heart racing. "No, guys, I didn't agree." Yet the comforting voice of Swearin echoed in his ears. "Brother, I know you care for the human tribe, but that is the saint. Don't be foolish, just listen. It will be—" Suddenly hearing Yu Chao ask for his opinion, Swearin shouted loudly, "Of course I have no problem." Seemingly fearing that the saint would be dissatisfied, Swearin specially shouted in Zhang Nian's ear, "Brother, rest assured. The human tribe has me and Yu Chao. You can go with peace of mind." Buzz, accompanied by a busy signal, Zhang Nian's legs stiffened and his waving hands slowly drooped. He really did not intend to become a disciple of the human teachings. "Well, if that's the case, brother Zhang Nian, please accompany me to report to master in front of the saint statue." Xiandu nodded slightly, speaking earnestly, while Yu Chaos' wrinkled face broke into a smile, bowing repeatedly. "Xiandu, we shall go together. I believe the saint will be very pleased." Not far away, Swearin chimed in, "Yes, brother Zhang Nian is the smartest child of our human race. The saint will surely be delighted." Despite knowing the two meant well, Zhang Nian really wanted to ask if no one was considering his opinion on this. The answer was obvious. No. Swearin covered Zhang Nian's mouth with one hand, while pulling him towards the direction of the saint's statue with the other. Along the way, Zhang Nian was deep in thought. Although the human sect had managed to weather the upcoming calamities, the story of the primordial chaos had already undergone earth-shattering changes. It was possible that the human sect would also be counted among the calamities. Zhang Nian felt that given the character of the saint, he would absolutely not take him as a disciple at this time. The reason was simple. First, Zhang Nian could not be considered a member of the primordial human race. The teachings of the primordial sects emphasized one's roots. For instance, although the Jie sect accepted all, most disciples were innate beings. Even more so for the Chan sect, which would not accept those who were born of wetness, or those with shallow fortune, or those they found displeasing. As far as he remembered, the human sect did not accept disciples. Although they had opened a door, now Zhang Nian believed that with the human sect's principle of non-action, it was highly unlikely they would want him. After all, Zhang Nian was the root of all trouble. The saint would definitely not want such a troublemaker. With this thought in mind, Zhang Nian followed the others to the statue of the saint. Xiandu knelt on both knees. Then, led by Swearin and Yu Chao, Zhang Nian also bowed down to the ground. Soon a voice came, "Disciple Xiandu, today under master's orders, I take the human Zhang Nian as a disciple. I hope master will grant permission." As he spoke, Xiandu knocked his head 3 times heavily. Behind him, Swearin and Yu Chao looked on with eager faces, while Zhang Nian had an expression of indifference. At the same time, in the Taqing Palace of Kunlun Mountain, Laozi slightly raised the corner of his mouth, then lightly waved his right hand, stirring the whisk. Waves of energy rolled from the whisk, and soon a faint white power of the law vanished into the void. Meanwhile, in front of the mud statue, the three remained in their previous postures. 1 second, 2 seconds, still no response. Swearin couldn't help but mutter, "Could it be that the saint is in seclusion?" Upon hearing this, Yu Chao nodded repeatedly, hastily chiming in, "It must be so, it must be so." Xiandu frowned, knowing that Swearin and Yu Chao were trying to speak well of Zhang Nian. However, the teachings of the human sect advocate non-action, where everything is based on fate. Whether master was intentionally silent or in seclusion, it indicated that Zhang Nian had no connection with the human sect. On the contrary, upon hearing the two's excuses, Zhang Nian discreetly rolled his eyes. Did the saint really need to enter seclusion at his level of cultivation and strength? With figures like Hongjun and Ho Tu not emerging during the Quasi-Dao period, Laozi was indeed the pinnacle of the saints. It seemed that the human sect would not accept him after all. Thinking this, Zhang Nian felt a sense of relief in his heart. It was better not to be accepted. It would allow him to build the underworld with a clear conscience. Just as everyone thought that the saint would not respond, the mud statue of the saint suddenly trembled, and faint waves of law rippled through the void like waves crashing towards Zhang Nian. "What is this?" Xiandu exclaimed, only to see a faint white power of the law burst forth from the void, directly entering Zhang Nian's forehead. Everything happened too quickly. By the time Zhang Nian reacted, he already felt a force of magic inside him that did not belong to him. It quietly lay in a corner, completely silent. What is going on? Zhang Nian was stunned, still not clear about the situation, when he heard a thunderous shout, "Brother Zhang, Nian the saint has agreed." Sui Ren excitedly waved his large hand, causing Zhang Nian's shoulder to buzz. Meanwhile, Yu Chao was already in tears, saying, "Great. After so many years, our human race has produced another disciple of a saint. Zhang Nian, Jr. brother, since Master has agreed, you should go to the Taqing Palace in Kunlun Mountain to cultivate." Xian Du gave Zhang Nian a serious glance, nodding with satisfaction, seemingly pleased with his first disciple taken on behalf of his master. At this moment, Zhang Nian was completely dazed. The only thought left in his mind was, had Laozi agreed to accept him as a disciple? Had the saint gone mad? He, Zhang Nian, an outsider. Meanwhile, in the outer heavens, 33 layers above in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun's eyes twitched imperceptibly, and the wrinkles on his forehead appeared as he frowned. In the next moment, with a thought, his figure transformed into a phantom, instantly appearing in the Taqing Palace of Kunlun Mountain, thousands of miles away. Disciple greets master. As soon as he felt the spatial fluctuation, Laozi stood up to pay respects. A deep voice sounded as if Hongjun had acknowledged him. "Master, have you come for the matter of accepting disciples for the human sect?" Laozi lowered his head with a faint smile. Seeing that Hongjun did not respond, he knew he had guessed correctly. Then he continued, "Master has said, with the calamity arising, the heavenly gates shall open wide, and the human path shall fall silent. The human race honors me as their master, and they should actively respond to the calamity." Upon hearing this, a flicker of enlightenment passed through Hongjun's calm eyes. Without showing any expression, he glanced at Laozi, and his figure trembled, gradually becoming illusory until it vanished. After a long while, a voice sounded in the palace, "The three paths of heaven, earth, and man stand parallel. This is the great trend." Laozi smiled, without speaking, his murky gaze once again settling into silence as he floated back to the mat, sitting in meditation. On the other side, in the mountain gorge north of Buzhou Mountain, dozens of figures lay sprawled on a pile of stones with a roof made of clothes overhead. Despite this, they were still entirely red, even their breath scorching. Li Shan squinted, feeling the burning air rush and startling him into closing his eyes again. But their physical capabilities had already dropped to the critical point. Years of experience told him. These dozens of people had reached their end. The rest depended solely on willpower. Each group, count your numbers. Enduring the burning sensation in his throat, Li Shan shouted out the command. "Yes. First group report. 1, 2, 5. The voice suddenly stopped. The leader of the first group with red eyes staggeringly sat up. "There are still people. Zhu Fan, Wei Guodong, Sun Ju. Don't pretend to be dead." Seeing the leader still trying to rise, Li Shan's voice sounded vaguely, "Conserve your strength." Hearing this, the leader with red eyes lay back down. Listening to the roll call of the groups, Li Shan felt a pang in his heart. He knew very well that those whose names were called would forever remain on this land. And for them it was only a matter of time. Closing his eyes, Li Shan had already forgotten how long it had been. He vaguely felt a wave of coolness emanating from his body. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, and he sighed inwardly. "It seems my time has come." Before Li Shan could enjoy the moment, his body was suddenly jolted violently, and he heard a call, "Captain! Captain! Divine miracle! Divine miracle! Divine miracle!" Li Shan was taken aback, and as soon as he opened his eyes, his pupils suddenly constricted. The scorching light above him had long been replaced by a faint golden light. And at the center of the golden light, a solemn and majestic figure blocked out the sun, while a seven-colored treasure tree emitted divine radiance, adding a touch of formality. A deity. Someone in the crowd cried out, "An immortal. It must be an immortal." A dozen or so half-naked youths dropped to their knees in unison, bowing and pleading, "Immortal, please save us." Li Shan stared bewildered at the golden-tinged figure in the sky, a sudden chill tightening his chest. Even the Xianjian and Shushan instances harbored immortals. Yet the intelligence said those so-called immortals had severed the 7 emotions and 6 desires, cold and unfeeling. How could they possibly care for the lives of a mere throng of mortals? As a competent commander, Li Shan kept absolute composure at all times. He had behaved thus toward Zhang Nian before, and he behaved the same now. Almost the instant the thought passed through Li Shan's mind, Zhu Ti cast an imperceptible glance at him. The moment their eyes met, Li Shan felt his heart seize, his throat seemed gripped by a great hand, and he toppled straight backward. The soldiers swarmed to him. "Captain! Captain! Spread out, give him air." They flattened themselves on the ground, faces lined with despair. "Water! Bring water." The nearest squad leader barked hoarsely, and from the crowd a mournful whisper answered, "Squad leader, you forgot. There is no water left. Go find some. Do something." The squad leader shouted hysterically, as if that could increase Li Shan's chances of survival. But the soldiers around them did not move. They had already searched every rock and crevice. The cracked white skin on their lips told the whole story. Suddenly a soldier's eyes lit up. He turned and bowed deeply toward Zhuan Ti, crying, "Please, immortal, save our captain." The single voice sparked comprehension among the others. In an instant a dozen figures dropped to their knees shouting, "Please, immortal, save our captain." Zhuan Ti beneath the golden light smiled, faintly curled a finger, and a pale golden glow gathered at his fingertip. With a gentle flick. With a sharp whoosh the golden orb crossed the void and plunged into Li Shan's body. In the next instant a burst of light held Li Shan upright in midair. With a sharp whoosh the golden orb crossed the void and plunged into Li Shan's body. In the next instant a burst of light held Li Shan made a soft sound and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was clear, as if inexhaustible strength now flowed through him. "Captain, are you all right?" Voices called from all sides, but Li Shan paid them no heed. He rose, bowed solemnly toward Zhuan Ti in the sky, and said, "Thank you, immortal, for saving me." Zhuan Ti frowned. The title immortal offended him. In his eyes the human race were the lowest of Honghuang's creatures. Even attaching the honorific Xian to his name felt like an insult. Had he wished it, this cluster of hillside ants would already have been ashes. For now these outsiders still served a purpose, so Zhuan Ti stifled his anger and spoke softly. "I am the Western Zhuan Ti sage, who I cannot bear to see sentient life perish. Why are your people here?" Zhuan Ti sage. The unfamiliar title struck the crowd, and the immortal's question left them uncertain how to answer. The good news was that within the Honghuang instance there were locals whose presence could conceal the outsiders. The bad news was that they could not answer the immortal's question. All eyes instinctively turned to Captain Li Shan. He stepped forward slowly, the golden sigil at his brow flashed and vanished. Clasping his hands and bowing he replied, "Sage, we were deceived here by that human Zhang Nian." The crowd was shocked. Why did their captain speak the truth? And how could the immortal possibly know who Zhang Nian was? While they reeled in confusion, Zhuan Ti nodded slightly, fingers forming a mudra as golden light coiled at his fingertips. After a few breaths, a sutra-like chant filled the air. The human Zhang Nian you speak of seems to have recently appeared among the humans of Honghuang. Strange indeed." The voice trailed into a murmur, and the crowd could barely make out a whisper. "This man's origins cannot be calculated. He seems to have arisen from nothing." Hearing this, the men drew breath more quickly. The immortal in the sky was formidable. Not only did he divine Zhang Nian in an instant, he even knew the man had appeared from nowhere. It was as if the sage had seen it with his own eyes. Zhuan Ti's next words made countless soldiers grind their teeth. Zhang Nian is intriguing. In a short time, he has become leader of the human race, and his cultivation has reached the Deluo Xianxian realm. Leader of the human race. Deluo Xianxian. Few knew what that realm truly meant, but any title-bearing Xian proved exceptional. That he was called leader of the humans suggested Zhang Nian had prospered in Honghuang. Hardly the tragic fate depicted in the official records. A communications soldier clenched his fist. His eyes were rimmed with red veins standing at his neck. At that moment he thought of all the suffering they had endured these past days. He thought of lives that might have been saved but were lost because of a single lie. Through gritted teeth he hissed, "We were all deceived by Zhang Nian. He created this spatial coordinate. He wanted us all to die here." The crowd erupted in outrage. Faces flushed with remembered hardship, they spat curses, "Traitor! Old Wei died of thirst. Zhang Nian, you monster. He must be killed. Yes, kill him." Seeing the fury, Zhuan Ti knew his plan had succeeded, and allowed a smile. "You are fated with my Western sect. Will you accept tutelage under my banner?" At his words, Zhuan Ti's little finger twitched almost imperceptibly. Li Shan thundered to his knees. "We have received the sage's great grace, and now the sage bestows immortal fate. How could we refuse?" Before everyone he performed 9 resounding kowtows. When he lifted his head, a smear of crimson stained his brow, a visible token of his sincerity. "What are you dawdling for? Kneel at once." Seeing their hesitation, Li Shan barked, and one by one the sounds of bodies hitting the ground followed. At the command the soldiers' faces brightened with excitement. Immortal fate, once unimaginable to them, suddenly lay within reach. They had not expected to receive such a boon so easily upon entering the Honghuang instance. "We accept. We accept. Thank the sage for bestowing immortal fate." Wave after wave of voices rose. Zhuan Ti smiled without speaking. His scheme had borne fruit. Moments ago he had divined that the human Zhang Nian had already become a disciple of the human sect. Zhang Nian was now heading toward Kunlun Mountain. The Xiantian human inhabitants of that settlement would be easy prey for his Western order. As for the demon race, they were mere dried bones in a jar. Did Emperor Dijun truly believe that without the Wu clan the demons could dominate Honghuang? Heh! Zhuan Ti chuckled softly and cast an almost imperceptible glance skyward. The Yao court. Sooner or later the West would preside above all beings. Zhang Nian, after bidding farewell to the human race's dwelling, strode directly towards Kunlun Mountain. Above the clouds, as the gentle breeze stirred his clothing, Zhang Nian stared blankly at the revitalized land below. Mentioning Kunlun Mountain, a series of adjectives automatically arose in his heart: majestic, ancient, mysterious. Even though Zhang Nian had been plotting since the moment he entered the Hongjun dungeon, he never imagined that one day he would become a disciple of the Dao sect, moreover one under the revered Laozi. At this moment, Zhang Nian's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He had indeed questioned Laozi's intentions. However, from the very beginning, Laozi's attitude towards him had been somewhat ambiguous. What could it possibly be? Even Yuhua could tell that Zhang Nian was not of the Hongjun human race. Surely Laozi must know as well. So what could be the reason? As memories flickered rapidly in his mind, Zhang Nian suddenly recalled the seemingly ambiguous response from the Yuhua palaces. Saint Yuhua, you outsiders seek your own blessings. Coupled with the recent calamity resurgence, the reopening of the heavenly gate, and the silence of humanity, as well as the events that had unfolded recently, Zhang Nian seemed to catch a glimpse of a celestial scheme. Hongjun opened the portal, drawing outsiders into the Hongjun in my name. Moreover, using a scheme to create a trust crisis between himself and the authorities. Was all to restrict him. So why limit himself? Perhaps it was to minimize the role of this variable. After that, it would be the time when the killing intent was fully revealed. Therefore, the calamity and the opening of the heavenly gate must be directly related. The answer became evident. Yuhua's admonition was not a mockery, but a warning. It was a reminder that the protagonists of this calamity were indeed those outsiders like him. No wonder my one-click return function is unusable. Zhang Nian's gaze deepened as he stared ahead, yet his mind was calculating. I fear I have already entered the tribulation, while the officials before me are still able to use it, indicating they have not yet entered the tribulation. But now, Zhang Nian's heart sank at this thought. He then smirked lightly, chuckling. I am trapped in my own predicament. How can I still concern myself with them? Just like Zhang Nian's previous thoughts, the greatest goodwill he could offer was to warn the officials not to enter the Hongjun dungeon. As for whether they would listen or how much they would heed, it had nothing to do with him. As the saying goes, when heaven wants to rain, a daughter must marry. It cannot be stopped. Some people, until they have died once, will only believe their own judgment. But since I have already entered the tribulation, why? Following his judgment, Zhang Nian pondered, discovering he had entered a dead end. Suddenly, towering peaks appeared before his eyes, with wispy, white clouds swirling among the mountains and celestial cranes frolicking between the cliffs. Halt! Just as Zhang Nian was still immersed in the beautiful scenery, a stern voice rang out. Turning around, a short, stout immortal, holding a whisk, suddenly appeared before him. Hey, you little human brat, do you not know that one cannot tread the air around Kunlun Mountain? Zhang Nian was taken aback upon hearing this, glancing at the stout immortal with some surprise, feeling as if he had seen him somewhere before. The man was clad in a blue robe, his head adorned with a golden crown, and his figure was plump, protruding a large belly, giving off an impression of being simple and honest. Perhaps sensing Zhang Nian's somewhat disrespectful gaze, the stout immortal tightened his robe that he couldn't quite close and frowned, questioning. How can you be so rude? You should at least respond. I am Zhang Nian, a disciple of the human teaching. Greetings, senior brother. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nian immediately realized his rudeness and hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. Human teaching. Upon hearing this title, the stout immortal's feet shifted, circling Zhang Nian twice, one hand rubbing his chin, casting a suspicious glance at Zhang Nian. You are a disciple of the human teaching. Indeed. Zhang Nian puffed out his chest, yet he was already aware of the identity of the immortal before him, who was none other than Tai Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Humph! Tai Jinren's facial flesh trembled with his body movement, and that pancake-like face was pressed closely to Zhang Nian's. Kid, do you know how many years it has been since the human teaching has taken in disciples at Kunlun Mountain? Saying this, Tai Jinren suddenly raised his hand, pointing the whisk directly at Zhang Nian's face, his expression suddenly turning stern. To deceive Tai Jinren, disciple of the Yuan Shi Saint at Kunlun Mountain, you are indeed unfortunate. With his words, Tai Jinren rolled up his sleeves, exuding an imposing aura, as if he was about to teach Zhang Nian a lesson. Seeing this, Zhang Nian felt helpless. Bearing the identity of a disciple of the human teaching, let alone Tai Jinren, even Zhang Nian himself felt it was fake. He forced a smile, trying to be amiable. Senior brother, this matter is. Zhang Nian was too lazy to explain, and waved his hand. Senior brother, you can go ask yourself. Unexpectedly, after hearing Zhang Nian's words, Tai Jinren revealed a cold smile, his eyebrows raised. Do you think I am a fool? If I go ask, you'll just be able to slip up the mountain. Dream on. Zhang Nian let out a bitter laugh, thoroughly defeated by Tai Jinren's innocence. But upon reconsideration, perhaps he could use this reason to leave Kunlun Mountain logically. At that time, even if Laozi were to blame him, someone would surely share the blame, right? This idea grew more sophisticated the more he thought about it. Zhang Nian looked at Tai Jinren with increasingly appreciative eyes. Where could one find such a considerate, good person? Senior brother. Just as he was preparing to take advantage of the situation, a shout came from a distance. Zhang Nian, fellow Taoist. Zhang Nian, fellow Taoist. Hiss. Hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Nian was first taken aback, a plump figure glowing with golden legend leaping into his mind. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Nian, fellow Taoist. I sensed a familiar aura from far away. It really is you. Duo Bao swiftly appeared before Zhang Nian, directly pushing Tai Jinren aside. The latter looked at Zhang Nian in astonishment, then pouted, seemingly displeased with Duo Bao, but still cupped his hands in salute. Greetings, senior brother Duo Bao. Senior brother. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao's eyes narrowed instinctively as he glanced at Tai Jinren behind him. Has the Yuan Shi master taken in disciples? No. Upon hearing this, Tai Jinren quickly shook his head in denial. Duo Bao furrowed his brow lightly. If the master did not take in disciples, nor did the Yuan Shi master, then it must be the great master. Heavens! The great master actually took in disciples. Duo Bao's eyes widened, and the smile on his face grew even brighter. In his view, Zhang Nian was a person rich in blessings, and since they were both at Kunlun Mountain, if he interacted more with him in the future, he would surely enjoy a continuous stream of fortune. With this thought, Duo Bao grabbed Zhang Nian's hand, intending to head up the mountain. Unexpectedly, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Duo Bao, junior brother, anyone entering Kunlun Mountain to seek immortality must pass through these 9,999 jade steps before ascending the mountain. Zhang Nian, Duo Bao, Tai Jinren. Senior brother South Pole Immortal Zhang Nian is already a disciple of the human teaching sect. Surely he need not undergo the Jade Stairway's heart cultivation trial. Duo Bao cast a sharp glance toward the faint emerging phantom in the void above, then offered a polite bow. He thought surely nothing further could be said now. Yet the South Pole Immortal ignored Duo Bao entirely, and turned instead to Zhang Nian, his gaze piercing and unrelenting. Most disciples ascending this mountain pass the heart cultivation trial upon the Jade Stairway. What say you? Zhang Nian blinked in surprise. He had never intended special treatment. Yet Duo Bao had spoken on his behalf, and the South Pole Immortal had refused even the barest pretense of courtesy, publicly humiliating Duo Bao before all. Clearly the rift between the Chan and Jie sects ran deep, long festering, and profound. Before Zhang Nian could respond, Duo Bao rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, as if you're so impartial. Don't recall who was led up the mountain by Master himself. The South Pole Immortal's face hardened, his cold gaze swept over Duo Bao. Brother Duo Bao, what was that? Nothing at all. Duo Bao waved his hands frantically. This one was notoriously petty, and ranked far higher than himself among Kunlun Mountain's seniority hierarchy. He had no desire to provoke such ill fortune, yet inwardly he grumbled. From Master's own lips, he knew much of the Chan sect's affairs, and indeed this Jade Stairway trial was their own invention. They claimed Kunlun Mountain was a sage's sacred ground. If any creature could ascend freely seeking immortality, would the three pure ones not diminish in stature? Thus Yuanshi sage himself wrought 9,999 jade steps as a trial. Each step bore an exquisitely crafted formation laid down by Yuanshi sage himself. To Duo Bao it was simple: accept or refuse. Why fabricate such elaborate tests only to flout them oneself? Take Tai Jinren for instance. If Duo Bao recalled correctly, even he had been personally escorted up the mountain by Yuanshi sage. Sensing Duo Bao's hostile scrutiny, Tai Jinren immediately turned aside, covering his face. Senior brother Duo Bao. This concerns Zhang Nian. Why stare at me? Enough. The South Pole Immortal snapped, then fixed Zhang Nian with a steely gaze, raising two fingers. Zhang Nian, you have but two paths: ascend the Jade Stairway to take vows here, or return whence you came. Confronted by the South Pole Immortal's relentless pressure, Zhang Nian laughed. A laugh born not of mirth, but of fury. After all, he pledged allegiance to the human teaching sect, not the Chan sect. Moreover, he had already declared his master and lineage. Whether doubted or targeted, that remained unchanged. Surely even a fool would grasp the truth now. Perhaps Tai Jinren was guileless, but the South Pole Immortal, he sought only to shame Zhang Nian. For in the eyes of these primordial beings, humanity, still young and frail, ranked lower even than those creatures Yuanshi sage once scorned as moist-born, egg-laid, and flesh-eating savages. At that moment a cunning stratagem flashed through Zhang Nian's mind. He leaned close to Duo Bao and whispered softly, Senior brother Duo Bao, do you possess any method to record what unfolds next? A technique capable of projecting events visibly to all present. Zhang Nian searched carefully for words, framing his request as though invoking a true cultivation art. After a pause of 2 heartbeats, Duo Bao's eyes suddenly brightened. With a flick of his hand, he summoned forth an object. This treasure is called the Linging Stone. It captures light and image. I chanced upon it along the seashore, found it amusing, and kept it. He extended his palm forward. Brother disciple, pray examine it. Is this what you seek? Linging stone. Zhang Nian paused. Then his eyes blazed with sudden brilliance. A sly glint flickered across his gaze as he glanced at the South Pole immortal. Today, if I do not make this sanctimonious bald novice bleed heavily, I am unworthy of my heritage from the future. Senior brother Duobao, activate the stone. The rest lies in this junior brother's performance. Agreed. Without another word, Duobao drifted silently backward, and as he channeled his spiritual energy, he diverted a portion into the linging stone. The artifact flared faintly, yet being no weapon of offense, its radiance remained barely perceptible. Seeing the South Pole immortal's attention elsewhere, Duobao gave Zhang Nian a subtle, excited wink. He sensed, intuitively, that something extraordinary was about to unfold. Upon receiving Duobao's silent signal, Zhang Nian bowed deeply, his posture flawless. Respected senior brother South Pole immortal, I have already declared myself a disciple of the human teaching sect. Why press me so? His lips trembled, tears glistened in his eyes, his voice quavering as though crushed beneath unbearable injustice. I understand now. I am despised solely because I am human. He fell silent, then turned away. Very well. I shall return to senior brother Xuandu. If Kunlun Mountain rejects humanity, we shall not trouble it again. Duobao's jaw dropped. He had never imagined such audacity. Across the vast Hongjun realm, every cultivator yearned to enter a sage's sect, and none stood higher than Kunlun Mountain. Among the 6 sages of Hongjun, Nuwa sage maintained no formal teaching lineage. The western 2 sages dwelled in barren lands where spiritual energy ran thin, and their treasuries held few worthy artifacts. Kunlun Mountain differed profoundly. The 3 pure ones, the Tao Patriarch's foremost disciples, each excelled uniquely. Taiqing Laozi mastered alchemy, Yuqing Yuanshi sage forged supreme artifacts, and Shangqing Tongtian sage excelled above all in instructing disciples. No one could foresee that Zhang Nian stood poised on the threshold of this sacred realm, yet prepared to withdraw. Precisely because of this, the South Pole immortal dared repeatedly test him, to deliver a stern warning before acceptance. But should Zhang Nian truly depart for humanity, the matter would shift entirely. Rumors would spread swiftly. The Chan sect disdained humanity. Recall, behind humanity stood 2 sages themselves. What did the South Pole immortal intend? Whether Zhang Nian truly belonged to the human teaching sect mattered less. Such conduct alone warranted censure. Though Kunlun Mountain nominally answered to Yuanshi sage, strictly speaking, Yuanshi sage himself addressed Laozi sage as senior brother, and every Chan sect disciple thus owed Laozi sage the title Uncle Master. The South Pole immortal realized too late the magnitude of his blunder. His slight frame shuddered violently, his face paled. As Zhang Nian's cloud formation swirled beneath his feet, he darted a glance at Duobao, who watched amused, and gritted his teeth. To yield before Duobao would tarnish the Chan sect's dignity. Yet Zhang Nian, in a flash of insight, he made his choice. He shot forward, determined to speak conciliatory words, yet ensuring Duobao heard nothing. He would erect several barriers. After all, Duobao's cultivation was inferior to his own. Yet even as the South Pole immortal preened inwardly, he failed to notice the instant his outstretched hand brushed Zhang Nian's back, a strange ripple erupted between them. Zhang Nian hurtled backward, flying over 10 meters before regaining his balance. Whirling around, he stared at the South Pole immortal, eyes wide with terror. Why, senior brother? Why strike me so viciously? Hardly had the words left his mouth when his eyes bulged, and he doubled over, spitting a mist of blood. Xuandu rushed forward instantly, catching Zhang Nian as his eyes burned crimson, glaring fiercely at the South Pole immortal. Brother, you've gone too far. The sudden calamity startled Tai Junren, who instinctively shrank his already diminutive neck and edged silently backward, his gaze locked on the South Pole immortal's chilling silhouette. And the architect of this chaos, the South Pole immortal, stood frozen, eyes vacant. He could not comprehend. He had not channeled a shred of spiritual energy. How then had Zhang Nian flown backward? Beside him, Tai Junren noticed that his senior brother remained silent. Seeing Duobao and Zhang Nian watching them with predatory eyes, he felt a surge of anxiety. Cautiously stepping forward, he positioned himself just behind Nanji Xianwing, making sure not to see the increasingly darkening face, and whispered, "Senior brother, even if you look down upon that human Zhang Nian, you cannot make a move. If you strike him, if Master and our Uncle Master find out, it will all fall on us." Just as Tai Junren was marveling at his own analysis, his head received a solid thump. Bang! An angry voice rang in his ears. "Presumptuous! Which of your eyes saw me strike that human?" Tai Junren covered his forehead and stepped back 3 paces on the clouds, observing his senior brother's increasingly dark expression. He restrained himself and replied, I didn't see anything. As he spoke, he cooperatively raised his hands to cover his eyes. After 2 seconds, he peeked through 2 narrow gaps between his fingers and cautiously glanced at Nanji Xianwang's back. He smirked and internally complained. I clearly saw, and not only is he after that human, but he's also— Tai Jinren suddenly thought of what Master had previously mentioned about refining the heart in the mortal world. It spoke of how cultivators should not remain stagnant for too long, though while one could attain tranquility in the Taoist temple, it was not the best way to cultivate. One should venture out more to comprehend the myriad things of the world and seek the Tao. In light of the current situation, it was perfectly applicable to Nanji Xianwang. He thought to himself, it seems I should keep my distance from senior brother Nanji in the future. If one cultivates too long in the temple, one's mind can become troubled. Just as Tai Jinren was contemplating this, he saw Nanji Xianwang's figure flying towards Duobao, and Zhang Nian, his voice booming like thunder. What a cunning and treacherous human. When did I ever encounter you? Damn. Hearing this, Tai Jinren's jaw dropped in shock at Nanji Xianwang's shamelessness. Who in attendance had not seen it? Zhang Nian's mouth was still bleeding. Senior brother is clearly trying to use his power to oppress. Even though they were from the same sect, Tai Jinren felt a bit embarrassed. He already guessed that this matter would surely escalate. In due course, Master would definitely make him testify. In that moment, Tai Jinren's heart was in turmoil. On one hand was the bond of brotherhood, and on the other was justice. It felt as if 2 little people were fighting furiously within him. From Tai Jinren's perspective, Zhang Nian, upon hearing Nanji Xianwang's words, unexpectedly smiled, sadly nodded slightly, his breath weak, and in a voice barely above a whisper replied, Senior brother is right. I had not encountered you before. It seems I must have made a mistake in my cultivation leading to this coincidence. Nanji Xianwang nodded in satisfaction, fully endorsing Zhang Nian's words. Primarily, he knew that he indeed had not encountered Zhang Nian, and thus had no reason to strike. But the speaker was unwitting, while the listener had intent. Duobao, supporting Zhang Nian, flushed with anger, immediately protested. Zhang Nian, why must you do this? Even if Nanji Xianwang holds a high status in the Tao sect, it matters not. Wrong is wrong. By defending him, are you not aiding the oppressor? If we in the Tao sect harm our fellow disciples, can we simply suppress the matter with seniority? Where then is the justice? Where are the rules of the sect? As he spoke, Duobao's eyes turned bloodshot, and he met Nanji Xianwang's fiery gaze without flinching. I saw everything clearly from start to finish today. You, Nanji Xianwang, are using your power to oppress, disregarding the bond of brotherhood. Unbeknownst to him, this mention of brotherhood was like a thorn in Nanji Xianwang's ears, and he immediately revealed a cold smile, his gaze filled with disdain, as he looked at Zhang Nian and Duobao, curling his lip. Do you even think you are fit to be my brothers? As soon as he finished speaking, Duobao and Zhang Nian's eyes widened, while Tai Jinren behind them gaped in astonishment, thinking, my goodness. Senior brother has gone mad. He dares to say anything. Thankfully, there are no outsiders here. It should be fine, right? You? What do you mean? Duobao's cheeks twitched, his face reddened further, and the veins on his neck throbbed violently, clearly not expecting that Nanji Xianwang would not care for face at all, and would say such audacious words in front of 2 disciples from the Jia sect. Nanji Xianwang cast a cold glance at the 2, his words dripping with disdain. Disciples of the Jia sect are nothing but wet hatchlings living off the blood and flesh of others, ruining the purity of Kunlun Mountain. At this point, Nanji Xianwang's gaze sharpened as he looked at Zhang Nian. Human, for being born from the acquired realm, how dare you step onto Kunlun Mountain and possess celestial fate? Moreover, you slander your fellow disciples with malicious intent. I must have misjudged you. You are not only unworthy of celestial fate, but should have perished 10 days ago in the same calamity. Behind him, Tai Jinren tightly covered his mouth, feeling a chill throughout his body. Every word from senior brother Nanji was piercing. Even he, as the party involved, found it hard to bear, let alone Duobao and Zhang Nian, who were clenching their fists. Zhang Nian chuckled lightly, loosening his clenched fists, and asked Duobao beside him, Duobao, did you take note of all this? Noted. Duobao nodded, glancing sideways at Nanji Xianwang, who bore a puzzled expression not far away, and gestured with his hand. With a whoosh, the recording stone slowly emerged from the void, and within it radiant light overflowed, clearly capturing everything that had just transpired without missing a detail. Seeing this, Nanji Xianwang stared wide-eyed and shouted in rage, What is this? What have you dirty scoundrels recorded? Accompanied by his roar, a strange ripple burst forth from Nanji Xianwang's center, and the clouds and mist dispersed upon contact. However, Duobao remained calm, and summoned the accompanying spiritual treasure, the Duobao Tower, to enclose the recording stone. Then a cold smile crept onto his lips. Of course, we are recording how you harm your fellow disciples, how you oppress with power, and how you despise your fellow Taoist friends. Today I shall report this matter to Master, Uncle Master, and Grandmaster, to let all the brothers and sisters of Kunlun Mountain see how this once amiable senior brother Nanji, Xianwing hides such a sordid face behind the scenes. Having said that, Duo Bao pulled Zhang Nian and soared up the mountain. Behind them, Tai Jinren was already shocked beyond measure and hurriedly exclaimed, "Senior brother Nanji, this matter must not be known by Master, Uncle Master, or Grandmaster. It would be too detrimental to our unity." "Humph." Nanji Xianwing snorted coldly, his figure flickering and vanishing, chasing after Duo Bao and Zhang Nian. Meanwhile, Tai Jinren was pulling at the strands of his whisk in the back, murmuring softly, "Help my senior brother, help justice. And also help my fellow disciples. Oh dear, I just wanted to ask a question. Now I've really caused a great disaster." "Brother Zhang Nian, are you unharmed?" From midair, Duo Bao voiced his concern. Feeling the fierce wind swirling beside him, Zhang Nian shook his head, his gaze fixed intently upon Kunlun Mountain overhead. He knew this matter could not end peacefully, yet its unfolding deviated sharply from his expectations. Those two piercing, soul-rending words uttered just moments ago by South Pole Immortal had irrevocably alienated both the human teaching and the Jia sect. This outcome had never crossed Zhang Nian's mind. He had not anticipated that the Chan sect disciples would exert such ironclad control over Kunlun Mountain, nor that they would so utterly disregard fraternal bonds. Yet Zhang Nian had no choice but to escalate the confrontation. Regardless of the consequences, he refused to bear the loss. Moreover, this entire calamity was wholly undeserved. "Senior brother, today it is I who have burdened you." With that thought, Zhang Nian spoke softly, tinged with quiet remorse. Hearing this, Duo Bao waved dismissively, utterly unconcerned. "Pa, what does it matter? Even without you, Zhang Nian, would South Pole Immortal of the Chan sect ever deign to regard us? Mere denizens of the Jia sect, born of dampness and eggs, clad in fur and drinking blood, as worthy of respect." Though phrased as self-mockery, Zhang Nian sensed a deep, aching sorrow beneath the words, suggesting such incidents were far from unprecedented at Kunlun Mountain. At this, Zhang Nian's gaze hardened further. If Yuanshi Tianzuan had not secretly sanctioned this, not even a ghost would believe it. Could it be that even now the latter harbored nascent ambitions to seize sole dominion over Kunlun Mountain? In the primordial world, destiny, the celestial mandate, governed all. And Kunlun Mountain, where the three pure ones attained enlightenment, possessed peerless destiny energy. Beings such as Duo Bao and himself were in Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes vermin corrupting Kunlun's sacred destiny, a prejudice rooted deep in sectarian dogma. Thus, for the three pure ones to ultimately part ways struck Zhang Nian as inevitable. Tongtian Jiaozhu's declaration, "I teach without discrimination," had already erected an insurmountable wall between brothers, however rare and precious their bond. Wait! Suddenly a figure flashed before them. South Pole Immortal, holding the 5-fire 7-feather fan in his left hand and wielding frigid ice force in his right. One weapon blazed crimson, the other shimmered cobalt, both radiating eerie, unnatural light that fractured the surrounding space with jagged fissures. "You shall not ascend the mountain." His voice rang icy and sharp, his gaze locked unflinchingly upon Duo Bao and Zhang Nian. Or was it mere illusion? Zhang Nian sensed the instant those words fell silent, the artifact's aura intensified markedly. "TCH. Duo Bao scoffed, disdain curling his lips. With masks already shattered, he saw no need to preserve this senior brother's dignity, especially since in sheer cultivation he considered himself no less formidable than South Pole Immortal. Coldly he retorted, "South Pole Immortal, this matter cannot be dismissed with a single word." As he spoke, Duo Bao channeled divine energy, preparing to carry Zhang Nian upward. Shua! Before either could react, a massive, jagged icicle shot straight toward them. "Dare you raise your hand in violence upon Kunlun Mountain?" Seeing this, Duo Bao swiftly raised his hand, erecting a radiant barrier before them, eyes wide with fury as he bellowed at South Pole Immortal. "Humph!" South Pole Immortal sneered, each word measured and deliberate. "Duo Bao of the Jia sect defies discipline and seeks to bring an unknown entity onto the mountain, thereby sullying Kunlun's immaculate reputation." As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, and he swung the 5-fire 7-feather fan, scorching flames erupting like a tidal wave across the heavens. "Today I act on my master's behalf to purge our sect." What is wrong with that? The moment the final syllable echoed, murderous intent flooded the air. "Very well, very well." Duo Bao spat out 3 emphatic affirmations, then flipped his palm, whereupon the golden-hued Duo Bao pagoda swelled into colossal size, its presence rivaling Kunlun Mountain itself. "Then pray South Pole Immortal grant me your instruction." His voice, amplified by divine force, reverberated across the entire mountain. Zhang Nian glanced sideways at Duo Bao, astonished, and thought indeed this senior brother is masterfully cunning. To enlarge one's innate treasure to match Kunlun's scale was audacious enough, but to broadcast the challenge with divine resonance, this was no mere prelude to battle. It was an unmistakable summons for the master to intervene. "You!" South Pole Immortal choked on rage. Too late. What in the name of heaven are you doing? In the next breath, 3 figures materialized from the void. Duo Bao and South Pole Immortal simultaneously bowed deeply. We greet our master, our uncle, and our elder uncle. We greet our master, second elder uncle, and first elder uncle. Zhang Nian awkwardly swept his gaze toward Laozi, standing farthest left. The elder appeared unruffled, while Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu stood beside him, faces flushed with indignation at their disciples' quarrel. He longed to call out master, yet the 2 syllables lodged like thorns in his throat. Until stealing his resolve, he bowed low. I greet my master, second uncle, and third uncle. Moi. His words instantly drew Yuanshi Tianzuan's and Tongtian Jiaozhu's attention, particularly the latter, whose eyes scanned Zhang Nian with growing intensity. The more he gazed, the more familiar Zhang Nian seemed. Until memory surged, was this not the very Zhang Nian whom elder brother once declared fit only for humanity? How did he appear here? Wait, third uncle. That meant. Tongtian turned slightly toward Laozi at his side, his expression laced with quiet bewilderment, as if silently asking, elder brother, might you care to explain? Yuanshi likewise turned his gaze toward Laozi, for since the human teachings founding, Laozi had taken only Xian Du as disciple and none thereafter. Yuanshi and Tongtian had long grown accustomed to Laozi's principle of non-interference. A sudden disciple, especially one of such extraordinary bearing, sparked intense curiosity. Laozi offered a serene smile and gave Zhang Nian a slight acknowledging nod, thereby formally accepting the master-disciple bond. Below, South Pole Immortal's face flushed deep purple with mortification. His position grew increasingly precarious. Why do you brawl so violently, disturbing the mountain's tranquil cultivation? Yuanshi Tianzuan's icy glare swept over Duo Bao and South Pole Immortal, the very air thickening with the weight of a celestial sage's authority. Though his elder brother's taking a disciple was astonishing, more urgent matters demanded resolution. At his command, both disciples dropped to their knees, foreheads pressed to the earth. Master, South Pole Immortal began, but Duo Bao seized the opening. Master, elder uncles, every detail of this affair has been recorded by my artifact. He flipped his palm, and a spirit recording stone tore through the void, halting precisely 5 paces before the 3 pure ones. Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned, glancing briefly at the stone. Then almost imperceptibly his gaze drifted toward his beloved disciple. There he found South Pole Immortal drenched in cold sweat, craning forward with frantic anxiety, and understood all. He snapped, voice thunderous. No matter your grievance. Who granted you license to fight upon Kunlun Mountain? Then with evident distaste he glanced toward Duo Bao, before fixing a reproachful steely stare upon South Pole Immortal. Duo Bao and South Pole Immortal shall sweep Kunlun's jade steppes for 500 years. Do you accept this decree? I accept. South Pole Immortal prostrated himself instantly. This to him was merciful leniency. Duo Bao, however, wore a scowl of bitter resentment. His stout frame trembled faintly, and Zhang Nian noticed the fist beneath his robe clenched tight. He knew full well Yuanshi Tianzuan's judgment reeked of blatant favoritism. Yet recalling Duo Bao had acted solely to defend him, Zhang Nian's pulse quickened, impulsively stepping forward. Respected second uncle, this verdict. I do not accept it. Presumptuous. The master has already issued his decree. How dare you, a mere ant among humans, raise your voice in opposition? As Zhang Nian's words fell, Nanji, Xianwing kneeling upon the clouds beside them, flushed and barked a stern rebuke, forgetting entirely that this was not a moment when the Sanqing saints were absent. At once Nanji's expression changed. He spun around in panic and bowed his head repeatedly before Laozi the saint, pleading aloud, Senior uncle, your disciple spoke without thinking. Provoked by Zhang Nian's insolence, I was muddled. I beg your forgiveness. Yuanshi Tianzuan likewise frowned, a trace of disdain in his gaze. He did not oppose the sentiment, yet in the presence of Tongtian Jiaozhu and his senior brother Laozi, he could not show overt partiality. He sighed softly, reddened his face, then turned to Laozi and bowed. Senior brother, I have spoiled my disciple. I did it to protect him, and I beg your understanding. Before Yuanshi could finish, Laozi waved his hand indifferently, his tone unreadable. Enough. Seeing his senior brother relax, Yuanshi's anxious heart settled. He turned to Zhang Nian, his gaze still severe though somewhat restrained. Since you are senior brother's disciple, I shall accept the title of teacher uncle on this matter. But then Yuanshi's words sharpened. When I discipline my own disciples, since when do pupils of others have the right to interject? A vast saintly pressure descended like a mountain. In an instant Zhang Nian felt his collar grow damp, and his whole body tremble uncontrollably. It was the instinctive dread that life bears toward the mighty. Humph. With a muffled grunt, Zhang Nian clenched his teeth and slowly lifted his head, staring directly at Yuanshi Tianzuan. His lips moved as he forced out, today's matter. All arose because of your disciple. Yuanshi paid little heed to the trembling words. As a saint he kept to his principles. With regard to another's pupils, he steadfastly observed the rules. No matter the fondness, a master is a master, and a disciple is a disciple. Zhang Nian had clearly muddled rank and broken order. Right and wrong I have already judged. There is no need for further debate. With that he waved his hand and shattered the lingering image stone suspended in the void before him. Casting a cold glance at Zhang Nian, there came a thunderous boom. A surge of noble qi tore the surrounding emptiness and wrapped Nanji Xianwen within. In an instant the two vanished without a trace. Only then did Zhang Nian feel the pressure upon him abruptly lift. Turning he caught Duobao's gaze, filled with both apology and gratitude. Zhang Nian merely inclined his head slightly and kept silent. He had intended to use the lingering image stone as proof to give Nanji a stern lesson. In the later world he had lived in such a trick was called staging an accident, and seldom failed. Yet Zhang Nian had overlooked one thing. Before absolute power rules were but paper that could be torn at will. At least Yuanshi Tianzuan acted so. Duobao, accompany your master back to the hall. Tong Tian Jiao's his stern voice rolled through the mountains. Master, I. Duobao glanced at Zhang Nian in inner conflict and began to speak, but Tong Tian gave him no chance. With a soft whoosh Tong Tian waved, and two silhouettes likewise dissolved into the void. The mountain wind tugged at Zhang Nian's hem. Laozi smiled faintly, his duster swaying in the breeze. In the fleeting days Zhang Nian felt the two had already appeared within the Taiching Palace Daochang. The slow scent of sandalwood brushed his nostrils and plucked at his heartstrings. Zhang Nian's restless heart fell abruptly still. Is there resentment in your heart? Each word struck like a finger to the chest. Just as he was about to answer, Zhang Nian hesitated and swallowed the reply. After thinking along while he nodded in honest admission, he did harbor resentment, yet it was aimed not at men, but at the injustice of the world itself. Laozi's mouth lifted as if he had long expected this, and he smiled. Oh, even if your life were to end and your Tao dissipate, you would not care. The question was plain. Zhang Nian understood it well. Yet before those eyes that flashed with keen light, he could not help but probe the deeper meaning. The more he pondered, the more his heart quailed. What exactly did the sage Laozi intend to do? For a moment the hall sank into an uncanny stillness. Perhaps seeing no reply, Laozi slowly closed his eyes as if entering meditation and fell silent, leaving Zhang Nian thoroughly embarrassed. At that instant, whether to speak or to remain silent both felt wrong. Unbeknownst to him, the calm in Taiching Palace stood in stark contrast to another place on Kunlun Mountain. At Yushu Palace an angry voice rang out, "Foolish! Have I not taught you thus all along?" Yuanshi Tianzhen's ire reverberated through the main hall. Bang bang bang. Nanji Xianwen, his broad forehead striking the flawless jade before him, hammered repeatedly. Master, calm yourself, calm yourself. You saw it yourself, this human Zhang Nian is a scourge who I feared. That such an ant would be allowed up the mountain and disturb your secluded cultivation. His voice was plaintive yet sincere. Yuanshi, whose hand had risen to strike, paused and withdrew it. A cold voice then echoed through the hall. This person must not be harmed, and you are not to incite further trouble. Nanji looked up at his master in stunned confusion. He had entered the sect earliest and knew Yuanshi's temper well. If innate beings like those of the Jie sect were despised by the master, how could Zhang Nian possibly have won his favor? Master, this is. The Wu clan has descended into the terrestrial way. The heavenly tribulation stirs anew, bringing a fiercer killing intent than before. Yuanshi recounted to his cherished disciple all he had heard in Zhixiao Palace. When he learned that Daozu intended to open the celestial gate and draw in outsiders to share the primordial tribulation, a sharp light flickered in his eyes. Master, do you mean? I too surmise as much. To Yuanshi, a man like Zhang Nian had no right to appear on Kunlun Mountain. Were it not for the coming tribulation, Yuanshi believed Laozi would not have taken such a rootless human as disciple. From the first glance on the mountain, he had perceived in Zhang Nian a brewing vast calamity qi. If he was not mistaken, so deep in intensity marked Zhang Nian as a pivotal figure in the next heavenly tribulation. Seeing this, Yuanshi instinctively suspected that Laozi meant to use Zhang Nian to bear the blow and shield the teaching. Among the Sanqing, Laozi's capacity for divination and extrapolation was greatest. This compelled Yuanshi to scheme in the same direction. After all, even the normally steady Laozi had to draw outsiders into the sect to face the tribulation. Chan Jiao could not expect to remain untouched. With that thought, Yuanshi ordered Nanji, issue the command. Have Shanjiao's 12 golden immortals descend the mountain under the pretense of touring the wilderness and recruit these outsiders as disciples. Yes. Nanji kowtowed at once, and then left Yushu Palace with great caution. Once outside the hall, his eyes flashed with resentful venom. If you are but a puppet meant to block disaster, you'll see how you die. Meanwhile, in the west, under the guidance of Zhuan Ti, the remaining members of the official team stepped into the Spirit Mountain. As they walked, golden light filled the sky, and spirit mushrooms carpeted the ground. Especially atop the spirit mountain, the 12-petal golden lotus of virtue shone with a holy light, causing everyone to exclaim, "Truly this is a paradise." At the spirit mountain dojo, Zhuan Ti wore a warm smile as he distributed monk robes to everyone from the disciples. "From this day forth you shall be my disciples in the West." "Great! We have gained celestial fortune." "Indeed." Seeing the excited faces, Zhuan Ti's lips curled slightly as he waved his hand. Swish! A faint golden Buddhist light illuminated the void, gathering into a cluster, which then transformed into several beams of light that shot directly into the foreheads of the crowd. "This is our Western secret scripture. Recite it daily, and it will have wondrous effects." With that, Zhuan Ti turned to the disciple beside him and whispered, "Huinyan, take the junior brothers to the dojo." "Yes, master." As the words fell, Zhuan Ti suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. Some were even rubbing their eyes, unable to believe that this miraculous scene was witnessed by their own eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, our master just disappeared out of thin air, right?" "Yes, not flying, but disappearing." "My heavens! What kind of celestial fortune have we received?" Beside them, Huinyan couldn't help but twitch his lips, inwardly lamenting, where did master find such wild people to be like this? However, grumbling aside, Huinyan dared not forget Zhuan Ti's prior instructions. Looking up proudly, he declared, "There are a total of 7 saints in the primordial era, 2 of whom are in our Western teaching. What do you think this fortune is?" Hiss! As soon as these words were spoken, over a dozen people gasped in shock. Zhou Fei, the liaison responsible for communications, memorized this crucial information. There are 7 saints in total in the primordial era. Given the tone of this senior brother, the saints must be the most formidable beings within this secret realm. And they have already become disciples of the current strongest. Good heavens, this is quite the start. Zhou Fei couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. It was like entering the Shooting Eagle secret realm and encountering Hong Qi Gong, who was even willing to accept you as a disciple. But the dungeon they currently occupied is the most powerful and mysterious existence in the entire Blue Star. It is even a level higher than the likes of Shushan and Xianjian. How could Zhou Fei not be excited? If this news were to be reported to the authorities, how many powerful figures could it bring to the military? On ordinary days, those immortal families and sects had not failed to show disdain towards the officials. With this thought, Zhou Fei excitedly clenched his fists quietly, moving his body to appear as ordinary. "All right, junior brothers, follow me." Seeing that the effect was achieved, Huinyan called out softly, leading everyone towards the dojo down the mountain. As they walked, he introduced, "The spirit mountain is divided into 18 layers. The upper 9 layers are for inner disciples, while the lower 9 layers are for outer disciples. I am now taking you to the lower 9 layers. The entire spirit mountain is shrouded by the 12-petal golden lotus of virtue, which is the treasure of our sect, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. What master had inserted into your consciousness before was the supreme art of our Western sect. Cultivate diligently, and celestial fortune will come on its own." The foremost among the crowd, Li Shan, was the first to ask, "Besides distinguishing between inner and outer disciples, are there other differences between the upper 9 layers and the lower 9 layers?" Huinyan smiled subtly, then pressed his hands together. "The 12-petal golden lotus of virtue descends golden light every day. This light enhances longevity, improves cultivation, and naturally forms Dao techniques. The closer you are, the better the effect." Having said this, he had explained thoroughly, and the crowd showed expressions of realization, while their yearning for the upper 9 layers of the Western sect increased. Just when everyone was still immersed in their fantasies, Huinyan's voice sounded again. "Every 10,000 years the master will personally impart teachings, and all disciples may listen, yet the saints impart their teachings. TSK, TSK. As he spoke, Huinyan revealed a look of longing, as if recalling something extremely wonderful. For a moment, everyone's gaze turned towards Huinyan, waiting for him to elaborate, and after a while they finally heard him narrate. "Previously, I was just a golden immortal, but after listening to Master's teachings, I actually elevated 2 major realms. The experience is something you all ought to comprehend for yourselves." Oh my! Despite the more than 10 people present, none had ever practiced immortality. They had gathered some information from official records, but it was limited. In dungeons like Shushan and Xianjian, it is already a stroke of luck for cultivators to gain celestial fortune, let alone advancing in cultivation, which requires talent, luck, and other factors to accumulate. Often just one spirit herb or spirit flower capable of enhancing cultivation could lead to rivers of blood. But in this primordial era, merely listening to Master's teachings could elevate 2 major realms. It's simply unheard of. My heavens, what did we miss out on before? Indeed, I think this primordial dungeon is not dangerous at all. It's that Zhang Nian causing the danger. But that's not right. before Zhang Nian entered, those pioneers truly didn't survive for more than 10 seconds. Someone in the crowd blurted this out instantly, earning the ire of the others. Which side are you on? We're not talking about before, what about after? He conveyed false information, and in order to make us believe in the danger of the primordial dungeon, he prepared to doom us. Exactly, that ravine must be a trap set by Zhang Nian. If it weren't for Master's arrival, we would have perished there. A poor old way, what a good person he was. Mentioning the fallen comrades ignited an unquenchable fire among the crowd, with many clenching their fists, transforming the pain of losing their friends into hatred for Zhang Nian. This is a place of quietude, no noise is allowed. With Hui Nian's reprimand, the crowd finally came to their senses, and each one appeared flustered. They then realized that they had seemingly exposed their identities. Seeing this, Hui Nian merely smiled and comforted the crowd, saying, "The saint has long known your identities, there's no need to worry." Long known. With this one sentence, the crowd was left stunned. They had never mentioned anything about the outside world in front of that saint. How did the saint know? Looking at the dazed faces, Hui Nian shook his head and revealed a helpless smile. The saint knows all, and can do all. You cannot comprehend it now, but you will understand soon. Having said that, Hui Nian left a meaningful smile before leading everyone to the dojo. It was an arched space built of sand and stone, spacious inside with nothing but neatly arranged cushions on the ground. All right, today, I will lead you junior brothers in cultivation. How much you can comprehend depends on yourselves. Upon hearing the word cultivation, the crowd scattered like birds and beasts, each one sitting upright on the cushions, as if they had returned to their childhood, awaiting praise from their teacher. Namo hi luo dana duo luo yi. On the other side at Kunlun Mountain's Taiching Palace, as if a long time had passed, Laozi glanced at Zhang Nian, his voice steady. Do you still not have an answer in your heart? The answer? Zhang Nian pressed his lips together. The words of his esteemed master seemed like a great hand peeling away layer by layer the deepest part of Zhang Nian's heart. Fairness and justice equate to one's demise. Even so, would he continue to pursue it? This question left Zhang Nian at a loss for an answer. Or rather, he considered himself not to be a fool even when publicly confronting the Primordial Supreme. There was a calculation in his heart. He knew he wouldn't die, or at least the Primordial Supreme wouldn't risk offending a being like him at that moment. And once the matter succeeded, the rewards would be manifold. Thus, from the moment the question was posed by his master, Zhang Nian had already found his answer within. For himself, Zhang Nian might, but for others he would not. Yet this answer evidently contradicted the core ideology of the doctrine of non-action. Zhang Nian dared not speak lightly, yet he did not wish to feign flattery. Silence ensued. Not speaking was already good, as speaking would. Right or wrong, the outcome was not something Zhang Nian wished to bear. Perhaps having seen through Zhang Nian's heart, the corner of the master's mouth turned up in a slight arc as he gently spoke. I advocate non-action. What is non-action? With the question thrown, Zhang Nian immediately furrowed his brow. He had encountered many interpretations of this phrase in his past life. After pondering for a long time, Zhang Nian gulped and slowly articulated the version he resonated with most. Non-action is not inaction, but rather acting in accordance with the situation. The murky eyes of the master slightly brightened, squinting as the wrinkles on his face deepened with a smile. Continue. With the master's command, Zhang Nian fully opened up. All things in heaven and earth have their set patterns. To follow leads to life, while to resist leads to death. Yet, at this point, he suddenly halted, pressing his lips together, swallowing back the final heretical words. Seeing this, the master slightly shook his head as if he had anticipated it, and with a light smile said, The great Tao has 50 aspects. Heaven operates on 49. Remove one, and all things have hope for survival. All things also possess the right to counter the flow. Zhang Nian's eyes widened in shock. His mouth opened and closed without a sound, silently nodding, acknowledging the master's fill for his gaps. This was indeed his thought. It was also Zhang Nian's most genuine reflection throughout his journey. If his set pattern was to die at the moment he entered the primordial instance, he would not accept such a fate. However, the master's subsequent words stirred up tumultuous waves within Zhang Nian. Since you said all things have predetermined patterns, which pattern should one follow? To watch the sun rise by the seaside or watch it set, both coexist? Then what does it mean to follow the pattern? What the hell? What does the master mean by this? Encouraging me to go against heaven's will. Even though Zhang Nian was accustomed to storms, he felt slightly uneasy, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead incessantly. He did not dare to respond to this, and even hesitated to listen, mainly because Zhang Nian truly found it hard to gauge the master's nature. The master of humanity, the chief disciple of the heavenly Tao, or perhaps the master of humanity. Zhang Nian even thought of Xian Du's thick and dark appearance, pondering deeply. It could very well be that he learned from the master. What if this old man set me up with a fishing law enforcement? With this thought, Zhang Nian silently lowered his head like an ostrich. But the master seemed oblivious to this, continuing on his own. Whether to follow or resist is all dependent on a single thought. It all depends on what you have in your heart. Your cultivation is nourished by virtue flawless, and without leaks, your foundation is indeed well laid. I have 2 cultivation methods here for you. You may study them at your leisure, providing you with more means in future confrontations. With that, the master waved his hand, and 2 wisps of white energy rose into the air, piercing through the void and directly into Zhang Nian's brow. In the next moment, Zhang Nian could no longer sit still, gasping heavily. At that instant, 2 methods of cultivation and their names suddenly appeared in his mind. The 9-9 mystic art and the method of slaying 3 corpses. Holy Mother! The 9-9 mystic art is the supreme method of Taoism, and according to Zhang Nian's knowledge, only the master practiced it. Taoism states that when 9-9 reaches its extreme, there will be great changes. It is a rebellious act revealing a glimpse of the truth. As for the method of slaying 3 corpses, it is even more unfathomable. To achieve the Tao by slaying the 3 corpses is the cultivation method of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Slaying one's own 3 corpses is already fraught with peril. The final method requires retrieving the 3 corpses and reuniting them with the original body to attain the Tao. The most challenging aspect is that those 3 innate spiritual treasures, which share the same origin, serve as the foundation for the 3 corpses, posing an immense challenge for countless primordial beings. Now the master has imparted these 2 methods to me. It can be considered a generous gift, and in a disguised manner he is telling me that going against heaven doesn't necessarily mean going against the flow. Zhang Nian immediately stood up, bent at the waist, and bowed to the master, but his mouth was tightly closed. He knew that at this moment he should not utter a single word. The master gently raised his hand, and with an arcane force burst forth. Zhang Nian's figure was lifted. In the moment he looked up, his gaze met those slightly murky eyes. In just a moment, Zhang Nian hurriedly lowered his head, his throat moving involuntarily, his back already soaked in sweat. After a daze, he finally bowed and said, "Thank you for the bestowal of the law, master. I shall devote myself to cultivation." Remember, the Tao springs from the heart. Before you find what you truly desire, do not come seeking. With that, the master closed his eyes, and the temple returned to calm. Yet Zhang Nian, still in a daze, was lifted out of the temple by a surge of energy. Looking at the landscape above, Zhang Nian felt utterly bewildered. Had he been expelled from the sect? Or what did the master's last words mean? What does it mean to truly desire something? Sigh. With a faint sigh, Zhang Nian hesitated in place for a while, unsure of where to go. He did not know how the future of humanity would unfold. Thinking back, with Xiandu as his senior brother, there shouldn't be any major troubles. With this thought, Zhang Nian no longer felt troubled. In the past, he possessed great cultivation but lacked the proper methods. Now he could truly focus on cultivation. At least during this period in the human Dao, Zhang Nian would not be threatened by the heavenly Dao. Finally, I can breathe easy. After searching for a while, Zhang Nian found an unused stone house and began to meditate. He would definitely not practice the method of slaying 3 corpses, and even if he did, it would be useless now. According to the memories in his mind, the method of slaying 3 corpses is a technique meant for peak Deluo golden immortals aimed at achieving sainthood. However, Zhang Nian felt that until he found 3 innate spiritual treasures of the same origin, he would not entertain such thoughts. Moreover, innate spiritual treasures are already rare in the world, and those of the same origin are even more difficult to come by. In Zhang Nian's memory, those that could be deemed as such were mostly controlled by the great powers of the Primordial Realm or the saints. For instance, the 5-direction flags, the 12-petal lotus, or the 7-colored gourd. Thus Hongjun had long since blocked this path. Even saints would not easily part with treasures. As he pondered, a voice in his mind left Zhang Nian stunned for a long time. "This is the official realm, Zhang Nian. We need you to provide a reasonable explanation for injuring a fellow comrade, after which you will leave the instance and come to the official realm to clarify." Zhang Nian. Inside the room, Zhang Nian pressed his lips together. There was no way to explain. He could not possibly confess that this was the work of the instance's Tian Dao, that the true mastermind lay within. "Don't enter the instance, it is dangerous. The saints inside want your lives." He snorted inwardly, and after a moment of private derision, Zhang Nian rolled his eyes. If anyone tried that for real, the words would be spoken one moment, and the person dead the next. You might not even finish your sentence. In the Honglong world, Tiando's rules are absolute. Zhang Nian could stir the winds of fate, but only within certain bounds. If exposed outright, not even Hongjun, indeed not even Tian Dao, would tolerate him. Moreover, the human realm lay in silence. Zhang Nian himself did not believe that a newly awakened Di Dao could withstand the might of Tian Dao. Thus, feigning death was the safest option. What needed to be said and done, Zhang Nian had long since taken care of. It is truly hard to reason with damned spirits. Forget it. No, wait. Suddenly Zhang Nian realized hurting comrades. At most he had selected a desperate place that trapped them, but he had set no traps. If these fellows could not get out, did they not have a one-key return function? Zhang Nian remembered that when support contacted him before, officials could use that feature normally. Was there some hidden intrigue? Had someone attacked them? No, that could not be. Within the Hongjun instance, whoever struck would leave no survivors among those who came from outside to practice martial arts. So, they were set up. Zhang Nian deduced swiftly, but he did not intend to respond. What good would explanations do? From the officials' scattered words alone, Zhang Nian felt their trust in him evaporate. Leave the instance and go to the authorities to vindicate himself. He could not depart even if he wished to. The best course now was cultivation. With that thought, he steadied himself and began to run through the 9-9 mystic art in his mind. Though he lacked the saint's uncanny foresight, he nonetheless sensed that the future of Hongjun would not unfold as he once knew it. The finest way to meet danger is strength. Elsewhere at the Shifang sect's Lingshan Dao Hall, a dozen souls pressed into a stone hut, with closed eyes, mouths, murmuring the sutras bestowed by Zhuan Ti. A low hum arose. As the first wash of golden light spread through the crowd, the soldiers opened their eyes and turned excitedly toward the man. Qian, how you did it? How's he? What does it feel like? The young man at the center scratched the back of his head shyly and answered awkwardly, I don't know. I recited the sutras sincerely with no distraction, and then I felt a little golden light gather in my dantian. As they spoke, another low hum, and a second halo of golden light burst forth, brighter than Qian Hao's. The crowd turned to the source. At the center of the radiance stood their captain Li Shan. Li Shan appeared calm and composed a manji mark on his brow, flashing with dazzling light. Li Shan drew a long breath, stood, and addressed them. Brothers, this method is indeed a supreme immortal art. If Master would accept our officials, then from now on we need no longer bow to those established cultivation families. At Li Shan's rallying cry, their spirits soared. Among the crowd, Zhou Fei also nodded, though he had yet to feel the Danshan's golden light that Qian Hao described. But 2 successes had already occurred nearby. He pondered the matter. Once the others returned to meditation, Zhou Fei slipped quietly to Li Shan's side. Captain, can we report this to the authorities? Even bringing the method back would be valuable. Shut up, Li Shan hissed fiercely the moment the words left his mouth. Are you mad? How can the sect's inheritance be handed out lightly? Zhou Fei stared at his captain in stunned disbelief. He did not feel he had done anything wrong. From the moment he had joined the team, the captain had declared that if the authorities required it, his life was ready to serve Longhua. Yet now, he found Li Shan before him suddenly unfamiliar. Captain, you. The manji mark on Li Shan's brow flickered and his tone softened. We do not yet understand the situation. What if this technique only functions inside the Hongjun instance? Or what if outside it provokes unforeseen adverse reactions? I believe the best course is to report to the sect. If Master approves and is willing to accept us, that will be true strength. With Li Shan's explanation, the shadow of doubt in Zhou Fei's eyes slowly faded, though a seed of unease had been planted. Unaware, none of their actions escaped Zhuan Ti's spiritual sense. Observing Zhou Fei, Zhuan Ti gave a soft snort. This man must not remain. Not long after, a voice reported, Master Disciple Huanian has a matter to report. Within the hall, Zhuan Ti smiled, pointed, and Huanian's figure appeared before him. Hail, Master. Huanian bowed and said, Master, those outsiders seek Shifang sect's immortal opportunity and ask whether our sect can accept more disciples. What do you counsel? After Huanian finished, Zhuan Ti waved his hand and allowed it, saying, simply permit it. He then led Huanian out of the hall. This was exactly the result Zhuan Ti desired. To draw outsiders into Shifang, shepherd them through tribulations, and thereby lay claim to the human race. Things were stepping steadily toward Zhuan Ti's design, and he could not help but be pleased. The news quickly reached the authorities and sent shockwaves through the bureaucracy. This was an immortal opportunity, and fated boon from the Hongjun instance, more potent and mysterious than those of Shushan or Xianjian. But the news spread in other directions as well. At the Zhang residence, Shen Rushuang stared at the message on her phone in silence for a long while. The message revealed the authorities' brewing plan. The Shen family had long allied with many cultivation houses to pressure the officials, securing most of the slots and even drafting the candidate list. Yet her son Zhang Zidong's name was not on it. On what grounds? Zhang Zidong at least called you grandmother once. You exclude him like that. Shen Rushuang's hysterical shouts erupted in the room. No, the Shen family's road will not work this way. Her pretty face hardened with resolve, and then her eyes brightened as she conceived another route. She rose immediately and walked to the deepest part of the estate. In a bright chamber, an old man lay in a sickbed with needles in his body. The occasional white vapor from the respirator showed he still lived. Shen Rushuang sat at the bedside, forced a smile, and whispered softly, Old sir, your good grandson Zhang Nian is alive in the Hongjun realm. A moment after her words, the cardiac monitor's trace jumped. Shen Rushuang muttered under her breath, You old wretch. Zhang Nian is your grandson. is Zidong not of the Zhang clan? Despite herself, Shun Rushwang's face remained full of smiles as she breathed sweetly into the old man's ear. But he cannot get out. The officials have gone in, and the great families will soon enter the instance. Whatever grudges you nurse now will soon be worth little. Hand it to me. I'll seek help from Li Chongqing, the sword immortal of the Shushan lineage. Perhaps he can save Zhang Nian's life. When her words fell silent, Shun Rushwang waited. Only the machines hummed in the room. Suddenly the old man's finger moved. Shun Rushwang's face lit up with joy. In the real world, the entrance to the secret realm was bustling with a long line, with young people continuously joining the ranks. Outside, Shun Rushwang whispered to Zhang Zidong, while holding his hand, "Remember what I told you." This secret was pried out of that old immortal's mouth. As she spoke, Shun Rushwang gestured towards the bodyguard beside her. The latter quickly understood, dispersing to create a space around the two. Seeing this, Shun Rushwang felt relieved to speak. "Son, remember, if you can't obtain it yourself, find a way to exchange for greater benefits." Zhang Zidong's pupils constricted as he cautiously scanned the nearby figure in white, the sword immortal Li Chongqing, and quickly covered his mouth as he spoke rapidly. "Mom, are you crazy? Didn't you give this information to the master? If the master finds out, he will definitely take my head." With that, Shun Rushwang immediately slapped Zhang Zidong on the forehead. "Fool! This is just to exchange for a spot to enter the Hongjun Secret Realm. I've heard that the cultivation in the Hongjun Secret Realm is different from other realms. You haven't forgotten how I taught you before, have you?" As she spoke, Shun Rushwang glared at Zhang Zidong, who shrank his neck and hurriedly replied, "Mom, I haven't forgotten. This time the sect we're going to is called the Western Sect, where the most important thing in cultivation is to have a sincere heart." Zhang Zidong scratched the back of his head in confusion. "Mom, I don't understand. What does having a sincere heart mean? Isn't cultivation based on techniques? You should keep your sect in your heart and treat your master as your own father." Shun Rushwang rolled her eyes at her son, pursed her lips, and gently tucked Zhang Zidong's hair behind his ear, softly reminding him, "Son, remember, this time no one will help you. In the secret realm, do not trust anyone. Do everything possible to survive. Remember, as long as you're alive, I can find a way to locate you." Listening to his mother's heartfelt concern, Zhang Zidong blinked and pointed at his forehead, grinning. "Don't worry, Mom, I still have the secret weapon you gave me." "All right, Mom, I'm joining the line now." Watching her son's gradually fading figure, Shun Rushwang pursed her lips, her eyes flashing with reluctance. But she had to do this. According to the intelligence stolen from the authorities by the family, this transmission was different from before. It would directly descend near the Western Sect. According to the information collected by the authorities, the highest cultivation in the Hongjun Secret Realm is the Sage. There are 2 within the Western Sect, and only 7 in the entire Hongjun. All of this indicated the significance of this transmission. Shun Rushwang had also heard that the higher-ups intended to lift the restrictions on the Hongjun Secret Realm. It could be said that this was the last opportunity to widen the gap with others. As for Zhang Nian, just thinking about that wild child she had sent to his death in the Hongjun Secret Realm, Shun Rushwang's gaze turned cold and a smirk of amusement appeared at the corner of her mouth. A guy excluded by the authorities is better off never coming out of the secret realm. Dying in there would be best. On the other side, Zhang Zidong quickly joined the ranks of the family disciples. "Oh, I didn't expect someone like you could walk." A sudden voice exploded in his ear. Zhang Zidong looked up to see Shun Li from the Shin family. He then silently lowered his head, ignoring the other. Seeing this, Shun Li became even more arrogant. "I underestimated Shun Rushwang's charm. Your promiscuous mother sold her looks to send you under Li Changsheng's wing, and now she can send you to the Hongjun Secret Realm. TSK. As he spoke, Shin Li licked his lips with his tongue. Still quite alluring, huh? Zhang Zidong instinctively clenched his fists, then relaxed them. He knew very well that he was no match for Shun Li now. Since childhood, his mother Shun Rushwang had worked hard to provide him with the best platform by pushing him into the Shin family. But how could an outsider with the surname Zhang truly integrate into that community? Zhang Zidong felt hatred. Hatred for the favoritism of the Zhang family's elder, and more for the exclusion by the Shin family. Silently marking Shun Li in his heart, Zhang Zidong followed the line in silence, secretly swearing to surpass everyone and become the strongest. Seeing this, Shin Li also disdainfully curled his lips and cursed, "Waste." He then followed the group towards the teleportation point. Soon accompanied by the glowing teleportation array, hundreds of figures suddenly vanished. Western Spirit Mountain swish. When everyone appeared at the spatial coordinate point, Li Shan had already been waiting with his team members. "You are very fortunate to be here, but please remember one thing: who provided you with such favorable conditions." As soon as Li Shan finished speaking, a beam of golden light descended from the sky, dazzling enough to make people squint. When they looked up again, they saw a figure cloaked in golden light, standing in the void. The first to react were Li Shan and the others, who quickly bowed to the figure. "Disciple pays respects to Master Zhuni." Turning back, Li Shan shouted at the confused crowd, "Hurry and pay your respects to the sage." The voice struck like a heavy hammer, instantly bending the knees of over 100 people. In an instant, many fell to their knees on the sandy brick ground. Among the crowd, Zhang Zidong stealthily shifted his gaze towards the figure in the sky. He thought, so this is the sage of Hongjun. The scene of Zhuanti tearing the space to appear kept replaying in Zhang Zidong's mind. At this moment, he seemed to understand a bit why his mother worked so hard to send him in. A hint of yearning for the future rose in his heart. Zhang Nian, you are doomed. Now that I have become a disciple of the sage and obtained the elder's secret, what do you have to compare with me? In the void, Zhuanti glanced at the more than 100 figures below, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Among this batch of humans, although there were quite a few nail heads, they were much better than the previous dozen. As he thought, Zhuanti's gaze suddenly fell on Zhang Zidong in the crowd. His ears twitched, then he quietly lowered his gaze, his amiable voice enhanced by his magical power, drilling directly into everyone's hearts. Now that you are here in the West, you are destined to have a connection with the West. Today, I shall bestow upon you the teachings. You must diligently practice and bring glory to the Western sect. After saying this, Zhuanti raised his hand, and 100 rays of golden light shot out from under his robe, entering the foreheads of the crowd. After doing all this, Zhuanti tore through the void and left. Everyone was left dumbfounded. All right, from today on, you are also outer disciples of the Western sect. Remember, this cultivation requires sincerity. Li Shan raised his head and called out to everyone. The more sincere you are, the faster your cultivation will progress. After his words fell, Li Shan led everyone to the lowest layer of the Spirit Mountains dojo. After a brief explanation, everyone began to sit cross-legged. On the mat, Zhang Zidong suddenly opened his eyes, scanning around, and saw Li Changxing, who was sitting at the front already in meditation, secretly calculating in his mind. Only I and Li Changxing know the secret. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Zidong moved slightly. He knew very well that what one person knows is called a secret. What two people know is called news. And he, Zhang Zidong, must hold on to the thickest thigh to stand out among. Upon exiting the stone house, Zhang Zidong walked straight upwards. According to the previous introduction by Li Shan, Zhang Zidong knew that Ling Mountain was divided into 18 layers, both above and below. They were in the lowest layer, and to meet the esteemed saint of primordial enlightenment, one must reach the highest layer. Looking at the empty corridor that scattered golden dust, Zhang Zidong took a deep breath and stepped outside. He could not understand how it was possible. The journey had been remarkably smooth for Zhang Zidong. He had not encountered a single soul. Could it be that the disciples of the Western Church are all in closed-door cultivation? How could Zhang Zidong, who had only reached the first layer of qi refinement, know that during this journey at least 100 divine senses had swept past him? Turning around a wall, he was greeted by an ancient stone archway tightly sealed. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zidong clenched his fists and slowly approached the door. Just as he was about to bow and knock, his body suddenly trembled. A creaking sound echoed. The stone door before him opened unexpectedly. The space was eerily quiet, and Zhang Zidong could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat clearly. However, now was the time when the arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. Swallowing hard, Zhang Zidong's knees buckled as he knelt on the ground, earnestly knocking his head 3 times towards the empty door. Outer disciple Zhang Zidong requests an audience with the master. The room fell silent for a moment before the voice of primordial enlightenment came through. Is there a problem with your cultivation? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zidong shook his head repeatedly. Disciple did not come for this, but I have learned a secret that I wish to offer to the master. Inside the stone house, primordial enlightenment chuckled softly, as he already knew Zhang Zidong's intention. However, this human was different from others who had entered the primordial realm. Long before, at the teleportation point, primordial enlightenment had noticed that after this group of outsiders entered the primordial realm, the disturbance of the heavenly tribulation was palpable. Among them, the calamity above Zhang Zidong's head was condensing and showing a trend of expansion. He understood that this person would be the leading figure in the next heavenly calamity. In the heavenly calamity, the one who is fated to face it carries the calamity's aura, and besides that, there is also a principal calamity bearer. The principal calamity bearer is influenced by the calamity's aura, and every step they take affects the direction of the calamity. The appearance of Zhang Zidong brought primordial enlightenment a sense of relief. The West could use Zhang Zidong to weaken the powers of the 3 teachings. How could the Western Church not prosper? With this thought, primordial enlightenment flicked his fingers, and an invisible wave shot out, and the next moment Zhang Zidong's figure appeared in the dojo. What is the secret? Primordial enlightenment forced a gentle smile, looking kindly at Zhang Zidong. At this moment, the latter was anxiously scanning his surroundings. After hearing primordial enlightenment's words, Zhang Zidong bowed, reporting to the master, I have learned the method to reshape the human emperor's sword. The human emperor's sword. Upon hearing this, primordial enlightenment raised his eyebrows slightly. In the vast expanse of the primordial era, he had never heard of this treasure, and from its name, it should be a significant treasure of the human race. In an instant, Primordial Enlightenment became somewhat intrigued. Do tell me more. Seeing Primordial Enlightenment's interest piqued, Zhang Zidong felt a surge of joy inside. Indeed, this secret was important. It was said that the old man had once entered a fairy tomb in the Shushan instance and obtained a chance that no one had ever known. Initially, all the cultivation families had their eyes on the Zhang family. Shen Rushuang also married into the Zhang family at that time. However, over the years the old man had firmly denied this. Coupled with the fact that the old man's strength had not shown any significant change, gradually no one was willing to waste time with the Zhang family. It was only because Shen Rushuang had sacrificed half her youth and was unwilling to give up that she sought clues in her daily life. That was how Zhang Zidong benefited. Suppressing a smile, Zhang Zidong continued, Master, it is said that the human emperor's sword is the supreme treasure of the human race, with inscriptions on the sword body declaring the human emperor's dominion over the 8 wastelands. The hilt is embedded with 3 precious jewels representing the heavenly emperor, earthly emperor, and human emperor. To reshape the human emperor sword, one must find these 3 jewels and sever the shackles of the heavenly Tao with human destiny. Only then can the human emperor sword be formed. Upon hearing this, Primordial Enlightenment could not help but raise an eyebrow. He seemed to have grasped the situation. Though Zhang Zidong spoke entirely about the human emperor's sword, Primordial Enlightenment still gleaned a lot of information from his words. Firstly, the human emperor sword Zhang Zidong spoke of was not a currently known treasure, as there were no heavenly emperor, earthly emperor, or human emperor in the human race. Secondly, in the event described by Zhang Zidong, the heavenly Tao was superior to the human Tao, otherwise there would be no mention of severing the shackles of the heavenly Tao with human destiny. Thirdly, outsiders might have learned about the subsequent developments of the primordial world through some channels. Where did you obtain this secret? After careful consideration, Primordial Enlightenment asked the one question he was most eager to know. However, Zhang Zidong was taken aback. His lips moved for a moment before he hesitantly said, Master, this was learned by my elder at home in a secret realm. But that secret realm? At this point, Zhang Zidong's throat suddenly tightened and his face turned a deep purple. Primordial Enlightenment was equally shocked, but from his perspective he could see 2 strands of mysterious yellow aura connecting to the heavens, taking the form of 2 large hands that tightly gripped Zhang Zidong's neck. He immediately realized that what Zhang Zidong was about to say was intolerable to the heavenly Tao. A few seconds later, the 2 hands dissipated and Zhang Zidong collapsed on the stone floor, gasping heavily for breath, his chest heaving violently. After a while, once he regained his composure, Zhang Zidong, still shaken, glanced around. In that brief moment, he truly felt he was going to die. Simultaneously, he was puzzled. He clearly hadn't done anything, so why did those events occur? Before Zhang Zidong could figure it out, Primordial Enlightenment provided the answer: from now on, do not mention this matter in front of any living beings. Zhang Zidong immediately bowed his head in agreement. Disciple will remember. Outer disciple Zhang Zidong, for your contribution in presenting a treasure. You are promoted to inner disciple, residing on the 9th level, and granted the spirit treasure lotus and cassock. As soon as Primordial Enlightenment's words fell, the space trembled, and the 12-petal golden lotus of merit at the top of Ling Mountain showered down a gentle golden light, enveloping Zhang Zidong entirely. Once the light dissipated, Zhang Zidong donned the cassock and stepped onto the lotus, exuding the demeanor of a high monk who had attained enlightenment. Zhang Zidong was even more overjoyed, excitedly bowing to Primordial Enlightenment. Thank you, Master. You may go now. As the words fell, Primordial Enlightenment gently waved his hand, and Zhang Zidong's surroundings tore apart, causing him to vanish. After completing all this, Primordial Enlightenment focused his thoughts and instantly arrived beside Jane. Master brother, I have understood. Jane nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. Junior brother, if what Zhang Zidong said is true, then the human Tao should have a period of coexisting with the heavenly Tao. Master brother, wise as ever. Primordial Enlightenment chuckled, acknowledging Jiayan's words, then proceeded to share his own perspective. However, the primordial realm is undergoing earth-shattering changes now. The human Tao is in a state of silence, so there is no possibility of coexistence, and the so-called human emperor's sword that can sever the shackles of the heavenly Tao is even less likely to appear. However, upon hearing this, Jane shook his head and narrowed his gaze. What if the 3 emperors of heaven, earth, and humanity all originated from our Western Church? Senior brother, this plan is quite ingenious. Hearing Jiayan's words, Zuni nodded excitedly, also relieved that he had intervened in the human race's fate beforehand, otherwise he would not have been privy to such important news. That Zhang Zidong must be the principal figure of the calamity of heaven and earth. Master's painstaking efforts cannot be wasted by us in the West, said Jane, his expression serious. After pondering for a moment, he continued, I believe we should act sooner. Although we in the West have gained the upper hand, the various forces will not allow us to dominate alone, the future situation will only become more complicated. Zuni was taken aback, and after a moment of thought a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. Do you mean to let? Jane nodded slightly. Before they respond, we in the West should take the initiative to arrange matters for the human race. Upon hearing this, Zuni's pupils constricted. Clearly his senior brother's ambitions were even greater than his own. Zuni had only considered controlling key nodes of the human race to share some merits and fortunes with the West. But Zhang Nian's intention was entirely different. He wanted to fully intervene in the human race's fate, even replacing Nuwa and Laozi to become the master of humanity. Senior brother, this action may be. Zunti's mouth twitched as he hesitated for a long time before speaking. It seems somewhat inappropriate. What about sister Nuwa and brother Laozi? Jane furrowed his brows and shot a glare at Zunti, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Is it so? Do you think the silence of humanity is merely a coincidence? Why did Master open the heavenly gates so widely? Think about it again. How did they become aware of the existence of a human emperor's sword that doesn't even exist now, eh? Zhang Nian's words enlightened Zuni, and in an instant everything became clear. Senior brother, I understand. Gazing at Zunti, who was beaming with joy, Jane clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and instructed, let's get started. He then entered into meditation. Zunti nodded repeatedly, not daring to delay, and immediately turned to head down the mountain. Ling Mountain Dao Field. I can't believe that Zhang Zidong has struck gold. He actually gained the favor of the sage and was promoted to an inner disciple. Who says otherwise? Senior brother Huanyan, said Zhang Zidong, contributed something remarkable. I wonder what kind of treasure could make the sage so pleased. Impossible, how could that be? Among the crowd, the first to break down was Shun Li of the Shin family. He believed his talent far surpassed Zhang Zidong's, not to mention his background and status. This is the primordial era. Oh, what treasure can the Zhang family offer? What treasures could they possibly have? As he said this, Shun Li's eyes brightened as he recalled the rumors he had heard from his elders. It seemed that Shun Rushuang had married into the Zhang family back in the day because the old man of the Zhang family had obtained certain news in the mystical purple secret realm. No one has been able to investigate for so many years. Could it be that one? Li Changsheng was also feeling uneasy. He had calculated everything, but never expected Shun Rushuang to deceive him. Not only did she inform Zhang Zidong of the news, but she also let him sell out as soon as he entered the dungeon. Li Changsheng had considered offering the news to the sage. But the human emperor's sword. Just by hearing its name one knows it is extraordinary, and Li Changsheng already had the reputation of a sword immortal harboring special feelings towards swords. However, it was too late to say anything now. One misstep leads to another. The sage has already learned of the news, and it is likely the treasure will fall into others' hands while he Li Changsheng. Thinking of this, the anger in Li Changsheng's eyes gradually subsided. He was not the type to blame heaven and fate. Entering the primordial secret realm, everyone's starting point was the same, and he had long been prepared. And now what he needed to do was to let that once dreaded sword immortal regain his reputation in the primordial era. However, suddenly voices arose from the crowd. Zhang Zi. No, brother Zhang. Senior brother. Senior brother. Everyone stepped back in unison, and Li Changsheng also lowered his head, bowing respectfully, forcing himself to call out, Senior brother. Li Changsheng noticed Zhang Zidong paused in front of him before striding towards Shun Li's direction, and his heart already understood. Sure enough, Zhang Zidong deliberately walked beside Shun Li, who sat cross-legged, showing no sign of getting. Seeing this situation, Zhang Zidong was not angry. He simply turned to the accompanying Huanyan and said, Junior brother Huanyan, the cultivation of the outer disciples is still insufficient. How about we have them clean the gravel outside the mountain square? If the sand bricks are not cleared for a day, the gravel will not be removed for a day, and thus they will never be able to return to the Dao field to cultivate. Huanian's eyes flickered, and then he nodded slightly, hands clasped together. What you say makes sense, as you wish. Although he guessed a bit, Huanian still cooperatively added. Zhang Zidong pointed, let's start with him. Following Zhang Zidong's finger, the crowd was shocked to see Shun Li of the Shin family. Many people in the crowd and subtly moved their steps, concealing their forms. It was unnecessary to ask. Those who had previously followed Shun Li and committed acts of violence surely had their share. Huanian glanced at the trembling Shun Li and saluted Zhang Zidong. Yes, senior brother, I'll arrange it right away. After completing all this, Zhang Zidong walked away without looking back. Li Changsheng witnessed everything and knew well that Zhang Zidong was here for revenge. And it was very direct. Can the gravel in Ling Mountain Square be completely cleared? This is inherently a false proposition. The wind and sand are relentless, and the gravel is endless. Everyone knew Zhang Zidong's true purpose. Soon Shun Li was taken away by two monks, and it was unknown how much time had passed. Zhang Zidong was summoned by the sage again. Inside the stone chamber, disciple pays respects to master. Zhang Zidong received the magical treasure, and prostrated himself on the ground, his eyes fervent as he knocked his head. Rise. Zunti slightly raised his hand, and with a surge of magical power Zhang Zidong's body was lifted. I have called you this time for an important matter to discuss. Important matter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zidong's eyes flashed with confusion. After all, he was no longer that naive newcomer who had just entered the primordial era. An important matter from the sage. How could Zhang Zidong not be anxious? Please have mercy, master. My cultivation is merely at the true immortal level. I fear it will delay your important affairs. He repeatedly knocked his head, pushing his luck, and when he raised his head again, Zhang Zidong even had tears in his eyes, seemingly feeling frustrated for causing trouble for his master. Haha, you are quite sincere. Zunti forced a smile, but his gaze held deep meaning as he glanced at Zhang Zidong, then comforted him. No worries, this matter is unrelated to cultivation. Saying this, Zunti flicked his finger, and a four-sided demon-subduing pestle about the length of a forearm sliced through the void and arrived next to Zhang Zidong. Zhang Zidong's eyes widened. As a true immortal, he could feel the supreme power of the treasure hovering above his head. This treasure is the innate spiritual treasure of my master, the demon-subduing pestle. With this by your side, you will surely be safe. Hearing this, Zhang Zidong's curiosity about his master Zunti's yet revealed important matter grew even stronger. The key point is that while master said it was unrelated to cultivation, he granted me such a precious treasure. Master this. Zhang Zidong glanced at the demon-subduing staff beside him, knowing that this time he could not evade his duty. He pressed his lips together and bowed deeply to Zhuan-Ti, saying loudly, Master, you have given me the grace of rebirth. Whatever the matter, I will go through fire and water for you. Go through fire and water. Zhuan-Ti raised his eyebrows, intrigued by Zhang Zidong's casual words. This also confirmed Zhuan-Ti's belief that to win over the human race of the primordial era, the current batch of innate humans was indeed the most suitable. Good. In his excitement, Zhuan-Ti repeated the word 3 times, and then began to instruct, I wish to send you to the human settlement south of Buzhou Mountain. Human race. Zhang Zidong was taken aback, realizing that the humans south of Buzhou Mountain must be the ones originally from the primordial copy. With questions in mind, Zhang Zidong continued to listen patiently. I don't know how many years ago a new leader came to the human race named Zhang Nian. Zhang Nian, that wild seed. He didn't die, and he has become the leader of the human race. Zhang Zidong's breath quickened when Zhuan-Ti mentioned Zhang Nian. This did not escape Zhuan-Ti's notice, and he promptly asked, You should know this person. Zhang Zidong, aware of the saint's capabilities, replied hastily, Reporting to you, master, I know him. Zhang Nian is also like Mia. Before Zhang Zidong could finish, Zhuan-Ti raised his hand to interrupt, saying, All right, I understand. In that case, you are the most suitable for this task. My Western sect feels sympathy for the plight of the human race and wishes to bestow grace upon them. You will go as a Western envoy to select disciples from the human settlement. Does that mean I will encounter Zhang Nian? Haha, I have the demon-subduing staff bestowed by my master. Zhang Zidong chuckled maliciously in his heart, but on the surface he expressed gratitude, quickly bowing to Zhuan-Ti and saying, Thank you, master, for granting the human race this opportunity. I believe the humans of Buzhou Mountain will surely be grateful to my Western sect. You may go. Zhuan-Ti added, If this succeeds, I will promote you to a personal disciple and grant you a postnatal spiritual treasure. After saying this, Zhuan-Ti flicked his fingers, and the space around Zhang Zidong tore apart. In a blink, he suddenly appeared in a forest with towering ancient trees. Looking at the 2 mud statues about 3 or 4 meters high not far away, Zhang Zidong scratched his head in confusion, saying, This male and female are quite strange. The man looks like an old man, but the woman has a human upper body and a snake lower body. Could she be a monster? Holding back his curiosity, Zhang Zidong continued to think about the reward Zhuan-Ti mentioned. Personal disciple and postnatal spiritual treasure. As he passed by the mud statues, he suddenly heard a whoosh, and a strong wind rushed past his ears. Such a nonchalant attack, let alone Zhang Zidong, who was already at the true immortal stage. Even in the past, he could easily dodge it. Slightly sidestepping, Zhang Zidong felt a hint of disdain rising in his heart. It seems he had somewhat overestimated the human race of the primordial era. Thus the task assigned by his master would be even easier. You audacious humans! How dare you pass by the saint's mud statue without bowing? Soon after, 10 or so figures sprang out from both sides of the forest, each holding weapons, and looking at Zhang Zidong with vigilant expressions. However, those things looked more like toys to Zhang Zidong. Stone axes, stone spears. Zhang Zidong could not help but curl his lips, thinking secretly, do they not have even a proper weapon? Yet he also picked up key words from the humans' mouths. Saint. Zhang Zidong raised his eyebrows, glancing at the 2 mud statues nearby. Are these saints? Seeing the serious expressions on the faces of the crowd, which did not seem like a facade, Zhang Zidong, now, with some understanding of the primordial era, dared not be disrespectful. In front of many eyes he bowed deeply to the two mud statues, saying, "I pay my respects to the two saints." After the formalities, Zhang Zidong raised his eyes to the humans before him, straightened his neck, and shouted loudly, "I am Zhang Zidong, a personal disciple of the Western sect. Today I come to the human race on the orders of my master to bestow grace. You should quickly bow and thank the saints for their kindness." How naive, as if they don't know who the saints are. My master is also a saint, and now he wants to take you wildlings as disciples, yet you do not obediently bow and show gratitude. Zhang Zidong thought to himself. Just as he was waiting for the sound of bowing and gratitude to reach his ears, reality gave him a loud slap in the face. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Zhang Zidong opened his eyes and scanned around, discovering that the humans were looking at him with strange expressions completely devoid of the awe due to a saint. What's going on? The Western saint has bestowed grace upon you. Aren't you happy? Zhang Zidong asked, instinctively, his eyes wide. To his surprise, upon hearing the question, the humans all shook their heads. Don't you want to become immortals? When the crowd heard this, they nodded one after another, their eyes revealing a natural longing. Then come with me to the West. The saint is willing to take you as disciples. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Zhang Zidong finished speaking, dozens of stone spears were aimed at him, and everyone present showed fierce expressions as if they were about to charge at him and fight. This sudden scene left Zhang Zidong stunned. Little did he know that after the incident with the demon tribe, Swearin had warned all the human races that there were bad people outside looking to harm them, and they were trying every possible means to deceive them out of the protection of the saint's mud statue. Thus, there was an unwritten rule in the human settlement. No matter what happened, it must be resolved within the settlement, otherwise they would bear the consequences. No way are these wildlings crazy. Zhang Zidong was also getting angry. After all, he was a disciple of the saint and a true immortal. These mortals not only ungrateful, but also aiming weapons at him. Just as Zhang Zidong was about to mobilize his magic to summon the demon-subduing staff, a voice interrupted him forcefully, "Don't waste your efforts." Zhang Zidong turned to look and saw a robust figure in the void, lazily yawning. The gaze carried a hint of indifference, yet it gave Zhang Zidong an overwhelming sense of pressure. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. Suppressing the unease in his heart, Zhang Zidong reined in his temper, forcing a smile as he bowed to Duobao. "I am Zhang Zidong, a disciple of the Western sect. Today I come to the human race on the orders of my master Zhuan. Before Zhang Zidong could finish, Duobao casually interrupted, saying, "Oh, you're a disciple of Master Zhuan. But it's useless, the human race won't follow you." Zhang Zidong chuckled maliciously in his heart, but on the surface he expressed gratitude, quickly bowing to Zhuan and saying, "Thank you, Master, for granting the human race this opportunity." Perhaps intimidated by Duobao's aura, Zhang Zidong bowed cautiously and inquired, "May I ask who this friend is?" "I am Duobao, the eldest disciple of the saint of the human sect. By the way, I advise you not to think of making a move here." Saying this, Duobao disdainfully glanced at Zhang Zidong and pointed to the sky. Following that direction, Zhang Zidong raised his head in shock, his pupils constricting. He saw a vast Taiji diagram slowly rotating above his head. "What the? My master said there was no danger." Zhang Zidong swallowed hard, suddenly feeling that this task might not be as easy to accomplish as he had imagined. "Zhang Nian is not as easy to kill as I thought." Zhang Zidong was momentarily at a loss for words. His fate was inferior. His strength was inferior. Even the most proud background of a sage seemed as fragile as paper in front of this man. What could he say? Give up? Impossible. Zhang Zidong swallowed a mouthful of saliva, opening his mouth several times, but he didn't know what to say. Just when he didn't know what to do, a hearty laugh broke the tense atmosphere. "Xiandu, after brother Zhang Nian leaves, has another great talent come to our human race." Swearin approached quickly, holding a torch. By the time Zhang Zidong reacted, a face covered in dust and slightly rough was just inches from him, with bright eyes seemingly counting every hair on his pores. "Huh." Swearin looked somewhat disappointed, pouting slightly, and speaking with a hint of regret. "I thought it was a great talent. This kid looks dazed, and is far from brother Zhang Nian." "Ha ha ha." Swearin's loud voice, like a trumpet, prompted the crowd to burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Zhang Zidong, the subject of their mockery, wore a stiff expression, his heart shaken. "Zhang Nian. Again Zhang Nian. Why am I always inferior to that wild child?" The unwillingness surged in his heart, and at that moment Zhang Zidong completely forgot why he had come. He was solely focused on proving he was better than Zhang Nian. He clenched his fists and shouted defiantly, "Zhang Nian is just a human. I am a disciple of a sage. How can I be inferior to him?" The laughter abruptly ceased. Disciple of a sage? Swearin paused, his gaze becoming more serious as he stopped his actions and looked at Zhang Zidong again, scanning him. "You..." Seeing the disdain on the other's face, Zhang Zidong felt a surge of anger in his abdomen, but then he recalled the strange Tai Chi diagram above his head and swallowed it down, feeling indignant as he shouted, "Indeed, I am Zhang Zidong, a direct disciple of the sage of the Western teachings." After saying this, Zhang Zidong held his head high like a victorious rooster, already imagining the envious and jealous expressions of the mortals before him. However, Swearin just rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, "Western." Zhang Zidong widened his eyes in disbelief, staring intently at the primitive-looking man before him, wearing animal skins. "You're wearing animal skins, yet you look down on me, a disciple of a sage. Wait a minute." It was at that moment that Zhang Zidong noticed something unusual. This man was not an ordinary human. His strength and cultivation gave Zhang Zidong an unfathomable feeling. A judgment formed in his heart. This person likely held a significant position among the human race. Before Zhang Zidong could react, Swearin straightened his face and reassessed Zhang Zidong. Although his tone was more polite, it still carried a hint of nonchalance, saying, "Since you are a disciple of the Western sage, what brings you to our human race's dwelling?" Seeing that the other party had brought up serious matters, Zhang Zidong hurriedly bowed and said, "I have come to the human race because my master felt that the human race's fortune was lacking and wishes to bestow blessings upon you, sending me to grant this fortune." Upon hearing this, Swearin narrowed his eyes, as he had felt from the very beginning that the aura of this person was strangely similar to that of Zhang Nian. As the ancestor of fire for the human race, he sensed the fortunes of humanity and was aware of the vastness of the human race. Yet he had never seen this so-called disciple of the Western sage. Now, hearing the other party claim to come on the sage's orders to bestow blessings upon the human race, a hint of wariness inevitably arose in his heart. The West has had a very low profile since the beginning of the human race's emergence, not to mention any talk of bestowing blessings. It was evident that the human race was currently in a period of rising strength, with an abundance of food and the protection of a sage. With the Tai Chi diagram above and the solid ground beneath their feet, life was stable. Why would the Western sage suddenly have the intention to bestow blessings? Swearin refused to believe that the West would have such good intentions. However, in front of the sage, Swearin did not dare to be too excessive. He raised his eyes to glance at Xian Du, who was lazily lying on the clouds. Xian Du also sensed Swearin's gaze and said nothing, merely shaking his head slightly. Swearin understood. He then raised his hand and pointed to the plains outside the sage's clay statue, saying, "Thank you, but our human race does not need it." Not. Why is it that both of them have this attitude? Now it was Zhang Zidong's turn to be bewildered. Thinking of this, Zhang Zidong's gaze swept over the scantily clad people of the human race present. He couldn't think of a reason for their rejection. It was clear that the people in this human dwelling were living quite poorly. Their situation was vastly inferior to the outside world. But why, upon hearing the words blessing, especially West, did they exhibit such hostility? This. In an instant, Zhang Zidong didn't know what to say. He didn't dare to leave. But staying. What could he do? However, Swearin would not give Zhang Zidong more time to think. The human race had experienced the calamity of the demon race and was already like a startled bird. Moreover, with the grand disciple Xian Du present, they had no need to risk seeking help from the West. Heaven knows whether this so-called disciple of the West was a transformation of some great demon from the demon race. Having made up his mind, Swearin was not polite and waved his hand. "Please escort this Western disciple out." "Yes." As the command was given, two members of the human race approached Zhang Zidong from either side, poised to escort him out of the clan's territory. Zhang Zidong was unwilling. Just as he was about to protest, he turned his face and saw two pairs of predatory eyes fixated on him. He feared that if he acted in the next moment, he would meet his end. Thinking of the reward promised by his master, Zhang Zidong steeled his heart. An idea suddenly came to him. Since he couldn't openly wave the Western banner, he might as well go along with the flow. He immediately shouted, "Actually, I came to claim kinship." As soon as the words fell, the two human race members were taken aback, turning to look at Swearin, waiting for the latter to decide. Swearin was equally stunned. He knew Zhang Zidong's background. This so-called claim of kinship was almost absurd. Surname Zhang. A thought flashed through his mind. Swearin inwardly muttered, "It can't be this coincidental. What kinship are you claiming?" Upon hearing a glimmer of hope, Zhang Zidong immediately broke free from his restraints and said seriously, "I am Zhang Nian's younger brother. Of course I have come to the human race." As he spoke, Zhang Zidong feared these people would not believe him and described Zhang Nian's appearance features in detail. Hearing this, Swearin dismissed some of the doubts in his heart and turned to look at Xian Du above. Meanwhile, Xian Du, upon hearing Zhang Zidong's words, slightly moved his fingers hidden beneath his robe and formed a seal, sending a stream of white energy quietly tearing through the void toward Kunlun Mountain. Seeing Swearin looking at him, Xian Du narrowed his eyes and glanced at Zhang Zidong below, saying something intriguing. "Since you are Zhang Nian's younger brother, our human race will naturally welcome you." Zhang Zidong's expression brightened. "There is hope." But the next moment his expression froze as Xian Du's cold voice, devoid of any emotion, shattered his last fantasy. However, let's forget about the blessing from the West. Our teaching has sages and great disciples, so there is no need to trouble the Western sage. He chuckled softly, of course. Of course. In the face of circumstances stronger than himself, Zhang Zidong scratched the back of his head, forcing a strained smile, as he echoed a few words. Not far away, Sui Ren saw that the Xiandu immortal had relaxed his stance, and approached with a smile, generously pulling Zhang Zidong close, saying, "Since you are the younger brother of brother Zhang Nian, why do you not come to our human race? What brings you to the West? Come on, let's go see the divine item your brother has brought to our human race." As they entered the human tribe, Zhang Zidong truly felt the desolation of the primordial human race. The house resembled a bird's nest hanging from a tree, and as for clothing, it was merely leaves and animal skins draped over their bodies to cover essential parts. As for food, "Here, take this, eat more. This is the divine item left for us by brother Zhang Nian." Looking at the steaming golden-brown pumpkin in his hands, Zhang Zidong fell silent. This pumpkin, aside from being a bit robust in size, had no special characteristics. Yet the Sui Ren before him, whose cultivation vastly surpassed his own, regarded it as a rare treasure. So this is why Zhang Nian could become the leader of the human race. Then I could easily take his place. He remembered clearly that his mother had mentioned some time ago that Zhang Nian had applied for a batch of resources from the authorities, including seeds for crops. Thinking of this, Zhang Zidong couldn't help but feel stirred. He followed Sui Ren around the human territories where, apart from pumpkins the size of tires, there were only corn as thick as arms. It could be said that they were utterly destitute. And these wild primitive humans regarded them as treasures. If I could bring in more good things through the authorities, wouldn't I gain the same support from these humans as Zhang Nian? By then the tasks assigned by my master would surely be accomplished. With this thought, a surge of strong confidence rose within Zhang Zidong. He bit down hard on a piece of pumpkin flesh, soft and sweet. The fragrance of the pumpkin burst on his tongue. With a grim face, he embedded his fingers into the pumpkin skin, silently swearing, "I am also a disciple of the sage. I will surpass Zhang Nian." Just like stepping on Shunli, ill crushed that wild spawn. The welcoming ceremony of the human race came quickly and went just as swiftly. In a short while, everyone began to labor. Zhang Zidong glanced around, seeing that no one was paying attention to him. He swiftly slipped into the woods, finding a secluded corner to activate his internal adventurer's device. "This is Adventurer Zhang Zidong number 097. I have located Zhang Nian's trail and need official support." A response quickly came from the other end of the communication. "This is the authorities. Please describe the situation you have discovered in detail and specify what support you require. Zhang Nian." Soon Zhang Zidong elaborated on how Zhang Nian had deceived official resources and how he used them to dupe the primordial humans, embellishing the tale. He then continued, "I can establish spatial coordinates outside the habitat of the human race, and the authorities can send people with supplies. Meanwhile, I also have tasks assigned by the sage that I can share with you." Zhang Zidong did not intend to hide anything. He was simply a pampered young master and knew nothing of agricultural construction. However, the authorities certainly would. He only needed to grasp the most crucial link and earn the sage's favor. The reply from the authorities confirmed Zhang Zidong's speculation. "All right, please establish the spatial coordinates as soon as possible. The authorities will quickly organize experts to head over." "Fantastic." Zhang Zidong suddenly swung his fist, secretly rejoicing it worked. He could already envision these wild humans, after having experienced the advanced knowledge of the outside world, crawling on the ground, worshipping him as a deity. And he, Zhang Zidong, would be the next leader of the human race. Just as Zhang Zidong was still basking in his self-satisfaction, a pair of watchful eyes lurked in the shadows, closely observing his every move. In the clouds, Xian-Du turned over, resting his head on his hands, lazily yawning as he gazed at the azure sky. With a flick of his fingers, a streak of white vapor tore through the void, heading towards Kunlun Mountain. At the same time, within the Sui Ren tribe in the human habitat, two saintly clay statues trembled simultaneously. Following that, two invisible divine senses swept across the entire land like radar. In the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa pursed her red lips, her gaze icy. The West also wishes to meddle in the affairs of humanity. With this thought, Nuwa closed her beautiful eyes, immersing herself in contemplation. Before long, a ball of golden light seamlessly merged into the statue of the sage. At the same time, Laozi on Kunlun Mountain seemed to sense something and whispered to the void, "Sister, are you well? Brother, what are your plans? Why not share a word or two?" Nuwa's tone was unfriendly. However, since the heavenly gate was opened wide, Laozi's actions had been incessant, leaving Nuwa bewildered and unable to comprehend. "Sister, do not concern yourself. All I do is for the sake of humanity." Hearing this, Nuwa couldn't help but roll her eyes. She knew very well, but this was not the answer she wanted, for she too had her own calculations. If humanity were to soar, how would she arrange for her elder brother Fushi after the revival of humanity? Moreover, as a sage, she already had some sense of the situation in the cosmos. This calamity should also befall the demon race. Clearly the master deceived them. If that is the case, sister will not interfere. Nuwa huffed in frustration, and then directed her divine sense back to the Nuwa Palace beyond the 9 heavens. In the Taiching Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Laozi smiled, faintly, slowly closing his eyes, returning to the tranquil demeanor he had before. Meanwhile, in the side hall of the Taiching Palace, whoosh, a sound of breaking air shattered the silence within the room. Zhang Nian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze curiously scanning the 2 white spheres of energy suspended before him. "What is this?" he said, raising his hand to touch one of them. Whoosh, the white spheres suddenly shattered, assembling a line of small characters in the void. Disciple of the Western teaching sage Zhang Zidong from beyond the heavens has descended into the human habitat. The West aims at the human race. Zhang Zidong. He has also entered the Primordial Secret Realm. As he pondered, Zhang Nian's brows gradually knitted together. Clearly this message must have been conveyed by Brother Xian, which means this second sphere. Zhang Nian opened the second white sphere, and similarly a line of small characters jumped out. This person claims to be your younger brother, and seems to have made contact with the outside world, intending to change the human race's face. 2 matters, yet they pointed to one core, the primordial human race. Moreover, the message from Xian enlightened Zhang Nian. He suddenly understood why the human path had fallen silent. A person with knowledge from the future appearing among the primordial humans is a variable. The emergence of a group such as this would be a calamity. The human path would not protect such individuals, thus opting for isolation. Therefore, everything Zhang Zidong is doing now is merely extending the dormancy period of the human path indefinitely. The unexpected appearance of the West, however, surprised Zhang Nian. He hadn't anticipated that the 2 saints of the West would participate in this. Could there be? Suddenly, he recalled the words his esteemed master Laozi had hinted to him earlier. Whether to go with the flow or against it does not pertain to the Tao, but to your perspective on things, your heart. In a daze, it seemed that Zhang Nian was beginning to understand something. The question Laozi asked him at the end seemed to have already found an answer deep within his heart. At the Taiching Palace, gazing at the ancient jade door in front of him, Zhang Nian took a deep breath. Just as he was about to bow in greeting, he heard the voice of his master resonating from within. "Have you figured it out?" "Yes." Zhang Nian's gaze was resolute as he performed a deep bow towards the palace door, then smiled brightly. "Disciple wishes to live a meaningful life." The room fell silent for a moment, followed by a leisurely sigh from the sage. "That will not be easy." Zhang Nian waved his hand dismissively, perhaps having resolved his deepest inner doubts. He relaxed his posture and sat cross-legged, digging at his ears while murmuring to himself, "Is it difficult? One must try. What if it works out right?" As his words echoed, there was no further sound from within the room. After waiting for a long time, seeing that the sage had nothing more to impart, Zhang Nian stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. "Since you haven't stopped me, I will descend the mountain now." Clearly Hongjun did not wish for him to descend the mountain. Zhang Nian chuckled playfully, his left hand reaching behind him to raise his middle finger towards the sky, muttering, "If you have the guts, strike me down." Clearly Hongjun did not wish for him to descend the mountain. Zhang Nian chuckled playfully, his left hand reaching behind him to raise his middle finger towards the sky, muttering, "If you have the guts, strike me down." From the moment Zhang Nian understood the answer, he suddenly realized many things. The words of the Earth Mother waiting for the right time were something he did not comprehend before, but now he began to understand. Hongjun had always regarded himself as the heavenly Tao, yet he was not the Tao itself, and thus there would inevitably be oversights. The notion of waiting for the right time was not about waiting for heaven, but rather waiting for Hongjun to make a mistake. The sage had consistently reminded him of the perspective and mindset needed to address problems. Initially Zhang Nian thought the latter was merely comforting him, but now he understood. From Hongjun's perspective, opening the gates of heaven and allowing outsiders into the primordial chaos was a reaction to the shaman tribe retreating underground. But was the primordial world solely about the heavenly Tao? Not necessarily. With the human path in silence and the earth path constraining them, it seemed like a display of power from Hongjun, but wasn't it also a form of self-destruction? Thinking back to the profound gaze of the Nuwa Empress, Zhang Nian now believed it to be a foreboding sign of the impending calamity. Given Hongjun's repeated attempts to eliminate him, Zhang Nian could surmise with certainty that he was destined to be a pivotal figure in this calamity, much like Shen Gongbao in the Fengshen Bang. However, at this moment, the overwhelming calamity energy became Zhang Nian's ace against Hongjun. The chessboard had been set, and the pieces had been placed. If Hongjun wished to destroy this crucial piece, it would not be a mere backlash from the human path or the earth path. Rather, it would be something that neither heaven, earth, nor humanity could tolerate. This was Zhang Nian's confidence. He saw a figure rushing towards Buzhou Mountain, stepping on clouds. In the aftermath, the Kunlun mountain flashed with thunder, and later Taba mentioned that on that day the celestial cranes on the mountain had struck down no less than 100. On the other side, outside the human race's dwelling, a group of researchers clad in white coats and thick glasses arrived. Zhang Zidong stood at the forefront of the group, engaging in a heated discussion with the leader of the Sui Rin. No leader Sui Rin, they are truly experts. They can improve the living conditions of the human race. They can build houses, grow food, and even brought livestock and poultry. This. Sui Rin's eyes darted around, his heart wavering. He had already been intrigued when he heard about building houses. However, due to Zhang Zidong's identity as a disciple of the Western Church, he wondered if the other party had ulterior motives. But to bring benefits to the human race and improve their lives was his lifelong wish. Xiandu, what do you think? Sui Ren rubbed his hands, hesitating, as he took 2 steps back, revealing the Xiandu behind him. Xiandu was equally puzzled, knowing that Zhang Zidong harbored ill intentions. But should the human race take advantage of what was freely given or not? Just as the two were exchanging uncertain glances, a voice descended from above. Let them in. If the human race wishes to live better, it naturally cannot do without these talented individuals with great wisdom. Both Xiandu and Sui Ren's eyes lit up simultaneously. They were extremely familiar with this voice. They both looked up at the sky. Junior brother Zhang Nian. What? Brother Zhang Nian. Zhang Nian stepped on the clouds, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze firmly locked on Zhang Zidong at the front of the line, who was draped in a robe and wearing a facade of false benevolence. Of course, I must also thank my cunning little brother. If it weren't for you, how could our human race have such an opportunity? Humph. With a cold snore, Zhang Zidong was acutely aware that he could not confront Zhang Nian at this moment. He immediately pressed his palms together and introduced himself. I am a direct disciple of the Western Church's Zhuan. Understood. Do you need a reward? Zhang Nian crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze sweeping across Zhang Zidong, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Would the 2 Western saints really want someone like this? Were they truly that hungry? Or was there something fishy going on? At this thought, a glint of brilliance erupted from Zhang Nian's eyes. He could not fathom what could attract the saints of the primordial chaos, whether it be the Shen family or the Zhang family. Except for one seemingly impossible thing. That was the secret hidden in the old man's heart. What have you done to the old man? Without any warning, Zhang Nian's figure flashed, and he grabbed Zhang Zidong by the throat. You. Zhang Zidong hung in the air, his legs kicking wildly, his pupils dilating as blood vessels spread towards his eyes. His once proud face turned a deep shade of purple. Buzz! Suddenly a golden light erupted from Zhang Zidong's body, piercing his skin like needles. Even Zhang Nian, now a Grand Luo Xian immortal, was pierced into the flesh by this golden light. This sudden turn of events shocked Zhang Nian, causing his arm to tremble. With a loud thud, Zhang Zidong clutched his throat, gasping for breath like a dying dog. The golden Buddhist light shining above his head was suspended there, surrounded by distinctive inscriptions from the Western Church. Demon-suppressing pestle. Xiandu was somewhat surprised as he glanced at the magical artifact. His gaze toward Zhang Zidong became more scrutinizing. He then earnestly called out to Zhang Nian, Junior brother, this demon-suppressing pestle is a proof of the Dao artifact from Master Zhuan. Seeing Xiandu's serious expression, Zhang Nian also understood the implication of his words. A mocking laughter echoed, and the two turned to see Zhang Zidong staggering to his feet, a sinister smile plastered on his face. Zhang Nian, what if your cultivation is high? I am a disciple of a saint. Do you dare to touch me? Behind me stands Zhuan. Zhang Zidong laughed even more wildly as he continued, what does that old immortal guarding the secret matter? The Zhang family has long been under my mother Shen Rushwang's control. Do you guess what method she used to pry open that old immortal's lips? If you cooperate with me to send the human race into the Western Church, I can let that old thing live another 2 years otherwise. Before Zhang Zidong could finish, Zhang Nian glanced at Xiandu, who said nothing. He waved his hand and threw out a long ruler shining with golden light. Zhang Nian caught it with one hand, his figure flickering as his wrist twisted, lightly flicking it. Under Zhang Zidong's incredulous gaze, the demon-suppressing pestle transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. A cold voice reached Zhang Zidong's ears. Did I move against you, disciple of a saint? The ruler was now just a finger's breadth away from Zhang Zidong's throat. What do you think you're doing? Zhang Nian, you have some nerve? My master is Master Zhuan. Zhang Zidong's voice trembled as he dug his hands into the earth, dragging his legs along the ground inch by inch, staring at the Xinhuang ruler that shimmered with golden merit light and had not budged an inch. He swallowed hard. Aren't you afraid of angering a saint? At those words, Zhang Nian rolled his eyes and looked at Zhang Zidong as if he were a fool. In the primordial age, saints are formidable, yes, but they do care about face. With that, he gave his wrist a shake, and the Xianhuang ruler tapped Zhang Zidong's cheek. Killing you would merely mean replacing one person with another. Besides, who told you I'm only the leader of the human faction? What do you mean? Zhang Zidong's pupils constricted as he forced a conciliatory smile. Renjio's direct disciple Zhang Nian cultivation great Luo Xian immortal. As the words fell, Zhang Nian's aura swelled like a tidal wave and surged toward Zhang Zidong. The latter's face instantly clouded, cold sweat beaded on his temple, as a single phrase rose in his mind, a world of difference. Zhang Zidong lay prostrate, his hands planted to the earth, veins throbbing along his neck. He tried to lift his head, but felt as if invisible hands pinned him down. A saintly disciple of the true immortal realm HM. Contempt dripped from the tone. Zhang Zidong flushed crimson, his fingers dug into the soil, and after a long struggle he forced out, "Let me go, and I'll tell you the old man's secret." "Speak." Zhang Nian held the Xinhuang ruler at Zhang Zidong's throat, its edge unerringly poised, a faint murderous chill hanging between them. "Old man." Before he could finish, a magnificent golden radiance suddenly poured down from above. The unexpected phenomenon drew countless eyes. People looked up as golden light suffused half the horizon, lending a false sense of warmth and serenity. Among the crowd, Xuandu's eyes narrowed. He noticed first and silently beckoned. Zhang Nian felt a slight tug in his palm as the Xinhuang ruler whooshed into Xuandu's sleeve. Then, to Zhang Nian's astonishment, Xuandu's sturdy figure strode forward and bowed with cupped hands toward the void. "Renjiao, disciple, Xuandu greets Master Xuanti." "Xuanti." Zhang Nian's eye twitched, a disbelief filled his gaze. Zhang Zidong so important in the saint's eyes. Without time to ponder, Zhang Nian followed Xuandu in saluting. "Renjiao, disciple Zhang Nian greets Master Xuanti." A sacred chant filled the air. Master Xuanti rose from the lotus throne, a blinding golden wheel of merit gleaming behind him atop the clouds. "Master, you have finally come, Master." Zhang Zidong scrambled to the front, tears and snot streaming, about to speak, when a sharp rebuke rang from above. "Wicked disciple, I sent you to the human race to bestow grace, yet you swagger under my banner to make a scene. Come here at once." Zhang Zidong trembled and swallowed every protest. Panic replaced his intent to complain. He prostrated himself, pounding his head against the ground. "Master's disciple knows his fault. I will go, I will go." Without waiting for a response, Zhang Zidong hastily mobilized his power and vanished behind Master Xuanti in a flash. Xuandu and Zhang Nian exchanged a look. Both understood this was no mere reprimand, but a rescue. Sure enough, in the next instant, "This matter is settled, yet my Shifang intends to bless the human race. Why would you refuse? Do you disdain Shifang for being barren and look down on it?" The voice betrayed no anger, yet the saintly pressure settled evenly upon every human present. Swearenshire drew a deep breath to explain, but Xuandu interjected from the front. "Report to Master Renjiao also wishes to accept disciples among the human race." He scratched his head sheepishly and added, "Master, since Renjio's founding, I have been its sole disciple, as you can see." Xuanti was momentarily taken aback, his gaze deep as he glanced at Xuandu with mild surprise. "Oh, has my senior brother grown ambitious to expand his house?" The remark had a teasing edge. Xuandu smiled guilelessly, showing no hesitation. "Renjiao was founded to guide the human race. Master has seen their development these years, with some progress now. Master ordered me to receive disciples on his behalf." Every word was airtight, and even Xuanti found no fault. He shook his head and left a single line, "Very well. For appearances, Sake Shifang will grant my senior brother face. After Renjiao takes disciples, we will then bestow our benevolence." With that, Xuanti vanished into nothingness, whisking Zhang Zidong away from that space in the blink of an eye. Zhang Nian stared long at the direction of Xuanti's disappearance and sighed inwardly. "Shifang is advancing by retreat." That final sentence left no room for negotiation. If after Renjiao accepts disciples the human race still rejects Shifang, it would be a direct affront to the saint's face. Enough. Zhang Nian shook his head and put Shifang out of his mind. The immediate priority remained developing his people. To stand against the heavenly Tao, one must bind the human path tightly to the earthly path. Yet the human path remained too weak. Fortunately, Zhang Zidong had just gifted him a trove of treasures. With that thought, Zhang Nian turned to the nearby group. Dozens of people who dressed entirely unlike the local humans, and approached them slowly. "What do you intend?" A young woman in a white coat with pale skin shouted, though the fear in her voice was After all, Zhang Nian had just knocked the official liaison Zhang Zidong to the ground in front of them. "Huh." Zhang Nian inhaled deeply and spoke more gently. "You are not cultivators." He glanced at the name tag pinned to the woman's chest. "Zhou Yushi, PhD in Agricultural Studies." Zhou Yushi stiffened her neck, pursed her lips resolutely, and spread her arms to shield those behind her. "How about a deal?" Zhang Nian tugged at the corner of his mouth, a mix of amusement and exasperation in his heart at how the authorities had slandered him as some monstrous scourge. "A deal? The experts exchanged puzzled glances, and none could fathom what the man before them intended. Zhang Nian ignored further explanation and gestured around. You have seen the situation here. What I need is your minds. I can grant you Xianyuan, spiritual destiny, and help you cultivate. In return, help me make their lives better. What do you say? Zhang Nian had already read every name tag among the experts present. Architecture, medicine, agriculture, mechanics, an array of disciplines. Xianyuan. Longing flickered on their faces, but suspicion lurked behind their eyes. After all, if any of them had true martial aptitude, they would not have become miscellaneous experts. I don't want to die, someone cried. Then space waves shimmered, and that figure vanished. Only then did the crowd remember the one-click return function that could whisk them away. The situation unraveled, one after another space waves bloomed. Zhang Nian watched coldly. He could not stop them, and to be honest felt a twinge of envy. When the last of the ripples faded, Zhang Nian looked with amusement at the three who remained. You are not leaving? Before him stood Zhou Yushi of agriculture, Wang Gang of architecture, and Tian Mingyao of traditional medicine. A wave of relief eased his chest. At least he could begin to assemble a framework. On the other side, Zhang Zidong, who had left with Jun Ti, stood trembling on the cloud. He knew well that he had messed up the task entrusted by his master and feared punishment. When he was personally taught under Li Changxing on Mount Shu, he witnessed a senior brother who had failed a mission being crippled by the vice master of the sword sect and expelled from the sect. The Hongwang dungeon is nothing like the outside world. It is far more perilous here. Zidong, you still do not have a Dharma name, do you? Hearing the voice of his master, Zhang Zidong was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly replied, reporting to master, I have just entered the sect and do not yet have a Dharma name. Today I grant you the Dharma name Huijua. I hope you will diligently cultivate in the future and not disappoint my earnest efforts. His tone was gentle, but Zhang Zidong felt a prickling sensation on his back. Although he knew that this time's mistake seemed to have earned his master's forgiveness, he still had a lingering feeling that his master might still trick him. Despite the turmoil in his mind, Zhang Zidong immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, master, for bestowing upon me the Dharma name. Huijue will surely strive with all his might for the human race. Strive for the human race. Jun Ti smiled slightly. He could clearly sense the sincerity in those words, but Zhang Zidong would have to pay much more than that. After pondering for a moment, Jun Ti suddenly raised his palm, and the demon-subduing pestle appeared in response, accompanied by a simple jade bottle. This jade bottle contains the waters of the 12th rank Merit Golden Lotus Pool. Drinking it can enhance your cultivation foundation. As he spoke, Jun Ti gently moved his hand, and the two items accurately landed in Zhang Zidong's palm. You will remain on Buzhou Mountain, closely monitoring the movements of the human race. At the same time, you will create a second habitation for the human race here. Do you understand? A second habitation for the human race. Zhang Zidong's eyes widened. He could not return. But he did not possess the same cultivation level as Jun Ti, transmitting techniques with a wave of his hand. Was there any difference from exile? Panicking, he hurriedly bowed down, tears streaming down his face. Master, my powers are too weak. I fear I cannot fulfill such a heavy responsibility. Jun Ti chuckled lightly. Is it that you cannot, or that you do not want to? Master. Zhang Zidong's face turned pale, his pupils constricted, and he hurriedly explained, I would never dare. I am just afraid of delaying your great matters. After saying this, Zhang Zidong cautiously raised his eyes to look at Jun Ti, meeting his scrutinizing gaze, which frightened him into burying his head in the clouds. Jun Ti was not angry and comforted him. Since our Western Church was established, it has lingered at the bottom of the many teachings of Hongwang, and I have been worried for a long time. At this point, Jun Ti suddenly moved his fingers, and Zhang Zidong's figure was lifted up in response. The Western Church needs the faith of the human race, no matter where the human beings come from. Do you understand? At the end, Jun Ti's gaze suddenly turned sharp, and Zhang Zidong felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, his body trembling, and it took him a while to react as he knocked his head and shouted, I understand. Rest assured, master, I will certainly fulfill your trust. Jun Ti nodded in satisfaction, then squinted at Zhang Zidong, lightly tossing out a sentence. I have high hopes for you. You do not let me down. Then he vanished without a trace. When Zhang Zidong opened his eyes again, he found himself in the forest north of Buzhou Mountain, looking at the towering ancient trees around him. He took a deep breath. Master said that any human can. Then I will. Thinking of this, Zhang Zidong activated the adventurer device within his body and sent an official message. This is Adventurer No. 97. I am Zhang Zidong. I have reached a high level of cooperation with the sage and allow a large number of people to enter. Now I need to construct a site for cultivation. Meanwhile, on the other side at the human habitation, Zhang Nian, Xuandu Suren, and Yu Chao gathered around. Brother Zhang Nian, you have returned, and we can rest assured. Suren smiled broadly and said, You do not know, during your absence the human race has developed remarkably well. The divine items you left are enough for us to eat. This has nothing to do with me, it is our human race that is striving. Zhang Nian slightly raised the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. While speaking, Zhang Nian glanced at the somewhat awkward Zhou Yushi and the others not far away and waved them over. In no time the three walked up together. Zhang Nian shifted his position to make room for the three, then turned to Surin. Brother Surin, these three possess great wisdom, even far surpassing me. Moi. Suiren's eyes brightened as he scrutinized the three skeptically, saying, Brother Zhang Nian, you are the smartest kid among us. Hearing this, Zhang Nian felt warm in his heart, but still shook his head, looking at Zhou Yushi and slowly speaking. Previously you should understand how to breed the chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep that Zhang Zidong brought, right? I understand. Zhou Yushi had already recovered from the initial shock and immediately nodded in response. That's good. Let me briefly explain that the main food sources for the human race now are corn and pumpkins without meat. Your immediate task is to help breed these livestock. At this point Zhang Nian paused, turning to Suiren. Brother Suiren, you must listen to these three in the future. As for how to do it, you will need to judge for yourselves. Zhang Nian did not speak definitively. He was unsure of how complicated the backgrounds of Zhou Yushi and the others were. Just relying on blessed fate might not be enough to bind them. After all, the official had not contacted him, but they had a certain control over all adventurers entering the Hongjun Secret Realm. Zhang Nian only hoped that the existence of the three could bring some change to the human race. Even if it was just a little, it would be much better than the current state. Junior brother, are you planning to leave? Xuandu raised an eyebrow, catching Zhang Nian's implication. I plan to go to the underworld and take a look. Nodding, Zhang Nian did not intend to hide it. Since every move was being monitored by the heavenly Dao, why not let that old thing Hongjun watch? The underworld. The six present were momentarily stunned. Zhou Yushi and the others did not understand, while Xuandu and the others were surprised. The underworld had not made any stir since the witch clan entered the nether realm. Junior brother, you mean? Zhang Nian pursed his lips and explained, I want to leave a way out for myself and the human race. After all, you are also aware of the current situation in Hongjun. The underworld is indeed a gathering place for true spirits, but it also has its merits. Suddenly Zhang Nian's eyes brightened. He thought of a possibility. The heavenly Dao's decree of the investiture of the gods was to promote the heavenly court and suppress the interpretations of the two teachings unifying the forces of Hongjun. Why could the nether realm not do so? Now as the heavenly and earthly calamities rise again, there will inevitably be conflict in the future. Where there is conflict, there will be bloodshed. If the heavenly Dao can decree the investiture of the gods, why could the nether realm not? The underworld has gods too. Senior brother, you are truly too clever. Xuandu. Senior brother, the human race is in your hands. I will take my leave now. With that said, Zhang Nian's thoughts stirred, and the mist beneath his feet surged. Hey! Before Xian Du could speak, Zhang Nian transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the sky, leaving Xian Du standing there speechless and tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seems everything is different from what I imagined. Shouldn't this junior brother help me share the burden? Why does it feel like I've invited another master into the sect? On the other side, Zhang Nian's consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness, where the golden yellow qi was churning up and down. He didn't understand before, but now it all made sense. This vibrant golden yellow qi should be linked to the earth path, while the quietly resting white qi in the corner should be associated with the human path. The underworld is the place where true spirits reside. Since the Earth Mother merged with the Dao, the earth path has not yet connected to the human realm, leaving no beings knowing how to reach the underworld. Zhang Nian didn't know either. However, he thought of a method. Immediately he wrapped the golden yellow qi with his consciousness, attempting to sense and find the entrance. Before long, Zhang Nian sensed a tremendous change in the world within. It was reminiscent of the scene he experienced when he attained human path merit. He could distinctly feel a vast golden yellow light mass beneath his feet. This situation was akin to running wildly on the street when a striking beauty in a low-cut body-hugging dress and shiny black stockings walks by, so vivid and outstanding. Zhang Nian formed a hand seal, his consciousness sinking into the sea of consciousness, fully channeling his inner power towards the light mass. It seemed as if everything around had changed. Before long, a chill wind brushed against his cheek, and Zhang Nian suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils constricted sharply. The entire space resembled a bustling market packed with people. Countless true spirits lined up, slowly moving towards the white reincarnation disc glowing with golden light in the distance. On either side of the queue, many shamanic clans helped maintain order. One could vaguely see figures dashing about in the space, likely those ancestral shamans. However, they seemed to be of little help. Seeing this situation, Zhang Nian couldn't help but chuckle. With the intelligence of the 12 ancestral shamans, achieving this step was indeed their utmost effort. I, Zhang Nian of the human race, have come to pay my respects to the Earth Mother. Zhang Nian held his head high and shouted, instantly attracting countless gazes. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as his voice fell, over a dozen sounds of air being sliced through rang in his ears. Then Zhang Nian felt several strong hands pressing down on his shoulders. Brother Zhang Nian, you finally made it down. Looking at the flame-licked bald head, Zhang Nian tugged at the corners of his mouth. Although Zhu Rong's words were quite realistic, Zhang Nian felt they were rather ominous. What you said back then was absolutely correct. Look, with our shamanic clan's assistance, the underworld has gained much more order. Next to him, the water ancestor Gong Gong nodded in satisfaction, raising his right hand to slap his chest with a loud sound. Confirmed. He glanced at the grand procession of true spirits nearby. Zhang Nian couldn't help but feel from the bottom of his heart how chaotic must it have been before. However, putting that aside, his gaze turned to the 11 ancestral shamans present. As a Daoyuo Xuanxin, Zhang Nian could clearly sense the changes in the cultivation levels of several ancestral shamans. He felt quite satisfied with his initial grand investment upon entering the Hongjun. With a smile, he praised, indeed, just by observing this situation, it's clear that the reputation of the 12 ancestral shamans is well deserved. Saying this, Zhang Nian gave a thumbs up to the ancestral shamans. Except for Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, the other ancestral shamans all revealed hearty smiles upon hearing this. Zhang Nian, you have pulled our shamanic clan out of calamity. We brothers owe you a favor. If you have anything to say, just speak up. Once the smiles of the ancestral shamans faded, Zhu Jiuyin straightforwardly addressed Zhang Nian. Good news. Zhang Nian also put away his smile, his face serious as he uttered these two words. Zhu Jiuyin and Di Jiang both frowned at the same time, feeling an unease rise in their hearts. Good news. They were not like the other 9 brothers. Previously in the underworld, Zhu Jiuyin had already calculated that a great calamity might befall the mortal realm. Di Jiang, relying on his strong perception of space, sensed an unusual crisis. Thus the two shamans in unison sought out the Earth Mother and obtained the answers. The shamanic clan entered the Earth Path, breaking the original rules of calamity, while the Heavenly Dao restructured and opened the Heavenly Gate, now targeting the human race. By coincidence, at this moment Zhang Nian of the human race descended into the underworld, and he spoke of good news regarding the shamanic clan. Even though Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin had some fondness for Zhang Nian, they couldn't help but feel a tinge of wariness. After finishing his words, Zhang Nian subtly glanced at the two shamans, then smiled, and explained, how could I, Zhang Nian, dare to deceive the shamanic clan? After saying this, Zhang Nian's tone was full of sincerity as he pointed to his forehead and spoke, I have received the merit of the Earth Path, so naturally, I must contribute my part. This is not I had an idea during my seclusion that aligns perfectly with the operation of the underworld, and I hurried here as soon as I exited my closed-door training. Upon hearing Zhang Nian mention the underworld, the 11 ancestral shamans turned their gazes towards him. After all, they had seen the changes in the human race. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Zhang Nian had brought them back from the brink. Do tell, Di Jiang asked with a focused gaze. However, Zhang Nian held his breath, a confident smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The 10 halls of Yama judge the deceased. The function list discusses merit. HSS. Gong Gong's train of thought was interrupted by Zhurong's sharp intake of breath beside him. Rolling his eyes, he snapped back, exasperated. Did you even grasp what I said? Why the hissing? No, but it sounds formidable. Gong Gong faltered, momentarily forgetting that he himself had only caught fragments of meaning. What are the 10 Yama Kings and the investiture of the God Scroll? Di Jiang sensed deeper implications. Narrowing his eyes at Zhang Nian, a flicker of insight kindled in his mind, and he asked, I believe the current operational framework of the netherworld remains overly rudimentary. Though orderly Lady Hutu remains perpetually burdened, she must personally discern the virtue or vice of each soul before assigning its reincarnation. The assembled Wu deities nodded in silent assent. Zhang Nian's description reflected reality. Yet the task of guiding souls through rebirth had always rested solely upon Hutu's shoulders. They lacked the capacity to shoulder it. Even with willing hearts, their hands remained empty. Yet Zhang Nian's next words would profoundly reshape the ancestral Wu's understanding. Noting their lingering bewilderment, Zhang Nian elaborated, the 10 palaces constitute 10 successive trials. The Yama Kings serve as judges within each hall, assessing souls according to their moral conduct and manner of death, determining merit and demerit, meting out judgment, and assigning karmic retribution and rebirth paths. Thus, the first palace adjudicates merit and demerit, distinguishing virtue from vice. Palaces 2 through 8 impose corresponding punishments upon sinners and conduct rigorous retrials for the most heinous. The 10th palace verifies final accounts and dispatches souls into the wheel of rebirth. Wait. Just as Zhang Nian spoke with fervent intensity, Zhurong interjected, dazed. What does punishment mean? His question hung in the air, and every ancestral Wu inclined their heads in unison, clearly baffled by this unfamiliar concept. A subtle smile curved Zhang Nian's lips. His gaze swept toward the endless procession of souls stretching into the distance. Its implication unmistakable: to distinguish virtue from vice demands criteria. Just as cultivators are ranked by cultivation level, so too must souls be graded by moral weight. Virtue manifests in minor, major, and supreme forms. A vice likewise ranges from minor to grave to ultimate. The karmic debts accrued in life must inevitably be settled after death. Otherwise it would be unjust to those beings who never committed a single act of slaughter. His words resonated deeply. Even Zhu Yin's eyes gleamed with sudden clarity. He sensed Zhang Nian's vision extended far beyond mere classification. If virtue and vice could be stratified by degree, might they not also be categorized by type? And if recompense were inevitable, ought punishment not correspond precisely to the specific sins committed in life? Those who took life would themselves be slain. Blades and axes cleaving flesh, arrows piercing the heart, ice and fire tempering the spirit. Yet in my conception the netherworld's authority extends far beyond this. Countless beings across the primordial chaos perish and revive in the blink of an eye. Yet though all know of the netherworld, few understand how souls arrive there. Thus soul-guiding envoys must be appointed. Here Zhang Nian paused, a mischievous glint dancing in his eyes. How then shall one ascertain the precise moment of a being's death? That task falls to Lady Hutu. Records must chronicle lifespan's moments of passing and whether death came peacefully, all calibrated against moral alignment with virtue and vice serving as the sole arbiters. At this Zhang Nian fell silent. The latitude for interpretation was vast, yet he left its boundaries deliberately unspoken, leaving it to the ancestral Wu to define the scope of their own authority. To speak boldly, if the ancestral Wu dared, even Dijiang or Zhu Yin could assume the role of soul-reaping envoys. Should they summon Emperor Jun's spirit tomorrow, so long as they presented 3 irrefutable justifications, who could gainsay them? The ancestral Wu stood bowed in contemplation. Zhang Nian waited patiently. The Wu mind, after all, moved with deliberate slowness. Suddenly ripples trembled across the void. The space previously crowded by the throng of souls instantly widened and emptied. Rumble, rumble. Then 10 colossal palaces rose from the earth, while where the sixfold wheel of rebirth once spun, a bottomless chasm now gaped open. Zhang Nian's gaze swept downward, and there within the fissure lay 18 distinct tears. He suppressed a quiet nod of approval deep within his heart. A sage remained a sage. A single subtle nudge from him had sufficed for her to deduce the netherworld's full architecture. But this was merely the beginning. As the final echoes faded, a golden pillar of light descended vertically, flooding directly into Zhang Nian's body. This sensation, he knew well, meritorious light infusion. Yet his cultivation level remained unchanged. Instead, the golden qi coiled within his spiritual sea swelled markedly. Simultaneously, Zhang Nian felt an unfamiliar presence stir behind his back. He turned and beheld a radiant golden wheel the size of a washbasin, blazing with incandescent brilliance. His pupils contracted sharply as he blurted out, "Meritorious golden wheel." But a trace of uncertainty clouded his gaze. He had seen Junti's meritorious golden wheel, pure gold, dazzlingly luminous. His own bore subtle divergence. The wheel itself remained intact, but its rim bore intricate carvings. One half depicted mountains, rivers, and verdant flora. The other half portrayed the enduring flame of human civilization. Before Zhang Nian could ponder further, a jade scroll wrapped in golden radiance descended from the void and hovered before him. He reached out, unfurled it, and froze for 3 seconds, eyes widening in astonishment. Etched upon its surface in bold characters were 3 words: investiture of the God Scroll. Within it 123 divine positions were inscribed, including the 5 directional ghost sovereigns, the 6 heavens of Luofeng, the 10 Yama kings, and the 72 bureaus. Most crucially, this netherworld investiture scroll had been bestowed upon him by Lady Hutu herself. Accompanying it were numerous Dao-attuned meritorious treasures. The Book of Life and Death, the soul reaping, cored the judge's brush. Zhang Nian murmured, half-dazed, "I've apparently just become the living embodiment of Senior Brother Duobao." The function list swiftly penetrated into Zhang Nian's mind. In no time a wealth of information flooded his brain, leaving him astonished. He had underestimated this contraption. The Hutu sage had truly given him a tool for harvesting favors. It was different from the function list he had imagined. The function list, decreed by the heavenly Tao, would bind living souls forever, imprisoning them within its confines. Simply put, once one enters the heavenly Tao's function list, they become a mere pawn of the heavenly court for life, their cultivation frozen at the moment of death, unable to progress. Though it is called the function list, in reality, it is a form of imprisonment. However, the earthly Tao's function list is different. This one is a true sealing of divinity, granting only divine rank without shackling souls, and even allowing for the possibility of not being bound to the underworld permanently. Who in the vast wilderness does not know that entering the earthly Tao is akin to escaping the calamity? Zhang Nian held the key to the underworld. Who wouldn't be tempted to cultivate safely? Who would willingly wade through such turbulent waters? Even Zhang Nian himself was deeply moved, his gaze fixed ardently on the highest position on the function list. Emperor Fengdu. His tongue involuntarily licked his lips. In a blink, he noticed Emperor Zhang and the 11 other ancestral witches glaring at him intently. Now it was Zhang Nian's turn to feel troubled. The 11 ancestral witches would occupy 11 positions, not to mention the countless members of the witch clan. In terms of kinship, this function list could hardly accommodate them all. Thinking of this, Zhang Nian could only smile awkwardly and bowed slightly to the ancestral witches. Esteemed ancestral witches, I promise to reserve the most honorable position on the function list for you all. Upon receiving this promise, the expressions of the ancestral witches softened somewhat. Zhang Nian wiped the sweat from his forehead, secretly thinking that was close. I almost got greedy. Perhaps seeing Zhang Nian laboring for the underworld, Zhu Jiuyin exchanged glances with Emperor Zhang, and then spoke up. Brother Zhang Nian, the situation in the upper realm is no longer related to our witch clan, but it does concern the human race, so be cautious. Zhang Nian nodded seriously, suddenly recalling something even more important, and hurriedly asked, earlier I mentioned. Wait. At this point his voice suddenly halted, as Zhang Nian pressed his lips together, scanning the direction above him warily. Emperor Zhang immediately understood, and waved his hand nonchalantly. We are now on our territory, there is no need for concern. Zhang Nian breathed a sigh of relief, and continued. Previously the ancestral witches could not attain the Tao, due to the suppression of the heavenly Tao. I am unsure if this speculation is accurate. Now that the witch clan has entered the earthly Tao, all of you are cultivating. As soon as he finished speaking, the space fell into an eerie silence. Zhang Nian looked left and right, his heart racing. The combat strength of the sages is crucial. Within the wilderness, only Pangu serves as an example of achieving Tao through laws, indicating just how formidable that is. If the 11 ancestral witches could reach such a stage, the earthly Tao would undoubtedly surpass the heavenly Tao in one fell swoop. However, based on the current situation, it seemed that Zhang Nian's previous speculation had clearly failed. After a long pause, Emperor Zhang broke the silence, his tone slightly somber. Brother Zhang Nian, I and Brother Zhu Jiuyin are unable to progress in terms of laws as for the other 9 brothers. Emperor Zhang's lips twitched, his throat moving for quite some time, yet that sentence ultimately got swallowed. Seeing his elder brother's hesitation, the straightforward and fiery Zhurong immediately shouted, the rest of us 9 brothers have indeed felt improvements in our realms, but we are only at the same level as elder brother. It's difficult to make further progress. At this, Zhang Nian understood. The 12 ancestral witches' laws corresponded to metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, as well as time, space, and weather. The earthly Tao's capabilities cannot derive the laws of time and space, thus limiting the cultivation of Emperor Zhang and Zhu Jiuyin. As for the other ancestral witches, they were not restricted simply due to a lack of understanding. Or perhaps it was due to insufficient depth in their understanding of the laws. Zhang Nian let out a bitter laugh. He had still taken everything too lightly. However, breakthroughs are unpredictable. Hudu, after all, found the right path after enlightenment. Although he became a sage through merit, achieving the Tao in one go, he was still a bit weaker than Hongjun, yet he had at least attained the Tao. Moreover, as long as the West does not flourish, Hongjun could never fully attain the Tao. However, now it is possible to collect some interest. Zhang Nian had not forgotten everything that the demon clan had done to the human race. With this thought, a scheme arose in Zhang Nian's heart. He raised his eyes to look at Emperor Zhang, and Zhu Jiuyin, a sly smile spreading across his face. Do you 2 ancestral witches wish to take revenge on the demon clan? This statement immediately piqued the interest of all 11 ancestral witches present. Even though the witch clan had already entered the earthly Tao, it did not mean their hatred for the demon clan had dissipated. Upon hearing that they could target the demon clan, Zhurong was the first to jump out. Brother Zhang Nian, how could you think of this good fortune only for the elder brother and the 11th younger brother? Gonggong also shouted, exactly. If we are to retaliate against the demon clan, I must be included. We ancestral witches stand together in this. Emperor Zhang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged wry smiles, both appreciating the weight of brotherhood and feeling helpless at their brother's straightforwardness. Zhang Nian had not even explained himself clearly, yet they were already eager to act. Emperor Zhang raised his hand to silence the ancestral witches, turning to Zhang Nian and saying, Brother Zhang Nian, you speak first. Zhang Nian nodded, raising the Book of Life and Death in his hand with a serious expression. As I just mentioned, the underworld operates according to its own principles, and those who commit evil must inevitably lose their lifespan. What if I first appoint each of you ancestral witches as emissaries? Let's first account for how many heinous beings the demon clan truly has. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the ancestral witches lit up. They shone brightly like fireflies in the night. Zhang Nian, it's not that revenge isn't forthcoming, the time simply hasn't arrived yet. If half of the demon clan survives this wave, it would be a sign of my incompetence as the leader of the human race. Zhang Nian was discussing with several ancestral witches how to deal with the demon race, when suddenly the voice of Hutu echoed through the heavens and the earth. Today I shall establish 10 halls of Yama in the underworld and add 18 layers of hell. All true spirits reincarnating will have their good and evil judged, their merits and demerits assessed, and receive punishment before entering reincarnation. However, the positions in the underworld are vacant, and the reincarnation of true spirits is ineffective. I now bestow the God-sealing list and appoint the human Zhang Nian as the God-sealing officer. All beings of the primordial will be eligible to enter the God-sealing list and enjoy the merits of the underworld. The voice resonated across the myriad realms of the primordial, leaving countless beings astonished. Enter the underworld. Seal gods. Enjoy the merits of the underworld. For the powerful of the primordial, merits are rare, yet not enough to entice them to lower themselves. However, for some ordinary beings it was an entirely different matter. It was a chance to transcend class and alter their fate with immense wealth. In no time the name of God-sealing officer Zhang Nian spread like wildfire among the lowest of beings in the primordial, truly making him a renowned figure. Even Zhang Nian himself was taken aback. Was the Saint Hutu not planning to keep this a secret at all? After all, there were eyes watching from above. At this juncture, Hutu had brought the matter of God-sealing to the forefront. Could it be? A thought suddenly surged in Zhang Nian's mind, recalling something Hutu had once said, to wait for the right timing. Is it possible that this refers to now? His thoughts became chaotic, and Zhang Nian was too lazy to dwell on it. His mind was solely focused on one thing: to settle the score with the demon race, blood for blood. With this thought, Zhang Nian opened his palm, and in no time a small black-covered notebook appeared prominently in his hand. With a rustle as he activated his magical power, Zhang Nian used his divine sense to flip through the pages and quickly found the section on the demon race. Then the Book of Life and Death emitted a burst of yellowish golden light, and lines of information automatically floated into view, clearly recording the birth dates and lifetimes of all the demon race. Zhang Nian subconsciously checked and found the names of the demon emperor Dejuan and the 10 great demon saints. It seemed that apart from the 6 saints, all beings of the primordial appeared on the Book of Life and Death. However, the lifespan column was obscured by a layer of faint mist. Zhang Nian had anticipated this. Innate beings were inherently above many others. Moreover, beings like Dejuan, who were under the close watch of the heavenly Tao, would not be easily scrutinized by others. With this in mind, Zhang Nian checked his own name and found it even less visible than Dejuan. There was no birth date, no lifespan. Apart from being human and having a life, there was nothing else to view. This left Zhang Nian feeling a mix of emotions. So his level of secrecy was even higher than that of Dejuan. What about Zhang Zidong? Zhang Nian remembered that Zhang Zidong harbored a secret so significant that even saints needed to help conceal it. But as he continued checking, Zhang Nian's expression changed. His once curious eyes were now filled with confusion. There was no information on Zhang Zidong in the Book of Life and Death. There wasn't even a trace. Why was that? Smack. While pondering, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, and soon after half of his body went numb. Immediately a thunderous voice rang in his ears. What are you dawdling for, brother Zhang Nian? A bright forehead of blazing light appeared before Zhang Nian, and Zhu Rong grinned, then handed over the checked Book of Life and Death. Take a look, is this not quite a lot? What the heck? Initially, Zhang Nian thought that trying to take half of the demon race would be ruthless enough. But looking at the Book of Life and Death in his hand, well, every single name was marked with a cross, the entire category of the demon race, anyone related to the demon court. There were hardly any complete names. This truly is a living Yama. With a sigh, Zhang Nian snapped the Book of Life and Death shut, formed a seal with his hands, summoned the God-sealing list, and proclaimed loudly, God-sealing officer Zhang Nian, decreeing the ancestral witches Dijiang Ruxiao and Jumong to serve as Yin commanders, leading the Yin soldiers, binding spirits, and dispatching generals. With a swish, as Zhang Nian's words fell, the God-sealing list burst forth with over 10 beams of golden light. Then 11 ancestral witches each held a soul-binding rope with soul-locking shackles. Clang clang. The sounds of chains clashing echoed endlessly in the underworld. After the ancestral witches departed, Zhang Nian deeply bowed towards the void. Thank you, Lady Hudu. Perhaps out of genuine feelings, Zhang Nian did not use the title of saint, but instead referred to her with a later term. After waiting for a long time with no response, Zhang Nian bowed 3 times, turned, and soared into the clouds towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Dividing the story into 2 parts, in the 33 heavens, the demon court. Since the Wu clan retreated into the underworld, Daijin's days have been exceedingly pleasant. Under his leadership, the demon race swiftly devoured the land of the Primordial like a whirlwind sweeping away fallen leaves. Except for the West and the human race, all other races bowed down in submission wherever they passed. At the head, Dijuan squinted his eyes, as if there were flames flickering within his pupils. Beside him, Dong Huangtai could clearly see that his brother had set his sights on Buzhou Mountain. He then leaned down and whispered, "Brother, Buzhou Mountain is the transformation of our father god's spine. It rightly should be occupied by our demon race. If it weren't for the good fortune of the Wu clan being born in this place, how could they have claimed it?" Dong Huangtai's words were very pleasing to Dijuan, who nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to issue a decree, a large demon with a bull's head hurriedly ran into the great hall. "Your Majesty, great news, something is wrong." Dijuan frowned, dissatisfied with the large demon's alarmed demeanor. The demon race is evidently the largest race in the Primordial. What could possibly trouble their Emperor Dijuan? "You have my permission. Your Majesty, Zhang Nian has sealed 11 ancestral witches as commanders in the underworld. During this time, half of the souls of our demon race's offspring have been captured. We ask the Emperor to take charge for us." Bang! What did you say? Daijin's already small eyes widened in shock. Following that, the entire sky churned with orange-red flames. Within the flames, a roar could be faintly heard, "Human race, Wu race. I want you to die." When the flames finally dissipated, the grand Lingxiao Palace fell into an eerie silence. The clouds of vapor evaporated under the intense heat, revealing the jade-tiled floor beneath, which was now producing a cracking sound. Upon closer inspection, a web-like pattern of cracks erupted forth. Baizhe, the inevitable had finally arrived. Baizhe sighed inwardly, then quickly stepped out of the formation, bowing with cupped hands towards the high-ranking Dijun. "Your servant is here. Gather the members of the demon clan and surround the human race." Dijun's face darkened as he waved his hand, intending to snuff out the human race's chances with a single phrase. However, upon hearing this, Baizhe's expression soured, and he forced a smile. "I implore the demon emperor to reconsider." As soon as the words left his mouth, Baizhe raised his eyes to meet Dijun's fiery gaze, hastily justifying. "The human leader Zhang Nian is now a divinely appointed official by the earth itself." If the unspoken words were clear to everyone present. To offend Zhang Nian would surely lead to the reincarnation of the demon clan's members, wouldn't it? In the upper realms, it was the demon clan's territory, but down below there would be no living beings to save the demon emperor's face. The current situation clearly indicated that the human and witch clans held the power, targeting the demon clan. If they poured oil on the fire, it might end up burning them instead. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the demon emperor Dijun's surroundings surged with energy, and in an instant his wrath descended like thunder. "My demon clan is the greatest tribe in the primordial world, the leader of all beings in the myriad realms. Should I, the demon emperor Dijun, still show any favor to that human brat?" His voice echoed through the land, shaking the Lingxiao Palace thrice. "Indeed, the human race is but a bunch of ants. Oh, why should we fear them?" The first to respond was Si Tai, who was currently trembling with muscle, his large bull-like nostrils constantly exhaling hot air, looking as if he would charge forward at the slightest command from the demon emperor. "Indeed, my Jiuying clan's members have also had their souls captured by the underworld. I say we storm the underworld. Oh, our demon clan controls the heavenly court. Can we not control the underworld as well? Those simplistic fools of the witch clan, do they think they can seal gods? If anyone should seal, it should be our demon clan. Slay the witches and exterminate the humans. Avenge our grievances." Voices crescendoed, and in an instant the 33 heavens echoed with the shouts of the demon clan. Amidst the throng of demons, Baizhe silently returned to the formation, bitterly smiling to himself. The heavenly path is strong, yet the demon clan cannot represent it. All the demons believed that the witch clan retreated to the underworld out of fear of the demon clan, each one swelling with arrogance. Little did they know this was true wisdom. The witch clan avoided conflict with the demon clan, while the demon clan leaped from one quagmire into another deep pit. Baizhe felt powerless and could only give up. He was born with an understanding of the laws of fate, and his instinct to seek fortune and avoid misfortune was innate. He could sense the faint, killing intent subtly revealing itself in this realm. Since avoidance was impossible, he at least needed to preserve himself. Soon, under the deafening outcry of the demons, the demon emperor Dijun issued a decree. The demon clan gathered 1,000,000 strong, with 200,000 surrounding the human race, led by Dong Huangtai, while the remaining 800,000 surged towards the underworld. At the same time, in the underworld, hearty laughter filled the space. "Haha, brother Zhang Nian, the job of soul capturer is truly delightful. Indeed, you should have seen the looks on those demon clan members' faces when they saw us, haha." The voices rose and fell, but Zhang Nian merely smiled. His plans did not rest here. Sending the ancestral witches to capture souls was merely to provoke the demon clan. His goal was to draw the demon clan's anger towards himself, Zhang Nian. Then he would execute the strategy of diverting the flood eastward. Soon a loud command pierced through the space, resonating in the underworld. Zhang Nian, get out here now. Is that scruffy bird Jun? Big brother, what should we do? Let's take him down. Led by Zhu Rong, the 9 ancestral witches were eager to show their skills at the slightest command from Zhang. They knew that in the past their strength had been on par with the 10 demon saints of the demon clan. But now was different. Their current understanding of the laws was not far from that of their elder brother Zhang. The small demon clan no longer posed a threat to them. Hey, Zhang Nian timely interjected, everyone please allow me to say a word. In an instant, over 10 pairs of eyes turned towards him. Zhang Nian smiled and explained, since the witch clan has entered the underworld, we must not be entangled in matters of the upper realm. The soul capturer from the upper realm is merely acting within the laws of the underworld. Even if Jun causes a ruckus in the Zixiao Palace, we are in the right. As he spoke, Zhang Nian raised the ledger of life and death in his hand, grinning wickedly. Moreover, with this as proof, this task shall be handled by your younger brother. Zhang nodded slightly, exchanging a glance with Zhu Jiuyin, and then spoke. It's not that simple. Zhang, well versed in the laws of space, had sensed the situation in the upper realm the moment the voice reached the underworld. Jun was not coming to them alone. While this matter seemed justified, it could not be resolved with just a few words. He waved his hand and said, we shall all go together. Without further ado, Zhang waved his hand, and the ripples of space spread swiftly, enveloping the 11 ancestral witches along with Zhang Nian. Whoosh! In a flash of light, everyone vanished and reappeared in the upper realm. As soon as Zhang Nian opened his eyes, he exclaimed, wow! All around him, demons were everywhere. A smile broke out on his face. It was great that Jun was furious. That was exactly what he wanted. Zhang Nian, I thought you would play the role of a turtle retreating into its shell. A cold shout came from the cloud above, and as Zhang Nian looked up, he met Jun's gaze filled with murderous intent, yet he smiled nonchalantly and said, the demon emperor of the first great clan of the wilderness, have you come to my underworld to provide guidance? Although Jun did not understand what guidance meant, he could hear the sarcasm in Zhang Nian's words, feeling a raging fire igniting within him, and an intense aura surged around him, the scorching flames crashing down like waves. Sensing the heat wave, Zhang Nian merely smiled. As Zhang was about to make a move, Gong interjected, let me try, I have recently comprehended the laws of water. With that, Gong clapped his palms together, and the azure laws rapidly coalesced in front of him, forming a towering water wall in the blink of an eye. Sizzle! As water clashed with fire, a vast mist spread out, and a water wall seemed to separate two worlds. Zhang Nian's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Gong's understanding of the laws seems to be deeper. For at this moment what stood before him was not transparent, but black. That profound, dark, and silent. Zhang Nian had seen it on Kunlun Mountain. It was the weak water. Above in the clouds, Jun's expression tightened. He felt the power of the laws that was almost on par with his own the moment Gong made his move. His heart was shocked. How could the water ancestor witch's cultivation progress so rapidly? At Jun's level, as long as one had not attained sainthood, the battle would depend on their understanding of the laws. He asked himself, among the 12 ancestor witches, before only Jiang could stand against him. But now even an ordinary water ancestor witch could withstand his full force attack. The witch clan has truly changed. No matter how arrogant Jun was, he understood that the gap in strength could not be compensated by numbers. Today he only brought 8 of the 10 demon saints, and his capable second brother had been sent to the human race, if he truly faced 11 ancestor witches, plus the witch clan. These 800,000 demon clans might not be able to take them down. As the mist dissipated, Gong stepped forward, sneering at Jun. Jun, what will you do today? His voice carried a heroic spirit, as if every ancestor witch was born this way. Upon hearing this, Jun clenched his fists, yet he suppressed his rage, allowing the anger within him to surge, and shouted, release the souls of my demon clan's descendants, and we shall end this matter. Hearing this, Zhang Nian was the first to step forward, a smile plastered across his face, saying, Demon Emperor, we cannot understand what you mean. As he spoke, Zhang Nian spread his hands. The underworld soul confinement is simply the rules of the underworld. Once the lifespan of demon clan descendants is exhausted, they naturally must enter reincarnation. At this point, Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow, staring sharply at Jun in the distance. Or do you, the Demon Emperor, represent the heavenly path, and wish to interfere with the rules of the underworld? As soon as these words were spoken, all 11 ancestor witches stepped forward. Metal, wood, water, fire, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. 11 powers of the laws poured forth onto the 800,000 demon army. Among the ranks, the weaker demons instantly burst apart into a cloud of blood mist, forcing the 8 demon saints present to release their own demon chi to resist the pressure. In an instant, the difference in strength was evident. Zhang Nian, have you forgotten that the human race resides in countless human habitats? Do you think a single Tai Chi diagram can withstand the wrath of my demon race? Di Jun roared in anger, yet it was a poor showing. However, the threat in his words was evident. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Zhang Nian shook his head with a light laugh, showing no signs of anxiety, leaving Di Jun somewhat stunned. That shouldn't be. In Di Jun's impression, Zhang Nian regarded those humans as exceedingly important. However, the smile on Zhang Nian's face was audacious as he raised his hand to point at Di Jun in the clouds. Ha! How could you still be the demon emperor conferred by the Dao ancestor, and not know that the heavenly gate is wide open? Our human race is no longer what it used to be. As he spoke, Zhang Nian crossed his arms over his chest, disdainfully glancing at Di Jun. Beyond the heavenly gate, there are countless beings from outside the heavens, and they can arrive in the wilderness at any time. Moreover, they have already taken refuge under the Western Saints, and have become disciples of the Saints. Demon race, do you dare to compare yourselves with the disciples of the Saints? The heavenly gate wide open. Disciples of the Saints. The West. In an instant, Di Jun's expression was one of shock, turning to look at Bai Zhe seemingly to verify the truth of this statement. Bai Zhe curled his lip and nodded, saying, Demon Emperor, news has spread that the Western teachings have recently taken in quite a number of human disciples, and... As he spoke, Bai Zhe shifted his gaze to Zhang Nian below, and continued, moreover, not long ago our clan's disciples saw Western human disciples coming and going in human habitats, and even settling near the unyielding mountain. The West dares to meddle in the affairs of the unyielding mountain. Why was such an important matter not reported? Di Jun shouted angrily, his voice causing Bai Zhe's ears to ache. In a hurry, Bai Zhe smiled nervously, carefully cupping his hands in response. Recently, the demon race has expanded rapidly, and this news inevitably had some oversights in its transmission. I only just... Foolish. Di Jun spat out in anger, glaring fiercely at Zhang Nian below. Good. With 3 goods in succession, Di Jun was enveloped in the true fire of the sun, declaring, Zhang Nian, once I slay all the beings from beyond the heavens, let's see what courage you have to oppose my demon race. His voice was infused with endless killing intent, sending chills down anyone's spine who heard it. Yet Zhang Nian feigned terror, patting his chest and casually retorting, I'm so scared. Inside, he was already overjoyed. Issue the order. Let the demonic clans slaughter humanity with full force, especially the extraterrestrial humans. At this moment, Emperor Jun had been utterly consumed by rage. Yet he was powerless against Zhang Nian. Zhang Nian, who bore the earthly Dao's investiture of God's scroll, and had been personally appointed divine investiture official by Ho-Tu, sovereign of the earthly Dao. He could not move against him. And thus the fallen disciples of the demonic clans had died in vain. Emperor Jun dared roar here, but dared not storm the netherworld itself. It all hinged upon principle. Zhang Nian had made it perfectly clear moments earlier. The ancestral Wu bind souls. This conforms entirely to the earthly Dao's ordinances. Who then established these ordinances? Ho-Tu. And Ho-Tu was one of the 12 ancestral Wu. Unless Emperor Jun uncovered an absolute flaw, and summoned Dao Patriarch Hongjun himself, no mere imperial prestige could sway a celestial sage. Yet swallowing this fury, impossible. A lifetime of arrogance rendered such humility inconceivable. Clearly humanity had once again become Emperor Jun's most hated thorn. Beside him, Bai Zhe interjected at just the right moment. Your Majesty, the human race is shielded by Laozi's supreme ultimate diagram, and, moreover, Lady Nua's 9 heavens restorative soil has recently appeared among them. As Emperor Jun's eyes flared with murderous intent, Bai Zhe promptly sealed his lips. Then came Emperor Jun's voice, cold, venomous, slithering from beside. Then slaughter the extraterrestrial humans. Zhang Nian shows no fear. Let us see how many such beings truly remain. Bai Zhe's heart trembled. He sensed even now the cataclysmic karmic burden about to descend upon the demonic clans. A silent lament rose within him. Thus it begins. The demonic clans shall surely drown in karmic entanglement. Yet the words died on his tongue. Emperor Jun in his present state would heed nothing he said. Already Bai Zhe had charted his own retreat. North of Buzhou Mountain stretched a million mountains, vast mist shrouded unfathomably deep. To conceal an entire clan there would pose no difficulty. If resistance proved futile, then he would flow with the current. Meanwhile, within the forests north of Buzhou Mountain, speed is paramount. We must outpace those native tribes. Pay meticulous attention to detail in the celestial statues. Leave ample space for gilding later. Zhang Zidong's shouts cracked through the forest like thunder. Gazing down upon the bustling martial cultivators below Zhang Zidong, tasted for the first time the intoxicating thrill of sovereign authority. And this, the Sanli Expanse. This was where his dream began. Ever since Lord Zhuan had entrusted him with this task, Zhang Zidong had turned his gaze toward the official authorities, leveraging the promise of celestial destiny to coerce them into supplying abundant resources. Strangled by this ultimatum, the authorities had no recourse. After verifying the truth with the Vanguard team's commander, they reluctantly complied, dispatching personnel and materials exactly as Zhang Zidong demanded. Honorable Immortal Huijua, time is too short. Even martial cultivators working day and night without rest cannot sustain such pace. Below, the site's supervisor clutched construction blueprints, his face contorted with anxiety, shouting in desperate entreaty. High above, floating amidst clouds, Zhang Zidong frowned, his gaze flickering with disgust. He cared not a whit for their lives. Only completing his master's mandate would elevate him higher, hastening his return to Lingshan. Cultivation outside Lingshan proceeded at a glacial pace. Fortunate indeed that his master had bestowed upon him sacred meritorious water. Yet even that jade vial's reservoir of meritorious spirit liquid dwindled steadily with each passing day. Zhang Zidong grew frantic. He knew his own talent all too well, and within Lingshan 100 pairs of eyes waited poised to drag him down. At that thought he snarled fiercely. Endure it, or perish. Offend the celestial sages, sever your celestial destiny, and every soul here dies. The authorities will issue warrants for you. Yet the celestial sages will show no mercy either. To die upon your post is martyrdom. Your family shall flourish in your shadow. To offend the celestial sages, we shall all be damned sinners. His voice, amplified by divine power, carried far across the land. Every laborer froze momentarily, then redoubled their efforts, for Zhang Zidong's words had struck each one's deepest vulnerability with surgical precision. Unaware that storm winds gathered thick and fast, their calamity as humans had only just begun. Meanwhile, across the divide, in the netherworld, the atmosphere remained light, almost languid. Ha ha ha. Emperor Jun's feathered face turned pitch black. The demonic clans claim supremacy over the primordial chaos. Ha! The Wu clan stands supreme. Among the crowd, Di Zhang's eyes narrowed as he studied Zhang Nian. Brother Zhang Nian, after today such soul-binding rites can no longer proceed so freely, can they? Zhang Nian gave a slight non-committal nod. Once or twice, the heavenly Dao would remain aloof. But repeated transgressions would compel Hongjun to intervene. The principles of mortal conduct and immortal cultivation are one and the same. So long as one holds the moral high ground, action may follow unimpeded. But should one act without justification, the consequences grow perilous indeed. Zhang Nian understood this better than most. Hongjun's designs extended far beyond humanity. The earthly Dao itself was also among Hongjun's intended domains. Calmly he spoke, esteemed ancestral Wu. Matters concerning the demonic clans have concluded. As for the Netherworld's administration, I respectfully ask you to proceed methodically. Full particulars reside within this jade tablet. As he spoke, Zhang Nian raised both hands, whereupon a jade-green tablet rose gently into the air. All operational protocols for the Netherworld's bureaus have been meticulously inscribed by Holy Sovereign Ho-Tu. Detailed instructions are contained herein. Please assume stewardship on behalf of the Wu clan. Upon completion of the investiture of gods, I shall bestow upon the Wu clan an opportunity of cosmic magnitude. At the mention of stewardship, the ancestral Wu's expressions darkened, until Zhang Nian spoke of the opportunity, whereupon their faces brightened instantly. One after another they thrust out their chins and boomed. Brother Zhang Nian, what manner of opportunity is this, say? Indeed, speak plainly. Ha, ha, ha. Just as he opened his mouth, Zhang Nian's expression shifted abruptly, because suddenly a voice echoed within his mind. Quickly return to Kunlun Mountain. 5 short words made Zhang Nian's pupils shrink. For it was the voice. At that moment, disregarding the uproar from the group of ancestral witches, he hurriedly cupped his hands in apology. Esteemed ancestors, I apologize. Master has called me back to the sect, likely for important matters to discuss. Having said that, Zhang Nian intended to summon his powers to depart, but unexpectedly, he was stopped by Di Zhang's hand. Since it is a matter of the sage, isn't returning on clouds a bit slow? From the tone of his words, Di Zhang seemed willing to use the laws of space to send him back. That's quite favorable. However, Zhang Nian raised his eyes and caught Di Zhang's suggestive gaze. Beside him, Zhu Rong was already scratching with curiosity over the half-understood opportunity and immediately called out with a stiff neck, Brother Zhang Nian, you should reveal this opportunity first. Yes, it's quite unsatisfying to keep quiet. The uproar grew, and Zhang Nian tugged at the corners of his mouth, his expression darkening as he calculated briefly before speaking. After the canonization, I wish to make the Wu clan the foremost clan of the primordial world. The foremost clan. As soon as these 4 words fell, the 11 ancestral witches' chests heaved violently. What one says and what one can achieve are 2 different matters. The conflict between the Wu and Yao clans originated from this. However, for Zhang Nian to utter such words indicated he had a way to truly rise above the Yao clan. Stepping on Di Jun's mixed feathered bird. As soon as this image appeared in their minds, the ancestral witches were overjoyed, lost in their delight. Then, Zhu Rong, known for his straightforward personality, was about to speak, when Zhang Nian quickly waved his hand to interrupt. I truly cannot disclose any more. Some things when spoken cannot be realized. The other ancestral witches were puzzled, but Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged looks that held a hint of understanding. Well then, if that is the case, brother Zhang Nian, you may go. With that, Di Jiang waved his hand, and a faint ripple of spatial energy erupted, directly tearing apart the space around Zhang Nian. With a whoosh, Zhang Nian was sucked into the rift. Once his figure completely vanished, the water ancestral, which scratched his head, realizing, didn't brother Zhang Nian say that master called him back to the sect? Are you deaf? Should I repeat that? It's ridiculous. With a smack, Di Jiang gave Zhu Rong, who spoke without thinking, a slap on the forehead, his gaze serious. The key point is that brother Zhang Nian's master is Sage Laozi. Sage Laozi, the human teaching. Hiss. One of the ancestral witches inhaled sharply, and soon the group exchanged glances, all with wide eyes. Everyone understood where the issue lay. Since the human teaching was established, it had been a long time, and since Xuandu, this was the first time they were accepting disciples right. The Wu clan was straightforward, not foolish. They also knew that Sage Laozi taking Zhang Nian as a disciple must have profound implications. Meanwhile, at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Zhang Nian's figure suddenly appeared. Gazing at the endless long staircase on the towering mountain, he felt a surge of emotions. Whoosh! Before Zhang Nian could fly up, a figure suddenly appeared. Brother Zhang Nian, you're back. Looking towards the voice, the familiar figure with a big belly appeared before him. Tai Jinren, holding a whisk, was smiling broadly as he watched him. Zhang Nian didn't quite understand the deeper meaning behind it, so he returned the greeting. I greet brother Tai. Is there some joyous occasion in the mountain? You'll know once you go up. Saying this, Tai Jinren squinted and glanced at the mountain, looking eager for Zhang Nian to ascend. Then I won't trouble you any further, brother Tai. Zhang Nian didn't dwell too much on it, forming a seal and stepping on the clouds to fly up the mountain. However, he couldn't help but wonder, is Tai Jinren's attitude representing the Chan teaching, or just himself? If it's just for Tai Jinren himself, it seems there's no benefit connection with this brother. If it's the Chan teaching, what intentions might the latter have towards me? The key point. This time Zhang Nian returned entirely because of Master Laozi's message. He hoped his cheap master wouldn't scheme against him. Upon this thought, Zhang Nian felt anxious. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Taiching Palace. As soon as he entered the sect, he sensed over a dozen divine senses scrutinizing him. In his heart, he made calculations. It seemed this matter was significant. Afterwards, upon arriving at the dojo, just as he reached the entrance, the door creaked open. Zhang Nian helplessly glanced at Master Laozi, who was seated on a cushion not far away, smiling, and he couldn't help but marvel at how perceptive his master was. He then stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Zhang Nian, greetings, master. Master Laozi replied nonchalantly, lightly gesturing to the cushion in front of him. Zhang Nian immediately understood, sitting down and waiting for what was next. Regarding the matter of canonization, what are your thoughts? This question had many layers of meaning. Though master didn't specify, Zhang Nian understood. He forced a smile to report to master, this matter arises due to the changes in the underworld, and I happen to be fortunate, so it's just. As for other matters, I have no significant thoughts. However, although he said this, Zhang Nian understood well that the Chan and Jie teachings likely wouldn't sit idly by and would want to secure a way out for their disciples. After all, when the calamity strikes, apart from the sages, no living beings in the world can escape. Then he would have to take decisive action. As soon as this thought arose, he heard his chief master speak again. Later, I will invite your 2 brothers and many fellow disciples to discuss together. As for how to proceed, you may decide for yourself without worrying about me. Dong dong dong. Saying this, a round little object rolled out from the sleeve of Laozi's robe. Zhang Nian focused his gaze, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Good heavens! At first glance, Zhang Nian felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Moments later, the scene of his previous visit to Kunlun Mountain surfaced vividly in his mind. A jolt of shock surged through him. Good heavens! This is senior brother Duobao's treasured spirit imaging stone. He distinctly recalled this artifact having been shattered into dust by a single palm strike from Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yet here it was rolling out from the sleeve of his nominal master. And most astonishingly, it appeared precisely at this moment. Zhang Nian cast a quick, cautious glance toward Laozi, who sat motionless with eyes closed. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly drew the spirit imaging stone into his spiritual sea and bowed respectfully. This junior disciple leaves all decisions to master's discretion. Laozi replied indifferently, waving his hand lightly. Zhang Nian instantly understood and rose to depart the Taoist hall. Just beyond the threshold, he spotted a figure pacing back and forth before the main gate, its silhouette flickering faintly through the narrow crack in the door. Before Zhang Nian could step forward, an eager voice called out, "Junior brother Zhang Nian." In the blink of an eye, a round, cherubic face loomed before him. Zhang Nian hastily returned the greetings, senior brother Duobao. Oh, no need for such formality. Duobao waved dismissively, then casually slung an arm around Zhang Nian's shoulders. His small eyes darted left and right before he leaned in, lowering his voice to a whisper, "Brother, don't blame me for not warning you. Your appointment as divine investiture official has drawn the keen attention of both my master and Uncle Yuanshi." Was he delivering urgent intelligence? To deny being moved would be dishonest. Even though Zhang Nian had already learned this from Laozi himself, he and Duobao had met only a handful of times. In truth, Zhang Nian owed Duobao more than he could repay. Without Duobao's sun shooting Bao, humanity's fate would have remained perilously uncertain. Just as Zhang Nian opened his mouth to speak, he noticed Duobao's expression had not relaxed, still tense, still guarded. Curiosity stirred within him. "Senior brother Duobao, what is it?" "Shoo." Duobao hurriedly pressed a hand over Zhang Nian's lips, then drew close to his ear, whispering even more softly, "I'll tell you in confidence. My master is already strategizing how to secure a place for you on the divine investiture list. Don't yield too easily. Demand precious treasures to safeguard yourself." "Oh." At these words, Zhang Nian's expression turned utterly bewildering. So much so that for a fleeting instant, he couldn't quite discern whether the figure before him was Duobao of the Jie sect or Duobao of the Rin sect. His loyalty had practically bent sideways into Zhang Nian's own thigh. Though Duobao's suggestion struck deep into Zhang Nian's heart, he feigned modesty, instead bashfully scratching the tip of his nose. "But what's improper about it? I've heard from my master himself. Elder uncle once took the primordial azure gourd from him. That gourd is a supreme primordial spirit treasure. The primordial azure gourd, belonging to Tongtian, was now in the possession of his nominal master Laozi. What possible use could Laozi have for it? Wait, if one counts the purple gold gourd Laozi forged from the primordial violet gourd, then there are 2 such gourds already. Could it be that master intends to sever the 3 selves and attain sagehood? Through cultivation of the 99 mystic art, Zhang Nian knew well the art's extraordinary nature. Its core technique allowed the cultivator's original body to manifest 81 distinct incarnations, each capable of cultivating a unique divine power, each destined to accomplish a monumental meritorious deed. Pondering this, Zhang Nian even wondered, could the Laozi seated silently within the Taoist hall be merely one of those 81 incarnations? And might he, hidden from view, employ the 3 gourds, each imbued with primordial essence, to complete the sacred rite of 3 self-severance? Yet Zhang Nian clearly remembered Laozi had already severed his 3 selves after the second Dao lecture at Zixiao Palace. Could this rite be performed more than once? Even the 99 mystic art, formidable as it was, could not possibly fragment one's very soul into 81 separate entities. Zhang Nian's understanding of this art remained shallow. He knew nothing of its deeper mysteries. Only vague hints gleaned from Duobao's fragmented remarks. Brother Zhang Nian. Brother Zhang Nian. Ah, did you hear everything I just said? Zhang Nian wore an expression of utter bewilderment, but to conceal his inner astonishment, he forced calmness and nodded solemnly. I heard every word, senior brother Duobao. Thank you. Oh, it's nothing at all. Brother Zhang Nian, you'll be indispensable to me in the days ahead. With that deliberately ambiguous remark, Duobao turned and strode away. Zhang Nian returned to the Taoist hall, his mind already churning with calculations. Master had taken Tongtian's azure gourd, and just now bestowed upon him the spirit imaging stone. Could it be that master wished him to approach Uncle Yuanshi for the verdant gourd? The more Zhang Nian contemplated it, the more plausible it seemed. After all primordial gourds shared the same root and origin, and were rare, peerless primordial spirit treasures perfectly suited for the unification of the 3 selves. If Laozi truly reattained the Tao and harmonized heaven, earth, and humanity anew, then Zhang Nian, bound to him by this profound connection, would walk unchallenged across the vast Hongjun realm. Disciple. A voice cut through Zhang Nian's reverie. His body stiffened. He recognized it instantly as Master Laozi summoning him. Hastily, he hurried back toward the Taoist hall. Creak. As he stepped inside, dozens of gazes converged upon him at once, unfamiliar, smiling, disdainful, contemptuous. Zhang Nian ignored them all, striding directly toward the empty meditation cushion at the front. No sooner had he settled than Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke. First, we owe our esteemed elder brother great gratitude for seeking out such exceptional talent as Zhang Nian for Kunlun Mountain. His appointment as divine investiture official of DU is indeed a blessing for all 3 sects. As he spoke, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes narrowed, slightly sweeping over Zhang Nian with a forced benevolent smile. Junior nephew Zhang Nian, you joined us most recently. Remember, always the three sects share a single breath and common roots. Never forget your senior brothers seated here before you. Of course your brothers will remember this favor you do them. Listening to one manipulative compliment after another, Zhang Nian rolled his eyes inwardly and muttered bitterly, I've devoured more illusory buns in my past life than you've ever swallowed pills. Don't try pulling that nonsense on me. Thank you for your kind words, Master Yuanshi. As soon as Master Yuanshi finished speaking, Zhang Nian quickly took over the conversation, squeezing out a gentle smile, and turned to his fellow disciples from the Chan and Jie sects. What Master said is true, the three teachings are one family. Now that I as a junior brother have obtained the position of a god official, I certainly won't forget our own people. Upon hearing this, both Master Yuanshi and the Tong Tian sect leader burst into laughter, and the senior brothers and sisters of the Chan and Jie sects also displayed expressions of longing. They had heard from their own master that entering the earthly path's god list would allow one to escape the calamities of heaven and earth. Who would want to compete in high-stakes matches? Everyone is born with only one life, oh why risk it for a mere few breaths of immortal energy? Instantly their little mouths were sweet as honey. It must be said that Master Dashur is indeed the best. Senior brother Xuandu has always looked after us, and I don't think junior brother Zhang is any less. Junior brother's cultivation is indeed solid. Thank you, junior brother Zhang. In the crowd, only Duo Bao was darting his small eyes around, constantly signaling to Zhang Nian with his gaze, as if to say, didn't I just tell you so much? Didn't you hear a word? Zhang Nian smiled knowingly, tugged at the corner of his mouth and shouted, but his strong voice echoed in the grand hall. The smiles of the immortals abruptly froze. Zhang Nian quietly turned around, his gaze clear, but somewhat puzzled as he looked at Master Yuanshi. Master, this matter of becoming a god official was originally a path left by the saint of the earth for those who have shown merit out of compassion for the suffering of beings. After saying this, Zhang Nian turned to glance at his senior brothers and sisters. Of course, the senior brothers and sisters of the Chan and Jie sects are indeed immensely meritorious and possess unique advantages. Upon hearing these words, even Master Yuanshi was somewhat baffled by what Zhang Nian was implying. But Master, are the senior brothers and sisters planning to enter the calamity? Oh. As the words fell, the crowd of immortals looked stunned. Master Yuanshi widened his eyes, glancing back and forth at Zhang Nian. In his impression, Zhang Nian should not be so naive. In this grand hall, who does not have their own little schemes? Who does not know that entering the earthly path is to avoid calamity? What does Zhang Nian mean by this? With this thought, Master Yuanshi's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to reassess the young man before him. He had begun to understand. However, the countless immortals from the two sects in the crowd did not share Master Yuanshi's experience. The South Pole immortal stood out first, his face flushed, and he stepped out of the queue, raising his chin and speaking with righteous indignation. Junior brother Zhang Nian, since we have come here, it is naturally to avoid disaster. If you are unwilling, we are all from the same sect and will never hold it against you. Why beat around the bush? What brother Nanji said is absolutely correct. Junior brother Zhang, just give us a clear answer. As soon as brother Nanji finished speaking, several disciples echoed in agreement. But Zhang Nian noticed that brother Nanji, who had quietly retreated back into the ranks, wore a faintly mocking smile. Clearly this guy had just deliberately spoken out to put Zhang Nian back in the hot seat. Heh. Rolling his eyes, Zhang Nian no longer held back, his gaze fixed firmly on brother Nanji, and he spoke clearly. Oh, brother Nanji, do you truly believe that the three teachings are one family? Heh. Rolling his eyes, Zhang Nian no longer held back, his gaze fixed firmly on brother Nanji, and he spoke clearly. Oh, brother Nanji, do you truly believe that the three teachings are one family? The stiff neck, masters, uncles, and elders are all of the same breath. As disciples, we should encourage each other. His words were reasoned and substantiated, causing many of the disciples present to show expressions of agreement, nodding in acknowledgement. Moreover, fellow disciples from the Chan sect, Puxian and Guangchengzi, cheered him on from the side, attacking Zhang Nian. Zhang Nian, are you trying to sow discord between the three teachings? That's right, brother Nanji merely urged you to speak frankly, and you are so malicious. The two of them complimented each other, making many immortal friends present believe them to some extent. The gazes directed at Zhang Nian gradually turned unfriendly. If this continues, this junior brother Zhang TSK. I just said brother Nanji has been quite caring towards us. Isn't that so? Just the other day, seeing that I was in seclusion, he handed over the mountain gate duties to other disciples. In that case, how could Master Dashur take in such a disciple? Ah, be cautious, you are speaking before the master. Seeing that all the immortals were on his side, brother Nanji's corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a smug smile, as he cast a challenging glance at Zhang Nian. He was not nervous, the evidence from that day had already been destroyed by the master before everyone. Since then he had maintained his image carefully, which led to today's situation. As for Duo Bao, thinking of this, Brother Nanji cast a sideways glance at Duo Bao's direction. He inwardly spat. Humph, being raised in dampness and feeding on blood and feathers, being under a saint, is already a great fortune if you do not cherish it. Humph. And all these words were filtered out by Zhang Nian automatically. He merely revealed a faint smile, his gaze burning as he stared at Brother Nanji, and once again asked, Brother Nanji, I ask you once more, do you truly believe that the three teachings are one family? What you call the same breath and mutual assistance, is it all from the heart? Dare you swear before the Tao? As soon as Zhang Nian finished speaking, a stern voice came from behind. Nonsense. To this, Zhang Nian merely smiled faintly. He had long known that Master Yuan Shi would not sit still. Unexpectedly, he had not even made a move, and the latter had already jumped out. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Nian, today the three teachings gather here not for you to stir up discord. Yuan Shi immediately shouted angrily. Even Tong Tian, who usually had a good temper and a favorable impression of Zhang Nian, frowned and remained silent. Junior brother Zhang Nian, you are truly overstepping. In front of the three grandmasters, how can you be so disrespectful? Yes, even if you are the disciple of the grandmaster, this is unacceptable. Voices of condemnation rose and fell. Among the crowd, the Southern Pole Immortal revealed a satisfied smile, feeling exceptionally pleased in his heart. Has becoming a mere function official made you forget who you are? In Kunlun Mountain, no disciple would dare to be so presumptuous. Today I will have you relinquish all the power in your hands. I advise the GS sect not to jump to conclude. Duo Bao quietly whispered a few words to Zhao Gongming beside him, then turned his heavy gaze toward Zhang Nian, filled with a hint of apology. He knew that the image stone had been destroyed by Master Yuan Shi. Tai, being a fellow disciple of the Southern Pole Immortal, would naturally not testify. So he was the only one who knew the truth. However, just as Duo Bao was still Tai, being a fellow disciple of the Southern Pole Immortal, would naturally not testify. So he was the only one who knew the truth. However, just as Duo Bao was still hesitating, Zhang Nian seemed to not hear any of this. Fixing his gaze on the Southern Pole Immortal hidden among the crowd, he spoke with a teasing tone, Senior brother, I think it's better not to make a pledge of the Tao. The Southern Pole Immortal, hearing this, was delighted, thinking that Master Yuan Shi had pressured Zhang Nian into submission. He immediately walked out of the crowd with an air of superiority. You are quite sensible. As long as you allocate the official positions on the function list to us fellow disciples, I shall not hold it against you. After saying this, the Southern Pole Immortal feigned generosity and tilted his neck back. Applause erupted from behind. The Southern Pole Immortal is a model for our three teachings. Indeed, he should be the foremost disciple among the three teachings, as Senior Brother Xuandu should be. Don't even start. The Southern Pole Immortal has suffered great humiliation for us, but what does it matter if he is the foremost disciple? Zhang Nian squinted, flipping his palm upwards, and soon a jade slip hovered in the air. Senior brother, do you recognize this object? How could it be? The Southern Pole Immortal's pupils constricted instinctively, taking 2 steps back, but his gaze remained fixed on the image stone above Zhang Nian's palm. It looks too much like it. The Southern Pole Immortal swallowed hard, glancing towards Master Yuan Shi. Unbeknownst to him, Master Yuan Shi was also in a state of confusion. He could sense the fluctuations of magical power within the image stone. Yet he distinctly remembered that the image stone had been shattered by him using the power of laws. And now another one has appeared. Yuan Shi's gaze instinctively shifted to his fellow disciple Laozi. He was formulating a plan. However, this small movement was interpreted entirely differently by the Southern Pole Immortal. Is Master questioning Master Laozi? Could it be that he is questioning Zhang Nian's disrespectful behavior? Then this image stone is most likely fake. In the Southern Pole Immortal's view, if this stone were real, Master would have destroyed it at the first opportunity, just like. Gaining confidence, the Southern Pole Immortal stepped forward and pointed at Zhang Nian, shouting, Zhang Nian, I respect your master for taking you on as a disciple and have been lenient with you, yet you dare to sow discord. I can tolerate you, but the laws of Kunlun Mountain cannot. Guangqingzi Ci Hang, you too quickly apprehend this rebellious disciple. Today I shall rectify the atmosphere of Kunlun Mountain on behalf of the master. Yes. As soon as the words fell, Guangqingzi and Ci Hang stepped out from the array, raising their hands to unleash 2 beams of golden light. Bang! In the critical moment, a figure stood in front of Zhang Nian. Duo Bao, as the senior disciple of the GS sect, do not mislead yourself. The Southern Pole Immortal's expression darkened, his voice chilling. After a moment of contemplation, a look of struggle crossed Duo Bao's face, but his eyes grew clearer. As cultivators, we should adhere to our original intentions. Regarding today's events, Duo Bao can testify that when Zhang Nian joined Kunlun Mountain, the Southern Pole Immortal indeed said. Before Duo Bao could finish his statement, Master Yuan Shi's voice came from behind. Nephew Duobao, today's matter concerns the disciples of the three teachings. You should withdraw. Duobao, knowing that this was Master Yuan Shi delivering the final ultimatum, changed expressions multiple times and could not help but glance at Zhang Nian beside him. This scene left several of Yuan Shi's disciples dissatisfied, but in front of Tong Tian, they dared not act out, only letting out a cold snort and glaring fiercely at Duobao. At the same time, Zhang Nian gave Duobao a reassuring glance. He knew full well that Duobao was not coming to his aid just because he had revealed the image stone, but rather he feared that the image stone in Zhang Nian's hands was fake. Yet only Zhang Nian himself knew that this image stone was real. He had just verified it. Although he did not know how his cheap master Laozi had managed to do it, the innate green gourd in Master Yuan Shi's hands was certainly not going to be preserved. Perhaps he would also need the central apricot yellow flag. Thinking of this, Zhang Nian pulled Duobao behind him and disdainfully glanced at the southern pole immortal. Didn't senior brother just say that I do not understand hierarchy? I believe the one who truly deserves punishment in Kunlun Mountain is you, southern pole immortal. The crowd of immortals was in an uproar. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching were energized. Just as they were about to take action, they saw the image stone in Zhang Nian's hand radiate light, and his voice flowed smoothly. Very well. I shall return to seek senior brother Xuandu. Since Kunlun Mountain holds no welcome for us humans, we shall not come again. Senior brother, why commit such a heinous act? Pooh. I Duobao witnessed today's affair from beginning to end. It was you, South Pole immortal, who abused your authority and trampled upon the bonds of fellow disciples. Do you even dare call yourselves my fellow disciples? At this moment the South Pole immortal's face flushed crimson, his body trembling violently. Seeing the vision still unfolding, he roared in fury, enough. Stop it now. As he spoke, his aura surged violently. A frost crystallized across the bluestone floor, spreading outward toward the hall's entrance. With his left hand clenched tight, he gathered frigid energy. Azure ice crystals coalescing into razor-sharp blades aimed straight at Zhang Nian. Laozi, who had remained silent until now, flicked his whisk lightly. From the void emerged swirling yin-yang energies which coalesced into a rotating taiji diagram, suspended half a foot before Zhang Nian, arriving precisely as the South Pole immortal's arm descended. The instant the two forces collided, a shockwave erupted. Before anyone could react, the South Pole immortal was hurled backward, crashing onto the ground. His breath shallow, his vitality fading. Senior brother, what is the meaning of this? Yuan Shi Tianzuan shot upright, his eyes flashing with displeasure. Must fellow disciples resort to divine treasures in conflict? That single sentence left Yuan Shi Tianzuan speechless. Though he held no formal deference toward Laozi, witnessing his beloved disciple humiliated wounded his dignity deeply. He turned sharply toward Zhang Nian. This matter has been witnessed by your senior uncle. The South Pole immortal has gravely violated the sanctity of discipleship. His crime is unforgivable. He shall be sentenced to 500 years of torment upon the repentance cliff, where icy winds gnaw flesh and marrow alike. Nephew, does this satisfy you? Those final words were gritted out one by one, each syllable laced with suppressed fury. Zhang Nian smiled faintly and bowed deeply toward Yuan Shi Tianzuan. My senior uncle's judgment is impeccably fair. I stand in profound admiration. Yuan Shi Tianzuan let forth a cold snort, glancing askance at the frozen image on the recording stone. His brows lifted slightly as he waved dismissively. Since you are satisfied, take the recording stone. Now we must discuss the earthly Dao investiture list. As senior uncle commands, no obstruction. Zhang Nian made no move to retrieve it. The image on the recording stone remained frozen precisely at the moment before the South Pole immortal struck. Yet all present who knew the truth understood, should those unspoken words ever surface, the three teachings would stand perilously close to irrevocable schism. And Yuan Shi Tianzuan would suffer most. Within this primordial era of Honghuang, a master bore responsibility for his disciples' transgressions. Only then did Yuan Shi Tianzuan grasp Zhang Nian's true intent. He had never targeted the South Pole immortal at all. This was an assault directed squarely at himself. You dare scheme against me? Even as a celestial sovereign, Yuan Shi Tianzuan felt a suffocating pressure tighten within his chest, forcing him to draw ragged, labored breaths. Were it not for Zhang Nian's status, he would have perished hundreds of times over. To preserve his dignity, Yuan Shi Tianzuan forced a brittle smile. Nephew, pray tell what would entice you to lend your aid. Though Zhang Nian could not perceive the tribulation chi clouding heaven and earth, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's reaction alone revealed the scale of this unrecorded cosmic calamity. It would surely engulf vast realms. Unbeknownst to many, every disciple present, whether of the Yujiao or Jiejiao sect, bore faint traces of tribulation chi upon their persons. This too explained why Yuan Shi Tianzuan, pride notwithstanding, chose negotiation over confrontation. Nephew has long heard that senior uncle Yuanshi excels above all in artifact forging. Our human race suffers great poverty. My hands hold not even a single serviceable treasure. Might you consider? As he spoke, Zhang Nian's gaze drifted casually toward Yuanshi Tianzuan, while his other hand settled quietly upon the recording stone. The implication unmistakable. Of course. I possess many divine treasures, the wind-stilling pearl, the Xinshui twin swords, the dragon-scale bow. As a peerless master of artifact refinement, Yuanshi Tianzuan produced several treasures at once, each radiating palpable, extraordinary power. Senior uncle, I've often heard my own master recount tales of your past. It is said you once acquired a gourd, later infused with the essence of a qilin, that can seize hearts and bind souls. Might I inquire? As he spoke, Zhang Nian rubbed his palms together absently. Even if withheld from his master, possessing such a treasure himself would be supremely advantageous. Its described effects bespoke absolute dominion over control. Any cultivator stronger than himself would hesitate before its presence. The qilin, what was it but an ancient divine beast, one of the three sovereign races of the Dragon Han epic? Yuanshi Tianzuan's teeth ground in frustration. The primordial gourd was a supreme, innate divine treasure. Even he cherished it dearly, intending it as a reward for future disciples' outstanding achievements. Never had he imagined this young human would set his sights upon it. Meanwhile, Tongtian Zhaozhu, seated nearby, sensed something profoundly unusual, and cast a deeply contemplative glance toward Laozi. Previously, Laozi had claimed the azure gourd from him. Now he sought the green gourd from his elder brother Yuanshi. Could it be? Shoo! Tongtian Zhaozhu's pupils contracted sharply. Beads of sweat glistened upon his brow as his thoughts soared back, untold eons, to the Zixiao Palace where Hongjun once declared, "The orthodox path of severing the three selves requires vessels of identical origin, thus severing forever the path to divinity for primordial beings." Yet centuries had passed, and none had recalled this truth. Countless treasures existed in the world, but vessels sharing the same root. Nearly impossible. And yet, 7 gourds sprung from a single vine. Identical origin. Was elder brother Laozi determined to forge a sovereign by force? But Tongtian Zhaozhu stole a subtle glance upward. Suddenly he remembered Hongjun's pronouncement in the Zixiao Palace, the sovereigns of Honghuang number 7. 6 corresponding to those who received the Hongmeng purple qi. The 7th, Hongjun, had vanished eons ago, his existence and his portion of purple qi dissolving into oblivion. Tongtian had assumed this 7th seat belonged to Ho Tu, recently emerged. Now, however, he wondered, could that 7th seat instead belong to Zhang Nian? For Ho Tu's nature, it seemed, differed fundamentally from theirs. Although thoughts were swirling in his mind, Tongtian silently sat beside, merely casting a glance at Laozi. Coincidentally meeting Laozi's meaningful gaze, Tongtian could only force a smile and then look away. Beside him, Yuanshi was currently embroiled in a celestial battle. Zhang Nian opened his mouth to ask for his green spiritual gourd, but the affairs of the Great Hall today were orchestrated entirely by Yuanshi Tianzuan. With so many eyes watching, Yuanshi squinted slightly, surveying the room. Indeed, all the disciples were looking at him with eager anticipation. For the sake of his own face, Yuanshi Tianzuan consoled himself inwardly, then gritted his teeth and forced out a gentle smile. It seems Master Laozi must have overlooked this. After a pause, Yuanshi Tianzuan flipped his palm, and a palm-sized green gourd hung in the air. Then he spoke. The 3 pure ones are of one spirit, and Uncle Master is skilled in artifact refining. This object is a gift for you. Remember to eliminate demons and uphold righteousness in the future. As his words fell, Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand, and the green spiritual gourd slowly flew towards Zhang Nian. Second Master Uncle is truly generous. Who would say otherwise? It is a supreme innate spirit treasure. Even if one is skilled in artifact refining, innate treasures are still unique. For each one given away, another is lost. No wonder Kunlun Mountain has always been under the control of the Chanjiao. Second Master Uncle is indeed unmatched. Zhang Nian immediately stored the gourd into his sea of consciousness and bowed deeply to Yuanshi Tianzuan. Thank you, Uncle Master, for the treasure. I, Zhang Nian, will remember your teachings and not disgrace the sect. Upon hearing these words, Yuanshi Tianzuan finally revealed a smile. Though he lost a treasured item, he saved face and secured a lifeline for his disciples. In Yuanshi Tianzuan's view, this was still acceptable. If that is the case. Just as he was about to speak, a sigh was heard. Looking towards the sound, he saw Zhang Nian standing there frowning with a troubled expression. Even with Yuanshi's excellent composure, his tone turned unfriendly. Nephew, why do you sigh? Is there a change in the matter of the canonization? The sage's presence commanded respect even without anger. In an instant, the once lively hall fell into an unusual silence, with only the sound of ash dropping on the table audible. Even Laozi, who had been silent, could not help but open his eyes to look at Zhang Nian, his gaze filled with an indescribable scrutiny. Zhang Nian nodded, his voice heavy with sorrow. I do not wish to hide it from Uncle Master. I am of the human race. After the calamity of the demon race, 10 days ago the human race has faced many trials and has just begun to recover. Recently, however, we have encountered another crisis. The demon emperor Jin has threatened to slaughter our human race. My heart. As he spoke, tears streamed down Zhang Nian's cheeks. He immediately clasped his fists towards Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and bowed deeply. I dare to ask Uncle Master to lend a hand to our human race. Laozi's lips curled slightly, but quickly suppressed it, already aware of Zhang Nian's intentions. However, the expression on Yuanshi Tianzun's face visibly darkened as he narrowed his eyes, looking at Zhang Nian and saying, Nephew, regarding human affairs, Master Laozi has already bestowed the Taiji diagram, and with Sister Nuwa's 9 heavens, restoring soil self-preservation should be ensured. What do you think? His voice carried a hint of coldness, and the disciples of the Changjiao understood that their master was on the verge of fury. Behind Zhang Nian, Dao Bao subtly reached out and tapped Zhang Nian's back, the implication clear, that's enough. Furthermore, the matter of canonization concerns the 3 teachings. The human race will be taken care of by my master. Laozi spoke decisively and closed his eyes, returning to his indifferent demeanor. Upon hearing his master's instructions, Zhang Nian understood. Among the countless immortals of Kunlun Mountain, aside from senior brother Xuandu and Master Laozi, no one cared about the fate of the human race. He had sought the wrong excuse. He had no choice but to yield, quickly bowing to Yuanshi. Uncle Master, I spoke out of haste and offended you. I hope you will not hold it against me. Yuanshi Tianzuan forced a smile. He did not believe Zhang Nian's words, but it was not the time to act out. He waved his hand. No matter, you can discuss the matter of the Taoist canonization with your fellow disciples. Good. Zhang Nian was not dilatory. Once Yuanshi Tianzun's words fell, he raised his hand to summon the golden light Taoist canonization, which with a whoosh vanished into the void. Following this, a series of runes appeared. As all the brothers see, the Taoist canonization includes the 5 emperors of the ghosts, the 6 heavens of Luofeng, the 10 halls of Yinluo, and 123 righteous deities. As he spoke, Zhang Nian pointed out the 11 deities of the soul capturers, which had already been occupied by the 11 ancestral witches. These 11 soul capturers have been temporarily taken over by the 11 ancestral witches of the witch clan. As for the other positions, At this point, Zhang Nian frowned slightly, contemplating for a moment before speaking. I can provide 10 positions for you all. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall erupted. At that time, among the Changjiao and Zhejiao, although not as bustling as during the canonization, there were still over 100 disciples. To have only 10 on the list was not even enough to fill a gap. Zhang Nian, nephew, 10 is a bit too few, isn't it? Tong Tian tugged at the corner of his mouth, glancing at the line of disciples from the Zhejiao that was nearly reaching the door of the great hall, ultimately speaking up. Zhang Nian, with his back to the 3 saints, smiled slightly. If 10 was not enough, that was exactly what he wanted. If it were enough, how would he be able to ask for more? These 2 behind him were both treasures. If not now to exploit the resources, then when? Reporting to Master, I have no choice. The demon race has pressured me repeatedly. I must leave a way out for both the human race and myself, must deny. His words were double-edged. Zhang Nian spoke from the heart. With the decline of the human race, he naturally had no way to survive. Even if he survived the calamity, Hongjun would never let him go. Unless he planned to never leave the underworld for the rest of his life. But that was no different from being dead. Upon hearing Zhang Nian's words, Yuanshi and Tong Tian fell into deep contemplation. They knew Zhang Nian was speaking the truth. Matters of life and death were at stake, and even as saints they could not make things too difficult for him. After all, Zhang Nian was merely a disciple of the human sect. He was willing to offer 10 quotas regardless of the amount. He had done his utmost. The key was that his master Hongjun was sitting beside him. Even if they had ideas, they couldn't reveal them at this moment. But if he were to take a stand for the human race, it would be difficult to explain to Master Hongjun. This time Yuanshi understood better. His disciples were not many to begin with. Offering 10 quotas, he was giving up a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Asking for 8 was not too much, was it? Furthermore, having sacrificed a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, why should Tong Tian enjoy the benefits without contributing? Upon this thought, a glint flashed in Yuanshi's eyes, and he turned to Tong Tian with a smile, saying, Junior brother Tong Tian, the quotas for our Chan sect have been decided. The next step is for you to discuss with your disciples. Tong Tian was utterly bewildered. What? Wasn't there supposed to be cooperation? What do you mean you have already settled the matter? Are you claiming all 10 quotas for yourself? Brother? You. Hey. Before Tong Tian could speak, Yuanshi interrupted him. Junior brother, do not be polite. I have already made arrangements. 10 quotas are more than enough for the Chan sect. Moreover, Zhang Nian has his own difficulties. Don't make it too hard for him. At this moment Tong Tian's eyes widened, and his mind was filled with one thought: can a saint really be so shameless? The speed at which his brother turned against him was indeed faster than his sword swing. But the key was, Tong Tian did not have many treasures in hand. But there are so many disciples. Tong Tian calculated in his mind a one top-grade, innate spiritual treasure equated to 10 quotas. Currently the disciples of the Jia sect numbered over 100. If counting only direct disciples there were dozens, along with close external disciples like Zhao Gongming. But that wouldn't do. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. If one is favored over the other, the hearts of the disciples would scatter. Tong Tian suddenly felt he should not be here. Clearly they had agreed to work together to reap benefits from Zhang Nian yet. Humph. Never mind. This opportunity is only this once. Tong Tian steeled his mind, immediately forming his fingers into a sword. Accompanied by a surge of qi rising to the heavens, the great hall was filled with rampant sword energy, tearing apart the surrounding void in an instant. Then there came 4 whoosh sounds. 4 long swords flew out from the largest gaps, standing side by side above Tong Tian's head. These are the master's 4 swords of Zhuzhen. What? This cannot be. Master, we are willing to enter the calamity, but the Zhuzhen swords are your most treasured possessions, you must not. Before Tong Tian could speak, accompanied by Zhao Gongming's loud cry, over 100 disciples of the Jia sect knelt in unison, a scene so grand that Yuan Shi's face turned red with embarrassment. Not a single one of his disciples could reach such a level. Just moments earlier, when he bestowed treasures the 12 golden immortals, and other disciples had all remained silent. Good. Yuan Shi noted this in his heart. In contrast, upon hearing the 4 swords of Zhuzhen, Zhang Nian nearly drooled onto the blue stone slab. What a joke! The Zhuzhen sword formation, composed of the 4 swords of Zhuzhen and the Zhuzhen array, is known as the number 1 killing formation of the primordial era, known only to the 4 saints. Is such unimaginable wealth descending upon me? Even with a 1 in 10,000 chance, Zhang Nian hoped for the dream to come true. Looking at the kneeling disciples below, Tong Tian pressed his lips together, his heart moved. He then lightly moved his fingers, and the 4 Zhuzhen swords shot out into the void, vanishing from the great hall in an instant. Next, Tong Tian formed hand seals, and a magnificent sword qi surged forth, shooting straight into the sky. Even though Tong Tian had already reigned in his sharpness, the residual sword qi scattered in the space caused all the disciples in the hall to retreat 3 steps, with some even collapsing to the ground, trembling. 3 breaths later, Tong Tian retracted his hand seals and glanced at Zhang Nian, this Zhuzhen sword formation will be borrowed from you, the human race. Whenever I need it, I will summon it back through my spells. For the rest of the time, if any living being dares to harm the human race, the Zhuzhen sword formation will surely be unleashed. What do you think? What the hell? Zhuzhen sword formation Taiji diagram 9 heavens Shirong. With this configuration, Zhang Nian could not imagine anyone daring to stir trouble near the human race's territory. Even if the Demon Emperor Dijun came, he would have to leave behind a few hairs. Despite feeling elated inside, Zhang Nian still pretended to be reserved and bowed to Tong Tian. Thank you, Uncle Master, for your righteous assistance. I will decide on the quotas, giving Jia sect 20. Zhang Nian did not hold back, directly granting Jia sect 20 quotas, which was double that of the Chan sect. This immediately pushed Yuan Shi's already displeased emotions to the peak, but he did not dare to explode. He could only silently note down Tong Tian's backstabbing, as well as the coldness of the many disciples. However, far to the south of Buzhou Mountain, the Eastern Emperor Tai, who was leading an army of 200,000 demons to surround the human race, was about to suffer an unexpected disaster. South of Buzhou Mountain lies the dwelling of the human race. Xiandu, with our demon race's 200,000 strong army, a single spit from each of us could drown you all. The sage towered 300 meters tall. Xiandu, accompanied by the 2 human leaders Sui Ran and Yu Chao, gazed at the vast, unending army before him, his expression grave. If you have the guts, come at us. The human race does not fear the demon race, nor will we compromise. Sui Ren was unaware of the situation, thinking that Dong Huang Tai was once again trying to coerce the human race, and he retorted immediately. Unexpectedly, this provocation thoroughly infuriated Dong Huang Tai. Not afraid. A cold laugh escaped Dong Huang Tai as he shouted to the rear. The Jiao clan stepped forward and teach these humans a lesson. Yes. With a single command, nearly 10,000 snake demons with multiple heads emerged from the army, flicking their tongues and gazing coldly at the land before them. Whoosh! As the Jiao clan collectively unleashed their demonic power, a sea of flames engulfed the sky, while the ground was raised into waves dozens of meters high. Xian Du's pupils constricted as he shouted loudly, "Retreat!" Without further ado, despite holding the Xian Huang ruler and having the Taiji diagram above his head, he did not dare to charge into the demon army. He could sense that at least 2 peak-level Deluo Jingxian demon saints had arrived, and the Dong Huang Tai Yi before him had even reached quasi-saint level. This calamity. The human race is in dire straits. The Taiji diagram can protect the human race from demon attacks, but it cannot change one harsh reality: the environment. The temperature released by the flames would evaporate all things, while the deluge would wash away all traces of living beings. All Xian Du could do was to exert all his power to erect a barrier in the direction of the demon's assault. Yu Chao, hurry. Gather all humans to pray before the sage statue. At this moment Xian Du's face was flushed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, realizing that he and Sui Run could not hold on much longer. Moreover, this was merely the first wave of the demon attack. Behind them were the footless mice, led by the demon Saint Fei Dan. If the poisonous mist spread, the human race would truly. At this moment, only the sage's intervention could save them. But master, or perhaps the sage knew why. Sigh. Xian Du sighed in his heart, feeling even more anxious about the future of the human race, secretly vowing to remember the actions of the demon race today. At that time, under Yu Chaos leadership, the sounds of prayer continuously echoed within the human dwelling. Please, sage, come forth and save our human race. We beseech the sage to manifest. Our human race can no longer survive. Help. In the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa covered her ears, recalling that not long ago Hongjun had sought her out. He spoke to Nuwa about this calamity. He explicitly stated that after this calamity the human race would flourish, and at that time both the human race and Fu Shi would reap great rewards, but the human race needed to endure trials. Though Hongjun did not mention what would come next, Nuwa understood that this was due to Master being dissatisfied with her granting the 9 heavens restoring soil. But those voices could not simply be drowned out by covering her ears. Nuwa, revered by the offerings of the human race, was already bound to the sage statue of the human race. Those voices came from the depths of her soul, tugging at Nu was compassion. Ultimately, reason triumphed over emotion. She did not lack love for the human race, as she just wanted to choose a solution that would benefit both sides. Meanwhile, Laozi, far away on Kunlun Mountain, had already deduced everything when he heard Zhang Nian make another request, so he would naturally not intervene. In the human dwelling, a scorching heat filled the woods. Merely touching it for a moment caused the leaves to wither and decay. Muddy water carrying silt swept across every inch of land in the dwelling. In the blink of an eye it formed a vast ocean. Corn and pumpkins were submerged, but fortunately Wang Gang, with his background in architecture, had built the foundation strong enough to withstand the first wave of impact, allowing the chickens, ducks, and geese still in cultivation to survive. But this was all because the water had not yet reached their waists if another wave came. Do you demons truly fear not the sage's wrath? Xian Du's eyes turned crimson, the veins on his neck bulging, yet his hands strained to lift, desperately channeling the dwindling power within him. Master would not ignore this. Just need to hold on a little longer, just a little. Ha ha ha. On the clouds, Dong Huang Tai Yi laughed heartily at this scene. This is the fate of opposing my demon race. The human race. Huh. With that, Dong Huang Tai Yi's expression turned cold as he waved to the rear. Once more, footless mice charge. Yes. In the blink of an eye, another horde of dark, monstrous demons surged forward. They unleashed green toxic mist from their gaping mouths, while behind them the 6-winged bees of the demon, Saint Qin Yuan, fluttered their wings. Gazing at the oppressive green fog that obscured the sky, Xian Du's heart sank. What was destined to come has finally arrived. In his ears, Sui Ren's weak curses echoed. These damned demons, they all deserve to die. Just as the days of passing down the flame and continuity were about to arrive. How could it? Brother Zhang Nian, it is I who have failed to protect the human race. Xian Du slowly closed his eyes, his hands weakly dropping, a thought flashing through his mind. Is the human race truly going to perish? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For sounds of breaking air echoed. Up. The heavens and earth shifted, and one could faintly hear a mournful wail. Xian Du frowned. He could sense an extremely strong sword intent in the air. That aura felt familiar, as if he had seen it on Kunlun Mountain. It couldn't be. Opening his eyes, Xian Du saw a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. For long swords sliced through the void, accompanied by the swift sounds of swish, 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 as the sword light struck towards the demon army. Dong Huang Tai's expression tightened, shouting out, not good. Yet he was unable to react in time. The first sword light skimmed along the ground, tearing apart the space it passed, with dirt flying as it directly cut through the makeshift army, formed by the barefoot rats and 6-winged bees. The sky was filled with severed limbs, and the poisonous mist emitted by the barefoot rat clan was all swept back by the shockwave generated by the sword light. The second and third sword lights intersected and lashed out at the demon army, causing Dong Huang Tai to be frightened, and he immediately summoned the Dong Huang Bell to envelop himself entirely. With a resounding duong, the overwhelming shockwave resembled a mountain roaring and a sea surging, scattering the demons who fled in terror. The weaker demons didn't even have time to react before being torn to shreds by the residual sword intent in the shockwave. Having just escaped a calamity within the Dongwang Bell Dongwang, Tai glanced at the deep grooves on the treasure, sighing at the profoundness of the heavenly sage's Tao. However, before Dongwang Tai could catch his breath, the fourth sword, the absolute immortal sword, suddenly swelled, a massive sword piercing the heavens, even causing the sun hanging in the sky to retreat by 3 points. The overwhelming sword light darkened the earth into a pale hue. Gazing at the towering sword energy that seemed poised to sever eternity, Dongwang Tai's legs trembled, and only one word remained in his mind: flee. Without further ado, he transformed into his true form, desperately flapping his wings, vanishing into the void. The demons left behind were not so fortunate. Boom. In an instant, the sword energy spanned 30,000 miles, shattering mountains and splitting the... After all was done, the 4 long swords stood tall above the human settlement, their surrounding sword energy intertwining in the air to outline a 4-pointed star pattern. Xuandu was momentarily stunned, his lips trembling as he slowly uttered the extermination sword formation. Looking down, the scene before him resembled a purgatory. Master Tongtian. How could this be? Just as Xuandu was perplexed, he suddenly heard the cheers of the Yuchao tribe behind him. Wonderful. This is the manifestation of the sage. Our human race is saved. Xuandu's expression darkened. The sage indeed manifested, but this one who intervened was completely unrelated to humanity. Brother Youchao, our human teach truly. Xuandu's face was filled with guilt, the words halfway to his lips, unsure how to explain. He then cupped his hands in front of Yuchao and Suerin as if to bow. This action startled both of them. No joking, a disciple of the sage offering them respect was beyond their capacity. The two extended their hands, one on the left and one on the right. Sui Ren's face was pale, and despite his frail body, he still grinned at Xuandu. Xuandu, with you in the human teach, are we not fine? Brother Zhang Nian is also a disciple of the human teach. Moreover, both Master Laozi and Sage Nuwa have great benevolence towards our human race. After Sui Ren finished speaking, Yuchao also nodded in agreement. Brother Zhang Nian once said that the human race must learn to rely on themselves, and we are already very pleased with this. Hearing this, Xuandu was momentarily stunned, as if something had fiercely tugged at the softest part of his heart. He suddenly understood the deeper meaning behind his master's instruction to descend the mountain. 99 disciples were also the foundation of the human race. He was not only to discover talents, but also to help the human race lay a solid foundation. In this era of great strife, Xuandu muttered to himself, biting his lip, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The current wilderness was still too dangerous for the human race. The best way to prevent danger was to make the danger fear you. With this thought, Xuandu's lips slowly curled into a sinister smile, and he then looked earnestly at Yuchao and Sui Ren, raising his hand to point at the 4 extermination swords above, and slowly spoke, leaders, to be honest, this formation is called the extermination sword formation, a spiritual treasure held by my master Tongtian. Master Tongtian of the upper clear. Sui Ren and Yuchao exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. They had originally speculated that it was either Sage Nuwa or Master Laozi making a move. They never expected that there were other sages willing to look after the human race. In their joy, they felt even greater gratitude. Since it is Master Tongtian who has intervened to help our human race through this crisis, we will not forget the sage's grace. How about adding another statue next to the sage? Good. Where do you suggest we place it? I've heard that Master Tongtian is a junior of Master Laozi. Let's place it beside Master Laozi. Then he'll go gather the people. The two walked towards the center of the settlement, one in front and the other behind. Behind them, Xuandu revealed a satisfied smile. This thread of incense sentiment might become a great support for the human race in the future. If only Zhang Nian were here, he would surely give a thumbs up and praise a good apprentice of the wilderness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dongwang Tai led the retreating army back to the 33 heavens just in time to encounter the disgruntled demon emperor Dijuan returning. Dongwang Tai this. As he spoke, Dijuan cast a puzzled glance at the few large demons scattered behind Dongwang Tai. Where are my demon army of 200,000? Did you leave them stationed at the human settlement? Zhang Nian, I had you shouting. My demon army plowed through your human settlement, destroyed your sage's statue. Let's see what you have left to contend with my demon race. However, Dongwang Tai's next words left Dijuan speechless. Big brother. Master Tongtian has intervened, and the 200,000 demon army have all perished beneath the 4 extermination swords. Even I nearly. What? Dijuan's eyes widened in shock, speechless for a long time. After a while he snarled fiercely, then kill those outsiders. Investigate for me. I want to know where those beings from beyond the heavens have gone. The command thundered through the Lingxiao Baodian. the 10 demon sages each took the order and turning led their clans out of the Great Hall. Since the birth of the demon race, they had never suffered such a humiliating reverse, and it had come at the hands of the very humans they had long held sway over. At that moment, every heart among the demon race was gripped by a single suppressed fury, not to prove their greatness, but to seize back everything lost in their conflicts with the human race. On the Lingxiao Baodian Qinyuan and Faden strode to the front of the hall and bowed slightly to Dijuan. Report, Demon Emperor, we have located those beings from beyond the heavens. Oh. Dijuan narrowed his eyes, a killing intent flickering across his face as he leaned forward, his voice cold. Tell me. Though enraged, Dijuan was no fool. The human settlement had already been ringed with layers of defenses arranged by Zhang Nian. Those beings from beyond the heavens were of the same clan as Zhang Nian. They would hardly be simple adversaries. Qinyuan pressed his lips together and glanced about, as if reluctant to speak. Faden took up the thread. Demon Emperor, the habitat of those outsiders is far grander than the human enclave, and within it stand 2 Western sage statues over 100 zhang tall, radiating golden light. At the last word, Dijuan's lips curved into a knowing smile. He licked his lips and asked, are you certain they are Western sage statues? Certain. Faden pondered briefly and then nodded earnestly. Dijuan suddenly understood Zhang Nian had deliberately colluded with the terrestrial way, letting the ancestral Zhu Wu under the pretext of the soul-detaining envoy provoke him. Then in the human settlement, Zhang Nian had laid down the contingency of the Tongtian sage, guiding Dijuan's attention toward the outsiders. Was it all a scheme to have Dijuan's hand cleanse those beings from beyond the heavens? The answer lay in those 2 Western sage statues. Clearly, although both the Honghuang human race and the outsiders were human, they had chosen utterly divergent paths. Interesting, truly interesting. As the thought formed, Dijuan's anger cooled considerably, and instead a stratagem of subtle deceit began to take shape in his mind. Enough. I understand. Stand down. Dijuan waved his hand. Qinyuan and Faden stared for a moment, bewildered. In the campaign against the humans, their clans had suffered grievous losses. If they did not slaughter humans to vent their wrath, how could they return with honor? Thinking this, the 2 exchanged a look and together clasped their fists toward Dijuan. Demon Emperor, we asked to take up the fight. Dijuan's gaze flickered with a trace of disgust as he watched the 2 kneel on one knee, their postures all for show. His tone involuntarily chilled a degree. I said stand down. Both shivered and answered yes, then strode from the Lingxiao Baodian. Behind them, Dijuan murmured to himself with narrowed eyes, the West wishes to take control of Buzhou Mountain. Perfect. My demon race also desires humans who obey. It would not be impossible to cooperate. With that thought, Dijuan's figure flickered, and he swiftly vanished from the Lingxiao Baodian. At the same time, north of Buzhou Mountain, Zhang Zidong surveyed the magnificent structure before him. 9 tiers rising above and 9 tiers descending below, and a pleased light shone in his eyes. Indeed, he had fashioned another spirit mountain within this forest, and had imitated the human settlement by placing 18 sage statues at each of the 9 compass positions. Friends, today marks the completion of our Western human settlement. Bow. At Zhang Zidong's shout, 100 figures behind him fell to their knees in unison. These were people officially sent in search of immortal fortune. Among them were scions of martial families. Their fate would be shaped by none other than himself. Zhang Zidong had not forgotten the task entrusted to him. He pointed toward the suspended Taiji diagram and called to the gathered crowd, do you see the Taiji symbol hanging in the sky? That is the Honghuang human settlement. It was built single-handedly by the fugitive Zhang Nian. A hush followed, and the assembly inhaled sharply. The official vilification of Zhang Nian had been relentless, painted as a monstrous criminal. To learn such a villain stood so near sent chills through them. Suddenly they recalled the skyward disturbance a few days prior when the heavens had briefly darkened and a colossal sword tens of thousands of zhang in length had cleaved the firmament. Many had wanted to use the one-click return to escape back to the mundane world. Were it not for Zhang Zidong's earnest persuasion, the scene now unfolding would never have come to pass. Then Zhang Zidong uttered words that made the 100 eyes before him blaze. I do not care what means you employ. Bring a single Honghuang person into our western domain, and you will earn 10 points. The sages visit our settlement each year. The top 50 in the points ranking will be chosen to become disciples of the sages. Remember, you are the first to hear this. Countless others will come later, but they will always be a step behind you. Those last words seemed to carry a spell, as scarcely had they fallen when the vast plaza erupted as hundreds of people charged toward the direction of the Taiji symbol. He Zhang Nian, when your settlement lies empty, let us see how you contend with me. Zhang Zidong knew the Honghuang human settlement intimately. It was in his view a cluster of uncouth, uneducated tribal savages. Here, though he could not import advanced devices, he boasted rows of cement houses far superior to their burdenous dwellings, vast tracts of fertile fields, and the twin pillars of official backing, and the Western sages as formidable support. With a sudden rustle in the space above, a figure appeared suspended in midair. Zhang Zidong's brow knit instinctively. He had reigned as local overlord of this settlement for some time, and his cultivation had reached the rank of golden immortal. He set his face stern and barked, "Bold madman. Cannot you see the Western sage statues on either side? Come down this instant." Dijuan's eye twitched with malice, and a feral smile curved his lips. In a blink he flickered, and the surrounding sunshrew fire flared to life. Reinforced concrete splintered in every direction as molten iron flowed forth from the ruptured ground. A golden radiance suddenly enveloped Zhang Zidong, and then the demon-subduing pestle materialized, hanging ominously above his head. From behind came a cold, sinister voice, "I, Dijuan Demon Emperor, will not grant face even to those the sages come to save." At this moment Zhang Zidong's entire back was drenched in cold sweat, and an overwhelming sense of peril surged within his heart. "I still have the demon-subduing staff. It'll be fine, absolutely fine." Summoning his courage, Zhang Zidong shouted behind him, "My master is Zhuni, sage of the West. Let me tell you plainly, I bear a sacred mission. If you dare kill me, my master will never forgive you." "Humph." Emperor Jun let out a cold laugh. "Junti." Without hesitation he raised his hand. The blazing, orange-eyed, true sunfire erupted with explosive primordial force. Staring at that colossal hand piercing effortlessly through the barrier before him, Zhang Zidong's pupils contracted sharply. You cannot kill me." I. His mind raced frantically, scouring for any reason, any justification, to survive. "Humph." A contemptuous smirk twisted his lips as Emperor Jun raised his palm, pressing down the searing true sunfire. "Emperor of the Yao clan, you've grown ever more arrogant since our parting at Zhixiao Palace." "Humph." Emperor Jun cast a sidelong glance toward Junti, seated serenely atop a golden lotus in the heavens, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Nor are you any less formidable. But did you not upon founding your Western religion vow to restore the Western spirit veins?" A mocking expression flickered across Emperor Jun's face as he added with quiet irony, "Yet the Western spirit veins remain unrecovered, and already your Western religion grows impatient." Junti's countenance instantly darkened, his eyes narrowed, and a chilling aura of lethal intent began to permeate the void. Zhang Zidong, barely escaped from certain doom, had no time to rejoice. He shuddered violently, his gaze darting uneasily between Junti and Emperor Jun, bewildered beyond measure. Are not the sages said to be the supreme beings of the Honglong? Then why does Emperor Jun stand unyielding before his own master? Does he fear death? Not at all. In Zhang Zidong's memory, none of the Honglong sages bore the name Emperor Jun. And yet, strangely, he suddenly sensed that the sages were perhaps not as invincible as others claimed. Nor did the title disciple of a sage prove especially useful. At least for Zhang Zidong, every crisis he'd faced thus far had only worsened the moment he invoked his master's name. "Huh." After a long silence, Junti chuckled softly, his face once again settling into its familiar benevolent smile. "Emperor, have you come for the human race? Perhaps we might collaborate, Western religion and your Yao clan." Emperor Jun's stern expression softened slightly as he glanced upward at Junti. "Very well. The Yao clan governs the celestial court. If your Western religion seeks alliance, you must first demonstrate sincerity." With that, Emperor Jun ignored Junti entirely, his form dissolving into a streak of light that vanished into the 33rd heaven. Junti's gaze followed him, cold, calculating, and deeply unsettled. "Your disciple bows before you, master." The voice drew Junti's attention. Turning toward it, he wore his signature serene smile. "This place is quite agreeable, though rather desolate. What say you, Huijua?" Zhang Zidong instantly grasped Junti's meaning and dropped to his knees, kowtowing deeply. "Your disciple understands. I shall immediately contact the outside world. There are no fewer than 100,000 souls. Hearing the number, Junti nodded in satisfaction, then remarked offhandedly, "The Yao clan requires human essences for forging the demon-slaying sword. As this is a partnership, you shall allocate half, 50,000, to them. Human essences. Half of 100,000. 5,000. 5,000 lives." Zhang Zidong's eyes went hollow in an instant. He lifted his head slowly, dazed and disbelieving, as if seeking confirmation of what he had just heard. Junti uttered no further word. To him, 5,000 lives were no different from crushing 5,000 ants beneath his heel. Across the vast Honglong, life and death flowed ceaselessly, even among humanity. His voice, resonant as a celestial bell, jolted Zhang Zidong awake. Instantly he pressed his forehead hard against the earth, inhaling the damp earthen scent. His jaw clenched tight. He knew he had no choice. Either those 5,000 would die, or he would perish, only for another to seize everything he now held. And with that thought, clarity struck him. Indeed, if the outcome is inevitable, does it truly matter who enacts it? At least by acting myself, I may walk farther and grow stronger. Master, rest assured, your disciple shall fulfill this trust without fail. Satisfied with Zhang Zidong's reply, Junti gave a slight nod and tossed him a vial of meritorious spirit liquid before vanishing silently into the void. After Junti departed, Zhang Zidong contacted the authorities and, citing security concerns, established 2 spatial coordinates. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain in the Taiqing Palace, the celestial immortals dispersed. Watching the departing members of the Chan sect fade into the distance, Zhang Nian scratched his nose absently, feeling oddly listless. Yuan Shi Tianzuan had ultimately refused to part with another supreme primordial spirit treasure. What a pity, he murmured wistfully. As the palace doors closed, Zhang Nian flipped his palm upward and offered forth the newly acquired green spirit gourd. Master. Laozi smiled faintly. At my cultivation level, treasures are but external attachments. Not wanted. Zhang Nian froze. Had he misjudged entirely? But Laozi had gone to great lengths to claim Tongtian's azure gourd. Why would he refuse the green gourd? Since this treasure was bestowed upon you by your uncle, keep it. With that, Laozi stroked his beard and uttered a cryptic remark that left Zhang Nian utterly baffled. Hurry away. Delay any longer, and you may not leave at all. What does it mean? Gazing at the profound look of his inexpensive master, Zhang Nian blinked, appearing puzzled. Yet the master remained silent. This left Zhang Nian anxious, but he could not express his frustration. Meanwhile, in the human settlement under the leadership of Suiren and Yo Chao, with the guidance of the architectural PhD, Wang Gang, a statue of the Sage of Heaven, was completed in just 1 day. The forest was filled with people. Everyone. At the front of the crowd, Suiren raised his torch and shouted, "This time of crisis for humanity was saved by the Sage of Heaven." Who is the Sage of Heaven? Yeah, I've never heard of him. Does this mean we have another sage for humanity? Really? That's wonderful. The noisy discussions filled the air, and Suiren raised his hand to silence them, prompting everyone to look. Therefore, to express our gratitude to the Sage of Heaven, we erect this statue. From now on, the Sage of Heaven shall enjoy the same worship as our master and the Sage Nuwa throughout generations. Good. That's great. Humanity truly has another sage. Thank you, Sage, for saving our kind. Despite the initial silence of the Taoist community, amidst the gratitude and prayers from humanity, a faint thread seemed to penetrate the void from the statue and connect to Mount Kunlun. At the Supreme Clarity Palace, 20 slots are already quite a lot. For this calamity, I shall not impose any restrictions on you. The Sage of Heaven was speaking to his disciples when a series of voices suddenly echoed in his mind. His expression stiffened. He then frowned, his fingers frantically forming seals. He looked at the group of Jie Jiao disciples beneath him, who were utterly confused. Senior brother, what is happening with Master? At the front of the line, Zhao Gongming, the outer sect's senior brother, quietly approached Duobao and whispered a question. I don't know either. Duobao shook his head, pondering for a moment before offering his judgment. Master possesses great powers. It's possible that significant changes have occurred in the wilderness. That said, Duobao's eyes grew serious as he leaned closer to Zhao Gongming and whispered, even though Master hasn't imposed restrictions, we should be cautious. If disciples venture into the wilderness to explore, let it be limited to 20. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement. Senior brother has a good plan. This way, even if the disciples encounter tribulations, they won't perish. In the next moment, boom. A powerful wave of energy erupted from the Sage of Heaven as he suddenly stood up, his aura swirling around him, leaving a myriad of sword marks on the stone floor before him. The Jie Jiao disciples were terrified, wondering who had provoked their master. Whooshed! Before they could comprehend, the Sage of Heaven vanished, racing towards the direction of the Taiqing Palace. At the same time, at the Taiqing Palace, Master, if that's the case, I will return to the human realm. There are many matters awaiting me. Zhang Nian explained his reasons, noticing the faint smile on his inexpensive master's face as he shook his head and turned to leave. But then a sharp voice called from behind. Well, Zhang Nian, I graciously assist your humanity, and you dare to scheme against your uncle disciple. Scheme against uncle disciple? Who? Yuan Shi or Tong Tian? Filled with confusion, as Zhang Nian turned around, he saw a pair of extremely dark eyes staring intently at him, causing him to step back repeatedly. Upon closer inspection, oh, isn't that his uncle Tong Tian? Then it was nothing. He merely received the protection of the Zhuxian sword array, without taking away any treasures. It was merely a fair and just transaction. Feeling more confident, Zhang Nian smiled and bowed. Uncle Tong Tian, how can this matter that was agreed upon beforehand be called a scheme? Agreed beforehand. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian became even angrier, his face cold as he retorted, agreed beforehand. Did I not tell you that humanity would erect a statue for me? What? This statement took Zhang Nian by surprise. His big eyes blinked as he stared at the Sage of Heaven, repeating, humanity is erecting a statue for you. Are you sure? The Sage of Heaven shot Zhang Nian an annoyed glare. At that moment, Zhang Nian was completely stunned. Had Suiren and Yu Chao gone mad? They should know that a statue of a sage cannot be erected lightly. Moreover, Xiandu was also in humanity. How could he not intervene? Something was amiss. It felt exceedingly wrong. Uncle the disciple truly was unaware. I just said goodbye to Master, and was about to return to humanity. As he spoke, Zhang Nian's gaze kept darting towards Laozi, his eyes filled with a hint of hope, as if saying, Master, please don't just stand there, help me say a few words. Seeing this, Laozi slightly lifted his gaze, and calmly said, Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Disciple, you are attached to the situation. Senior brother. Tong Tian was undoubtedly anxious. He was originally a saint of the heavenly Dao, and now he was inextricably linked with the human Dao. Being entangled in karma was quite troublesome. Yet he was currently unable to extricate himself. He was unwilling to give up the 20 slots on the divine list. If Zhang Nian knew what Tong Tian was thinking, he would definitely retort, wanting both sides, while still asking for more. Unexpectedly, Laozi suddenly said, It's merely a transaction. Master is magnanimous, and will not be harsh. Well, however, even Tong Tian himself did not know that at the moment he agreed, a trace of calamity energy floated down from the heavens. Seeing this situation, Laozi smiled subtly. Zhang Nian, having just departed Kunlun Mountain, still breathed a sigh of relief, believing he had narrowly escaped the tribulation. Little did he know a far greater calamity awaited him. North of Buzhou Mountain atop Shaoling Mountain. Indeed, the Hongjun Secret Realm suffers from a critical shortage of cultivators. Rest assured, I have already secured arrangements. All who pass the sage's trial shall attain immortal destiny. Safe. Absolutely safe. Zhang Zidong's voice reverberated ceaselessly throughout the grand hall. Very well. I shall immediately establish a new spatial coordinate. Ending the transmission, Zhang Zidong drew a deep breath, his gaze darkening as it fixed upon the vast, empty expanse of the hall before him. 10,000, and not even half remain. I must devise a plausible pretext. Zhang Zidong was certain this would not be a one-time transaction. The Western sages' demands upon their devotees would only intensify with time. Yet losing half their number at once would be utterly indefensible. A name flashed into Zhang Zidong's mind, Zhang Nian. A plan instantly crystallized within his thoughts. After all, Zhang Nian was already wanted by the celestial authorities. Why not lay the entire catastrophe squarely at his feet? Such an attribution would neither arouse suspicion nor irrevocably sever Zhang Nian's last path to redemption. Lately, Zhang Zidong had gleaned fragments of intelligence regarding Zhang Nian. He knew full well of Zhang Nian's boundless enmity toward the demonic clans, an ideal thread to weave into this tapestry of deceit. At this realization, Zhang Zidong's mind cleared like dawn breaking over mist-shrouded peaks. Without delay, he channeled his cultivation energy and soared skyward. First, however, he must secure the silent consent of Emperor Jun, the sovereign of the Yao clan, dwelling in the 33rd heaven. His own identity must remain veiled. Soon, above the clouds, Lingxiao Palace. This sovereign has resolved to forge the demon-slaying sword. Though the Wu clan has retreated into the netherworld, they continue to fix their gaze upon our Yao clan with hostile intent. Even should Ho Tu ascend as a sage, our Yao clan remains no mere plaything to be manipulated at will. Emperor Jun's resounding declaration echoed through the hall like bronze bells struck in unison. The assembled Yao spirits responded in solemn accord. Yet the current state of the human clan leaves us utterly. With the Taiji diagram and the 9 heavens soil coupled with the Zhuxian sword formation, we are simply. Indeed, the Zhuxian sword formation is said to be unbreakable save by 4 sages. Alas, mournful sighs rose from every corner. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun furrowed his brow and swept his hand dismissively. Fear not. Should the Hongjun humans falter, the extranatural humans await. Extranatural humans. Baize blinked, then paled. His gaze shifted sharply towards Shangyang standing behind him. As the Yao clan's celestial augur, Shangyang ought to have foreseen this revelation. To his dismay, Shangyang wore the same expression of bewildered uncertainty. Baize sensed imminent peril. He himself excelled in divining auspiciousness and misfortune, Shangyang in stellar prophecy. Yet both had overlooked this pivotal omen. Only one conclusion remained possible: the extranatural humans were undoubtedly the handiwork of a sage. Your Majesty, this course is perilous beyond measure. Baize strode forward from the ranks, bowing deeply before Emperor Jun. Neither I nor Shangyang possessed any foreknowledge. This matter reeks of treachery. Treachery. Emperor Jun's eyes narrowed. In his view, the 10 great Yao saints were never truly united in loyalty. Were it not for the opulent privileges of the Yao court, and his own appointment by Dao ancestor Hongjun, who could say how many among the Yao might rise in rebellion? As for Baize's claim of ignorance, Emperor Jun interpreted it as willful concealment. They were after all no blood kin. With a quiet sigh, Emperor Jun cast a disdainful glance toward Baize and waved carelessly aside. This matter has already been settled with the Western sages. It is utterly foolproof, and therein lay Emperor Jun's unshakable confidence. With a Western sect sage mediating, he doubted any dared challenge his decree. At these words, Baize's face fell. Just as he prepared to plead further, a figure shot across the heavens toward the palace gates. Your Majesty. A human approaches claiming discipleship under the Western sage and requests audience. Thump. Baize's heart lurched violently. Seeing Emperor Jun's smug, self-satisfied countenance, he realized resistance was futile, and bowed his head, retreating silently, while quietly resolving his next move. Do you see clearly now? Zhang Nian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Baize turned slowly, stunned. Our esteemed emperor trusts neither of us. Death we share equally, all else remains beyond our reach. Alas! Baize lowered his head in silence. He had long suspected as much, yet Emperor Jun had indeed shown him favor and opportunity, and every thought he harbored was for the Yao clan's prosperity. Recall those days, when twin suns rose together, when the 10 great Yao saints stood shoulder to shoulder, and all clans across Hongjun trembled at their name. Now look upon this era. Even Baize himself could no longer deny it. The emperor, who once dreamed of leading the Yao clan to glory, had let power cloud his vision. Announce him. At Emperor Jun's command, Zhang Zidong strode swiftly into the hall, flanked by 2 Yao guards. Ha ha ha. So this is the sage's disciple. How pitiful. He possesses but golden immortal cultivation. Has the Western realm run out of immortals, sending such an ant to stand before the emperor? Ha 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 ha. Laughter boomed through the hall like thunderclaps. Even Emperor Jun, seated upon the dais, couldn't suppress a wry smile. This human before him appeared pathetically frail, likely weaker than the Yao sentinels guarding Lingxiao Palace's entrance. Zhang Zidong absorbed every barb without reaction, then lifted his eyes to meet Emperor Jun's gaze. Huiju, disciple of Sage Zhuanti of the Western sect, pays homage to your Majesty. Oh. Leaning back against his throne, Emperor Jun tilted his chin downward, surveying Zhang Zidong with undisguised contempt. A disciple of the Western sect, you say? Have you brought your sincerity? 50,000 extranatural humans shall descend upon Hongjun within days. 50,000. Emperor Jun's eyebrow arched, his tone dripping with disdain. Try 1 million, or even then perhaps barely enough. Perhaps all boundaries had dissolved, for upon hearing 1 million, Zhang Zidong betrayed no flicker of surprise. His gaze locked onto Emperor Jun's, each word deliberate and heavy. Your Majesty know well. They are my dearest kin, my sworn brothers and sisters. Then add. Arrogant fool. As Zhang Zidong finished speaking, Siatai, a black-skinned beast with ox horns, glared fiercely from the left flank of the demonic host. The sovereign of demons stands before you. How dare a mere ant like you speak so brazenly? Do not presume your status as a sage's disciple shields you. Do you truly believe our demonic race fears? Hearing this, Zhang Zidong raised both hands and brushed dust from his robes, without glancing at Siatai. His gaze remained fixed upon the sovereign of demons. Slay me, and no one in this world shall ever extend genuine goodwill to your demonic race. And your race shall inevitably face the wrath of the sages. You. Siatai opened his mouth to retort, but a single icy glance from Emperor Yao forced him into silence. Can you truly gather 1 million souls? A flicker of avarice gleamed in the sovereign's eyes. In truth, the demon-slaying sword bore no formal rank. Its power scaled directly with the number of human divine souls infused into its forging. To challenge the ancestral Wu and accounting for past human hunts, 1 million was Emperor Yao's conservative estimate. Yet he cared little if the number grew larger. After all, the scene at the entrance to Diu remained vivid in his memory. The remaining 11 ancestral Wu had already demonstrated strength nearly equal to his own. Heh! Zhang Zidong's eyelids trembled faintly as he strained to force a smile, waving his hand with feigned nonchalance. 1 million. Even 10 million would pose no obstacle. If your demonic race can furnish the spirit treasures, I shall procure them without fail. Even the sovereign of demons raised an eyebrow in quiet surprise upon hearing the figure. 10 million. His gaze sweeping over Zhang Zidong with newfound scrutiny. Across the Lingxiao Palace, mighty demons collectively drew sharp breaths. Previously, their entire race had exhausted itself hunting humans solely to forge the demon-slaying sword. Yet they had barely reached 1 million. Now this human casually named 10 million, and his tone suggested even 100 million might be within reach. Several great demons quietly shed their arrogance, turning their eyes toward Emperor Yao upon the dais. Rare treasures abound across the primordial chaos. We of the demonic race lack nothing. With that, Emperor Yao turned to Shangyang. Shangyang, bring forth several. Consider them advance payment from our race. His voice hardened abruptly, his eyes turning glacial. Should you dare deceive us, neither Zhuanti nor Jane themselves could save your life. An overwhelming tide of killing intent surged forth instantly. Zhang Zidong shuddered involuntarily, offering a tight, humorless smile. Rest assured, sovereign. The numbers you demand shall be delivered. Moments later, Shang Yang returned to the Lingxiao Palace bearing several spirit herbs. He did not deign to glance at Zhang Zidong, instead bowing respectfully toward Emperor Yao upon the dais. Sovereign, I have brought 3. Surely sufficient. Emperor Yao nodded in quiet satisfaction. Precisely why he had summoned Shang Yang. Another less discerning demon might have brought too few or too many. 3 was exactly right. Take them. The rest shall be handled by Fei Lian and Ci Tai. They will contact you directly. Grateful for your sovereignty's generous bestowal. Zhang Zidong accepted the spirit herbs with reverent care, then swiftly departed the Lingxiao Palace. He had no intention of keeping them. Instead, he planned to offer these treasures to his master Zhuanti in exchange for greater quantities of merit-infused spiritual spring water essential for cultivating his cultivation base. As his cultivation deepened, his need for such meritorious spring water intensified, compelling him to seek alternative sources. Strange though it seemed, the cultivation technique bestowed by his master yielded painfully slow progress without merit-infused spring water, and at times even regressed. Zhang Zidong once questioned Zhuanti, who replied, "Human talent is inherently frail, compounded by your congenital physical flaw. Only merit-infused spring water can restore and refine your essence. Even should countless lives be sacrificed, so long as I grow stronger, every loss is justified. They are but valueless ants, while I am different. So long as my power swells beyond measure." He lowered his head, gazing at golden spiritual energy slowly welling from his palm. His eyes burned crimson. He stood now as humanity's foremost cultivator. I can grow even stronger, yes. I must deny them any chance. None whatsoever. At that very moment, Zhang Nian, having learned of the demonic host's full-scale assault upon human settlements, stood with eyes dark as stagnant water. He calculated the timing in his mind. Lord Lao had yet to intervene. This aligned precisely with the period when the Chan and Jie sects were locked in bitter rivalry. Yet Nuwa, she chose to stand aside. Brothers Swearin and Yu Chao, you have suffered greatly. Zhang Nian lifted his hand and gently clasped their shoulders, lips pressed thin as he bowed his head, guilt flickering across his gaze. He knew precisely why the demonic race had descended upon humanity. Yet certain deeds demanded execution. Both the earthly Dao and the Wu clan remained humanity's strongest pillars. Relying solely upon the sages was futile. All 6 sages of the primordial chaos emerged from Hongjun's teachings. Even as a disciple of the human teaching sect, and thus bound by insentient candle kinship, Zhang Nian understood clearly when true calamity struck, none would shield him. It's nothing, brother Zhang Nian, mere trifles. Swearin clan then recalled something. Ah, brother Zhang Nian, many unfamiliar humans have recently appeared near our settlements. Indeed, they carry strange artifacts unknown to us and claim a new settlement awaits humanity, far to the north. Yu Chao clan affirmed the claim beside him. Zhang Nian's expression darkened. He recognized the origin of these newcomers. Yet he had not anticipated that the demonic race would not only spare Zhang Zidong, but empower him to establish a human settlement north of Buzhou Mountain. After prolonged contemplation, Zhang Nian formulated a plan. These 2 forces had almost certainly forged an alliance, with a singular, unmistakable objective: humanity and himself. I cannot remain passive. Humanity still possesses many potential allies. Though the 72 departments of DU may not grant official posts, their subordinate clerks and constables could readily enlist the Azura clan. Moreover, Zhang Nian knew of one fatal weakness possessed by Lord Mingyi, the elder river of blood, his relentless, all-consuming hunger for advancement. The endless blood sea is originally formed from the corrupted blood of Pangus, navel regarded as an independent world of extreme darkness and filth. The strength of the old ancestor of the underworld river is undoubtedly unique among the Quasi Saints. Of course, the one who left the deepest impression on Zhang Nian is the one who desperately desires to attain saint. Zhang Nian lowered his gaze, contemplating the exact location of the endless blood sea. Beside him, Xuandu was originally listening to Zhang Nian's plans for the future of the human race. Upon hearing Zhang Nian mention seeking allies, he wholeheartedly agreed, already formulating his own strategies. The Jiejiao. Indeed, this was the master uncle who had just forcibly bound a thread of human incense to him. However, upon hearing the name of the endless blood sea from Zhang Nian's mouth, he was taken aback, frowning as he inquired, "Junior brother, do you intend to go to the endless blood sea?" Zhang Nian was momentarily stunned, realizing that there were still a few from the Sui Ren clan beside him. He nodded and replied solemnly, "Yes, senior brother. Recalling the journey of the human race so far, just within this segment, he participated in Zhang Nian's every decision, while not always correct, had propelled the development. Recalling the journey of the human race so far, just within this segment, he participated in Zhang Nian's every decision, while not always correct, had propelled the development of the human race to a higher level. Moreover, previously Xuandu had vaguely heard of Zhang Nian's extraordinary nature from the master. Rest assured, senior brother. Zhang Nian smiled broadly, well aware of the difficulties posed by the old ancestor of the underworld river. However, such a figure could be utilized effectively as long as the corresponding chips were presented. Having made up his mind, Zhang Nian confidently stated, "While the old ancestor of the underworld river may seem difficult to deal with in your eyes, to me, he is an invaluable asset. It must be known that the old ancestor of the underworld river has reached the realm of transformation. In Zhang Nian's view, it would not be an exaggeration to call him the foremost among Quasi saints. His story is undeniably dramatic. Among the 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace, the old ancestor of the underworld river is also a prominent figure, known for his assertion that as long as the blood sea does not dry up, he will not perish, which speaks volumes of his strength. After listening to Hongjun's teachings, it was learned that there are only 9 heavenly Dao saints in this realm, yet, with the great Dao as 50 and the heavenly cycle as 14, losing one means a fruit position is inexplicably lost. The old ancestor of the underworld river has indeed gone to great lengths solely to attain the Dao. Nuwa created humanity, gaining merits from the heavenly Dao and achieving the status of a saint. Thus, the old ancestor of the underworld river imitated Nuwa, using the blood sea's resentful souls and the miasma of ephemeral beings to create the Azura clan, similarly gaining merits from the heavenly Dao, yet failing to attain the saintly fruit. Later, as the 3 purities established their teachings and attained sainthood, the old ancestor of the underworld river followed suit, founding the underworld river sect, also known as the Killing Sect. This time, the old ancestor of the underworld river also succeeded, obtaining heavenly Dao merits, yet his cultivation still remains at the pinnacle of Quasi Saint, unable to advance a single step. Since then, although the old ancestor of the underworld river has occasionally made a move, he has never left the endless blood sea, evading countless tribulations, making him the most cautious among the primal beings. However, in Zhang Nian's eyes, the old ancestor of the underworld river is too clever. It is precisely because he sees through everything that he chooses to remain hidden. Little did he realize that this seclusion would last a lifetime. In later times, the West produced a Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva who claimed, "I vow not to attain Buddhahood until hell is empty." This vow was primarily directed at the old ancestor of the underworld river in the endless blood sea. Even the saints are reluctant to provoke this plague. If they were to forcibly dry up the blood sea, it would unleash boundless resentment and karma, disturbing the balance of the heavens and earth, resulting in a net loss. With these thoughts, Zhang Nian began to understand. The endless blood sea is most likely located around the underworld, and the old ancestor of the underworld river, known as the underground overlord, is probably somewhat connected to it. Senior brother, please keep an eye on the human race M. After giving a brief instruction, Zhang Nian recalled the situation mentioned earlier by the Suiren clan. After hesitating for a moment, he continued, "If anyone from the clan wishes to head north, do not stop them." This. Xuandu was taken aback, while the Suiren beside him widened his eyes and stepped forward about to speak. When Zhang Nian raised his hand to interrupt, "The human race belongs to everyone, but it is not a constraint. They should have the right to choose their own fate." Zhang Nian spoke seriously, his expression cold, his lips pressed together as he continued, "But this choice is only available once." The Suiren clan thought for a moment and then nodded earnestly. He understood Zhang Nian's meaning. In fact, after witnessing the things presented by those strangers, even the Suiren clan found it hard to resist. Those foods he had never seen, the clothes he had never laid eyes on, all made him stare in astonishment. Yet he understood more than anyone that in this world nothing comes for free. The same goes for the demon race. The West must be the same. The demon race once laid out fresh meat on the outskirts to lure the human race out. Now in the West it must be no different. However, their methods are more sophisticated and more beguiling. Sighing, the Suiren quietly stepped aside, fiddling with the leaves at his waist. He himself did not know whether this line of thought was right or wrong. He could only place his hopes on Zhang Nian's decisions. After all, from the beginning until now, he had only one wish for the human race: to truly inherit the flame, thriving endlessly. "I will go first." Noticing the Suiren clan's dispirited demeanor, Zhang Nian patted the latter on the shoulder, then propelled himself with force, feeling a gust of wind rise, and then his figure soared into the sky. Watching Zhang Nian's departing figure, Xuandu subtly shook his wrist, and from the sleeve of his Dao robe a streak of golden light swiftly chased after him. "Junior brother, I can only assist you this far." Xuandu's gaze revealed a hint of worry, and he could not articulate it, only feeling an unease in his heart. In the nine nether underworld, Zhurong with his booming voice called forth the other 10 ancestral witches, asking, "Brother Zhang Nian, why have you returned so soon? Is there an event happening again? As long as it involves the demon race, I Shibi will be the first to charge in." The ancestral witches surrounded him, each beating their chests and clamoring excitedly. In response, Zhang Nian smirked and clasped his hands in a circle, saying, "Esteemed ancestral witches, I have come this time to seek the old ancestor of the Mingi in the endless blood sea." Old ancestor of the Mingi. Upon hearing this name, Di Jiang furrowed his brows slightly, then suspiciously glanced at Zhang Nian and asked quietly, "What do you want with that old fellow?" Seeing that it was Di Jiang asking, Zhang Nian did not hold back. "The human race needs allies. Although I have a deep relationship with you ancestral witches, the human race lives in the upper realm, and certain matters are inconvenient for you to act upon." Though Zhang Nian spoke in a rather vague manner, Di Jiang understood the underlying meaning. After thinking for a moment, he did not pursue the matter further, for Zhang Nian's words were indeed factual. The witch clan cannot freely ascend to the upper realm once they delve into the underworld. Otherwise they would suffer the backlash from the heavenly Dao. Once or twice it might be fine, but more than that, even the strong like Hutu would struggle to endure. Those in the same family know their own matters. Hutu had privately communicated with Di Jiang. She sensed an extraordinary opportunity in Zhang Nian. Therefore Di Jiang had to befriend Zhang Nian at all costs. Otherwise, given the witch clan's past behavior, Zhang Nian's actions of seeking the Azura clan would be akin to looking down on the entire witch clan. "You should go. Once you pass the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, do not follow the light orb, and you will see the endless blood sea." Di Jiang instructed, then added, "Whether you can find the old ancestor of the Mingi depends on your luck." Zhang Nian nodded slightly, not delaying any further. He formed a hand seal, and with a whoosh disappeared with. After Zhang Nian left, Gong Gong grumbled somewhat dissatisfiedly, "Does Brother Zhang Nian not trust our ancestral witch's strength? Alas, compared to the old ancestor of the Mingi, we truly are lacking." Even the usually stubborn Zhurong had to admit that without the saints, the old ancestor of the Mingi was indeed the strongest among those of the quasi-saint level. Especially with that strange aura of blood and slaughter. Even though the witch clan is born fearless, it still made the ancestral witches feel a headache. After all, even if you burst the opponent with one punch, the next moment, they could reappear out of thin air. They could exhaust you to death. What do you all think it feels like to attain sanctification through the laws? Zhu Meng frowned and asked his lingering doubts. He had cultivated the laws of wood for an immeasurable time and believed no living being could surpass him in this path. Yet even he felt confused. To comprehend the laws, how does one do so? It is said to break the law with strength. How does one break it? I don't know about your situations, but since the witch clan entered the underworld, I have been able to feel a deeper understanding of the laws, but it has also come to a halt. As he spoke, Zhu Meng's expression became somewhat grim, and his tone grew increasingly somber. "It feels as if there is no path ahead." Hearing Zhu Meng's words, Di Jiang tightened his brows and looked at the other ancestral witches, only to see most of his brothers wearing troubled expressions. "Could it be that I am comprehending too slowly? Why do I feel that my understanding of the laws has become more refined in recent days?" A dissonant voice rang out, and the ancestral witches turned to see Zhurong scratching his fiery bald head, a somewhat embarrassed smile on his lips. "I feel the same way." Gong Gong raised his hand, casting a disdainful glance at Zhurong. The two witches exchanged a look and turned their heads away in contempt. Di Jiang's pupils constricted, faintly sensing something, yet he said nothing. Meanwhile, Zhang Nian was also experiencing the feeling of reincarnation. The passage to the 6 paths of reincarnation shimmered with white light, and ahead was a colorful orb rotating rhythmically, emanating an inexplicable allure. It should be about time. Cautiously glancing at the nearby light orb, Zhang Nian remembered Di Jiang's instructions. He immediately urged his magical power and dashed to the side. Before long, a bloody and murderous aura disturbed the mind. Zhang Nian formed a hand seal and glanced at the endless blood sea with its blood-colored waves. He swallowed hard internally, cursing to survive here for so long. The old ancestor of the Mingi is indeed a formidable character. Thinking this, Zhang Nian straightened his neck, gathering all his magical power, and shouted at the blood sea, "Zhang Nian, disciple of the human teaching, seeks an audience with the old ancestor." His voice echoed continuously in the void, yet there was no response. Even Zhang Nian was somewhat puzzled. Surely the old ancestor of the Mingi should come out to meet him. Woo-woo! Before Zhang Nian could react, he heard a series of piercing sounds coming from behind. A ray of golden light gently descended, enveloping Zhang Nian entirely. When he looked up again, Zhang Nian blinked, confirming, in surprise, the Xianhuang ruler. Filled with joy and a hint of emotion, this was indeed his senior brother's heavy affection. However, after receiving the Xianhuang ruler, Zhang Nian's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of coldness. He roughly understood that this was the old ancestor of the Mingi testing him. Looking at the fierce souls surging continuously above the endless blood sea, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Nian's mouth. Another show of force. If it were something else he might truly retreat, but if it were fierce souls, he could deal with them to the point that the old ancestor of the Mingyi would feel the pain. At this thought, Zhang Nian flipped his palm upward, and a verdant green gourd suddenly appeared. The green spirit gourd swiftly flew out, its body shimmering with dazzling white light, while the mouth of the gourd scanned the fierce souls upon the blood sea like a searchlight. Any fierce soul that came into contact with the light was absorbed into the green spirit gourd in a single. Zhang Nian with his keen eyes noticed that with each fierce soul absorbed by the green spirit gourd, a thread-like blood evil energy was drawn from the blood sea into the gourd. It was so subtle that without careful observation one might not even notice it. Truly cunning. Zhang Nian could roughly guess the intent of the ancestor of the River of Souls. It could truly be said that the essence of being alive was embodied in this matter. The strand of blood evil energy inside the gourd could be seen as a life left behind by the ancestor of the River of Souls in the chaotic world. Even if the blood sea were to dry up, he could rely on Zhang Nian's gourd to live once more. One must not underestimate this item. It truly was formidable. It is no wonder that Hongjun was reluctant to let the ancestor of the River of Souls attain sainthood. Truly, being alive wastes spiritual energy, while being dead wastes land. It was all just a nuisance. After a while, Zhang Nian, feeling somewhat impatient, pouted and said, "Since the ancestor of the River of Souls does not wish to meet, I shall take my leave." What a pity such a splendid opportunity for sainthood is wasted. As he casually threw down this remark, Zhang Nian turned to leave. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, the space before him suddenly blurred, and by the time Zhang Nian reacted, a pair of large hands had appeared on his shoulder. What opportunity for sainthood? Are you serious? Is there really a chance to attain sainthood in this world? Zhang Nian's pupils contracted as he beheld the ancestor of the River of Souls, whose entire being was crimson red, exuding a blood evil aura with small horns sprouting from his head, and a look of urgency on his face. Seeing that Zhang Nian remained silent, the ancestor of the River of Souls grew anxious, tightening his grip. What is this opportunity for sainthood you just mentioned? Zhang Nian understood that he had touched upon the core issue of the ancestor of the River of Souls. He smiled and did not engage with that topic, instead speaking slowly. "Ancestor, I came here regarding the alliance between the human race and the Azura race." Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the River of Souls understood and furrowed his brow, glancing at Zhang Nian. After some consideration, he finally spoke. "This matter is not possible." Now it was Zhang Nian's turn to be bewildered. This shouldn't be the case, right? He had thrown down his trump card. The ancestor of the River of Souls had actually overturned the table. In the next moment, Zhang Nian seemed to understand and tentatively asked, "Is the ancestor worried that leaving the blood sea might cause trouble?" As far as he remembered, the ancestor of the River of Souls had some narrative in the early chaotic times, but in the later period he simply vanished without a trace. Moreover, the actions of Buddhism in suppressing the ancestor of the River of Souls appeared unreasonable. It seemed more like utilizing the endless blood sea to accumulate merit. After all, as long as the blood sea remained, the ancestor of the River of Souls would not die. And yet the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha uttered, "I vow not to attain Buddhahood until the hells are empty." Just think about it carefully. Between the two, a perfect closed loop was formed. You liberate your souls while I produce mine, and in the end it turned out that the West gained merit, while the ancestor of the River of Souls was perfectly confined within the endless blood sea. Human brat changer conditions. The ancestor of the River of Souls was too lazy to argue, furrowing his brows as he urged, "Since the ancestor is unwilling, I have no other demands." With that, Zhang Nian turned to leave, only to find that his body couldn't move. Looking down, he was shocked to see several pairs of large hands reaching out from the blood sea, firmly binding his legs. This ancestor of the River of Souls was indeed a shameless character, intending to keep him here forcibly. Ancestor, aside from teaching humans, I am also a godly officer conferred by the Holy Mother of Earth. As he said this, Zhang Nian shrugged with a smile, his tone teasing, "It's no trouble if you keep me. But if it delays important matters in the underworld, I fear the Holy Mother of Earth will come to demand me." Upon hearing the mention of the saint's intervention, a hint of hesitation flashed across the ancestor of the River of Souls' face. He truly wanted to know about the opportunity for sainthood that Zhang Nian spoke of. Indeed, he could not leave the endless blood sea. Of course, he was also afraid that the Holy Mother would come to settle accounts with him. Good boy. The ancestor of the River of Souls straightened his face, his red hair swaying with the flow of his aura. Then he waved his hand, and the restraints on Zhang Nian completely dissipated. "The Azura race cannot leave the endless blood sea, and I, the ancestor, will not cooperate with the human race." Seeing that the ancestor of the River of Souls still would not relent, Zhang Nian was about to refuse when he noticed the ancestor flipped his palm, revealing a crimson gourd suddenly appearing in his hand. "But you should be interested in this." Zhang Nian disdainfully curled his lip, glanced over, and found his gaze could no longer leave it. Goodness! The 99 soul-dispersing gourd. Isn't this the one belonging to Ancestor Hongjun? How did it end up in the hands of the ancestor of the River of Souls? Gulp. Zhang Nian swallowed hard. He was indeed tempted. There are a total of 7 gourds on the innate gourd vine. 3 were obtained by the 3 pure ones, 1 by Nuwa, 1 by Hongjun, 1 by Donghuang Tai, and the most important blue gourd was taken by Hongjun. But this item is an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. This deal seems not to be a loss. This. Zhang Nian found himself hesitating. Principally, he desired the 99 scatter soul gourd. However, he was acutely aware that individual capabilities were ultimately limited. Although the demon clan would not organize another large-scale attack in the short-term, Dijun was not a benevolent ancestor. I'm afraid that won't do. After much hesitation, Zhang Nian still voiced his refusal. Even the ancient ancestor of the underworld river, accustomed to the hypocritical faces of innate beings, was somewhat at a loss. The person before him actually refused a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Hee. With a light chuckle, the ancient ancestor of the underworld river scrutinized Zhang Nian, and then teased with a smile, "In the vast wilderness, beings like you are indeed rare." Zhang Nian, however, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. "Ancestor overpraises me. This opportunity for sanctification is indeed related to the human race." Human race? Kid, do you think I am an innate being just born into the world? The ancient ancestor of the underworld river narrowed his eyes, releasing a faint aura of killing intent, while 2 blood-wrapped long swords behind him buzzed and trembled. Clearly, if Zhang Nian did not clarify the situation, these dual swords, Ubi and Yuan too, would certainly make him aware of the significant worth of being the first beneath the sage. Do you know how many heavenly Dao sages there are currently in the vast wilderness? Zhang Nian maintained his composure, a confident smile on his face. As long as the ancient ancestor of the underworld river held an obsession with sanctification, he could remain undefeated in this endless sea of blood. There are already 8, the 3 clear ones, the 2 saints of the West, Nuwa Ho Tu and Dao ancestor Hongjun. As he spoke, the ancient ancestor of the underworld river's gaze suddenly sharpened, his tone grave. "The Dao ancestor said the sages of the vast wilderness begin at 1 and culminate at 9. However, the great Dao has 50, transforming into 4 nines. Remove 1 and the number of sages should be 8. Swish in the void, 2 beams of sword light streaked across, revealing the ancient ancestor of the underworld river, holding a sword in each hand poised at Zhang Nian's throat. If you came here just to mock this old ancestor, perhaps it has been a while since the endless sea of blood had fresh souls injected. Ancestor, you are mistaken. There are 7 heavenly Dao sages. 7. The ancient ancestor of the underworld river's brows twitched, a glimmer of hope emerging in his heart. After all, with 1 less sage, there could be 1 more opportunity. And he, the ancient ancestor of the underworld river, was the most likely to break through that barrier. Little do you know, the sanctification of Ho Tu is a grand aspiration set before the great Dao. Who? Hearing this, the ancient ancestor of the underworld river took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Nian, his heart hopeful for what would come next. Yet as he spoke, Zhang Nian shifted the topic, a smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. "Ancestor, do you know why?" The ancient ancestor of the underworld river was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Nian to ask such a question, and fell into deep thought. If he remembered correctly, during the time at Zixiao Palace, Dao ancestor Hongjun had clearly stated that the great Dao of the vast wilderness had already slipped away, and to attain the status of Sage 1 must become a heavenly Dao sage. It was evident that the situation had changed, or perhaps according to Zhang Nian's assertion. Dao ancestor Hong, seeing the ancient ancestor of the underworld river's old face twisted in confusion, yet unable to provide an answer, Zhang Nian quietly glanced upward, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the endless sea of blood belonged to the earthly realm, and the heavenly Dao could not pry into it. Zhang Nian slowly revealed the answer, because beneath the heavenly Dao no other sages are permitted, and Hongjun is the heavenly Dao. Impossible. The ancient ancestor of the underworld river instinctively denied it, but then his eyes widened, and he slowly closed his mouth. Did the ancestor think of something? Zhang Nian seemed to intentionally or unintentionally glance at the 99 scatter soul gourd in the ancient ancestor's hand. The death of ancestor Hongjun also consumed 1 sage position. The number of sages beneath the heavenly Dao has decreased from 8 to 7. In other words, the Wu clan should have no sages. With this statement, even if the ancient ancestor of the underworld river was skeptical, he had no retort. For Zhang Nian's analysis was all based on truth. He was even one of the culprits behind the death of Hongjun. Now does the ancestor still believe that one can attain the position of sage beneath the heavenly Dao? A single sentence shattered the ancient ancestor's long-held fantasies. Seeing the ancient ancestor of the underworld river fall silent, Zhang Nian continued, "Yet the heavenly Dao is unpredictable. There are still two paths remaining in the vast wilderness that may lead to sanctification. What? The ancient ancestor of the underworld river widened his eyes, and after a moment of thought he understood that the two paths Zhang Nian spoke of were the paths of humanity and earth. He then sneered contemptuously, the path of humanity and the path of the earth are weak and feeble. To think that this alone could make me leave the endless sea of blood is laughable. Moreover, isn't your human race also subordinate to the heavenly Dao? That is indeed the case, Zhang Nian readily admitted. Whether it was Nuwa or Laozi, they were all heavenly Dao sages, but the human race cannot forever remain beneath the heavenly Dao. As soon as Zhang Nian finished speaking, he was met with endless mockery from the ancient ancestor of the underworld river. Weak beings, do you dare to dream of overturning the heavens? Even I, the old ancestor, do not dare to say I have escaped the heavenly Dao, let alone you. As he spoke, the ancient ancestor of the underworld river cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Nian, his tone contemptuous. You're merely a great Luo, Xianxian, and do you think you are worthy? This old fellow truly would not release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. Ancestor worthiness is determined by effort. Zhang Nian was not the least bit angry, his tone calm. To break the law with strength is incredibly difficult. To slay the three corpses is even harder, and the misty sea of blood bears no merit. These three statements corresponded to the three paths to sanctification that Hongjun had once described. Now they were all blocked before the ancient ancestor of the underworld river. Killing is a great Dao, yet it is also difficult to achieve Dao. To slay the heavens, the earth, and all beings. If the heavens do not collapse, and the earth does not tilt, and all beings do not perish, then killing cannot succeed. As for slaying the three corpses, the ancient ancestor of the underworld river had already reached the pinnacle of Kwasasang cultivation, having long since slain the three corpses. One was bound to the Ubi sword, another entrusted to the Yuan Tu sword, and the third was affiliated with the 12-petaled karmic fire red lotus. These were not of the same root, hence this path was also cut off. The final path of merits and evidence was even more absurd. If the ancient ancestor of the underworld river could purify the sea of blood and release the countless vengeful souls, there might be a glimmer of opportunity. But this was tantamount to breaking his own back, not to mention whether Hongjun would even grant this opportunity. Sigh. Deeply exhaling, even the ancient ancestor of the underworld river did not believe. Yet Zhang Nian's next words ignited the once dormant heart of the ancient ancestor of the underworld river once more. For a being of your innate nature, the path to sanctification is essentially blocked. What exactly are you trying to say? At this point, the patience of the ancestor of the Ming River had worn thin, and his gaze towards Zhang Nian gradually became unfriendly. Anyone would feel impatience when their secrets were laid bare before them, let alone the ancestor of the Ming River, the first under the nominal saint. The human race might provide the ancestor with a fourth path. Each word struck with a resonant clarity. The ancestor of the Ming River's eyes bulged slightly. His gaze was firmly locked onto Zhang Nian's confident smirk. A fourth path? What path? The answer lingered in the depths of the ancestor of the Ming River's heart, yet he dared not speak it. But, what if? Ultimately, greed began to stir within him, and after a moment of contemplation, the ancestor of the Ming River finally spoke. What path? Sanctification through incense offerings. Sanctification through incense offerings. The ancestor of the Ming River was bewildered. Since his inception, he had never heard of such a method for attaining sanctity. However, Zhang Nian seemed oblivious to the confusion on the ancestor of the Ming River's face, and continued. By being worshipped by the human race, establishing temples and statues, the masses generate the wish power of incense, condensing a divine kingdom, forging a holy position with boundless faith, also known as Saint of Faith. Saint of Faith. A term unfamiliar, a method strange. Even the ancestor of the Ming River could not help but reveal a look of skepticism. How do I know whether what you say is true or false? Zhang Nian shrugged nonchalantly, his tone sincere. This method cannot be verified, but it is the only option available to the ancestor at present. Indeed, Zhang Nian himself was not entirely convinced. Sanctification through incense offerings was merely a concept from later generations. Truth and falsehood no one could ascertain. Yet the human race truly needed a reckless enforcer. Given the current situation, the ancestor of the Ming River was undoubtedly the most suitable enforcer for the human race. Moreover, although the human race worshipped Nuwa Laozi and Tongtian nominally, it was not to honor the heavens, but to repay a debt of gratitude. There lies a fundamental difference. Even if all three were saints of the heavenly Dao, the human race worshipped them for their aid to humanity, not for the heavenly Dao behind the three saints. At least up until now, the human way had always been a separate path. As time passed, Zhang Nian finished speaking, and the ancestor of the Ming River pondered silently for a long while, without uttering a word. Knowing that haste would not yield results, Zhang Nian refrained from saying more. Whether to remain in the endless sea of blood or venture forth for a gamble, depended solely on the ancestor of the Ming River's own considerations. After a long while, "Old ancestor, I possess an endless sea of blood, what do I have to fear?" A bold voice suddenly rang out, and as he turned, Zhang Nian saw the ancestor of the Ming River wearing a proud expression. With a flick of his wrist, he casually tossed the Jojo Sanhan gourd, which traced an elegant arc through the air, landing in Zhang Nian's palm. "This treasure is granted to you by the ancestor, should I discover you deceived me, humph." Swish. As he spoke, the ancestor of the Ming River wielded his dual swords, creating a flourish in the air with the bloodthirsty aura piercing into his nostrils. Zhang Nian wrinkled his nose, forcing a smile, and silently stored the Jojo Sanhan gourd into his divine sea. This was indeed a precious treasure. While collecting the treasure, Zhang Nian's thoughts began to churn. The fact that the ancestor of the Ming River was willing to bestow this heavy treasure upon him was likely a gesture to draw him out. After all, the method for achieving sanctification ultimately relies on the human race. As allies, Zhang Nian decided to reciprocate, bowing to the ancestor of the Ming River. "Thank you, ancestor, for your righteous assistance. The human race shall not forget your kindness." Having said that, Zhang Nian's eyes twinkled, and he continued. "Ancestor, the Shura race should not emerge. Ooh, I have a good place in mind, please decide." Do tell." The ancestor of the Ming River contemplated for a moment, acknowledging Zhang Nian's words. The Shura race thrived on the endless sea of blood, and leaving the bloodthirsty aura for too long would jeopardize their foundation. The 18 layers of hell in the underworld have countless gaps. Although not true deities, they still enjoy the merits of the earthly path, making it a suitable place. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Ming River laughed heartily, squinting his eyes as he teased Zhang Nian. "You little human, if the ancestor hadn't granted you the Jojo Sanhan gourd, you probably wouldn't have brought this up." Meeting those wise eyes, Zhang Nian smiled, sheepishly thinking, "Who would the executioner of the 18 layers of hell serve, if not me? If it weren't for the formidable strength of the Shura race rivaling that of the witch race, he wouldn't have invested so heavily." With this thought in mind, Zhang Nian respectfully continued, "Ancestor, the human race. Rest assured, with the ancestor here, unless a saint personally intervenes, no one in the wilderness can threaten the human race. It's done." Zhang Nian's heart soared. The reason he brought up sanctification through incense offerings had another crucial point. The saints achieved through incense offerings fundamentally rely on the power of belief, which is the foundation. Once the belief collapses and the foundation is severed, the cultivation will dissipate. Therefore, as long as the ancestor of the Ming River becomes one of the beliefs of the human race benefiting from it, he would be forever tied to the great ship of humanity. With the ancestor of the Ming River presiding over the human race, they would be in an undefeated position. Next, Zhang Nian planned to exert his utmost efforts to promote the earthly path. The foundation had already been established, and the human way was silent. The only force left to contend with the heavenly Dao in the wilderness was the earthly path. With this in mind, Zhang Nian glanced at the God-sealing list in his divine sea. A remarkably audacious idea crossing ears began to germinate in his mind. When Zhang Nian arrived at the human settlement with the Mingyi ancient patriarch, the upper realm had already undergone a transformation. Under the direction of architect Wang Gang, rows of stone houses were laid out with orderly precision. From above, the settlement had begun to assume a tangible scale. Zhang Nian felt a genuine warmth of satisfaction. Though he had employed tricks, it was nonetheless these endearing folk who had built it brick by brick. Zhang Nian, boy, the human race has made fine progress. At that moment, the Mingyi ancient patriarch resembled a child slipped free from home, his gaze skittering about. I cannot recall how many years have passed. In those days, the human people ran naked across the hills and fields. He laughed at his own recollection. Back then I used to mock the humans. Even the unawakened insects among the Yao tribes knew to cover their private parts with feathers or scales. The humans, ha! This is precisely the excellence of the human race. Zhang Nian interjected, earning a puzzled look from the Mingyi ancient patriarch, as if to say he was belittling them. So how had this boy turned it into praise? Zhang Nian explained with a smile, generations of summary, generations of progress. The human race has clothes to cloak the body, nests to sleep in, and the spark of life. The Yao you speak of remain those who only know to hide themselves with feathers. His words fell with ringing force. Even the Mingyi ancient patriarch regarded Zhang Nian with renewed attention, sensing that the man before him was somehow different. The precise nature of that difference could not be put into words. Cheerfully, he followed Zhang Nian toward the central Swearing clan, though his gaze drifted unconsciously to the tall structure to the north. As if catching a faint impression of something, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. He murmured to himself, the Western sect. Back when Zhixiao Palace stood, I wanted to kill those two scoundrels, but I never found the chance, and now they have become their own force. Brother Zhang Nian. Midway through his stride, a warm call rang out. Zhang Nian and the Mingyi ancient patriarch halted as three figures sprang up and hurried toward them. Brother Zhang Nian, thanks to Brother Wang Gang, our people finally have houses of their own, and they are marvelously. Swearin split into a broad grin, and when he noticed another person following Zhang Nian, he glanced aside instinctively. You have brought a fellow disciple from Kunlun Mountain. Even Swearin's stout heart faltered when he beheld the Mingyi ancient patriarch, a body of crimson coiled muscles, a scarlet face and fangs, and stark white hair, tinged with a thread of blood-omen chi. The Shiluo clan had been fashioned in the image of the Mingyi ancient patriarch. His true form was hardly handsome. This one is. Swearin withdrew his gaze. Even a single look made the unusual pressure radiating from the man. Before Swearin could speak, Xian Du stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, Hail, Mingyi ancient patriarch. I am Xian Du of the human teachings. My master often says that in the primordial wild the myriad beings are countless, yet you are a singular existence. The Mingyi ancient patriarch laughed, and hearing such flattery from a senior disciple of the human teachings, he waved it away. The Shiluo and the human race are allied. There is no need for such ceremony. I shall remain here henceforth to watch over you. Watch over the human race. Xian Du's eye twitched as he reappraised this foremost aspiring saint. The expression on his face betrayed a mix of astonishment and incredulity. He would have believed anyone who said the Mingyi ancient patriarch had come to exterminate them. Xian Du shifted his glance to Zhang Nian as if to ask, did you really bring this fellow back? Zhang Nian shrugged and smiled carelessly, then leaned close to the Mingyi ancient patriarch and murmured, Ancient patriarch, the first rule of receiving offerings is to present a benign image. He pointed at the 3 clay effigies standing below and added, see. Would you mind taking on a likeness like the Mingyi ancient patriarch curled his lip in displeasure. Taking everything in, Zhang Nian explained, you are not the same as these 3. Saint Nuwa is the mother of the human race, though our people venerate her to repay a debt of gratitude. My master founded the human teachings and receives the people's incense offerings, which is only natural, Zhang Nian went on. And Saint Tontian once saved our people from slaughter by the Yao tribes. That too is an act of gratitude. He raised his voice slightly. But you are different. You are the guardian saint of our people to be worshipped for generations. Besides, given your status, standing shoulder to shoulder with these 3 would carry a fine symbolism, would it not? Indeed. The Mingyi ancient patriarch's eye shone. To stand alongside the 3 saints would make him effectively the 4th saint the human race should thank. The image formed in his mind, and the Mingyi ancient patriarch did not hesitate. His figure shimmered and began to change. In the blink of an eye, he took the shape of an old man with white hair and a long beard, clad in a purple Taoist robe. Though his features remained stern, they no longer inspired dread. Seeing this, Zhang Nian quietly gave a thumbs up behind his back and stepped aside. Only then did the 3 of the Swearing clan draw near. As the Mingyi ancient patriarch transformed, Xian Du had recited the newcomer's origins and strength at length. When he heard that this figure was unique below the saints, Swearing grew excited. He knew better than anyone how desperately the human race needed such help. Ancient patriarch, he'll take you to taste the foods our people cultivate, and he'll have my people erect your effigy, at once placed exactly beside the 3 saints. What? Side by side? Absolutely. After Swearing and Yuchao clan welcomed the Mingyi ancient patriarch back to the human fold, Xian Du flashed to Zhang Nian's side and said in a low voice, Junior brother, the Shiluo clan is allied with the human race. What is your intention? Zhang Nian pondered for a moment, then decided to confide his plan to Xian Du. The latter's devotion to the human race had earned Zhang Nian's trust. Senior brother, the human way lies dormant. Our people are weak. Calamities are rising. The Yao tribes, the Western powers, peoples from beyond the heavens. Who can say what dangers await? Zhang Nian paused, then continued. I only wish to find a few more avenues for the human race to survive. He cast a long look skyward and gave Xian Du a subtle signal before adding, Junior brother still has duties to fulfill. The dirty business of being a God-sealing officer is no easy task. At that remark, Xian Du's gaze hardened, and he inclined his head without a word. He already understood Zhang Nian's plan, yet his heart was filled with anxious concern. The underground. Could it truly stand against the heavenly Tao? Brother Zhang Nian, what are you doing? Come quickly and see the stone houses built by our human race. Zhang Nian and Xian Du exchanged smiles. It's truly wonderful, Zhang Nian couldn't help but exclaim, his memories surging back. I remember when I first met Brother Sui Ren, our human race had nothing. In the blink of an eye, the world has changed. Xian Du's eyes suddenly brightened, feeling that his junior brother truly deserved to be the inventor of the human script, as just 4 words evoked a sense of time's passage. Junior brother, the human race will only get better and better. Xian Du smiled in agreement. Yes, it will get better and better. Although Zhang Nian echoed the sentiment, his heart remained tense. Facing the 3-way forces formed by the Westerners' demon race and extraterrestrial humans, even Zhang Nian felt a headache. Fortunately, the present strength of the human race was sufficient to withstand risks. It also allowed Zhang Nian some room to exert himself. The two made their way to the resting place. Stacked firewood flames rising the air was filled with the charred aroma of ripe pumpkins and corn. Old ancestor, you are a primordial mighty being, so you wouldn't mind this. Please try this, it is all grown by our human race's children. Sui Rin smiled, flattering them as he handed a corn cob to the old ancestor of the Ming River. This is quite good, the old ancestor of the Ming River glanced at it, but his divine sense swept over the entire human resting place. He was utterly astonished with the Tai Chi diagram above his head, and standing on the nine heavens soil, surrounded by the Excalibur array. What danger could this human resting place possibly have? Looking at the unfamiliar vegetation before him, though seemingly ordinary, contained great mysteries. Each piece of fruit was filled with a trace of primordial spiritual energy. Though it wouldn't lead to a complete transformation, the old ancestor of the Ming River saw that the human resting place was covered with such fruits. Good heavens! Was this still the wild man I saw back, then running wildly across the mountains? The foundation of the human race. Even the Azura race wouldn't dare claim to rival it. Amidst the shock, the old ancestor of the Ming River felt some surprise as his gaze turned to Zhang Nian. Was this kid really here to seek protection for the human race? After all, there was a serious discrepancy between reality and the physical objects. It was no wonder the old ancestor of the Ming River felt suspicion. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Nian had not seen through it, while Xian Du was aware, but felt the human race was still weak, so he remained silent. If the old ancestor is pleased, that is excellent, Zhang Nian agreed, then spoke earnestly. Old ancestor, I will soon preside over the sealing of the divine land. I hope the old ancestor will support the human race more. Such a blessed land indeed benefits me from the human race. The old ancestor of the Ming River waved his hand, revealing a hint of cunning in his eyes. Hearing this, Zhang Nian raised his eyebrows, quickly realizing and hurriedly explaining, Old ancestor, these are merely external objects. Not to mention the Tai Chi diagram and the nine heavens soil. The Excalibur array was borrowed from Uncle Tongtian for the human race, and will eventually need to be returned. I see. Zhang Nian seized the opportunity, noticing the old ancestor of the Ming River nodding slightly. He knew he had managed to defuse the situation. Suddenly, the old ancestor of the Ming River's gaze sharpened, turning towards the north. Interesting. The seemingly casual remark instantly drew everyone's attention. Following the direction of his gaze north of Buzhou Mountain, Zhang Nian's heart raced as a name popped into his mind: Zhang Zidong. He instinctively asked, did the old ancestor perceive something? Xian Du beside him held his breath, faintly sensing a ripple in the space. I have spent too long in the endless sea of blood, making me overly sensitive to killing intent. It's nothing, it's nothing. The old ancestor of the Ming River raised his hand and shook it casually, biting into a piece of corn and tasting it. Little did he know that his words had sent a shock through Zhang Nian. There is killing intent north of Buzhou Mountain. At the same time, north of Buzhou Mountain, in front of Little Spirit Mountain, you two remember, two groups of people will come with different spatial coordinates. Do not mix them up, Zhang Zidong said, turning his gaze to Zhou Fei and Li Changxing in front of him. Both were disciples from the Western sect here to assist him in completing the task. However, Zhou Fei's task was to accompany the 50,000 people with the demon race's spatial coordinates to sacrifice to the demon race, while Li Changxing was specifically arranged by Zhang Zidong. After all, the latter also knew that secret, and Zhang Zidong did not wish for the other to live too long. Senior brother Huijue, the Western sect's methods are not suitable for everyone. Have you considered? Shut up. As soon as Zhou Fei opened his mouth, he was met with a scolding from Zhang Zidong. As a disciple of the Western sect, how dare you speak carelessly about the sect? Zhou Fei wanted to speak again, but was pulled by Li Changxing beside him. Alright, get out of here, quickly go to the coordinate location. Delaying the matter of the sage will be lightly punished by killing you. The two clasped their hands and exited Little Spirit Mountain. At the city gate, Taoist Li, this isn't a solution. The Western sect's methods are strange. Zhou Fei frowned, his right hand constantly slapping his thigh. The captain has changed, and the teammates have all changed. This Western sect's methods are indeed problematic. Sigh. Li Changxing deeply sighed, casting a wary glance around. I know. Does the official trust you now, or trust me? Haven't you realized that the one key return function we have within us is not working anymore? Saying this, Li Changxing lowered his head in silence, staggered to his feet, and patted Zhou Fei's shoulder. Here there is no Taoist Li nor any communication soldiers. Unless we survive until the instance time ends, we cannot go back. Remember, surviving is more important than anything else. With his voice falling, Li Changxing leaped up, the long sword behind him shooting out like a streak of light. Survive. Yes, survive. When the instance time ends, reveal everything to the public. Zhou Fei clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips turning white, veins bulging. On the other side, after Zhou Fei and the others left, two beams of light darted in outside the small spirit mountain, revealing Philian and city. The overwhelming demonic aura spread throughout the great hall, causing Zhang Zidong to shiver unexpectedly as he cautiously wore a smile. The two demon saints, if you go north from Mount Buzhou for another 10,000 miles, I have left a mark there. City ignored Zhang Zidong and turned to Philian beside him, as tracking was not his forte. Philian closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and soon opened them, nodding slightly at City. Good. With Philian's confirmation, City casually tossed out a celestial herb and said fiercely, "This was given to you by the Demon Emperor, and let me remind you, the 100,000 humans can be more, but cannot be less." With that remark, the two demons quickly exited the small spirit mountain. Zhang Zidong gently caressed the leaves of the spiritual herb in his hand, his gaze becoming increasingly fierce. As day and night alternated, the ancient wilderness knew no years. Li Changxing stepped on his flying sword, seeking a secluded place, yet his heart remained restless. He was originally a direct disciple of Mount Shu. Had he not sought greater celestial fortunes, he wouldn't have forsaken his foundation to enter the ancient wilderness. He had refrained from speaking as the Western Church resembled the Buddhism he heard about in Mount Shu. With faith and incense as the source of their teachings, they cultivated the cycle of reincarnation. Since entering the Western Church, Li Changsheng had been unable to grasp its essence, ultimately abandoning its practices, leading to his rejection by the spiritual mountain. Considering his own situation, Li Changsheng understood the reason Zhou Fei was dispatched. Almost all the colleagues who returned with Zhou Fei had undergone fundamental changes. They seemed to have become followers of the Western Church, already forgetting their official identities. This was evident from their cultivation levels. When Li Changsheng entered the ancient wilderness, he was at the foundation establishment stage, and although he had now reached the golden core, it was not due to the Western teachings, but rather the abundant spiritual energy in the ancient wilderness. And those people, the lowest among them, had already reached the celestial immortal realm, having stepped into the threshold of cultivation. If that's the case, there's danger. Li Changxing had survived in the perilous Mount Shu dungeon with his mortal body by relying on his judgment of danger. And this time he had perceived some clues from Zhang Zidong's every move. Logically speaking, a team of 100,000 people, even if occupying a single spatial coordinate, shouldn't take multiple attempts to teleport. There was absolutely no need to split into two completely opposite directions. Furthermore, the sect chose him and Zhou Fei to handle this matter. Family members know their own affairs. Li Changsheng had almost become a marginalized figure in the Western Church, and Zhou Fei was similarly so. The most unsettling point for Li Changsheng was the secret he knew. Ever since he learned that Zhang Zidong was valued by the sage, Li Changsheng realized that the secret had been exposed. However, since entering the dungeon, his understanding of the ancient wilderness had remained at the level of the Western Church. He did not dare to make judgments lightly. Judging solely by the sage's regard for Zhang Zidong, one could only say that the existence of the Emperor's sword was significant. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng's gaze involuntarily turned towards the fertile land in the south. After arriving at the small spirit mountain, he had inquired extensively, expanding his knowledge, and learned from some people in the city that there was a barren refuge in the south. It was said to have been built by the first explorer Zhang Nian upon entering the ancient wilderness, and was exceptionally dangerous. Is it really dangerous there? Li Changsheng pondered deeply. The official narrative had painted Zhang Nian as a remorseless traitor, and most of what he heard were negative accounts. However, after all this, Li Changsheng suddenly had the desire to see the south. But for now, Li Changsheng did not wait near the coordinates as agreed, but instead hid in a cliff. He did not know how much time had passed. Buzz, a gust of air surged from the north, stirring up fierce winds. On the cliff, Li Changsheng was instantly awakened, holding his sword horizontally across his chest, yet his gaze was fixed on the sky in the north, shrouded in blood mist. That is, he saw a gigantic crimson sword standing tall in the firmament with blood-red demonic energy winding around the sword's body. Whether it was his illusion or not, Li Changsheng faintly heard the wails of humanity in the wind. The north. That is Zhou Fei's direction. Li Changsheng widened his eyes, hurriedly summoned the device within him, and found Zhou Fei's chat window. Zhou Fei, is there something happening at your end? Zhou Fei. A series of messages went unanswered, causing Li Changsheng's heart to sink completely. Without hesitation, he quickly contacted the official. This is Adventurer 155, Li Changsheng. Has Adventurer 56, a Zhou Fei, been confirmed dead? Also, have the humans who transmitted in today died one after another? I am at the number 3 transmission coordinate, and Zhou Fei is at the number 4 transmission coordinate. An anomaly occurred there, seemingly under attack. A stream of messages bombarded the official, and Li Changsheng turned to look at the spatial coordinate point a few miles below him, his chest heaving violently. No, this place is not suitable for long stays. Just as Li Changsheng was about to step on his sword to leave, a cold voice suddenly echoed above him. Former master, you were sent to retrieve someone. Where do you intend to go? In that moment when Li Changxing met Zhang Zidong's gaze, he saw the intent to kill. Zhang Zidong's lips curled slightly, revealing a sinister smile. I wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. That was a powerful being from the demon race summoned by Zhang Nian, and with a single strike, 5,000 compatriots were buried. I have already reported this to the authorities, so there is no need for you to worry about it. His voice grew increasingly cold, and Li Changxing's heart sank. Zhou Fei is dead, now it is his turn. Are you not afraid that I will activate the return function? I have some standing with the authorities. Li Changxing held his neck high, desperately suppressing any signs of weakness. However, Zhang Zidong waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead and use it. Seeing Zhang Zidong's expression as though he could see through everything, Li Changxing's pupils shrank. It appeared that everyone was in the same predicament. I suppose your return function has also failed, right? Zhang Zidong squinted, waving his hand, and the demon-breaking staff appeared in his palm, glowing with golden divine power. This color, once a symbol of virtue, now appeared to Li Changxing like a death warrant. It was too risky to enter the primal chaos back then. Li Changxing slowly closed his eyes, preparing to greet the arrival of death. Unexpectedly, a hearty laugh echoed through the void. Ha, the old ancestor have not seen such overwhelming intent to kill in a long time. This is interesting. Oh, it seems you just mentioned Zhang Nian. When Li Changxing opened his eyes again, he saw an elderly figure with an ethereal presence gazing at him from the clouds. Most importantly, he heard the elder mention Zhang Nian. It seemed he must know him. Without thinking of anything else, Li Changxing shouted, "Please, old immortal, save me. This person is harming the human race, and wants to smear Zhang Nian's name." Once these words were spoken, Zhang Zidong felt an immediate sense of unease. The elder appeared unassuming, yet he passed by overhead, without even being noticed by Zhang Zidong, a golden immortal. Realizing this, cold sweat silently trickled down Zhang Zidong's neck, and he dared not act recklessly, hurriedly clasping his hands in greeting. I have met the old immortal. I am Hui Ju, disciple of the Western sect, saint of prescience. The old ancestor of the River of Souls squinted his eyes and casually remarked, prescience. Indeed. Joy flickered on Zhang Zidong's face. This person recognized his master, which meant they must be acquainted and perhaps would give some face to the saint. Haha, just right. I can't touch prescience, so he'll just kill his two disciples for fun. As the words fell, a chilling intent filled the surrounding void, and the old ancestor of the River of Souls flashed, wielding two long swords. In a flash, two beams of sword light tore through the void, and before Zhang Zidong could react, the demon-breaking staff erupted with golden light. With a resonant hum, blood-red malevolence surged like waves, looking at the sword's edge that was gradually piercing the barrier. Zhang Zidong's pupils constricted in panic, and he shouted, "Master, save me." Master? The old ancestor of the River of Souls revealed a sinister smile, flicking his wrist lightly. The sword's edge pierced straight through the barrier toward Zhang Zidong. Just as the sword was about to pierce Zhang Zidong's neck, a green bamboo shot out from the void. With a gentle flick, it deflected the abyss sword. River of Souls, I did not expect you to have emerged as well. The old ancestor of the River of Souls narrowed his eyes, glancing at the compassionate and kind-faced prescience holding the Buddha seal, and sneered. How would I know that the Western sect has sunk so low as to collude with the demon race to slaughter the human race? Speaking of which, the old ancestor clicked his tongue in disdain, and then raised his gaze. Tisk, it's quite similar to back in Zhixiao Palace. The West indeed produces talent. Even though prescience had been a saint for many years, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger at this moment. River of Souls, do you think I can't handle you? Saying this, the seven-treasure marvelous tree behind prescience blossomed with colorful light, exuding an aura that indicated he was ready to strike at any moment. The old ancestor also want to see if this so-called seven-treasure marvelous tree, which claims to cleanse everything, can wash away the malevolence from these abyss and Yuan slaughter swords. The old ancestor of the River of Souls held the sword with both hands, and a blood-red lotus suddenly bloomed above his head. Prescience's gaze sharpened slightly. 12th grade karmic fire red lotus. Two figures were locked in a stalemate. Prescience was not incapable of overcoming the old ancestor of the River of Souls. The main issue was that this thing was truly repulsive. The 12th grade karmic fire red lotus generates karmic fire, specifically burning causal sins, serving both offense and defense. Touching it would ensnare one in karmic retribution, and with his virtue, he naturally did not wish to touch such filth. Not to mention that the old ancestor of the River of Souls was formed from the source of an endless sea of blood. As long as the blood sea existed, this thing would not perish. Killing it would be pointless. Prescience took a deep breath, lamenting that he had not brought the 12th grade virtue golden lotus bestowed by his elder brother. As with this treasure, to suppress it, the old ancestor of the River of Souls would surely not dare to act recklessly. As for the matter of the demon race slaughtering the human race, our Western sect was unaware. As for you, Prescience cast a disdainful glance. With the calamity rising, I advise you to take care of yourself. After saying this, Prescience turned to the two below. Huiju Jingwu, return to Spirit Mountain with me at once. Yes. Zhang Zidong did not wish to linger, agreeing, and quickly moving to Prescience's side. Moi. Prescience looked in surprise at Li Changxing, who had not moved an inch, his voice carrying a hint of anger. Jingwu. As soon as Li Changxing spoke, Zhang Zidong grew frantic. If Li Changxing escaped, the secret would surely be. Zhang Zidong pressed his lips together, his gaze flickering uneasily. Only he knew the secret, even before the sage himself, and revealing it now would undoubtedly draw Zhuanti's retribution later. No, he could not speak. To preserve his image in the sage's eyes, Zhang Zidong resolved to remain silent. Simultaneously, he resolved that if the truth ever surfaced, he would shift all blame onto Zhang Nian, claiming Zhang Nian had threatened his family. Meanwhile, Zhuanti glared furiously at Li Changxing. Have you truly considered this? Without the Western sect, this Honglong. Before Zhuanti could finish, a booming, mocking laugh rose from below. Mingyi Patriarch's voice echoed across the void. Ha ha. There are still the Human Chan and Jia sects beyond your Western sect. Your Western sect. Tisk tisk tsk. Humph. Zhuanti let out a low, resentful grunt, casting a sidelong glare at Mingyi Patriarch, before gesturing sharply and departing with Zhang Zidong. Many thanks, Immortal Elder, for your timely rescue. Haha. Mingyi Patriarch gave a dry chuckle, then cast a knowing glance toward Li Changxing, who still remained prostrate in obeisance. It is only because this old patriarch has lately cultivated virtue that I intervene. As for you, young one. Mingyi Patriarch recalled Zhang Nian's parting instruction. The key to attaining sainthood through incense offerings lay in sincerity, the single essential character Cheng. The human heart was simple, meet it with sincerity, and it would reciprocate in kind. In the end, Zhang Nian had distilled this truth for Mingyi Patriarch in one sentence. The human race is inherently benevolent. If you treat them well, they will return your kindness without fail. Reflecting upon this, Mingyi Patriarch sighed inwardly. Since his emergence into existence, he had never once heard a word of gratitude. Even his own Azura clan trembled before him, each encounter marked by trembling reverence. A subtle warmth seemed to fill a long, empty hollow within him. His tone softened as he murmured, Zhuanti, that old wretch, is no paragon of benevolence. Why not accompany me back to the human realm settlement? Many thanks, Immortal Elder. Li Changxing replied, deeply grateful, having already intended to journey southward. Meanwhile, within the Qinggong Palace atop Kunlun Mountain. What? An underworld incense official? Does such a title even exist? Duo Bao jutted out his plump belly, his face nearly brushing against Zhang Nian's mouth. Not yet, but soon enough. Zhang Nian pushed Duo Bao aside with an exasperated sigh and explained. Truth be told, he had conceived this plan shortly after the underworld's establishment. The human race required time to flourish, the underworld needed space to expand. These two imperatives did not conflict, and as the underworld's appointed Taoist official, Zhang Nian resolved to transplant the entire posthumous bureaucratic system directly from later eras. He would establish an incense department within the underworld, appointing incense officials both among mortals and in the nether realms, to bridge the yin and yang realms, granting peace to the departed and solace to the living. In essence, dream-guided messages, paper offerings, each amplifying the underworld's influence across Honglong. Among the myriad races of heaven and earth, must there not be ancestral spirits awaiting reincarnation within the underworld? Reincarnation required orderly cues. Yet what of those spirits burdened by karmic debt, who urgently needed purification or punishment before rebirth? Incense offerings became the sole variable. For instance, a spirit destined for the animal path might seek rebirth in the celestial path instead. With sufficient ancestral incense offerings, its status could be upgraded, and its queue position expedited. And what of those whose bloodlines had long since ended? Spirits of the Phoenix and Shilin clans yearning for early or auspicious rebirth. That too was simple. If celestial incense was unavailable, one could disclose the hidden locations of clan treasures instead. In short, the underworld offered unparalleled service: bring treasure, bring incense, and receive royal treatment. This was precisely why Zhang Nian had come to the Jia sect. Entrusting such a sophisticated task to the Wu clan would almost certainly end in failure. Though the Jia sect's disciples were primordial beings, proud and self-assured, they valued personal bonds. Zhang Nian needed only secure the highest authority. All subsequent coordination could be delegated to Duo Bao. With that thought, he swiftly outlined his entire plan to Duo Bao. It centered on constructing a vast incense offering system, igniting enthusiasm among Honghuang's sentient beings, and delineating the tangible benefits the Jia sect's immortals would reap. Brother Cultivator, your idea is truly. After listening, Duo Bao stared dumbfounded before finally managing daring beyond imagination. Other aspects held little interest for him, but the prospect of unlocking treasures hidden by the Phoenix and Qilin clans stirred deep excitement. Who did not know that during the Dragonhan calamity these three clans had reigned supreme across Honglong? Concealed somewhere, perhaps in some forgotten crevice, lay rare heavenly herbs and treasures unknown to outsiders. If he found them, hey. At that thought, Duo Bao couldn't suppress a mischievous grin. His face flushed, his entire being electrified with fervor. As he slapped Zhang Nian's shoulder hard, "Brother Cultivator, rest assured. The Jiesect alone can accomplish this. Why refuse advantage when it presented itself?" Moreover, becoming an underworld incense official placed one outside the function list, freeing one from constraint while adding security and conveniently sparing several Jiesect quotas. Duo Bao readily agreed. "Brother Cultivator, I must state plainly this post carries peril. It may draw assaults from the Yao clan." The Yao clan. At Zhang Nian's words, Duo Bao's brow furrowed slightly. Conflict with the Yao clan at this juncture would prove most inopportune, not out of fear, but concern over entanglement in their karmic entanglements. Indeed, Zhang Nian nodded gravely. The incense department serves two purposes: first, to elevate the underworld's influence across Honglong; second, to counter the Yao clan. Zhang Nian revealed the full truth. This very danger was why he'd come to Kunlun Mountain. Were it not hazardous, would this post not better suit human tribal youths? This matter may require reporting. Duo Bao frowned, his voice hesitant and fragmented. Before he could finish, a cold, resonant voice pierced the void. "Nephew Zhang Nian, you've returned." At that sound, Zhang Nian shuddered involuntarily, stiffly turning his head to meet Tongtian Patriarch's storm-darkened gaze. His heart plummeted with a sickening thud. "Have I offended my senior uncle?" "No, I haven't." Unbeknownst to him, ever since Zhang Nian left Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian had sensed an inexplicable tribulation aura clinging to his own body. Though harmless to Tongtian himself, that faint tribulation aura would inevitably disrupt the Jiesect's tranquil equilibrium. How could he not seethe with anger? Connecting recent events, Tongtian quickly deduced the source. The day he lent the heaven-scourging sword array, its use had inadvertently seeded calamity. His fury thus spilled over onto both Zhang Nian and Yuanshi Tianzuan. "Greetings, senior uncle. I, your humble nephew." Zhang Nian stammered, flustered, less by guilt than by the terrifying chill radiating from Tongtian's visage, sharp as countless blades, freezing him speechless. Seeing Zhang Nian's distress, Duo Bao hurriedly interjected. "Master Brother Zhang Nian comes bearing official posts from the underworld for our Jiesect." "Bearing?" At the word bearing, Tongtian's brows relaxed slightly as he turned his gaze toward Zhang Nian, seeking confirmation. "Yes, yes." Zhang Nian bobbed his head rapidly like a chick pecking grain, terrified any delay might invite his senior uncle's affectionate attention. "At least you've retained a shred of conscience, boy." With that, Tongtian turned without another glance and strode away. Zhang Nian scratched his head, bewildered, and glanced helplessly at Duo Bao. Duo Bao, equally perplexed, finally shrugged and muttered, "You'll get used to it." After briefing Duo Bao, Zhang Nian set off towards the underworld. Upon entering the underworld, more than a dozen figures approached. Zhulong directly clasped Zhang Nian's shoulder, as if reunited with a long-lost brother. "Brother Zhang Nian, recently our brothers have captured many true spirits of the demon clans. Take a look." Saying this, Zhulong snatched the Book of Life and Death from Daijing and handed it to Zhang Nian. Zhang Nian's sharp eyes noticed the Book of Life and Death seemed thicker than before. This was evidently unusual. The number of true spirits should correspond proportionally, with reincarnations balancing each other out. Unless they were innate beings like Dijuan, born of heaven and earth, which would increase the names on the book. But this did not make sense. Even in the vast primordial world, such a significant thickening was unreasonable. Pondering this, Zhang Nian took the book and began to investigate its divine sense. As he flipped through the pages, names of myriad clans across the heavens passed before him. "Brother Zhang Nian, what are you?" Zhulong glanced at Zhang Nian with confusion, then walked slowly to Daijing's side, murmuring with a displeased curl of his lips, "I don't know, but it might be related to the sudden emergence of 50,000 human true spirits recently." Though their voices were low, Zhang Nian heard clearly. 50,000 human true spirits. Impossible. Privately, Zhang Nian had asked, swearing sure. The demon clan's invasion caused only hundreds of casualties among humans. Where did these additional souls come? With a snap, Zhang Nian closed the Book of Life and Death, turning his gaze to Daijing. "Ancestor, which Daijing, what exactly is the situation with these 50,000 human true spirits?" Daijing shook his head and pointed to nearby true spirits. Unknown, but they all appeared in the underworld simultaneously. Then Daijing shifted tone. They were not originally on the Book of Life and Death. Only upon appearing here did their names manifest without origins or past records. Zhang Nian nodded blankly, realizing where these humans came from. Beyond the heavens. Like himself, they originated from worlds outside the main realm. He also concluded a principle: those from beyond the heavens who die in the vast primordial world would likewise enter the underworld. Much like computer code, when unfamiliar external code is suddenly input and runs through the original program, it eventually integrates completely. How did they die? Killed by the demon clans. Demon clans. Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow, recalling that the demons were allied with the Western Alliance. Why would they slay 50,000 outsiders? Indeed. While Zhang Nian was still stunned, Daijing continued, the Book of Life records the karma of their deaths attributed to Dijuan and his subordinate demon saints Sight and Philian. The laws of heaven and earth are just: merit and karma do not descend without cause. The involvement of Dijuan confirmed the latter's participation. Zhang Nian quietly noted this crucial clue and began to form a direction in his heart. I have come to expand the underworld's influence in the vast primordial world. As soon as he finished, 11 pairs of eyes turned sharply toward him, some confused. Zhang Nian continued, previously I spoke with Ancestor Witch Daijing that under the heavenly way the Witch clan could never attain sainthood. Yet after entering the underworld your cultivation remains capped at the peak of the quasi-saint stage. I believe it is because the earthly path has just emerged, its roots too shallow to support any saint except the late earth saint. I know. Zhulong suddenly slapped his thigh. Once the earthly path rises, our cultivation can break through. Rarely did Gonggong not refute Zhulong, instead lowering his gaze to ponder. Among the 11 ancestor witches, Gonggong and Zhulong showed the most evident growth in their understanding of the laws, even subtly surpassing eldest brother Daijing. Yet even so they had not yet touched that threshold. Hearing Zhang Nian's explanation, now everything fell under the heavenly way. His comprehension of the laws had stagnated. After entering the earthly path, progress was made, but not enough to attain sainthood. This perfectly matched Zhang Nian's reasoning. The other ancestor witches shared this sentiment, turning to await Zhang Nian's solution. Zhulong ancestor witch is right. Praising him briefly, Zhang Nian then said, the underworld previously ran on merit and karma. I propose adding a new factor: incense offerings. Incense offerings. The ancestor witches were momentarily stunned, unaware of what incense offerings entailed. Incense offerings are the manifestation of living beings' heartfelt wishes. I intend to establish an incense office in the underworld to connect the upper and lower realms. Upper realm beings could contact their ancestors' true spirits below through the incense office. And lower realm true spirits wishing for earlier reincarnation and relief from karma could likewise achieve this through their descendants' incense. Brother Zhang Nian, Daijing timely interrupted. How would the underworld know whose incense it is? Through true spirit plaques. Zhang Nian slowly uttered the words, explaining, descendants create plaques for their deceased ancestors, inscribing names and birth dates. The incense office then records these. And what about those without descendants? Zhu Juyin, who had remained silent, flashed a sharp light in his eyes, gazing meaningfully at Zhang Nian. Whom they can exchange for it using celestial treasures stored in the upper realm. Saying this, Zhang Nian bowed slightly to the ancestor witches with a shy smile. Esteemed ancestor witches, my human clan is frail. May we receive these heavenly materials and treasures. Take them freely. Zhulong was the first to wave his hand, speaking boldly. We cannot use them anyway, Gonggong muttered quietly. The witch clan cultivates their physique, absorbing killing energy. Heavenly materials clash with their bodies, rendering them of little use. At least you are honest. Zhu Juyin squinted slightly, but did not refuse. Daijing stepped forward, patting Zhang Nian's shoulder. Brother Zhang, Nian, you helped the witch clan escape the calamity. Take some treasures as you wish. Thank you. Zhang Nian accepted without hesitation. Seeing all ancestor witches agreeing, he raised his head and shouted into the void. I wonder what the late Earth Saint thinks. A tremor shook the space, emitting flickers of golden light. Soon a clear and cold voice responded, granted. The underworld trembled again, and beside the 10 Yama palaces a towering pavilion arose. On it were inscribed the 3 bold characters, Incense Office. From this moment forth, true spirits in the cycle of reincarnation may queue with incense offerings, choose among the 6 paths, and reduce their penalties. The Incense Office will grant all true spirits a chance to contact their descendants in the upper realm. Specific methods for the Incense Office will be detailed and the regulations published at the Yama palaces for true spirits to observe. Whooshed! As Zhang Nian's words ended, true spirits swiftly flew toward the Incense Office. Demon clans, the base tribe. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Many young clan members meditating inexplicably felt drowsy, slipping into dreams as their consciousness relaxed. In their dreams, countless ancestors long dead scolded them harshly and demanded that they erect plaques bearing detailed information, such as names and birth dates. When the dreams faded, dawn had broken. Many bays were shocked, exclaiming, I dreamed of my father who was killed by the witch clan. Me too. Is it asking you to make a true spirit tablet? Yes. Does it say it must be worshipped every day? Indeed. The Bei's disciples exchanged glances, shock plain on their faces. So shall we make one? Or, the voice was tiny, yet it reached the ears of every Bei's disciple. In an instant the horde of Yao bowed their heads. Everyone understood Difu stood for the Wuzhu, and the enmity between Yao and Wuzhu spanned hundreds of thousands of years. If the Yao Emperor learns of this, he will surely fly into a rage. Yet Yao are not unfeeling things. Who among them is without sentiment? Why not worship it secretly? Just as the Yao hesitated, a voice, seemingly from nowhere, sounded, and countless Beis lifted their heads to look at one another. In the next instant, a flash. Figures darted forward, spacing themselves apart. In the trees one could hear the dry rustle of splintering wood as wood chips drifted like snow. The same scene repeated across the Hongjun continent without cease. Time uncounted, and after a while in the Lingshao Palace of the 33 Heavens. A wooden tablet struck the jade floor, and shattered with a sharp crack, splinters flew. The Yao gathered in the hall shrank their necks, and bowed lower, fearful of Dijun's gaze. Who will explain to me what this thing is? The roar reverberated through the hall again and again, yet no Yao dared step forward to answer. Most of the Yao present recognized the wooden tablets. At first they wanted to intervene. After all, the Yao court represented the Dao, and as members of the Yao, they must distance themselves from Difu. But they themselves were innate beings born of heaven and earth with no parents, which did not mean those beneath them shared the same origin. Beis. The voice thundered like a bolt. From among the horde, Beis forced a bitter smile, and shook his head. What was coming could not be avoided. I am present. Perhaps already disillusioned with the Yao court, a Beis stepped from the ranks like a puppet on strings, cupped his hands to the Yao Emperor Dijun at the front, and fell silent. As leader of the Beis, do you have nothing to say? Dijun's voice was icy, edged with interrogation and a gathering heat of anger. I know I have shamed the Yao court. I am guilty. Beis tried to speak in defense, but seeing Dijun's sullen expression, he swallowed every word. His knees buckled, and he prostrated himself. I did not ask whether you were guilty. Dijun drew a deep breath, plainly provoked by Beis's defeatist mien. His tone softened only to cut sharper. I ask how to break this impasse. Dijun's fury stemmed from Hongjun, the Dao ancestor who had informed him of the matter, and flayed him with scornful words until he was shamed to the bone. Especially that sentence, if you Yao Emperor can do the deed, do it. If you cannot, I will find someone who can. The barb burned Dijun crimson with humiliation. All this time, he had been preoccupied with gathering materials to forge the Tu Wu sword. His thoughts had hardly been on the lower realms. He had not expected Difu to create such a commotion in silence. Dijun was no fool. Even the disciples of his own Yao sages were not exempt. He feared that across Hongjun, among the myriad tribes of Zhutian, any wet-born or egg-born living thing might have a wooden tablet honoring Difu in its dwelling. After a long wait, the hall remained silent. Dijun looked down. Bei still knelt with his forehead pressed to the jade, and a sudden inferno flared in Dijun's chest. With a clap, the front table split. Dijun rose abruptly and swept the assembled Yao with a cold gaze. Good. Very good. His words were like a slap, landing hard on the horde's faces. This vast Yao court, and not a single Yao dares to speak. At that, the gathered Yao shrank lower, as if students trying to dodge being called upon. I will give you a suggestion. A curve of malice touched Dijun's mouth, his eyes flashing kill intent. Kill. Kill. The Yao looked puzzled. Kill whom? Kill into Difu. Had they not agreed to wait until the Tu Wu sword's forging was complete before striking the underworld? Why had the plan been hastened? The disobedient Yao are a burden to our people. One disobedient kill one, a crowd disobedient kill a crowd. At those words, whether the 10 Yao sages or the other great Yao all widened their eyes and stared at Dijun. Their looks held a measure of estrangement. As leaders, they knew their clan's affairs, while the majority of their disciples already maintained offerings, not because they loved their ancestors any more than others, but because they themselves would one day face the same. If they did not prepare today, tomorrow's successors would not either. In former days, one blamed death on insufficient strength. Now, though the body may perish, the soul will be taken to Difu to reincarnate. In the present age of the Yao, who could claim their claws were clean? Who among them had not slain 1 or 2 lives? Life in the upper realms already kept them uneasy. In the lower realms, a soul must continue to repay karma and endure suffering. Leaving a measure of incense and offerings is also leaving oneself a way out. But Dijun's words made it plain: obey or die. Dongwang Tai. Just as the Yao bowed in sullen grief, Dijun gave no time for dissent, and turned to the brothers standing at the hall's side. You are to oversee all 10,000 Yao, find one case, and execute on the spot. Your servant obeys. Dongwang Tai's face betrayed no feeling as he cupped his hands and took the order. With the Yao problem set, there remained the myriad tribes of Zhutian. To secure his position as Yao Emperor, Dijun displayed an iron fist. Order it out. Whoever among the Zhutian dares to worship a true spirit wooden tablet is in opposition to my Yao court. He spoke, and the cold aura assaulted the faces of the assembled Yao. Difu governs reincarnation. Does that mean my Yao court cannot govern the living? Whoever disrespects us kill. At the last word the Yao trembled like chaff and replied in unison, meticulously, we obey your decree. When the dust settled, Dijun turned to see Ai Tai and Fei Lian with a sullen face. When will the next batch of humans from the outer heavens arrive? The two Yao shuddered and stepped forward in formation, reporting to the Yao Emperor. The Western sect led by Jiao Huijua says we must wait a little longer. Specifics. At that feeling, the Yao Emperor's gaze hardened, as if turning to ice. A few beads of cold sweat slid silently down the temples of the two Yao. How the things of my Yao are not so easily taken. Dijun sneered. Tell him, if he cannot procure them, do not blame me for moving against the humans in his territory. We obey. Ai Tai and Fei Lian exhaled in relief and retreated without a sound. Meanwhile, Baze, who had lain prostrate from the start, felt his heart die within him. He could already foresee that the successive edicts would only sow discord within the Yao and among the Zhutian tribes. Rule by slaughter was crude and effective, but it would bring biting backlash. Honghuang's lands were already the Yao's to devour, yet Dijun's recent commands would generate a tidal wave of karma. Karma is to be repaid. Heaven and earth are just. In that moment, Baze resolved that when he went to meet his clansfolk, he would no longer create new karmic slaughters for the sake of the Yao court's hollow honor. At the same time, the demon clan was resolutely suppressing the development of the underworld in the southern region of Buzhou Mountain. Duobao, who had long discussed with Zhang Nian, arrived at the human race's dwelling place with a group of junior disciples. The sword array of extermination crafted by our master strikes fear into the hearts and minds of all who behold it. Duobao involuntarily puffed out his chest as he gazed at the extermination sword array encircling the human race's dwelling, appearing quite proud. Indeed, master is unrivaled in the way of formations. Recently, my junior sister has been deeply inspired and has gained much insight. Yinshao nodded in agreement from behind her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Duobao. A calm voice drifted over, and the disciples of the Jie sect turned to look, only to see a black death swiftly emerging from the human race's dwelling. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before the group of immortals. I greet you, senior brother Xuandu. Upon recognizing the visitor, the Jie sect disciples bowed respectfully to the young man clad in a dark robe. No need for formalities. Why have you come to our human race? Xuandu replied with a smile, waving his hand before inquiring. Junior brother Zhang Nian mentioned that there is an urgent need for help in the underworld due to a position related to incense offerings. Hence I led the disciples of the Jie sect to assist. Duobao puffed out his belly, explaining with a smile. Deep down, he felt that a great opportunity awaited them on this journey. Oh! Xuandu's eyes brightened, his heart clear as a mirror, yet he smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, in that case, thank you all for assisting my human teachings. Senior brother is too kind. The Jie sect disciples all returned the courtesy. Duobao interjected, speaking of which, it is indeed our Jie sect disciples who have benefited from junior brother Zhang Nian's assistance. Or are all three teachings present here? A robust, teasing voice rang out from above the clouds, causing everyone to turn their heads. I greet you, ancestor. Xuandu was the first to bow, then turned to Duobao, who looked confused, and whispered, this is the ancestor of the River of Souls. The ancestor of the River of Souls. A hint of astonishment flickered in Duobao's eyes, and he hurriedly turned to give Yinshao and the others a knowing look. They all bowed respectfully to the figure above them, saying, we greet you, ancestor. Haha, no need for formalities. The ancestor of the River of Souls waved his hand, casually smiling as he glanced over the three teachings disciples, praising, not bad, well-grounded and decent cultivation. Truly the renowned disciples of the three teachings. You honor me too much, Xuandu, the senior brother of the three teachings, replied, though his gaze swept past Li Changxing, who stood beside the ancestor of the River of Souls. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. This person's cultivation method seemed to bear the marks of the human teachings practices, which was quite peculiar. To this day, only Xuandu and Zhang Nian were the disciples of the human teachings. In a flash, Xuandu seemed to recall something and smiled, saying, is it that the ancestor? Haha, interestingly, this young man of the human race is actually a disciple from the West. The ancestor of the River of Souls wore a smile, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, upon hearing the West, Xuandu's expression tightened. But that is no longer the case now. No longer the case. What does that mean? Xuandu looked up in confusion, gazing at the ancestor of the River of Souls. No matter how one viewed it, the Western teachings had two sages, and no being would be foolish enough to withdraw from them. Furthermore, would the sages really lower themselves to such a degree? On the contrary, Duobao's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he had just heard some extraordinary news. Heavens, so one can actually withdraw after joining a sage's sect. Moreover, one can still live to tell the tale. Behind him, Zhao Gongming couldn't help but mutter. Duo Bao suddenly turned around, and the two exchanged smiles, both reading the meaning of "you understand me" in each other's eyes. That is because this ancestor has a kind heart, and save this young man. Upon hearing the ancestor of the River of Souls say this, the immortals couldn't help but twitch their lips. If this figure before them truly had a kind heart, then the entire primordial world would likely be devoid of any great villains. A little inquiry would reveal that the ancestor of the River of Souls, famed for the endless sea of blood, was notorious as a god of murder, with a single act of killing proving the way his ferocity surpassed that of 99.99% of all beings in the primordial world. He was undoubtedly a supreme authority in the primordial realm. However, that being said, the tone of the ancestor shifted, and the immortals immediately perked up their eyes wide like copper bells, as if to say there's more to the story. The ancestor of the River of Souls rolled his eyes, then turned to the upright standing Li Changsheng and asked, "I seem to recall that there was another disciple from the Western teachings who wanted to kill you. Could it be because you intended to withdraw from the Western teachings?" Phew. Li Changsheng sighed in relief. He was genuinely afraid that this group of immortals would dig deeper. This was indeed a good excuse, and he quickly followed the ancestor of the River of Souls' lead, saying, "Your Excellency's calculations are superb." "It is indeed so." Superb calculations. Xuandu's eyes narrowed, glancing at Li Changsheng with a slight, not a look of "just as I suspected" on his face. Moreover, when the ancestor of the River of Souls had posed the question, Xuandu's divine sense had been observing Li Changsheng all along. For a brief moment, the change in Li Changsheng's breathing was remarkably evident. Clearly he had lied. At this moment, Xuandu began to believe the ancestor of the River of Souls' statement about saving the one before them out of kindness. A person pursued by his fellow disciples willing to offend a sage to escape the Western teachings. Xuandu did not make a fuss. Instead, he raised his hand and gestured to the immortals. "Ancestor, junior brothers and sisters, let us first go to our human race's dwelling place to rest." "Thank you, senior brother." Shortly after, wisps of smoke began to rise from the dwelling place. Faintly, one could hear the lively calls of Sui Ren. Meanwhile, Xuandu found a moment to call Li Changsheng to a secluded spot. "May I ask why you called for me, senior?" Li Changsheng bent low, his tone very sincere, appearing cautious. However, Xuandu was not swayed. His voice was cold. "Speak, what is your purpose for coming to the human race?" "You misunderstand, senior immortal. My strength is weak. What purpose could I possibly have?" Upon hearing this tone, Li Changsheng immediately panicked, thinking Xuandu had misunderstood, and hurriedly defended himself. "Heh." Xuandu snorted coldly, his gaze holding a hint of mockery. "For a fellow disciple to harm you, to betray your teachings, it would be impossible for you to survive until now to arrive here." As he spoke, Xuandu's gaze sharpened as he scanned the beads of sweat dripping from Li Changsheng's forehead, each word piercing, unless everything was intentional. "However, it is a pity that you seem to be a discarded pawn." Xuandu shrugged indifferently, his tone still icy. "The collaboration between the West and the extraterrestrial human race is not a secret. As for you..." Thud. Li Changsheng, drenched in cold sweat, felt his legs buckle and knelt down trembling as he said, "Senior immortal, it is because I know the secrets of the human race that I have been pursued by my fellow disciples. And that Zhang Zidong became the favorite disciple of the sage because of this secret. The secret of the human race. Zhang Zidong. Please go ahead and tell me." Xuandu's eyes flickered. With the comprehensive probing of his divine sense, he could almost ascertain that Li Changsheng was not lying at this moment. Then an interesting matter arose. A secret that could please the sage. Quite intriguing. Xuandu's heart blossomed with joy, though his face remained stern. Li Changsheng was seen lying flat on the ground, his voice coming through in intermittent bursts. "This secret concerns the human emperor's sword. It is said that the human emperor's sword is a treasure of the human race, inscribed with the runes of the human emperor's dominion over the 8 regions, with 3 jewels embedded in the hilt, representing the celestial emperor, the earth emperor, and the human emperor. To reconstruct the human emperor's sword, one must find these 3 jewels, sever the heavenly Daos bindings with human fate, and then the human emperor's sword can be formed." Having said this, Li Changsheng slowly raised his head, his gaze cautiously shifting. Soon he found himself staring into Xuandu's profound eyes. "Spare my life, immortal." Almost instantaneously, Li Changsheng lowered his head sharply, his forehead striking the ground with a dull thud. "Immortal, every word I've said is the truth. If I have deceived you, may I perish and be lost without a burial place." A strange silence ensued. When Li Changsheng dared to raise his head again, there was not a trace of Xuandu before him. Unbeknownst to him, our senior brother had blinked and arrived in the netherworld. With keen perception, he flew directly towards Zhang Nian's location. "Step aside. Souls of the demon race, gather closer. This is the latest script I've compiled. When the dreams are delivered, follow the lines as written. Do you hear me?" At that moment Zhang Nian stood atop a platform, made of stone piles, shouting into a large bronze horn, his face showing signs of impatience. This was due to the sharp decline in the offerings received by the Netherworld's incense department during this time. Zhang Nian found out through the space ancestor Emperor Jiang that it was the Heavenly Court that had issued a death order. Anyone who dared to offer to the Netherworld would die. Faced with such a self-destructive solution, Zhang Nian could only laugh. He inwardly gave Emperor Jun a thumb. Truly clever, this demon emperor is exceptionally astute. Before the battle has even begun, he first plows through his subordinates. There's no one else like him. Therefore Zhang Nian decided to add fuel to the fire. The Netherworld only needed to keep delivering dreams using emotional and moral coercion. Of course, the key was still the terrifying threat of the 18 layers of hell. Zhang Nian would not foolishly believe that the demon race would have any morals. They have committed acts of murder, and they would truly suffer the torments of the 18 layers of hell. This is also the fundamental reason why the Netherworld's offering plan has developed so rapidly. No being wishes to endure torture after death. After all, living is already quite challenging. Moreover, the script for the words in the hands of these demon souls was one of Zhang Nian's overnight strategies. It's quite simple, really. Since the demon race forbids offerings, then we shall not offer. Establish the Netherworld's incense department in the primordial chaos. There's no need for descendants to offer within their clans. They can simply bow sincerely towards the direction of the incense department every day. Now is not the time when the incense department was just established. After this period of development among the myriad races in the primordial chaos, anyone who has used a true spirit tablet has formed a unique incense network of their own with the Netherworld. Threads extend through the void, intertwining and reaching the Netherworld's incense department. Zhang Nian's move is called retreat to advance. It seems that the Netherworld has yielded. The demon court says offerings are not allowed, and the Netherworld here also does not impose mandatory requirements. In reality, the beings of the primordial chaos may lack morals, but most have awakened their spiritual intelligence. They know who treats them well and who does not. Once or twice, perhaps the demon race could use threats to force the myriad races to bow down. But that slight dissatisfaction has indeed taken root. Little by little it accumulates. In the end, all of this will transform into sharp blades aimed at Emperor Jun. Moreover, this time Zhang Nian had no intention of giving the demon race a chance to retreat to the mountain ranges. After all, without Gonggong's furious crash into the Buzhou mountain, Yuhua would not exist to mend the sky. The primordial chaos would not have split into 4 continents and countless small worlds. Zhang Nian, my clans by Zhe descendants, said that the demon emperor has ordered that anyone found offering shall be executed without mercy. Bring me 2 shaman, drag him down to the 18 layers of hell to wake up his senses. Zhang Nian waved his hand, not even glancing at the old demon before him. It was already a privilege for them to be given a chance to reincarnate. Had it not been for the usefulness of these demon race true spirits with Zhang Nian's temperament, these true spirits would have been sent to the abyss of hell without hope of rebirth. Junior brother. Huh. Zhang Nian dug in his ear, and his eyes widened in surprise as a robust figure suddenly appeared before him. Xuandu, senior brother. With a tone laced with surprise and confusion, Zhang Nian looked Xuandu up and down and asked, has something happened to the human race? When Xuandu came to the Netherworld to find him, Zhang Nian's first thought was of the human race. He couldn't help but feel anxious, his tone speeding up. No. Xuandu shook his head. Oh, if it's not, that's good. Zhang Nian couldn't help but smile, pulling at the corners of his mouth and shrugging nonchalantly. As long as the human race is fine, the rest can be shouldered by a higher sage when the sky falls. Junior brother, do you know about the human emperor's sword? The human emperor's sword? Well. The words trailed off, and Zhang Nian froze for 2 seconds. Wait, did you say the human emperor's sword? Xuandu nodded, half believing him. What the heck? The moment the voice fell, Zhang Nian suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixed intensely on Xuandu, instinctively asking, does the strange change not change? Huh, haven't you been to school? What about this? 3 Fades of Heaven Jiyue. Haven't you heard this song? You must know this. This year no gifts are accepted during the festival. Oh, only gifts are accepted. Looking at Zhang Nian's pair of eagerly expectant eyes, Xuandu swallowed and tentatively replied, 9 turns golden core. Well, verification failed. Zhang Nian muttered, glancing at Xuandu. The latter's eyes were now dazed, his lips moving seemingly in a state of apparent wakefulness, yet actual confusion. However, the hint of clarity in the corner of his eye was caught by Zhang Nian. Seizing the moment before Xuandu could react, Zhang Nian quickly bypassed everything that had just happened and asked seriously, senior brother, how did you learn about the human emperor's sword? Indeed, Zhang Nian was aware of the human emperor's sword. It is said to be a treasure passed down through generations of the human race, symbolizing the supreme treasure of humanity's independence between heaven and earth. However, after the Fengshen calamity, GFA deigned to lower himself willingly, calling himself the son of heaven, diminishing the human race's fate, causing the human emperor's sword to suffer damage. He vaguely remembered watching a TV drama at the time, and couldn't help but comment that GFA was not as wise as a sword. But in the primordial world, having not yet experienced the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and with a cultural gap from the outside, the news of the human emperor's sword should in theory be known only to him. Ancestor Mingi saved an outsider from the human race, claiming he fled from the Western teachings. The news was disclosed by him, and it is said that Zhang Zidong relied on this information to become a direct disciple of the Western teachings. Junior brother, do you know about the human emperor's sword? It sounds like a treasure of our human race. Junior brother. Junior brother. At that time Zhang Nian's eyes widened, his gaze vacant, but within he was churning with immense waves. Everything makes sense now. What exactly did senior brother say? The original words are said to be that the Ranhuang sword is a supreme treasure of the human race, and if the human path's fortune can sever the shackles of the heavenly path, then the Ranhuang sword can be forged. As Xuandu's voice fell, Zhang Nian's eyebrows twisted into a knot. Reforge the Ranhuang sword. 3 precious jade stones. Severing the shackles of the heavenly path, with human path's fortune. Zhang Nian understood these things separately, yet together they left him somewhat perplexed. The human race of the primordial era has yet to enter the age of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Moreover, it may remain so for a long time. Fuxi, who should have perished in the battle between the witch and the demon, is still perfectly well as a major demon in the demon court. The beginning of the 3 sovereigns is the heavenly sovereign Fuxi. Now that even the head cannot be raised, how could there be a Ranhuang sword? As for the 3 precious jade stones mentioned in the secret, that is even more of a baseless claim. Yet the last sentence deeply imprinted itself in Zhang Nian's heart. Severing the shackles of the heavenly path, with human path's fortune. Because Zhang Nian knows that the emergence of the Ranhuang sword signifies one thing. The human path stands independently from the heavenly and earthly paths, becoming the 3rd path capable of carrying sentient beings in the primordial world. Thus this sentence is what Zhang Nian recognizes the most throughout the entire passage. However, its practicality is not strong. Zhang Nian smiled and said, senior brother, the primordial world has never heard of the Ranhuang sword, let alone its reforge. Is that so? Xuandu did not dwell on this matter. Every being has its own secrets. However, Xuandu clearly remembered that when he mentioned the Ranhuang sword, Zhang Nian's gaze was filled with surprise. It was not the surprise at hearing about the Ranhuang sword, but rather at hearing it spoken from his own mouth. Thus the Ranhuang sword must be very important to the human race. Otherwise, why would those 2 masters from the west, upon learning of this news, travel thousands of miles to make their mark at Buzhou Mountain? Could it be that they harbored some unworthy thoughts? With this thought, Xuandu increasingly believed that he should protect the human race well. Since the master instructed him to accept 99 disciples, he would control the number at 98. This way he would be able to watch over them in their habitat. If that's the case, then I shall return, Xuandu said as he turned to leave. By the way, senior brother Duobao and the others are waiting for you in the habitat. This truly was an unexpected stroke of luck. Thank you for informing me. I will ascend shortly. The beings of the underworld still did not understand Zhang Nian's rhetoric. He had to keep an eye on matters here. Those stubborn members of the witch clan could not manage such intricate tasks. At least when Zhang Nian showed his rhetoric to Zhu Jioyin and Di Jiang. The expressions of the 2 Zhang Nian still could not forget to this day. They revealed a familiar clarity. Xuandu did not say much. His purpose for coming was merely to confirm whether the Ranhuang sword truly exists. Through Zhang Nian's reactions and expressions, Xuandu obtained the answer he sought. After Xuandu left, Zhang Nian could not help but be stirred with thoughts. Severing the shackles of the heavenly path, with human path's fortune, thus completely breaking free. The human race could be said to have firmly established its foothold. However, the key lies in. The chronological order of this method is erroneous. The reforge mentioned inside clearly refers to after the Ranhuang sword shatters. But the current primordial world has already undergone earth-shattering changes. Even Zhang Nian must conform to the grand trend, crossing the river step by step on stones. It seems I have still viewed everything too simplistically. Sighing, Zhang Nian turned to manage the incense department. Meanwhile, to the north of Buzhou Mountain, comrades, Zhang Nian has become a living demon. 50,000 lives just vanished like that. The officials detest this matter deeply, and you all must work hard to complete the sage's task. Only by increasing our strength can we take revenge. As Zhang Zidong raised his arm high, a sea of arms lifted up, the sound echoing through the skies, revenge. When the crowd dispersed, Ci Tai and Fei Lian had long been waiting in the Shaoling Mountain Hall. Seeing the 2 demons, Zhang Zidong immediately stepped forward. Greetings to the 2 demon saints. May I ask what brings you here? Looking around, Ci Tai disdainfully glanced at Zhang Zidong and said the Demon Emperor has ordered that the next batch of 20,000 humans must not keep him waiting too long. How long has it been? Zhang Zidong tugged at the corners of his mouth, feeling that the one from the Demon Court truly had a warped mind. Although he had promised to provide the Demon Court with 100,000 humans, the flow of time outside is vastly different from that in the primordial world. In a short period, it is absolutely impossible. Moreover, isn't it said that cultivators can live for thousands or tens of thousands of years? Why do these demons seem as if they are starving ghosts reincarnated? 2 demon saints, this matter may require long-term planning. After all, it isn't that simple for me. Before Zhang Zidong could finish, C.I. Tai's gaze sharpened him. C.I. Tai's robust figure took 2 steps forward, his pitch-black eyes revealing no emotion, but Zhang Zidong could still sense from the demon energy almost penetrating his nostrils that the answer to this question was indeed life-threatening. He immediately accompanied it with a smile, changing his words, "I will definitely expedite this. Certainly, I will expedite it." In fact, Zhang Zidong himself did not know if it could be done. After all, he could just speak well and delay. Delaying for 1,000 or 10,000 years. By that time, perhaps his cultivation would have risen to a level sufficient to contend with the demon race. C.I. Tai paused, turning to look at Fei Lian. Zhang Zidong did not misunderstand that for C.I. Tai and Fei Lian, a million years is merely a blink of an eye. They merely needed an answer capable of handling the Demon Emperor's wrath. "Next time we come, we either want to see a person or bring your head." After pondering for a moment, Fei Lian coldly fixed his gaze on Zhang Zidong's neck. "Rest assured, 2 demon saints, I would never dare to delay the matters of the Demon Emperor." Zhang Zidong immediately forced a smile, clasping his hands together, his body bending at a 90-degree angle, with a few drops of cold sweat dripping from his forehead onto the ground. Whoosh! 2 figures transformed into flowing light and shot into the sky. Meanwhile, many disciples of the demon race continued their training diligently. Yet they felt that mysterious sense of drowsiness again. In the Bai Zhe clan, the young clansman's eyelids trembled up and down, and in the last moment before closing they sighed, "My life-threatening ancestor has come to find me again." Then there was a thud sound as the entire beast lay on the ground. However, it was different from what was imagined. The underworld did not forcibly require them to worship the true spirit wooden tablets, but instead kindly allowed them to hand over these dangerous items to the incense department in the mortal realm. They only needed to bow in the direction of the incense department when they remembered their ancestors. Such a considerate action naturally earned unanimous praise from all the races in the primordial world. The earthly path also quietly developed in this back and forth. However, one sage was not very pleased. "Did you say that the Jigio's duobao brought inner and outer disciples out of Kunlun?" On the futon Yuanshi, Tianzuan frowned, listening to Yun Zongzi's report. "Master, I also heard that this time the official position is not on the earthly path's function ranking. It was an additional position granted to the Jiejiao by Zhang Nian." Bang! Accompanied by a wave of Qi Yuanshi, Tianzan's dissatisfied scolding echoed within the Yushu Palace. "A group of creatures that lay eggs in wet places and drink blood should even be worthy of this. Convey the order to the 12 golden immortals, immediately descend the mountain. Oh, I shall preach to the extraterrestrial human race." In the time of chaos, the Yuchong clan, under the jurisdiction of Qinyuan, was filled with cries for mercy. An elder with wings sprouting from his back and antennae atop his head gazed sorrowfully at the Eastern Emperor Tai in the sky. With a slight curl of his lips, Eastern Emperor Tai emitted a series of cold sneers. "No offerings. Are you implying that I have made a mistake in my judgment?" With a crisp sound, the trees in the forest began to ignite spontaneously. The orange-eared flames illuminated the elder's terrified face. "I dare not. I merely..." Before the elder could finish, a cold reprimand sounded from the sky. "To dare to disturb the underworld, this is your fate. There is no longer a need for your Sanhua butterfly clan to exist." As the words fell, the entire forest was engulfed in the blazing true fire of the sun. The orange-eared flames painted the sky as beautifully as dusk. In the clouds, Eastern Emperor Tai shook his hands as if they had been tainted by something foul, his eyes flashing with disdain. "How dare such lowly beings question me, Eastern Emperor Tai? Do you prefer to worship your ancestors? Wouldn't it be better to reunite in the underworld?" Recently, the number of spirits in the underworld has been steadily increasing, with many being bound by karma. As the cycle of reincarnation approached its critical point, Zhang Nian had no choice but to adjust policies according to the ranking of incense karma. However, before that, Zhang Nian wanted to make a move. "Saint of Hutu, this situation was instigated by the demon clan. Should we?" After a light reply, the figure of the Saint of Hutu transformed into specks of golden light and vanished. "Not the right time. Is the fire already at my eyebrows?" Sigh. With a deep sigh, Zhang Nian glanced at the numbers on the Book of Life and Death, which were rapidly approaching the critical line, his face filled with worry. According to the rules, these spirits still need to atone in the 18 layers of hell. But Did I really underestimate everything? At this moment Zhang Nian finally came to his senses. The underworld during the time of chaos and the underworld after the sealing of the gods are two entirely different concepts. The underworld of the sealing era operated under the rules of the heavenly path. Order existed, but it relied heavily on the suppression of the heavenly path. However, the heavenly path is not fully established now. The underworld is just beginning, and the human path is silent. In this chaos, establishing order is no easy task. But if I were to arbitrarily change the rules set by the underworld, would that not give the heavenly path an opportunity to intervene? Damn, is this actually a blatant scheme? Zhang Nian couldn't help but complain. Then his brain began to race, wondering if there were any good solutions for such issues in later generations. The rules cannot be changed. Zhang Nian did not want the heavenly path's hand to reach into the underworld. After all, this place is the last retreat he had reserved for himself. So the question arises, how can one punish these spirits while also fulfilling the reincarnation quota? Got it. Zhang Nian thought of the operational model of prisons in later generations, also known as labor reform. By labeling those spirits who have not yet met the standards but still need to be punished, they could become the labor force for human race construction in their next life. With a clear mind, he acted immediately. Zhang Nian stood up and shouted into the void. I report to the Saint of Hutu, I have a good plan to resolve the dilemma of the true spirits of the underworld being reincarnated. As his words fell, the void trembled slightly, and then Zhang Nian felt his mind surge. Suddenly, a single word appeared in his mind: approved. Thank you, Saint of Hutu, for your support. Zhang Nian clasped his hands in gratitude. This method would actually benefit the human race. The swift agreement of the Saint of Hutu also surprised Zhang Nian. Of course, since a decision was made, there must be corresponding measures on both sides. The reproductive capacity of the human race goes without saying. Carrying for 10 months is a calamity in later generations. But in the time of chaos, where the starting point is often hundreds of years, it can indeed be considered a prolific race. With absolute labor forces, Zhang Nian believes that the subsequent development of the human race will experience explosive growth. The more he thought about it, the more motivated he became. Zhang Nian stepped into the void and headed straight to the road of Yellow Springs. At this moment, countless spirits gathered before the incense office with a long line extending beyond sight behind them. Everyone. His voice resonated through the space, and in an instant thousands of gazes converged upon him. The Saint of Hutu appreciates your hardships, and due to the many restrictions imposed on you by the upper demon court, it has caused suffering among the living. As he spoke, Zhang Nian intentionally paused, sweeping his gaze over the line of spirits below. He noticed many spirits clenching their transparent fists, their faces filled with anger, clearly enraged by the actions of the demon Emperor Dejuan that led to the extermination of their kind. He then continued, the Saint of Hutu is willing to give you all a chance to be reborn as humans. Reincarnate into the human realm, endure hardships in the upper world, and after 100 years you may return to the underworld and re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. Reborn as humans. As soon as Zhang Nian finished speaking, the line of spirits erupted into commotion. Reborn as humans. I heard the human race suffers greatly. You little demon probably have never been to the human race. The current human race, TSK. Have you been there? Let's put it this way, even the demon emperor left with 2 hairs. Amidst the noisy discussions, Zhang Nian remained patient, waiting for the noise to die down a bit before speaking. This 100 years will be recorded in the book of life and death, and may also offset the karma on you. Hiss. Upon hearing this, countless spirits stirred again. I can do that. Yes, it's only 100 years. Then we can choose to return to the demon race afterwards. No, do you dare to cause trouble again? Seeing that the situation was approaching the desired outcome, Zhang Nian spread open the book of life and death and loudly shouted. Alright, as the slots are limited, it's first come, first served. Those who wish to sign up line up here, but just put your name down with me, and you can proceed to the 6 paths of reincarnation to be reborn. I. While Zhang Nian was busy attending to the matter of reincarnation in the underworld in the upper realm north of Buzhou Mountain, several unexpected guests arrived at the abode of the extraterrestrial human race in the Little Spirit Mountain. Junior brother, although the extraterrestrial humans are all full of vitality, their innate talents are rather lacking. In the clouds, Yun Zhongzi disdainfully glanced at the moving human race below and commented. Beside him, Guang Qingzi, with one hand stroking his beard, nodded in agreement. Senior brother Yun Zhongzi, while that is true, since the master has decreed, we must respect it. Swish. Zhang Zidong, disciple of the Holy One of the Western teachings, greets the 2 esteemed immortals. As the sound of breaking air came, Zhang Zidong peered out from the clouds, seeing the immortals descending, immediately bowed in greeting. May I ask why the 2 esteemed immortals have come to my human race? A disciple of a saint with the cultivation of a golden immortal. Yun Zhongzi glanced at Zhang Zidong, smiled mockingly. and turned his head not intending to engage. Seeing this, Guang Qingzi held back a laugh and stepped forward. We are disciples of the Chanjiao sent by the decree of the primordial saint here to accept disciples. Accept disciples. Zhang Zidong was taken aback. What a good thing. He was just worried about how to handle the matter with the demon race. Truly, it was a timely opportunity. However, despite the joy in Zhang Zidong's heart, a look of difficulty appeared on his face. After all, he was a disciple of the Western sect. To so brazenly allow disciples from other sects to come to their resting place was quite a challenge. It would be hard to explain this to the sage. With his eyes spinning, he said, "To immortals, this is the sacred ground of the Western sect where the sage imparts teachings, please." As he spoke, Zhang Zidong's gaze turned towards the two towering statues of the sages below, as if to say, "Look, the sages are watching us at all times." Yun Zhongzi and Guang Qingzi were also drawn to the sight. The two golden statues of Jane and Junti shone brilliantly under the sunlight, appearing almost lifelike. The half-closed eyes sparkled with light, as if they were truly observing them. Humph. Yun Zhongzi let out a muffled grunt, his gaze fixed on the crowd below. He had long recognized that these humans had not practiced the techniques of the Western sect. How could they claim to be disciples of the West? He retorted angrily, "Merely a golden immortal, how dare you mock us?" With that, his immense magical power burst forth, charging straight towards Zhang Zidong's face. Buzz. The demon-breaking pestle emerged from the top of Zhang Zidong's head, emitting threads of golden light. In an instant, it swept away Yun Zhongzi's magical power completely. Phew. Zhang Zidong let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he encountered an immortal who could not break through the defense of the demon-breaking pestle. After several encounters, he even began to doubt the authority of the sage in the primordial chaos. Otherwise, how could an immortal easily break the magical artifact bestowed by his master? Two immortals, this place is indeed the territory of the Western sect. Having suffered a hidden loss, Yun Zhongzi's anger grew even more, and his gaze towards Zhang Zidong turned unfriendly. The humans here have not practiced Western techniques. How can they be your disciples of the West? Or do you mean to say that the West no longer regards my Chan sect with any respect? Although Zhang Zidong knew little about the Chan sect, he could hear the underlying digs in Yun Zhongzi's words. With a smile on his face, he cupped his hands towards the two immortals and said, "To immortals, one cannot speak like this. This place was established by the disciples of the Western sect under the protection of the sage. Otherwise, with so many powerless humans, they would have been slaughtered by demons within a few days." This might be the smoothest matter Zhang Zidong had dealt with since leaving Lingshan. The two immortals before him had no way to handle him. Reasoning was futile. What a delightful feeling it was. However, Yun Zhongzi was completely unconvinced. "I will take in disciples here today. What can you do about it?" 1,000 curses surged within Zhang Zidong's heart, but he merely smiled and gestured subtly to the two, then whispered, "Humans here cannot, but that does not mean humans from elsewhere cannot." Yun Zhongzi frowned, his eyes flicking around. Are there humans from outside the heavens elsewhere? Guang Qingzi beside him also showed a look of confusion. Before coming, they had thoroughly surveyed the surroundings of Mount Buzhou. They confirmed that only here existed humans from outside the heavens. But hearing what Zhang Zidong said, there seemed to be a twist in the matter, and they couldn't help but feel curious. If the sage is willing to bestow celestial fortune, how could anyone refuse? With a smile on his face, Zhang Zidong pointed to the sky and flattered the two immortals, saying, "To immortals, please remain calm. There can also be humans from outside the heavens under the protection of the Chan sect sage. Hee, you humans." Yun Zhongzi chuckled in mockery, thinking to himself. Although they were both human, he looked at Zhang Zidong before him, and then at the Chan sect's figure. "Please take a break for a moment. I will think of a way immediately." At the same time, in the demon court of the 33 heavens, good. Among the myriad branches of the demon race, nearly half are participating in the offerings to the underworld. Among these, half even continued to offer secretly after the imperial edict was issued. The voice was like thunder pressing down on the demons, so they couldn't lift their heads. At the top, Dijun wore a grim expression, lightly stroking his fingertips. His voice dropped a few degrees as he glanced sideways at Baizé, who stood in the first row on the left, and chuckled, "Baizé, my strategist." In the lineup, Baizé suddenly shivered, yet internally, he was in turmoil. First, he ruled out the possibility that there were demons in his clan secretly offering to the underworld. So it was probably asking for advice. But that didn't seem right, since the last time they forged the slaughter witch sword, Dijun hadn't sought his counsel again. Despite his inner turmoil, Baizé still stood up immediately. "Your humble servant is here. What do you think we should do?" Dijun walked step by step down the jade stairs, his figure intersecting with Baizé's, his golden pupils fixated on Baizé. Perhaps sensing the chill emanating from beside him, Baizé lowered his head, even more, his breathing quickening. This was a dead end. Speaking would offend the demons, but remaining silent would offend the demon emperor. The demons certainly did not want the investigation to continue. Dong Huang Tai, he had already swept through, and nearly one-fifth of the demon clan's branches had suffered casualties. Now everyone in this great hall hoped to stop here, including Bai Zhe. But the order came from Di Jun, and denying it now, where would that leave Bai Zhe? After a moment of silence, Bai Zhe finally decided to play dead, and softly said, "Your humble servant." "Does not know?" Heh. With a light chuckle, a few traces of mockery appeared on Di Jun's face as he pointed at Bai Zhe's head, and turned to the demons in the hall, saying, "I didn't expect that our strategist Bai Zhe would also have a moment of helplessness." The demons smiled along, but they saw Di Jun's expression suddenly grow colder. "Then you all tell me, what should we do?" In an instant, the Lingxiao Palace was filled with heavy breathing sounds. Di Jun's immense presence pressed down on the great demons and demon saints, making them too afraid to raise their heads. In their clans, there had been instances of offerings to the underworld. They also understood that such matters were hard to eradicate. "What? Have you all gone mute?" Qin Yuan, Xiai Tai, Gui Che, Zhou. Each name Di Jun uttered caused a head to bow down, until he reached the last row of the lineup. At this moment, Fu Shi kept his head down, trying his best to minimize his presence. But the faint killing intent in the air pierced his back. "Fu Shi, what do you say?" The cold voice came, and Fu Shi didn't even dare to look up, already feeling a prickling sensation on his back. Shivering, he cupped his hands, and said, "Your humble servant reports to the Demon Emperor this." The entire Hall of Demon Kings is unaware. How could I? Before Fu Shi could finish, a large hand landed on his shoulder. Caught off guard, Fu Shi suddenly felt weak, and was abruptly lifted by Di Jun, whose scorching breath entered his ear. "You go find the Saint Nuwa, and remove the 9 heavens resting soil placed upon the human race. Otherwise the Serpent People clan will have no reason to exist." Fu's eyes pupils gradually dilated, and a few drops of cold sweat silently slid down, completely unnoticed. This matter was simply too grave. As the mother of the human race, how could Nuwa possibly retract the bestowed treasures? Yet Di Jun was threatening the entire Serpent People clan. In the Huahuang Palace, a voice suddenly rang out, causing the entire palace to tremble. Fu Shi had a face full of embarrassment, yet he could only sigh helplessly. "Sister, I do not wish for this either." But, as he spoke, Fu's eyes throat moved a few times, his gaze filled with determination. "Di Jun is threatening me with the entire serpent tribe. This is not the same thing at all." Nuwa's tone was icy, her jade arm gently waving, exuding an undeniable authority. "I know." The 3 short words made Nuwa sense the resolve in Fu Shi's voice. Her beautiful eyes involuntarily lifted, only to see Fu Shi looking at her with a smile. His gaze was filled with tenderness. "Di Jun has always used me and the serpent tribe as tools to threaten the saints. Sister, this time it is time for me to shield you from the storm." Saying this, Fu Shi gently raised his hand, tucking away the hair that covered Nuwa's face, just like the moment they first met. Nuwa stared with her beautiful eyes, faintly sensing something. Just as she intended to raise her hand to stop him, a sudden pain pierced her chest. Hiss! In a daze, Fu's eyes figure had already vanished from the hall. 2 magical treasures slowly descended in the void, namely the primordial 8 trigrams and the demon summoning gourd. "Brother," she murmured, not reaching out to stop him. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but that she couldn't. After the silence of humanity, it was Nuwa who was affected the most. Not to mention that her strength was almost non-existent. She was even more worried about the backlash from humanity. Thus, knowing full well that Fu Shi was going to his doom, she said nothing. "In the 33 heavens, Di Jun. From this day forth my serpent tribe will no longer be part of the demon race." The voice echoed through the Lingxiao Palace. In the 33 heavens, Di Jun. From this day forth my serpent tribe will no longer be part of the demon race. The voice echoed through the Lingxiao Palace, instantly shaking all the demons. A vast wave of demonic energy surged, transforming into countless black shadows, each standing on the cloud, casting cold glances at Fu Shi. From the dark clouds, a figure wrapped in orange-red flames slowly emerged, its bright eyes making the serpent demons shiver. "It seems your serpent tribe wants to establish its own faction." Di Jun's voice wasn't loud, yet it resonated precisely in the ears of every great demon present. In the next moment, swish! The figure suddenly vanished, and then Di Jun raised his hand, the orange flames sweeping like a tidal wave. In an instant, the sky transformed into a sea of fire. Beneath that massive hand, Fu Shi gritted his teeth with demonic energy raging around him, desperately holding up the Fu Shi Qin, while the burnt marks on the instrument made his pupils constrict. Numerous whispers of the great demons could be heard from the clouds. Fu Shi is no doubt a powerful figure from the Zishao Palace, and his cultivation has reached the peak of Deluo right. Yet he can't even withstand a single strike from the Demon Emperor. Among the demons, Kuanping, who usually did not join the commotion at Lingxiao Palace, was rarely seen in the ranks, his gaze fixed tightly on the confrontation. Di Jun's strength had improved compared to 10,000 years ago. His comprehension of the laws of fire made even Kunpeng, who was known as the demon master, feel somewhat ashamed. If he were to advance further, perhaps he could truly reach the realm mentioned by the Dao ancestor. Boom! A violent firelight erupted into the sky, cleansing the surrounding white clouds and the traces of the serpent tribe. After completing all this, Dijun rubbed his hands together expressionless, as if all he had just done was trivial, and slowly approached the gathered demons. Are there any demons who wish to withdraw from the demon race? Those words struck like a heavy hammer on the heads of all the great demons. Among them were certainly those with thoughts of retreat. However, even if there were thoughts, they all turned to smoke with the downfall of the serpent tribe. Very good. Such a scene pleased Dijun greatly, and he smiled lightly before returning to the Lingxiao palace. After this ordeal, the demons further restrained their little thoughts and busily continued with their tasks. Unlike Dijun's thunderous means, Zhang Nian in the mortal realm appeared quite busy. Brother Duo Bao over there is the true spirit ranking of the spirit tribe, and here is that of the scale tribe. Oops, wrong, it's this spirit, not this scale. Looking at the busy disciples of Jie Jiao in the room, Zhang Nian suddenly felt a bit incompetent. Ever since he invented writing, he had never seriously taught humanity, let alone promote the spread of writing. Stop for a moment. As his voice fell, the disciples of Jie Jiao all stopped in their tracks, looking at Zhang Nian, who was standing on the high platform. Brother Duo Bao, do you have any spare jade slips? Please give me a few more. Zhang Nian's gaze was determined, as if making some monumental decision. Below, Duo Bao did not understand, but saw the resolution on Zhang Nian's face. Subconsciously, he rummaged through his belongings. The jade slips were ordinary magical treasures used to record insights, and most disciples of the three teachings would carry a few. It was just that Zhang Nian usually wasn't in Kunlun Mountain, otherwise he would have had a few on him. Swish! A streak of light passed through the void, and several jade slips landed accurately at Zhang Nian's feet. Zhang Nian sat cross-legged, and the jade slips in front of him slowly rose into the air under the enhancement of his magical power, countless runes surging into the slips. Brother Duo Bao, what is Zhang Nian doing? Zhao Gongming moved his large body closer to Duo Bao, glancing at Zhang Nian, and then quietly asked, I don't know. Duo Bao shook his head slightly, his gaze just having returned from Zhang Nian, as if he thought of something. He added, perhaps he has thought of something very important. Saying this, Duo Bao turned to look at the equally puzzled disciples of Jie Jiao. Everyone, this journey holds great opportunities. This is a gift from Brother Zhang Nian to us. Upon hearing of great opportunities, every disciple of Jie Jiao inhaled sharply. They all knew that Brother Duo Bao had a special sensitivity to opportunities. Even their master Tong Tian praised him. At that time, how could they not be delighted when this brother, who could find magical treasures on the main road, spoke of great opportunities? So, Duo Bao's tone shifted, adding a bit of seriousness. Whatever Brother Zhang Nian says, we shall follow without question. Brother Zhang Nian is a person of great fortune among humanity, so do not mislead yourselves. The moment the words great fortune fell, the disciples of Jie Jiao all looked toward Zhang Nian, who was sitting cross-legged on the high platform, their eyes shining with different lights. Yes. Zhao Gongming was the first to react, hurriedly cupping his hands to Duo Bao, in salute, his face full of joy. Logically speaking, people like him and the San Shao had no right to be involved in such matters. If it weren't for Brother Duo Bao appreciating the contributions of their four siblings to the sect, they wouldn't even have a place. And upon hearing that Zhang Nian possessed great opportunities, Zhao Gongming's thoughts inevitably stirred. After all, a disciple who does not wish to become a personally accepted disciple is not a good disciple. We obey your command. Just as the Jie Jiao disciples were happily agreeing, completely unaware of the hardships that awaited them. Phew, finally done. As a flash of light vanished, Zhang Nian raised his hand and caught the jade slip hovering in midair. Rubbing his temples with his right hand, he wore a satisfied smile. This was a dictionary he had compiled from memory, containing nearly 5,000 Chinese characters. Yet even this vast collection fell far short of completeness. After all, Zhang Nian was no literary scholar. He merely filled it with every character he could recall, organized. As for whether it was exhaustive, well, future generations would surely carry on the work. Brother Zhang Nian finished already. Doubao soared onto the high platform upon hearing the commotion, then curiously drew near as he saw Zhang Nian withdraw his cultivation energy. With this, matters will proceed far more smoothly. Zhang Nian gave a non-committal nod, raising the jade slip in his hand with a faint confident smile playing at the corners of his lips. Oh, so formidable. Dubious Doubao cast a glance at the jade slip in Zhang Nian's hand, yet sensed neither cultivation energy nor law resonance emanating from it. A quiet thought flickered in his mind. I've never heard that Brother Zhang Nian crafts artifacts. Formidable. Hearing Doubao's remark, Zhang Nian reflected inwardly. The evolution and invention of Chinese characters spanned 10,000 years. Truly a monumental feat. With that realization, he nodded firmly. Indeed, profoundly formidable. As he spoke, he extended the jade slip toward Doubeo. Jutting his chin slightly, he said, "Brother, if you're curious, feel free to take a look." "May I?" Doubeo rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and projected his divine sense into the jade slip. 3 seconds later, a few beads of cold sweat slipped silently down his brow, because not a single rune within the jade slip was recognizable to him, and immersion in its script induced vertigo and disorientation. "Huh." Exhaling slowly, Doubeo patted his wildly heaving chest and winked at Zhang Nian. "Brother, what lies within this jade slip? It left me utterly bewildered, dizzy even. Could it be some arcane formation?" "No, no, no." Zhang Nian's lips curled upward. Doubeo's expression at that moment was genuinely comical. His once plump belly compressed between thighs and chest had formed several distinct rolls, his already tight Taoist robe now strained visibly over the contours of his abdomen. "Brother Doubeo, this is the script I invented, the human script. Henceforth, whether inscribed upon true spirit wooden tablets or any other medium, only the human script shall be used. Thus, after millions of years of evolution, the human script shall become the universal lingua franca across all races of the primordial chaos." Doubeo blinked, momentarily stunned, then pointed to a recently acquired wooden tablet taken from the demon race. "And these demon script inscriptions? My incense bureau does not recognize them." Zhang Nian shrugged casually, then clapped Doubeo's shoulder. "Brother, please gather our senior brothers and sisters. Let us begin instruction with the incense officials, and entrust translation duties to our GS sect seniors." With that, Zhang Nian turned and strode away, leaving Doubeo staring in utter disbelief. "This is meant for me to learn." Doubeo felt the heavens themselves had collapsed. He'd seen it clearly, the jade slip teemed with dense, intricate characters. Merely glimpsing them had made his head spin. And Zhang Nian expected him to learn them. No, better a dead friend than a dead me. Doubeo's small eyes darted sideways. Then he bolted, only to pause mid-stride. "If I flee now, won't I forfeit this very opportunity?" In the end, reason triumphed over impulse. Soon after, in the main hall of the incense bureau, dozens of GS sect cultivators stood aligned in 4 orderly rows. "Esteemed brothers and sisters, our incense bureau is the most vital department of the netherworld, both now and for the next 1,000, even 10,000 years. Though currently only one such bureau exists in the mortal realm, as the myriad races of the primordial chaos rise, our bureaus shall spread across all its lands. When that day arrives, each of you shall serve as bureau directors." Upon the high dais, Zhang Nian spoke with fervent eloquence, each word striking deep into the hearts of his GS sect seniors and juniors alike. Strangely, their faces flushed crimson, their chi surging with uncontainable zeal, as if in that instant they truly beheld the glorious vision of a lone immortal presiding over the entire incense bureau. Only Doubeo remained lucid, leaning alone against the stone wall, his face drawn in grim resignation. "Now let us begin learning how to use the human script." "The human script? Brother Zhang Nian, do you mean the Netherworld's Incense Bureau shall henceforth permit only the human script?" Yunxiao, seated in the front row, raised her delicate hand, her dark brows furrowing. "Precisely." Zhang Nian's tone brooked no dissent. "Not just the Incense Bureau. All of the Netherworld shall follow suit. But the scripts of the myriad races." Before Yunxiao could continue, Zhang Nian raised a hand to halt her. "We honor the scripts of all races, but here we acknowledge but one, the human script." Within the ranks, Doubeo's eyes flashed with sudden insight. He grasped the profound intent behind Zhang Nian's act. Unlike the demon race's iron-fisted rule, Zhang Nian wielded a subtle, sophisticated blade, quietly weaving humanity's dominance across the primordial chaos. At that thought, Doubeo gazed deeply at Zhang Nian and sighed inwardly. Were the human Dao not long dormant, the mere appearance of that jade slip would have sent tremors through the human Dao itself. Now let us begin our study. It is in truth quite simple. I am certain all of you will master it swiftly. As he spoke, Zhang Nian unfurled the jade slip. Countless runes coalesced in midair, and his voice flowed forth with calm authority. "We begin with pinyin. I shall speak each syllable. Repeat after me, Bo, Sika." Meanwhile, in the palace of Nuwa, "Elder brother, why must you insist on this path?" Nuwa sighed, deeply gazing at the ethereal, floating image before her. "So long as the snake-human race remains under the demon race, and so long as I remain in the demon court, you shall never step beyond that threshold, dear sister." Fushi smiled serenely, his words imbued with tender affection. "This is the shared decision of the entire snake-human race." Nuwa's crimson lips parted, yet no further words emerged. How often had she borne the weight of conscience's torment? Each time incense offerings from human settlements reached her, her Dao heart fractured anew. "Alas, I had already prepared an escape route for you, elder brother, but now humanity stands amid a celestial tribulation. Yes, Nuwa wished for Fushi to reincarnate as a human. Yet the celestial tribulation had reignited the demon race, the western lands, and the three sects had all entered the fray. Even Nuwa herself could not foresee the tribulation's ultimate course. How then could she dare entrust her brother's rebirth to fate? Moreover, Fushi's true spirit was now bound by the earthly Tao. By principle, it could not linger long in the upper realms. Of course, Nuwa could keep Fushi confined within the palace of Nuwa. Yet, Fushi's Tao body had been reduced to ashes by Emperor Jun's solar true fire. Without a corporeal vessel, his true spirit drifted like a rootless reed upon water. Even with Nuwa's peerless cultivation, she could not forge him a new body. Reincarnation through the wheel of life. For some unknown reason, at that very moment, a figure she deeply despised flickered unbidden into Nuwa's mind. The Lin clan's barefoot crocodile pays respects to the demon emperor. Came the indifferent reply as Emperor Dejuan cast a sidelong glance at the demon before him, whose head resembled that of a crocodile, and a deep disappointment flashed in his eyes. The realm of Tai Xianxian. In the past, this minor demon wouldn't have been worthy of seeing his esteemed visage, if it weren't for the recent disappearance of several branches of the demon clan. To stabilize the morale of the troops, Emperor Dejuan wouldn't descend to the mortal realm to comfort the demons. How has the clan been lately? With the intention of putting on a complete act, he concealed his disdain and casually inquired. The barefoot crocodile, who had been cautiously following behind, trembled slightly, casting a vigilant glance. After confirming that the clan's younger members had not made any strange movements, he hurriedly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Demon Emperor. The younger members of our clan are well. Under the leadership of the Demon Court, we, the Barefoot Crocodile clan, have firmly established ourselves around Lang Lang Lake." Seeing that the old crocodile was chattering incessantly, Emperor Dejuan impatiently raised his hand to scratch his ear, but his gaze was drawn to a shadow reflected through the trees. The shadow shifted between long and short, and looking in that direction, one could see a small crocodile in the bamboo grove worshipping something. Emperor Dejuan squinted his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he walked over. Beside him, Baize's expression changed several times, ultimately settling into a deep sigh. "What are you doing?" A cold voice echoed through the forest as Emperor Dejuan scanned the area in front of the small crocodile, finding nothing, which only added to his confusion. The small crocodile blinked its big, innocent eyes, and upon seeing its usually kind grandfather making faces behind this strange man, could not help but remember what the stranger from the incense offering division had told it earlier. If during prayers you encounter an unfamiliar face, and he happens to ask you what you're doing, there's no need to doubt. This is the one here to capture you. At this moment, in order to save its life, it could say, "I am praying to the heavens, asking them to bless our demon clan with longevity." The childish voice rang out with clarity through the forest. Emperor Daijan's pupils constricted, and he immediately broke into a hearty laugh. "Ha! Good. Very good." Behind him, Baize seemed to sense something scanning back and forth between the old barefoot crocodile and the small crocodile, before ultimately choosing not to expose it. In contrast, the old barefoot crocodile, watching the demon emperor's gradually receding figure, wiped the sweat from his forehead, with both hands, his chest heaving violently, while also casting a surprised glance at the timid small crocodile, now shrinking behind his pants leg. "Nyo-Nyo, were you really praying for our demon clan just now?" "No, Nyo-Nyo was praying for Daddy and Mommy. Last night, Nyo-Nyo dreamt of Daddy and Mommy. They said they were preparing to reincarnate into the human clan. They said it was a blessing from the saint of earth called labor reform. Daddy said that 100 years later they would be able to return to the barefoot crocodile clan, and then we could reunite. Human clan." A trace of solemnity flashed in the murky gaze of the old barefoot crocodile. Clearly he had not anticipated that Nyo-Nyo's parents would reincarnate into the human clan. From what he knew previously, any demon that entered the underworld would not escape punishment. Otherwise, it wouldn't have led to a situation where many demons worshipped the underworld, drawing the attention of the demon court, resulting in heavenly fires scorching the earth and countless demons hiding. Moreover, Nyo-Nyo's parents before him had died on the battlefield against the human clan's habitat. "Grandpa, how long is 100 years? Hearing the small crocodile's innocent voice, the old barefoot crocodile momentarily lost focus before revealing a friendly smile. "Grandpa doesn't know." The old barefoot crocodile raised his hand to pat the small crocodile's head, gazing at the clouds in the sky, recalling what the leader of the six-legged anteater clan, also a member of the Lin clan, had told him some time ago. "Old Barefoot, don't blame me for not warning you. The demon court now is not what it used to be. Last time the demon emperor waged war against the human clan, how many young and strong members were lost from your clan? In the past, there was no opportunity. If they died, and their true spirits wandered between heaven and earth, uncertain when they might turn to dust. Now it is different. After the physical body perishes, the true spirit can reincarnate in the underworld. Who doesn't want to live? Do you old barefoot dare to claim you've lived enough? Anyway, my six-legged anteater clan will not serve anymore. From now on, what happens to the demon clan has nothing to do with us. Since then, the area around Langlang Lake has seen fewer six-legged anteaters slowly. The demon court unleashed its wrath. From miles away, the old barefoot could feel the scorching heat pervading the air. He was all too familiar with that sensation. He had fervently followed it before. But now only fear remained. The news of the extermination of the Sanhua butterfly clan spread throughout the demon clan. Countless demons fled in all directions. Soon only the barefoot crocodile clan remained to guard around Langlang Lake. Sigh. The old barefoot let out a deep sigh, looking down at Nyo, who still had her head tilted up waiting for his answer. He forced a gentle smile, rubbing her little head a couple of times, and spoke softly. It should be the lifespan of a human, I suppose. Ow, ow. Looking at Nyo's expectant gaze, the old barefoot pondered for a long time before suddenly saying, Nyo, do you miss your six-legged anteater grandpa? I do. Grandpa's 6 legs is so nice. He always gives Nyo delicious food. The small crocodile shook its long head, and a few drops of saliva unconsciously dripped from the corner of its mouth. Hee, then how about we go find your 6-legged grandpa? Sure. Grandpa, you don't know Nyo can't find any friends around Langlang Lake. Is that so? Soon the old and young, accompanied by hundreds of crocodiles with bright red bodies, walked towards the distance. On the other side, the Zhongnyan horse clan Emperor Dijuan also saw a small demon worshipping the void. His gaze couldn't help but linger, and driven by curiosity, he stepped forward to ask. He then heard the small demon say, I am praying to the heavens, asking them to bless our demon clan to become the first clan in the wilderness. Good. Emperor Dijuan laughed heartily as he departed. However, Bai Zhe, who had been accompanying him, sensed something was off. 1, saying such things might be clever, but 2, saying it might be flattery. What about 3, 4, or 5? A vague sense of unease began to rise in his heart. Following this, Emperor Dijuan visited the 2 Jiashi clan, the Wind Spirit Wolf clan, and the Climbing Roar clan. Among over 100 branches, almost all encountered small demons worshipping the void. Each time Emperor Dijuan inquired if he heard them not praying for the demon clan, but rather praising the demon court, his smile never faded. Until the Lightning Leopard clan. Watching the small leopard worshipping the void in front of him, Emperor Dijuan smiled and spoke. Are you also praying for the demon clan? The small leopard shrank its neck and nervously replied, I am praying to the heavens, asking them to bless our demon clan with longevity. Not bad. Emperor Dijuan nodded slightly, but just as a smile appeared, it suddenly froze. This reply, he had heard it at least dozens of times. Scenes from before rapidly replayed in his mind. Suddenly Emperor Dijuan felt as though this group of small demons had played him. Who taught you to answer like that? As the words fell, an imperceptible killing intent permeated the air. Before the Lightning Leopard clan could react, heavenly fire descended upon the earth, covering the entire forest. Above the clouds, investigate. I want to know what they are worshipping. If they betray us, leave none alive. Yes. Senior brother Duobao, I leave the incense offering to the fellow disciples of Jie Jiao. At the entrance of the incense offering sect, Zhang Nian cupped his hands and deeply bowed to the dozens of Jie Jiao companions before him. He, junior brother, need not be so polite. You may leave. We will surely ensure the safety of the incense offering sect. Indeed. Your senior sister Yun Xiao has made great progress in the formation arts recently. Should the demon clan dare to come, we will ensure they return empty-handed. With my 3 sisters here, even if that demon emperor comes, it will be of no concern. Junior brother feel. Seeing the conversation diverge further, Zhang Nian felt a tightness in his scalp and hurriedly cupped his hands in farewell, then swiftly vanished into the sky. In the clouds, Zhang Nian was also contemplating his subsequent plans. His journey was to return to the human race and deliver the dictionary he had just compiled to the Swearin clan. Suddenly the scenery around him changed. Zhang Nian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In the next blink, he saw the 3 large characters Huahuang Palace appear before his eyes. What the? How did I end up here in good condition? Zhang Nian quickly reacted, stood up, dusted off his skirt, and respectfully bowed. I, Zhang Nian, disciple of the human teaching, pay my respects to the Holy One Yuhua. His voice was not loud, but it reached inside the hall. Creak. After Zhang Nian finished speaking, the door opened from within. Zhang Nian stepped inside, thinking, this Holy One Yuhua invited me over, so why not just let me in directly? Why must I follow the procedure and enter through the door? Couldn't I just appear directly in the main hall? Greetings, Holy One Yuhua. Despite the inner complaints, Zhang Nian still bowed respectfully towards Yuhua. I wonder why the Holy One has come down here. Before Zhang Nian could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock as he was startled by a figure floating before him. What the hell? Has the Holy Mother Yuhua changed her form? Before him floated a man with a human head and a serpent's body wearing a warm smile as he observed Zhang Nian. Wait. Zhang Nian's gaze sharpened, and in his sea of consciousness an orange-yellow aura suddenly surged. Perhaps having stayed in the underworld for too long, Zhang Nian had some perception of true spirits. In just an instant he determined that this was indeed a true spirit before him. To be in Huahuang Palace and yet take the form of a human head with a serpent's body. Fushi. Even Zhang Nian, accustomed to the storms of life, couldn't help but be astonished. He clearly remembered that Fushi had perished in the battle of shamans and demons. How come he appears here? Holy One Yuhua this. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Zhang Nian raised his hand and pointed at Fushi, then proceeded to ask, "My sister is in seclusion. If there is nothing else, how about we chat?" Without waiting for a response from the Holy One Yuhua, Fushi spoke first. Okay. Zhang Nian replied in confusion. The Holy One Yuhua was certainly not in seclusion, and Fushi approaching him was likely a matter of being a mouthpiece. Thinking thus, Zhang Nian followed Fuxi's lead to the side hall. "I was killed by the Demon Emperor, my physical body has been destroyed, and residing in Huahuang Palace is truly a necessity." Fushi sighed bitterly and revealed the reason. However, Zhang Nian was left bewildered, his mind filled with questions. Are you crazy? Did Emperor Jun kill Fushi? Wasn't that golden crow always using Fushi to threaten Yuhua? Zhang Nian would not forget Yuhua's indifference towards the human race all this time. Had it not been for Yuhua bestowing the 9 heavens Shirong alleviating the plight of the human race, he would have been eager to incite Suiren and Yu Chao to jointly topple the statue of the Holy One Yuhua. What? Don't you believe Emperor Jun would kill me? Fushi noticed the doubt in Zhang Nian's brow, smiled faintly, and then casually stated, Emperor Jun sought to use the serpent tribe to threaten my sister into reclaiming the 9 heavens Shirong for the human race. What the hell? This time it was Zhang Nian's turn to be shocked. The current prosperity of the human race relied heavily on the immense nurturing ability of the 9 heavens Shirong. Without this divine object, the demon clan only needs to control the wind and rain to plunge the human race back into the dire straits of starvation. They have been too lenient. Damn. A sense of crisis surged up instantly. Cursing inwardly, Zhang Nian was also nurturing a plan to deal with the demon clan. I did not wish to see my sister in difficulty, so I concealed some of the serpent tribe and was killed by the demon emperor. Zhang Nian suddenly looked up only to see Fux's gaze clear as if he were discussing a commonplace matter, prompting Zhang Nian to regard Fushi with a bit more respect. So today you have come down for. After speaking, Zhang Nian had a vague guess in his heart. True spirits are subject to the restraints of earthly rules, and although Fushi is in Huahuang Palace, he believed that soon there would be ancestral shamans coming down to demand someone. It seems that Yuhua would not want to bear the blame of harboring a concealed spirit and violating earthly rules. This is why today's event occurred. I wish to be reincarnated, but my sister is worried about the human race. Fushi sighed bitterly and revealed the reason. So that's how it is. This Holy One Yuhua truly wants it all. Currently the human race is caught in a calamity, and the situation is unclear. The Holy One Yuhua is concerned that Fux's reincarnation would similarly embroil him in calamity, which is why this meeting occurred. So in other words, is she here to seek my reassurance? This time the pressure fell on Zhang Nian. What could he do? The chaos of the wilderness changes in an instant. Given the current situation, even he was feeling his way across the river by touching stones. Wait, it wasn't until now that Zhang Nian suddenly realized. Fux's reincarnation, does that mean the human race is officially entering the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? That secret regarding the human emperor's sword exploded in his mind like thunder. To sever the shackles of the heavenly path with the fortune of humanity. Could it be that there is a hidden arrangement? Fushi died when he was supposed to die. Perhaps. Reincarnation is not a bad thing. After much contemplation, Zhang Nian decided to advance the process for the human race. Senior Fushi, there are some things I cannot say aloud, but you indirectly brought about the demise of humanity, and the human race must repay this karma. If the senior is willing, I will personally accompany you to the underworld. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding space suddenly trembled. A figure in red caught his eye. The Holy One Yuhua cast a glance at Zhang Nian, then turned to Fushi. Brother, why must you wade through this murky water? The Huahuang Palace can protect you. Zhang Nian slightly cupped his hands, then stood to the side, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. This matter was an internal discussion between siblings. He, an outsider, felt incredibly awkward listening in. Sister, the underworld has its own rules, and moreover, young friend Zhang Nian just mentioned that reincarnation is not necessarily a bad thing. Upon hearing this, Yuhua turned her head sharply to glare at Zhang Nian, who was pressed against the wall. As a saint, she could see the calamity tightly clinging to Fux's soul. This indicated that even if Fushi was dead, the calamity had never diminished. You, Listening to the two discussing him, Zhang Nian tugged at the corners of his mouth. Yet he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did the Holy One Yuhua truly wish for Fuxi to be reincarnated, or did she not? Why does this sound strange? Subsequently, Zhang Nian steeled himself and stepped forward. Holy One Yuhua, my master once said that following the trend or going against it is merely a different perspective on things. Moreover, I owe Senior Fuxi a debt of karma, which I shall repay. As soon as the words fell, a ripple of emotion passed through Yuhua's beautiful eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Good, I believe you. She believed it. How could she have believed it? On the road to the underworld, Zhang Nian's eyes glazed over, feeling an unreal sense of disconnection. Beside him, Fuxi cleared his throat and gazed into the distance at the row of buildings ahead. Zhang Nian, my young friend, did you create those? Oh. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and Zhang Nian's eyes regained a hint of clarity. After a moment of dazedness, he smiled and said, it primarily relied on the Witch Clan and the Saint of Earth. I merely offered a few suggestions. I see. Fuxi paused for a moment, seeming to recall something, and a cunning smile crept across his lips. You seem to be different from others. Zhang Nian's heart skipped a beat. Although his identity was no longer a secret, the feeling of being seen through still made him involuntarily tense. Fuxi began to speak eloquently. In my memory, the human race always has a bent waist and a lowered head. You? At this point, Fuxi lifted his gaze to Zhang Nian, his eyes filled with both scrutiny and admiration. Perhaps you are exactly what the human race needs, that one. Zhang Nian chuckled awkwardly, feeling his scalp tingle at Fuxi's words, and quickly waved his hands in denial. Senior, you flatter me too much. Fuxi did not pursue the topic, but instead looked into the distance. Since I comprehended the innate 8 trigrams, I have cast 2 divinations for myself. The first divination was after the battle between the witches and the demons, with Kuan above and Kuan below. Kuan represents the earth entirely in, with no yang, the yang energy, severed, and life completely extinguished. Goodness, was it really that accurate? Zhang Nian was stunned. Others might not know, but he was well aware that after the battle between the witches and the demons, the enmity between the two races intensified, quickly leading to a second war. Fuxi fell in battle during that second war. The second divination occurred after the Witch Clan entered the earth. At that time, I sensed the changes in heaven and earth, and the divination pattern shifted. The divination of Li's 9th 4th line corresponds to this calamity. With that, Fuxi smiled, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Nian as he uttered a profound statement. It seems this realm cannot accommodate the demon Fuxi, but it should be able to accommodate the human Fuxi. What do you think, my young friend Zhang Nian? Zhang Nian was completely awakened. Fux's innate 8 trigrams calculated the fate under the rules of heaven. He had changed the course of the battle between the witches and the demons. He had altered the pattern of the primordial chaos. Yet under the rules of heaven, he was still meant to perish. Did that mean that under the rules of heaven, Fuxi was destined to become the human emperor? In other words, why would he Hongjun insist that humanity could not transcend the heavenly way? Zhang Nian, my young friend. My young friend. The voice interrupted Zhang Nian's thoughts, startling him awake as he met Fux's wise gaze. It seems it can be accommodated. Zhang Nian gritted his teeth, his voice growing softer until he was almost inaudible. However, Fuxi appeared oblivious to Zhang Nian's unease and laughed heartily. That's good, my younger sister can rest assured now. Brother Zhang Nian. A warm shout came from a distance, followed by 11 figures flying over. Oh, I was wondering who it was. Gong Gong glanced sideways at Fuxi and waved his hand, summoning the Book of Life and Death into his grasp. Clatter! With the sound of pages flipping, Gong Gong's expression gradually turned playful. Wow! The great demon Fuxi died at the hands of the demon emperor Dijuan. As soon as he finished speaking, several ancestral witches beside him threw their heads back and laughed heartily. Let me see the crimes committed by the great demon Fuxi M. Slaughtering lives into the hell of knife mountains, oppressing kin into the hell of stone mills, desecrating the underworld into the hell of molten copper, burning mountains, and destroying forests into the hell of volcanoes. Brothers, let's go. With Gong Gong's command, Zhurong and Zhu Meng wielding soul-binding chains moved forward. Esteemed ancestors, please show mercy. Zhang Nian forced a smile and quickly stepped forward to stop them, internally understanding why Yuhua wanted him to personally take Fuxi for reincarnation. Given the imposing stance of these ancestral witches, if he did not follow Fux's reincarnation, could be delayed for many years. Brother Zhang Nian, the chains are blind. If they hurt you, I would feel embarrassed. Zhurong's gaze passed over Zhang Nian, turning cold, a hint of a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhurong. Emperor Jiang's sharp shout interrupted the actions of the two witches. Big brother, you. Zhurong wanted to retort, but was silenced by Emperor Jiang's glare. Brother Zhang Nian, is there a directive from the saint? Emperor Jiang had long noticed the fact of Fux's demise, as the latter's true spirit lingered in the upper realm for quite some time. It was clear that the saint had intervened to influence the rules of the earth. Moreover, Zhang Nian had no familial ties to Fuxi, they were unrelated. If no external forces intervened, how could they possibly accompany each other? With such connections, the answer naturally became clear. Nuwa. Emperor Jiang, indeed the saint has spoken. Zhang Nian cast a grateful glance at Emperor Jiang. Just as he was about to speak, Gong Gong with the Book of Life and Death scoffed coldly, Himph Nuwa. Can the saint of the human race dictate matters within my underworld? Big brother, have you forgotten how many brothers of my witch clan were slain by this brother and sister during the battle between the witches and the demons? If we do not send Fuxi to the 18th layer of hell today, how can we justify our fallen witch clan? Emperor Jiang swallowed his words, his fists slowly clenching. Zhang Nian distinctly saw the veins popping out on Emperor Jiang's neck. Worriedly glancing at the direction above, Saint Nuwa, why not come personally? These ancestral witches, when they go mad, could even collapse the Mount Buzhou. Well, everyone ancestral witches. Zhang Nian weakly raised his hand, allowing the tragic atmosphere to ferment. He truly feared that these ancestral witches would tear Fux's true spirit apart. Zhang Nian, I thought the human race was on the same side as us. Zhurong's chest suddenly sank, and Zhang Nian vaguely saw two flames shooting out from his nostrils, causing the surrounding air to grow tense. Zhang Nian forced a smile. The great demon Fuxi is willing to respond to the underworld's latest policies and undergo labor reform among the human race for a millennium. As he spoke, Zhang Nian's gaze swept over the 11 ancestral witches, noticing their expressions change. He hurriedly explained, esteemed ancestral witches, think about it, Fuxi is a great demon. A legendary great demon joining the human race. Isn't that a blatant slap in the face to that demon Emperor Dijuan? What could be more effective in suppressing the arrogance of the demon race? Upon hearing about suppressing Daijan's arrogance, the once enraged red eyes of the ancestral witches became much clearer. Zhurong, who had been the most vociferous earlier, was now rolling his eyes, seemingly envisioning Daijan's furious expression, excitedly raising his hand. With a loud smack, Zhang Nian, it's all thanks to you. Zhurong exclaimed excitedly, while nearby the wind ancestral witch Tian Hao rubbed his sore and swollen shoulder, quietly shifting a couple of steps away. That's indeed a good plan. Indeed. I agree too. Soon all 9 ancestral witches except for Zhu Jiuyin and Emperor Jiang expressed their support. Zhu Jiuyin said nothing more, merely nodded slightly at Emperor Jiang, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Nian and Fuxi with a knowing smile. Good, then I leave this matter in the hands of brother Zhang Nian. Emperor Jiang waved his hand, finalizing the matter. Thank you, esteemed ancestral witches, for your support. Having said that, Zhang Nian hurriedly led Fuxi towards the Wheel of 6 Paths. Watching the two figures leave, Zhu Jiuyin standing beside Emperor Jiang finally spoke. Big brother, it may not be that simple. Big brother, aren't you the same? The two witches exchanged smiles, yet they no longer mentioned Zhang Nian's affair. Young friend Zhang Nian, I entrust the matters that follow to you. Before the 6 Paths wheel, a white light flashed and vanished, and Fux's true spirit was drawn in by an inexplicable suction. The words came to an abrupt halt. I hope everything unfolds as recorded in the secret scroll. To oppose the heavenly Tao, 4 words that are easy to speak but arduous to accomplish. Moreover, Fux's death and Hongjun's lack of intervention made clear that the heavenly Tao possessed its own conviction. Zhang Nian pondered in vain, unable to discern where Hongjun's turning point might lie. He resolved to follow. Rather than wasting himself on suspicion and inner turmoil, it was better to meet force with force and act as circumstances demanded. When these matters are settled, I should return to the human tribe. Elsewhere in the Swearin tribe, Huashu went out exploring and discovered footprints in the wilderness unlike any mortals. Driven by curiosity, the instant she stepped upon them, her body was bathed in a ruddy light, faint thunder flickering alongside it. Spiritual energy gathered relentlessly toward her abdomen, its currents tumultuous. Huashu immediately fainted. In her dream, lightning scoured the sky, illuminating the thunder marsh before her, and amid the flashing bolts a colossal being with a dragon's head and a human body streaked past. Sometime later, Huashu. Inside the hut, Swearin anxiously slapped Wax's shoulder. Soon Huashu slowly opened her eyes. Swearin. Instinctively, she raised a hand to her belly. The bond between mother and child told her a spiritual embryo was forming within. I seem to be pregnant. Swearin was stunned, his face flushing. He laughed as he stepped out of the hut, joy pouring from him. Wonderful. Swearin, a man of considerable merit and an innate sensitivity to spiritual energy, perceived at a single glance the extraordinary presence within Wax's womb. Spiritual currents circulated and fortune flowed around the very hut where Huashu lived. Auspicious clouds gathered, and the temperature there differed markedly from the surrounding land. This was clearly not the sign of a mere mortal birth. After Zhang Nian had restructured the workings of the underworld, he returned to the human settlement. As soon as he entered the settlement, Zhang Nian found his attention captured by the neat rectangular ridges of the fields. Men draped in animal skins shouldered stone picks bent and toiling in the earth. Smoke curled into the distance. The tranquil, beautiful tableau gave Zhang Nian a vivid sense of having returned to the countryside of his childhood. Whether by impulse or longing, his body drifted of its own accord toward the field ridges. Not bad, not bad. The maize roots have grown stronger, someone remarked. Come, let's see how the millet we found a while ago has grown. As he approached, Zhang Nian heard the agronomist Dr. Zhou Yushi's hearty call. His heart gave a jolt. That millet had not been among the seeds he had once provided. Could Zhou Yushi have discovered a native strain of millet from the Hongjun continent? If his memory served, it had been Earth Emperor Shenong who discovered the 5 grains, had it not. As doubt rose in his mind, the 99 soul-scattering gourd that Zhang Nian kept in his spirit sea trembled for no reason. Zhang Nian probed with his spiritual sense and quickly located the gourd in his spirit sea. The red gourd lay there all the while, quiet and still. Mod, he muttered, and did not investigate further, chalking the sensation up to a fleeting illusion. Smiling, he stepped toward the field ridges. Busy, came a voice tinged with concern, and those who heard looked up. Zhang Nian. Zhou Yushi lifted her small face. The moment she saw Zhang Nian, she beamed, wiping mud from her cheek and raising her hand high. Look, this is millet we cultivated ourselves, she proclaimed. Pride colored her voice as she tilted her chin and puckered at Zhang Nian. Seeing that freckled kitten-like face, Zhang Nian could not help smiling and gave a thumbs up. Excellent. Keep it up, she added. Of course. Do you think I read my books for nothing? Zhou Yushi planted her hands on her hips and blinked her large eyes as she replied. Seeing Zhang Nian turn to leave, she hurriedly called out, Zhang Nian, wait. At the call, Zhang Nian turned without thinking, studying Zhou Yushi with a puzzled look. She crossed the ridge in quick little steps to stand before him, appearing somewhat anxious. I've received word from the authorities. Authorities? The term felt strange to him after so long. No matter, if you wish you may depart at any time. Zhang Nian shrugged and replied with a wry, helpless smile. Oh, who told you that? Zhou Yushi shot him an irritated look, a touch of grievance in her pretty eyes. Do you know the authorities have listed you as their #1 wanted? And they have publicized that you massacred 50,000 civilians. What? Zhang Nian raised a finger to point at himself, incredulous. Me? Massacred 50,000 civilians. Zhang Nian suddenly remembered those 50,000 human spirits in the underworld who had been slain by demonkind. Damn, the numbers matched. The report was sent by Zhang Zidong, and there is corroboration from Vanguard Captain Li Shan. Zhang Zidong. The name slipped from his lips and a hard light flickered in Zhang Nian's eyes. He had indeed been too merciful. No matter, I will settle this score with him in time. Zhang Nian did not forget his foremost task to spread the writings he had just compiled throughout the human race. He also needed to inform Suiren that the human race was on the verge of birthing a human emperor. Yet Zhou Yushi's next words froze him where he stood. The authorities have imprisoned all members of the Zhang clan except Shen Rushuang and Zhang Zidong. Those who entered the Hongjun instance have been sent back as well. Zhang Qianfan, weakened by age, died on the road to the prison. Zhang Qianfan. The old man was dead. If there was anyone in the Zhang family who could stir even the slightest unrest in Zhang Nian's heart, it was that old man alone. Though this Zhang Nian had never met the elder who lived only in his predecessor's memory, he knew the man had lavished his all to protect the former life. 2 hot streams slid from his eyes. Zhang Nian mechanically wiped them away, unaware that he was crying. It was simply the Buddhist instinctive response. I understand. With that quiet remark, Zhang Nian turned and walked away, his figure soon lost at the edge. Zhou Yushi lifted her beautiful eyes. She was unsure whether she had done right or wrong. From her position, she ought not to have told him these things. Yet after so long together, she had grown fond of this land, and even more fond of these lovable people. There were no schemes of the secular world here, no calculated intrigues, no grand family ambitions. People's lives acquired hope with the rising and setting of the sun. Gradually, Zhou Yushi found herself willing to believe that the man venerated by countless humans could hardly be the monster the authorities had broadcast over and over on their channels. Brother Zhang Nian, Brother Zhang Nian. From a distance, Zhang Nian could sense the enthusiasm in Zhang Nian smiled and was about to return the gesture, but he was firmly held down by a pair of large hands. Suiren, with his big yellow teeth, grinned and teased, Have you become estranged after going out for a while? Etiquette cannot be neglected. Huh? Suiren suddenly slapped Zhang Nian's shoulder and pulled him in, saying, Brother, let me tell you, good things are coming for our human race. Hearing this, Zhang Nian's gaze flickered as he scrutinized Suiren from head to toe, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Brother Suiren, all I've seen on my journey are good things. Ha ha ha. A silent compliment was most lethal. Suiren, hearing such praise, couldn't stop laughing, and one large hand slapped Zhang Nian's shoulder painfully. A voice like thunder exploded in Zhang Nian's ears. Hua Su is pregnant. I can feel it. The child in her womb is extraordinary. Come with me to see, and you'll know. After saying this, Swearin immediately took Zhang Nian and rushed towards Hua Zu's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhang Nian felt a strong surge of spiritual energy rushing towards him. Looking at the door, he saw clouds swirling spirit herbs all over the ground and a faint purple aura floating above. Good heavens! It seems the child in her womb is indeed Fuxi. What are you saying, brother Zhang Nian? Zhang Nian quickly replied, mainly because he couldn't reveal the matter of Fux's reincarnation to Swearin just yet. After all, the demon race still existed and Fux's presence could be somewhat awkward for the human race. However, even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws. To break this barrier, perhaps it would still require. As he thought this, Zhang Nian's gaze silently swept towards the direction above. It seemed that only the one in the Nuwa Palace had that kind of influence. Brother Swearin, the spiritual energy here is rich and unlike any ordinary place. Hua Su must be carrying a great talent. That's wonderful. Our human race will have successors. Swearin shot a knowing glance at Zhang Nian, who was completely oblivious, instead staring intently at the sky, leaving Swearin puzzled. Junior brother. Xian Du landed in front of the two, and they both greeted him. Greetings, senior brother. Greetings, Xian Du Xianxing. Hey, we see each other every day, no need for so much courtesy. Xian Du waved his hand, releasing his magical energy to lift the two up. Did you feel it, junior brother? After doing all this, Xian Du's gaze fixed on Zhang Nian. Zhang Nian thought it was about the child in Hua Zu's womb, and nodded. Hua Zu's womb. Just as he started to speak, he was interrupted by Xian Du raising his hand. Junior brother, take a moment to feel carefully. Is there any unusual movement in your consciousness? Consciousness? Zhang Nian couldn't help but frown, suppressing the doubts in his heart, and focused his divine sense inward. At this moment in his consciousness, two innate gourds held their ground, orange-yellow gases swirling like a dragon, seemingly thicker than before. But these changes. Xian Du. Wait. Zhang Nian controlled his divine sense to sweep through the corners. There a milky white gas lay quietly, and it began to stir. It pulsed slowly like a heartbeat. Could it be a human path? Just as Zhang Nian's astonished gaze fell, a large hand firmly covered his mouth. Facing Xian Du's stern eyes, he gently shook his head at Zhang Nian, then released his hand. Do not speak. Xian Du's words awakened Zhang Nian. Senior brother, I understand. Saying this, Zhang Nian took out a jade slip from his pocket and handed it to Swearin. Brother Swearin, this is the writing I created for the human race, who I entrust it to you today. It can be taught by Tian Mingyao Zhou Yushi and Wang Gang. Brother Zhang Nian Yu. Swearin received the jade slip in disbelief, fully understanding the significance of the jade slip in hand. It represented boundless merit. This cannot be accepted. As he spoke, Swearin tried to decline, but his hands were firmly pressed down by a pair of large hands. When he looked up again, he met Zhang Nian's resolute gaze. Brother Swearin, the human race needs its own writing. Writing is heritage. Writing is heritage. Writing is. Swearin murmured several times, his eyes growing brighter. Good. Swearin shouted, his chest heaving violently. Brother Zhang Nian, the human race is getting better and better. A great talent is born, and writing appears in the world. Watching Swearin, who looked as joyful as a child, Zhang Nian exchanged smiles with Xian Du. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Why not let Xian Du take Fuxi as a disciple? If Fuxi could become a disciple of the human teachings, it would be beneficial for the human race. Moreover, senior brother Xian Du would have an additional bond as the teacher of the human emperor. However, if so, the merits involved with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could be immense. Unbeknownst to them, at the same time, the 33 Heavens Purple Cloud Palace was equally bustling. Junior sister, since the master has said that there should be 8 human emperors, what's wrong with my Western teachings sending 2 disciples to be teachers of the human emperor? Doesn't your Western teaching have its own human race? Why are you still pursuing this? With a glance at the hypocritical and kind face of Zhuan Ti, Yuanshi, Tianzuan retorted coldly. He had heard from Yun Zhongzi that the West was raising people on enclosed land, even going so far as to make a small spiritual mountain at Buzhou Mountain and erecting statues of saints. Just thinking about this made Yuanshi, Tianzuan furious. Now the 2 bald donkeys of the West had statues of saints, while Nuwa Junior's sister Taiji Laozu and Shangqing Tongtian also had statues. Only Yuching Yuanshi Tianzuan was left out. How could Yuanshi Tianzuan, who always cared about his reputation, not be angry? Even the human teachings and the cut teachings received a lot of disdain from Yuanshi Tianzuan. Isn't it said that the 3 pure ones are one family? You 2 enjoy offerings and incense while leaving me out. Oh, what does that mean that your relationship is deeper? At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan exuded an aura of if I'm not comfortable, neither will you. Sure enough, the moment Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice fell, the brows of the 2 saints from the West furrowed together. As you all know, our West has been known for its barrenness since ancient times. If it weren't for the Master opening the heavenly gates, we wouldn't even have a few disciples. After all, let's return to the matter of the human race. My Western teachings occupy 2 quotas. It is reasonable and fair. Yuan Shi Tianzuan said little, merely casting a silent glance at his fellow sage Taiji Laozu. After all, the several sages gathered here were dividing the interests of the human race. Niwa and the others could afford to be indifferent. However, they had to pay attention to Laozu's opinion. At least on the surface, the name of the 3 pure ones still had to be maintained. At this moment, Hongjun also squinted his eyes, observing his great disciple. Among all the disciples present, he could see through them all. Only this great disciple he found increasingly difficult to read. No problem. If any of you junior brothers have ideas, you may go to the human race. My teachings do not participate in this matter. Taiji Laozu lowered his gaze, his voice revealing no emotion, yet it raised the hearts of everyone present. If the human teachings do not participate, doesn't that mean that the Chan and Jie teachings, including the West, can divide up these 8 quotas? The most ideal distribution would be 3, 3, and 2. Yet no one wants to be the 2. Little do they know this is a peach that kills 3 saints. Ah, senior brother, what are you doing? This is a most auspicious matter. Why do you? In the human settlement, Zhang Nian informed Xuandu of his intention to take Fuxi as a disciple. To his dismay, Xuandu sternly refused. Brother, I know it is auspicious. Xuandu halted mid-step, his gaze sharpening. Yet the human teaching has already claimed too much of humanity's celestial fortune. I shall not compound this imbalance. Senior brother, if you decline, what then? If the Chan and Jie sects, or even the Western teaching, intervene? Zhang Nian had nearly voiced this concern. But he paused. Was he not standing right here? How could any sect seize advantage under his watch? Very well. I shall remain among the humans for the time being. The moment the words left his lips, Zhang Nian sensed a ripple in the void, a spatial fluctuation heralding the arrival of a great cultivator. Senior brother. Zhang Nian turned instantly to Xuandu for confirmation. The latter closed his eyes briefly, then whispered softly, Aunt Niwa has arrived. With that, he leapt onto the clouds. Zhang Nian followed closely behind. Yet within his heart, clarity began to dawn. Niwa had surely come concerning Fuxi. Disciples of the human teaching, Xuandu and Zhang Nian, pay homage to Aunt Niwa. Both bowed deeply in unison. Niwa's form gradually coalesced from the void. A soft acknowledgement escaped her lips. With a graceful lift of her hand, she gently raised them, both her gaze gliding, subtle yet piercing, toward Huashu's dwelling. Her pupils contracted faintly before she spoke. A paragon of destiny descends. This is humanity's profound fortune. Today I have come to bestow divine blessings upon this child. As she spoke, Niwa's jade-like finger traced light patterns across the void. 2 streaks of radiance tore through space and vanished into Huashu's womb. The primordial 8 trigrams and the Shanha Sheiji diagram. Zhang Nian's keen eyes caught it. All those 2 streams were none other than the primordial 8 trigrams originally devised by Fuxi. Since they belonged to Fuxi by right, their return was but natural restitution. Yet the Shanha Sheiji diagram carried far greater significance. It was a peerless primordial spirit treasure, a complete microcosm sealed within, capable of manifesting mountains, rivers, myriad beings, and illusory arrays. Legend held that Yang Jian once trapped Yuan Hong with this very diagram, subdued the 7 demons of Meishan, and even celestial sovereigns risked entrapment should they enter its boundless expanse. Its mastery lay in confinement and life creation. Truly an artifact of unsurpassed defensive power. Indeed, wherever one stood, connections alone could secure abundance. At that moment, Zhang Nian burned with envy. Oh, such a treasure had long haunted his dreams. Zhang Nian. My Aunt Niwa, your disciple is present. Zhang Nian blinked, startled, then hastily bowed, bewildered and uncertain. This treasure is yours. With a gentle flick of her wrist, a gourd shimmered before him, its surface rippling with golden light. The demon-subduing gourd. Granted to me, by Niwa. Wait, something is amiss. No merit, no reward. Why would Niwa bestow so weighty a treasure upon him? Aunt Niwa, this treasure is far too precious, perhaps. His voice trailed off as his eyes darted toward Huashu's dwelling behind him. His meaning was unmistakable. Give it to Fuxi. Holding it would scald his hands. Yet Niwa merely shook her head, a playful smile dancing on her lips. So, you accept treasures from Uncle Yuanshi without hesitation, yet hesitate before Aunt Niwa. The moment those words fell, frost bit the air. Niwa's expression darkened, her gaze sharp as lightning pinned Zhang Nian where he stood. Do you dare disdain your Aunt Niwa? Your disciple dares not. A shiver ran down Zhang Nian's spine. Under her unblinking gaze, he lifted his hand, drawing the demon-subduing gourd into his spiritual sea, then lowered his head in silence. Within, resentment churned. Niwa truly brooked no objection, forcing gifts upon him. Nothing good. I have found you an exceptional disciple. Within Huashu's womb rests humanity's destined paragon, and you long hailed as humanity's own paragon shall instruct this child. What say you? What a... Zhang Nian's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow 5 eggs. So, after all that calculation, it landed squarely upon him. Aunt Nuwa, your disciple, serves as a true divine official of Fengshen. This. Zhang Nian attempted to decline, but halfway through Nuwa's voice cut in cool with displeasure. Oh, I wonder, Zhang Nian, are you not humanity's paragon? Or does the affairs of Du outweigh those of your own? A strike straight to the soul, utterly devastating. Could Zhang Nian dare reply? He dared not. He had always claimed humanity as his own. His aid to Du served only to forge alliances for humanity, not to become Fushi's master. Aunt Nuwa, humanity is paramount. Zhang Nian forced the words out, then faltered, but then it is settled. Do not forget, you yourself declared the torch passes generation to generation, eternal renewal. That final phrase silenced every excuse poised on his tongue. Ha 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 ha. Sovereign Nuwa speaks wisdom. Behind them, Suiren and Yu Chao approached side by side, eyes alight with mirth. Bowing deeply, we pay homage to Sovereign Nuwa. Rise. Upon completing their bows, Suiren, brimming with excitement, threw his arms wide and swept Zhang Nian into a crushing embrace. Pungent sweat flooded Zhang Nian's nostrils. Thunderous laughter roared beside his ear. Brother Zhang Nian, the sovereign spoke for me before I even opened my mouth. Elder brother long harbored this wish. That my unborn child becomes your disciple is beyond perfect. You must not refuse. Pass on that brilliant mind to our people. Suiren pounded Zhang Nian's back again and again. Cough, cough, cough. Though Zhang Nian's cultivation surpassed Suiren's, even he struggled beneath the onslaught. Frantically he pushed back the overjoyed elder brother. Enough, elder brother Suiren. I feel your passion. Then he bowed formally to Nuwa. Since Aunt Nuwa herself has spoken, Zhang Nian accepts this charge. In truth, he did not acquiesce lightly. He owed Fushi a karmic debt, undeniable. And Nuwa had bestowed upon him the demon-subduing gourd. Hardly a loss, but a gain. Heaven and earth bear witness. Celestial sovereigns, stand surety. This matter is hereby ordained. With those words, Nuwa's form shimmered and dissolved into the void. Zhang Nian exhaled slowly, already calculating how best to guide the first human sovereign, soon to emerge into the world. Secretly, he savored another thought. Counting the demon-subduing gourd, he now possessed 3 primordial calabashes born of the same root. Once the ninefold mystic art reached perfection, and his cultivation ascended to the apex of Great Luo Immortal, he could attempt the 3-fragment severance path to Dao realization. Of the remaining 2 primordial calabashes, one rested in Dongwang Tai's grasp, the other in Hongjun's. One still eluded his master. To acquire it, he would need to turn his gaze toward the demonic clans. As he pondered, 7-colored auspicious light cascaded downward, and a translucent figure descended upon clouds, drawing near. Before the voice even fully formed, Zhang Nian cursed inwardly. Nuwa, you've ensnared me. Have you truly ensnared me?